In the year 3900 of the old calendar, 300 of the new calendar, outside Linjiang City, dozens of buses formed a massive convoy that rumbled into the Awakening Center. On each bus, supervising teachers passionately recounted humanity's 300-year history of blood and tears. The Antarctic glaciers shattered, interdimensional rifts opened, spiritual energy poured in, beasts mutated, and ferocious creatures ran rampant. Conventional firearms became useless, and humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. At this critical moment of life and death, the first Beast Master emerged, using Beast Mastery as a blade to turn the tide. In the 50th year of the new calendar, the number of Beast Masters exploded, humanity counterattacked, fortress cities rose, and Earth was reclaimed. Now, 18-year-old high school seniors faced their awakening ceremony, with the path of the Beast Master lying before their feet. There are no worthless talents, only worthless masters. The homeroom teachers spoke with soaring voices, inspiring hearts. The buses slowly came to a stop, and students disembarked in an orderly fashion under their teacher's guidance, forming neat lines. At the very front of the formation stood Su Ming. Everyone at Linjiang First High knew that Su Ming came from a family with deep foundations. His grandfather served as Linjiang City's commander, and his father currently held the position of defense commander. Naturally handsome with top grades, he carried an inherent aura that made girls' hearts flutter and boys gaze with envy. Born into a legitimate noble family and raised with a golden spoon, he was unrivaled in prominence. Yet fate was unpredictable, and sometimes poor children could defy destiny, soaring to great heights through mutant talents. Su Ming possessed exceptional talent and overflowing ability, so he was arranged to awaken first to boost morale for the entire gathering. Su Ming, don't be nervous. Just place your hand on the awakening stone, and you'll soon know what talent you've awakened. Homeroom teacher Huang Heming offered gentle reassurance from the side. Su Ming nodded slightly, his gaze never leaving the awakening stone. Though waves surged in his heart, his surface remained steady as a rock. After 18 full years, he had long grown accustomed to this world's laws. In truth, Su Ming wasn't native to this place. He was a transmigrator. Since he could remember, terms like Beast Master, Awakening, and interdimensional worlds had constantly echoed in his ears. After 18 years of waiting, today would finally reveal his destiny. He took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the awakening stone. Familiar supernatural fluctuations spread through his palm and throughout his body, finally converging at his mind palace. The mind palace was where the beast space was born. The higher the talent star rating, the larger the beast space, and the more beasts it could initially accommodate. However, the beast space would expand with cultivation advancement, so initial differences weren't fatal. The moment Su Ming touched the awakening stone, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detecting host awakening beast master talent. Super beast talent system activating. Ding! Welcome host to the beast talent system. Would you like to draw a talent? Yes. After 18 years of waiting, his golden finger had finally arrived. The system completed the draw, and Su Ming obtained the 9-star talent super enhancement, with specific information available in the system's talent panel. 9-star talent. From childhood to adulthood, Su Ming had only heard of such things in history books, never seeing anyone truly possess one in reality. The strongest were merely 8-star, with 9-star considered legendary. The system detected 2 other talents hidden within his body: 4-star detection and 5-star enhancement, inherited from his father and grandmother respectively. For first-time system use, he received a complimentary upgrade service. Detection became 6-star super detection, and enhancement advanced to 7-star super enhancement. With 3 great talents united, the system service concluded. Su Ming opened his eyes, still immersed in shock. Su Ming, how did it go? What talent did you awaken? The homeroom teacher immediately approached, face full of expectation. Su Ming snapped back to reality and spoke calmly. Teacher, I awakened detection and enhancement talents. He understood that both talents came from family inheritance, everything falling naturally into place. The homeroom teacher's face immediately lit up with joy. 2 talents. Extremely rare in history. I must have a good chat with your father and grandmother later. Though they appeared to be 4-star and 5-star respectively on the surface, dual talents were already extraordinarily rare. The vast majority of people awakened talents below 3 stars, and 5-star talent was already sufficient to cultivate beasts to the Lord level. Talent directly determined beast growth speed. The higher the talent, the stronger the beast space enhancement. Using 1-star as an example, growth enhancement was 0.5 times, 2-star was 1 time, 3-star was 2 times, increasing progressively. Su Ming now possessed 1 6-star, 1 7-star, and 1 9-star talent, with combined enhancement reaching 176 times. Ordinary beasts required 500 years of growth to reach their peak, but under Su Ming's spatial enhancement, they would need only 2 years. Beast ranks progressed through 7 levels: common, elite, commander, lord, transcendent, supreme, and mythical, with beast masters following the same progression. Su Ming smiled faintly without saying much, knowing that the system's enhancement had thoroughly strengthened his two original talents. While excited chatter from his classmates rose and fell around him, he moved to a corner and politely declined the communication requests coming his way, had exited too hastily, and still hadn't figured out the specific abilities of his three talents. Taking a deep breath, he opened the host talents page in his mind. The dark panel resembled a night sky, with 3 points of light shining brilliantly at its center. The first thing that caught his eye was the 9-star talent gifted by the system. Super enhancement points can convert all of the host's items into corresponding enhancement points, which can strengthen both the host and the host's beast companions. My God, this means as long as I have money, I could almost instantly push an ordinary beast companion to mythical status? At this thought, his chest suddenly burned with excitement, but he forcibly suppressed it and continued examining the remaining two abilities. Super Enhancement Original Attribute can enhance beast companions' basic attributes like strength and speed with an upper limit of 10x enhancement, currently at 3x. Additional Attribute Supplementary can perform full attribute enhancement on beast companions with an upper limit of 30x enhancement, currently capable of 10x enhancement. Super Investigation Technique Original Attribute, through the eyes and with the aid of various mediums, can view basic information about visible items, fierce beasts, and beast companions. The greater the level gap, the more blurred the information. Additional Attribute Supplementary ignores any level gap, allowing complete information viewing of all items. Exiting the talent page, he quietly assessed. The three abilities were practically tailor-made, with enhancement, investigation, and point allocation forming an interconnected chain suitable for both offense and defense. Just as he was about to check the size of his newly opened beast companion space, a shout interrupted his thoughts. Su Ming, let's go. He looked up, gazing blankly at a male student not far away. Su Lang, what's wrong? The awakening ceremony is over, everyone's left. What are you still standing here for? Su Lang waved with a smile. The two had grown up together, and Su Lang's father served in Linjiang City's defense force under Su Ming's father. Su Ming brushed the dust off his pants and casually asked, "How did it go? What talent did you awaken?" "Nothing as strong as yours." Su Lang pursed his lips, complaining verbally while unable to hide the pride in his eyes. "Just a 4-star talent strength enhancement. 4 stars brings 4 times the growth speed. That's plenty useful." Su Ming smiled. "Easy for you to say." Su Lang waved dismissively. "Forget 4 times I'll be burning incense if I can cultivate a Lord-level beast companion in my lifetime." He knew the ceiling for 4-star talents. Getting to business, Su Lang lowered his voice. "The school says they're taking us to the Beast Garden tomorrow to pick our first beast companions. What do you plan to do? What good stuff could that place possibly have?" Both families had decent backgrounds and weren't interested in the basic merchandise at the Beast Garden. Su Ming shrugged. "Let's go take a look. It's not mandatory, and who knows, we might find a hidden gem. After all, it's free. This is an alliance benefit. A high-quality beast companion costs at least $1 million, and the Beast Garden is huge, so we might just stumble upon something." Su Ming was mostly joking though, knowing the probability was quite low. Finding even a medium-quality one would be pretty good. "Come on, my dad can still afford $1 million. The first beast companion is crucial since it'll be with me for a long time, and my beast space can only accommodate one for now. I'd rather spend more money to get a good one." Su Lang waved his hand dismissively, declining the government-funded spot at the Federal Beast Garden. He understood clearly that a beast's grade directly determined its growth multiplier. Lower-grade beasts could only absorb half the enhancement from the beast space, while mid-grade ones could fully utilize it, with higher grades providing even greater amplification. Because of this, unless families were desperately poor, most would grit their teeth and spend money to buy at least a mid-grade pioneering beast for their children. Su Ming remained silent. His family had already prepared a supreme-grade beast companion for Hema, a treasure his father had obtained through his position and connections, nearly depleting years of savings. If their family fortune had been any thinner, they might truly have been left with nothing. On the return bus, several teachers gathered around Su Ming's homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, beaming with joy. "Congratulations, Mr. Huang. Having Su Ming in your class means this year's bonus is practically guaranteed." Mr. Huang grinned from ear to ear while maintaining his dignified teacher demeanor. "Su Ming, make sure to have a thorough discussion with your father when you get home to fully understand your dual talents." Linjiang City was experiencing an unprecedented talent boom this year. Several 6-star talents had emerged, along with numerous 5-star ones, but dual talents were absolutely unprecedented. While Su Ming wasn't the strongest in any single category, his dual cultivation ability had shocked the entire city. After being called upon by his teacher, Su Ming turned around and on impulse activated his supernatural investigation technique, wanting to examine his homeroom teacher's capabilities. Name: Huang Heming. Gender: male. Level: Elite 7th tier. Beast companion: Snow Leopard. The information panel revealed everything without exception. Elite 7th tier, yet bonded with only one beast companion. This surprised Su Ming somewhat. He clicked on details. Beast companion, snow leopard. Attribute, ice. Quality, superior. Level, elite 7th tier. Evolution stage, growth phase. Skills, blizzard, swift speed. Ice spike, extreme cold domain. Preferences. Each piece of data was precisely displayed, even including preferences. Su Ming casually exited the panel but then noticed a prompt on the right side. He could use his enhancement points to improve others' beast companions' quality. Society indeed had specialized breeders who enhanced beast quality. Quality was divided into lower, mid, superior, supreme, and ultimate grades, with higher quality resulting in more dramatic growth speed and combat power amplification. What surprised Su Ming even more was that Mr. Huang's snow leopard was still in the growth phase. It was common knowledge that beast companions progressed from juvenile phase to growth phase, then to complete phase before undergoing evolution. How many times they could evolve varied by species. The Beast Companion Encyclopedia clearly documented the evolution limits of most beast companions, so when selecting them, everyone consulted that book, prioritizing those with great potential. Although Su Ming didn't yet know how many times his family's supreme grade companion could evolve, given his parents' judgment, they certainly wouldn't choose one limited to a single evolution. Students, familiarize yourselves with your beast companion talents when you return home. Only by thoroughly understanding your talents can you select the most suitable beast companion. Mr. Huang surveyed the entire class, his voice carrying over the engine's roar in the cabin. Tomorrow the school will take everyone to the Federal Beast Garden to select beast companions. If your family has already prepared one, you don't need to go. Those wanting to skip should message me privately tonight. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, animated discussions immediately erupted throughout the bus. Su Ming, are you going tomorrow? Su Lang asked, sitting beside Su Ming. Of course, what's the harm in taking a look? Su Ming shrugged with a smile, secretly planning to practice his detection skills tomorrow. Didn't your parents prepare a supreme grade 1 for you? Wow, I'm so jealous. My dad doesn't have that kind of budget that can only afford to buy me a high grade 1. Su Lang's voice carried envy. It wasn't enough that Su Ming had high talent. His family was also willing to spend big money. It really made others feel inferior by comparison. Su Ming fell silent for a moment, choosing not to respond. He knew very well that saying anything more would only make Su Lang feel more unbalanced. Cultivation required wealth, techniques, companions, and location. The contrast before them was the most direct explanation of this principle. Soon, the bus dropped all the students off at the school gate, completing the day's mission. Their homeroom teacher, Huang Hemming, gave a few more reminders at the bus door, telling everyone to go home to their families. Su Ming, when do you think we'll be able to do what those people do? Su Lang pointed toward the street. Following his gaze, Su Ming saw a young man riding a lion-head beast. The fierce creature stood 2 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 3 meters long, its mane adorned with metallic scales, swaggering majestically down the center of the street. Su Ming rolled his eyes at Su Lang. Pretty soon, right? You've already awakened your beast-taming talent, so you'll be able to show off on the streets too. Su Lang laughed heartily. If I'm strong enough, riding something like that would definitely be cool. But if my beast isn't impressive, wouldn't it be embarrassing to ride it out? Su Ming nodded. This city didn't prohibit beast tamers from riding their beasts, but most people still chose to walk. Fierce beasts were generally quite large, taking up sidewalk space, and they weren't allowed on vehicle roads. Besides, being too ostentatious could easily annoy people, though of course, if you were truly strong enough, no one would dare complain. The two lived in the same residential complex. After getting off the bus, they walked side by side to the entrance and waved goodbye to each other. Su Ming quickened his pace toward home. Despite his mature mental age, whenever he had good news, he still habitually wanted to share it with his family first. As soon as he opened the door, the aroma of cooking filled the air. Mom, what are you making today? It smells amazing. Su Ming tossed his backpack onto the sofa, breathing in the rich fragrance. Your favorite savage pig's trotter. His mother's voice carried laughter. Hearing the name of this dish, Su Ming immediately rushed to the dining table. On the plate lay a savage pig's trotter weighing at least 5 pounds, glistening with oil and making his mouth water. After the spiritual energy revival, ordinary domestic pigs had mutated into savage pigs. Though they weren't weak, their long history of being raised and domesticated by humans meant that even before beast tamers emerged, they could only be slaughtered at will, providing abundant meat for humans during times of food scarcity. It could be said that humanity's current achievements owed much to savage pigs. Moreover, fierce beast meat contained small amounts of spiritual energy, and consuming it could promote the growth of a beast tamer's spiritual power. Therefore, fierce beast meat was never absent from a beast tamer's dining table. Mom, where's Dad? Su Ming didn't stand on ceremony, wielding his chopsticks to stuff his mouth full of the tender meat. Your father went to pick up your beast. His mother replied from the kitchen. Just as she finished speaking, the door lock clicked. Dad, you're back. Su Ming put down his chopsticks and turned toward the entrance. Sure enough, as he expected, It was indeed Su Ming's father opening the door. Su Ming's father was named Su Yu, a man of imposing build whose eyes would inadvertently reveal a fierce, deadly aura trait developed from years serving in the city defense force, where he regularly had to slay ferocious beasts that harassed the perimeter of the base city. Although humanity had reclaimed considerable territory and established base cities, dangerous undercurrents still surged beyond the city walls, with powerful beasts frequently launching attacks against human defenses. As dusk fell, Su Yu stepped through the front door to find his son standing in the living room. A rare gentleness touched the corner of his mouth. Su Ming, are you here to welcome me home? I suspect you're actually here to welcome your beast companion. The comment was half teasing, a tone Su Yu only used with his family. Haha. Dad, I'm purely here to welcome you home. I don't know anything about any beast companion. Su Ming grinned with a mischievous expression. Su Yu said nothing more, though he silently reflected on how mature this boy had been since childhood. Forget about welcoming him home. The kid had never even called him father, always just dad. You're back. A gentle female voice drifted from the kitchen as Su Ming's mother emerged, drying her hands. Su Yu nodded, removing a silver-gray ring from his finger. It was a storage ring from an otherworldly civilization, capable of holding both living and inanimate objects, its value beyond monetary measure. He tossed the ring towards Su Ming. Take this. Your beast companion is inside. Channel your spiritual energy into the ring and mentally focus on the item you want to retrieve, and it will appear. With that, Su Yu settled onto the sofa with an expression that said, let's see what you've got. Dad, are you saying you're giving me the storage ring outright? Su Ming's eyes widened. Few people in all of Linjiang City possessed such an item, yet his father was casually giving it away. Keep it, you'll need it in the future. This ring has 10 cubic meters of space, which should be plenty for you. Thank you, Dad. Su Ming couldn't be bothered with dinner. Following his father's instructions, he channeled his internal spiritual energy into the ring, mentally focusing on beast companion. Whoosh, a flash of silver light, and a cage half the height of a person materialized on the living room floor. The cage walls bore intricate patterns, and steady, deep breathing could be heard from within. This is the beast companion I chose for you. How do you like it? Su Yu couldn't hide his pride. His wife also sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from the cage and frowned. How did you get your hands on this beast? Su Yu chuckled. When I went to select a beast today, I ran into Bai Jingming. He wanted this one too, so we fought over it. He couldn't beat me, so it became mine. Bai Jingming is the vice president of the Beast Tamers Guild. You even competed with him for something he wanted? Su Ming's mother sounded worried, given that the Beast Tamers Guild was essentially the city defense force's superior. Su Yu waved dismissively. Don't worry, for Su Ming's sake, this is nothing. This is a premium specimen. Inside the iron cage, the iron-eating beast slowly rose to its feet. Its rotund body was covered in short fur of alternating ink black and gray-white, obsidian-like eyes gleaming with intelligent light under the lamp, thick limbs ending in claws that glinted with metallic coldness. Su Ming activated his talent, and information instantly appeared before his eyes. Beast companion, iron-eating beast. Attribute, earth. Quality, supreme grade. Level, ordinary first-tier elite. Growth period, 10 years. Evolution stage, juvenile. Evolution count, twice. Skills, brute force, giant elephant, fury, Geely bloodline, blood fury domain. This data made Su Ming's heart race. Wildlight struck gold. For most beast tamers, advancing an iron-eating beast from ordinary to elite would take at least 10 years. Slow growth meant deep potential, but required enormous time and resources. Even for a 4-star talent genius like Su Lang, it would take over 2 years. Even accounting for the acceleration from supreme grade quality, it would still require more than a year. But Su Ming was different. With his supreme grade quality combined with his personal beast space's growth multiplier, cultivating the iron-eating beast to elite level would only take about 10 days. How do you like it, son? Su Yu bent down, cradling Henin in his arms, looking at Su Ming with anticipation written all over his face. Yeah, I love it. Su Ming broke into a grin. The Henin before him was exceptional in strength, speed, and other aspects, with only slightly weaker endurance, a typical case of 3 hours to charge, 5 minutes to run, which was why it fell into the super grade category. By the way, son, what talent did you awaken? Having been caught up in the excitement, Su Yu finally remembered the most important matter. Your enhancement, Dad, and Grandma's detection technique. Su Ming picked up Henin and plopped down on the sofa. At this moment, he still lacked real combat ability. 2 of them. The couple exchanged glances, then burst into laughter simultaneously. Haha, 2 talents, 2 talents. Su Yu excitedly slapped his thigh. Xiaomei, go tell Mom and Dad quickly. Xiaomei was Su Yu's pet name for his wife, Su Mei. Su Mei beamed with joy and immediately picked up the phone to contact everyone. In less than half an hour, both sets of grandparents had arrived. Good grandson, here, this is for you. Grandfather, an elite peak beast master, cheerfully handed over a bank card. There's 200,000 in it. Beast mastery burns through money fast. If you need more, just come to Grandpa. Su Ming solemnly accepted if his talent was indeed a resource-devouring beast, and grandfather wasn't short on this amount of money. Right after, the maternal grandparents also handed over another card with the same amount, 200,000. The celebration continued for several hours. After seeing off the four elders, night had fallen deep. Su Ming returned to his room and placed Henin on the bed. 3 bank cards lay on his nightstand: grandfather's 200,000, the maternal grandparents' 200,000, plus the 100,000 dad had given him, totaling 500,000. His fingers suddenly stung with pain. Su Ming turned his head and met Henin's golden eyes. In the next instant, a strange warm current flowed into his heart. Autonomous blood contract. Su Ming's heart jolted. Then he chuckled inwardly. Henin possessed remarkable intelligence, and, sensing that he carried 3 top-tier beast mastery talents, had taken the initiative to complete the blood contract first. Little guy, you really know how to strike first. Su Ming pinched Henin's ears. Autonomous contracts initiated by the beast were the fastest and had no negative effects. Once the blood contract was signed, the beast would never turn on its master. In contrast, equal contracts, while not linking lives, could easily backfire when the master's strength proved insufficient. Su Ming focused his mind and drew Henin into his beast space. To his surprise, the burly bear-type creature only occupied 1/3 of the space. Generally, new beast masters could barely accommodate 1 beast, yet Su Ming's space could easily hold 2 or 3 more. A direct benefit of his triple system talents. More importantly, these beasts would cultivate and level up several times faster within his beast space. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ding host has 50 enhancement points available for conversion. Convert now? Available conversion amount, 50 points. Only 50 points for 500,000? That's a 10,000 to 1 ratio. Su Ming muttered, quickly weighing his options. I choose to convert 30 points. Ding conversion successful. Enhancement points, 50-30. Golden characters materialized before his eyes, then faded away. Su Ming immediately focused all his attention on himself and Henin. The status panel unfolded. Beast Companion, Iron-Eating Beast. Attribute, Earth. Quality, Transcendent. Evolution Stage, Juvenile. Skills. 1. Brute Force LV-1010. Temporarily doubles the Iron-Eating Beast strength. 2. Colossus LV-1010. Temporarily triples defense while having speed. 3. Berserk LV-1010. Temporarily doubles all attributes. Causes 1 hour of weakness afterward. 4. Jilly Bloodline Passive 5100. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the berserk state with fewer side effects. 5. Blood Fury Domain LV-1010. Doubles user's combat power within the domain while having enemies' attributes, with no negative effects. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. Was this still the adorable iron-eating beast he remembered? Every skill was terrifying, especially the Jilly Bloodlineath legendary bloodline of the war god Chiyu. Upgrade everything. He decisively invested his enhancement points into the Jilly bloodline. However, 30 points only improved it by 3%, a result he found hard to accept. So he first invested 1% to stabilize things, then poured the remaining 40 points. The system seemed to have returned an extra 10 points into the other 4 skills. Brute Force, Colossus, Berserk, and Blood Fury Domain all reached LV2. A stream of light flowed into Henin's body. The little creature lazily rolled over, stone patterns flickering across its fur as its aura surged dramatically. Only then did Su Ming breathe a sigh of relief and collapse onto his bed. Still too short on money. He stared at the ceiling, his thoughts churning. He had completed the basic curriculum at school, and from now on, everyone would cultivate according to their own abilities. In Linjiang City, there were generally 2 paths, school or society. Students who contracted beast companions would inevitably attract attention from schools or major factions. 1. School, average benefits, but relatively free obligations. 2. Society, families or beast-taming organizations offered abundant resources, but it was practically selling yourself into servitude. Su Ming had already contracted 1 beast companion and could contract another tomorrow morning. By afternoon, he would need to decide his future path. Regardless of which route he chose, the ultimate goal remained the same. Improve his strength and get into university, a true stage for beast tamers. Beast tamers from prestigious schools, even in nominal positions, would have countless factions competing to hire them with high salaries. In this world, the college entrance exam remained the only way out. Whether you were from a wealthy family or a humble background, only by entering university could your strength truly soar. As for his growth path before the college entrance exam, Su Ming was still weighing his options. However, he would most likely choose school, since outside factions would impose too many restrictions on him, which wouldn't be conducive to his development. The next morning, for Su Ming, who had just contracted his first beast companion, This was the best night's sleep he'd ever had in his life. He stretched lazily as spiritual energy flowed through his body like a warm current, nourishing every limb and bone. This was the result of his beast companion's autonomous cultivation in the beast space feeding back to him. With his 9-star talent providing nearly 100% feedback efficiency, not a drop of spiritual energy was wasted as it merged into Su Ming's marrow and flesh. According to textbook theory, as the number of contracted beast companions increased, his physical constitution would continue to improve. Of course, most beast tamers still weren't foolish enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat with their beasts. Just how much did Henin absorb last night? He wondered to himself, sending his consciousness into the beast space. There he saw Henin curled up in the center of the space filled with swirling light and mist, snoring softly, yet with each breath seeming to devour massive amounts of spiritual energy like a whale. Su Ming's eyelid twitcheth. Little guy who had been less than 50 centimeters before the contract was now nearly 2 meters tall, his chubby form taking up almost half the space. In just one night, he had shot from the end of the juvenile stage straight to the threshold of the growth stage, with his strength naturally breaking through from ordinary first tier to ordinary second tier. That growth rate is absolutely ridiculous. Su Ming clenched his fist, his heart racing. The Julie bloodline flowing through Henin meant he needed a longer accumulation period, but his combat power at the same level would crush his peers. If he evolved once more, his fighting strength would multiply several times over. Just thinking about it made Su Ming unable to suppress his excitement. In high spirits, Su Ming shouldered his backpack and stepped into the school campus. Looking up, he saw his best friend Su Lang already waving his arms at the school gate. Su Ming. Big news, big news. Su Lang rushed over in a flash, gesticulating wildly. What's up? You're awfully energetic this early in the morning. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. The Beast Garden has added a huge batch of mid to high grade beast companions, and even super grade ones. Su Lang lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. I heard there are even supreme grade ones, though no one's confirmed it. But if it's true, I'm definitely picking a supreme grade one. What's your source? It's spread throughout the whole school. Su Lang shrugged. Too few people from Linjiang City have gotten into prestigious schools these past few years, and the city lord lost face. So he's throwing serious money at stuffing resources into the Beast Garden. Just look at our class, almost everyone's here. Su Ming glanced around, and indeed saw the place packed with people. Still, he offered a reminder. Even if there are supreme grade ones, without sufficient talent, the beasts won't even bother with you, let alone allow you to contract them. But Su Lang just let it go in one ear and out the other. An hour later, the large group arrived at the Beast Garden. Behind the high iron fence walls, the spiritual energy was several times denser than the outside world, with various auras rising and falling. The garden's rules were simple. Contract whatever you can, but if forced contracting results in serious injury to a beast, the government will accept the loss and won't intervene. Su Ming, no more chatting. I'm charging in first. Su Lang practically sprinted the moment he crossed the threshold, weaving through the crowd like an arrow released from its bow, browsing quickly for targets. But for Su Ming, if it wasn't at least super grade, he wouldn't have any desire to contract it. At this moment, Su Ming's detection skill was about to demonstrate its power. The instant the ability activated, data on all the spirit beasts around him unfurled before his eyes like an open scroll. Spirit beast, Earthhorn lizard, quality, medium, level, ordinary tier 1 elite, growth period, 1 year. Spirit beast, flame sparrow, quality, high, level, ordinary tier 1 elite, growth period, 3 years. Spirit beast, ice rabbit, quality, high, level, ordinary tier 1 elite, growth period, 4 years. Throughout his journey, he had clearly seen more medium and high-quality spirit beasts than in previous years, truly validating Su Lang's claims. Thanks to his 9-star talent's aura, many spirit beasts actively showed him favor, but Su Ming's attention remained focused on superior grade and above. Any beast with insufficient growth periods or limited skills, even if they had advanced to elite status, barely warranted a second glance from him. The longer the advancement period, the greater the potential and combat strength, Su Ming understood well. With 3 major talents supporting him, he wasn't concerned that extended growth cycles would slow his progress. This was the confidence that came with exceptional talent. Several hours passed, and most students in the garden had completed their selections, yet none had truly satisfied Su Ming. While there were plenty of superior grade spirit beasts around, they either had mediocre skills or insufficient growth time, leaving him feeling something was missing. Sigh, forget it. I already have a spirit beast, better to have none than settle for less. He sighed inwardly, patting his pants and preparing to head back. Just then, something gently tugged at his pant leg. Looking down, Su Ming saw a small creature with white and blue markings gazing up at him. Only 30 centimeters long and lizard-like in appearance, it had 2 soft, fleshy antennae on its head that swayed gently. Its pair of crystal-bright large eyes rolled around, showing no fear whatsoever of the pressure Su Ming now carried due to Han Han's advancement to ordinary tier 2. He crouched down and extended his hand. The little creature actually leaped directly into his palm, its antennae affectionately nuzzling against his arm. Clearly, it had been following him for quite some time, though he had overlooked it before. Su Ming grew curious. How could such a spirited and adorable spirit beast have gone unnoticed? He immediately activated his detection skill again. Spirit beast, nightmare. Attribute, mental. Quality, supreme. Level, ordinary tier 1 elite. Growth period, 30 years. Growth stage, juvenile. Evolution potential, 3 times. Skills, illusion, mental shield, sleep spell, psychic blast, nightmare domain. Another domain type, and even stronger than Han Han. Su Ming's heart raced. Mental type abilities had always been recognized as the most difficult to defend against, whether human or spirit beast. Mental defenses were the most vulnerable. Such a supreme-grade mental attribute beast would easily be worth tens of millions on the market. The city lord really spared no expense. He marveled silently, yet without hesitation held his breath and quickly drew a contract formation on the ground. In truth, the nightmare had long been attracted by Su Ming's talents and had willingly followed him. Now the contract felt completely natural. Light flashed without any resistance, and the nightmare was smoothly taken into his spirit beast space. The entire process was clearly witnessed by others in the garden, though Su Ming remained oblivious to their attention. Once the contract was complete, he lingered no longer and quickly left the spirit beast garden that afternoon. He still needed to attend the signing of intention agreements at school. At Linjiang No. 1 High School, various family factions and beast-taming organizations from across society had set up recruitment booths on the playground for new beast-tamers. The spacious playground was divided into hundreds of exhibition stalls, with banners, flags, and promotional boards standing in rows, creating a bustling atmosphere that rivaled the career fairs at top universities. The Zhou family had erected a high platform in the center, with loudspeakers repeatedly broadcasting their slogan, 3-star talents welcome. Full funding and beast-taming materials provided. 10 meters away, the blue tent of the Linjiang Beast Tamers Association displayed even more eye-catching words, 4-star and above talents hired immediately. Further to the right stood Tonlin Company's uniform black and gold booths, where staff members waved thick contracts and loudly promised abundant funding and generous benefits. In this atmosphere of gold everywhere, the prices of ordinary third-tier fierce beasts easily reaching tens of thousands were repeatedly mentioned, reminding all students that becoming a beast tamer was the path to wealth. At the edge of the playground, Su Ming looked up at the dense array of recruitment signs, yet his chest felt weighed down by a stone. Su Ming, have you completed your contract? His friend Su Lang emerged from the crowd and greeted him first. Yes. Su Ming nodded, then asked, where are you planning to go? I want to join the Beast Tamers Association. Su Lang's eyes lit up. The treatment there is better than school, and there's more freedom. With my 4-star talent, getting in shouldn't be a problem. Su Lang spoke casually, but Su Ming's dual system talent required extremely high resources, making the decision difficult. Just as he hesitated, a familiar voice came from behind. Su Ming, come with me for a moment. Homeroom teacher Huang Hemming stood at the bottom of the steps, gesturing slightly toward him. Su Lang immediately shot him a meaningful look. The school was making its move. The reason was simple. Su Ming was this year's rare dual talent holder. Though he lacked the exaggerated 6 or 7-star ratings, 1 4-star and 1 5-star talent were enough to make all parties covet him. Huang Hemming led Su Ming through the bustling playground straight to the principal's office on the top floor of the academic building. Thinking about how the principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School was also the city lord of Linjiang City, Su Ming couldn't help feeling nervous. City lords typically held honorary positions as principals of all government schools, with vice principals handling daily affairs, but the city lord's authority was very real. The door opened, and Huang Hemming let Su Ming enter first. The room was simply furnished, with 2 men already seated. The older one was indeed the principal and city lord, while the other was the vice principal. Su Ming's here. Please, have a seat. The principal gestured with his hand. Su Ming sat down on the edge of the sofa and spoke respectfully. Hello, principal. Hello, vice principal. The principal nodded with a smile. You should understand why we've asked you here, right? Su Ming straightened his back, trying to keep his voice steady. Yes, the principal hopes I'll stay at the school. Exactly. The principal was straightforward. Then I'll be direct. You've already received one of the benefits of staying at the school. What? Su Ming looked at the principal in confusion, wondering when he had received any benefits. You should have a clear understanding of the quality of the beast you just contracted. The city lord stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a slight smile. He and the principal, both being leaders, had been standing in the observation room the entire time, watching everything clearly from the moment the nightmare appeared to when the contract markings completely merged into Su Ming's palm. They hadn't missed a single detail. Good grief! Su Ming exclaimed inwardly. The city lord had truly used the nightmare as bait. Now that he had completed the contract, he essentially owed the city lord an enormous favor. Premium beasts were incredibly difficult to obtain, yet one had just been handed to him on a silver platter. While the city lord wouldn't forcibly reclaim the beast if he chose not to stay at the school in the future, this debt of gratitude significantly weakened his position to refuse. Thank you, principal, for granting Su Ming this premium beast. Su Ming first offered the appropriate pleasantries. Ah, Su Ming, this is due to your talent, the principal said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Otherwise, the nightmare wouldn't have chosen you on its own. As long as you're willing to stay, the school will give you absolute freedom. We'll organize outdoor hunting courses against fierce beasts to ensure you don't fall behind in combat experience. Besides that, if you stay at our school, we'll immediately reward you with 10 million. If you can get into any of China's top 10 prestigious schools, we'll add another 30 million in scholarship money. 10 million? Su Ming gasped. That was exactly 1,000 enhancement points. Enough to max out Henin's Julie bloodline in one go. With 2 beasts now, future resources would definitely be a bottomless pit, and the principal's offer was far more generous than any external proposal. Principal, what do I need to give in return? Is my talent really worth this price? Su Ming didn't believe in free lunches. He had a clear understanding of his dual talents of mental overload and elemental affinity, and didn't think they were enough to justify a 10 million price tag. The principal, city lord, and academic director exchanged glances, slightly stunned. It was indeed rare for a high school senior to remain so calm when faced with such a large sum. There is something. The principal didn't hide it. Your talent alone indeed doesn't reach the 10 million level, but the nightmare does. Premium mental attribute beasts, once fully developed, possess terrifying combat power. You need to cooperate with the school's training arrangements and cannot be absent without cause. If you want to venture out for independent training, just report it in advance. Also, if you successfully get into one of the top 10 schools, you need to maintain a nominal position in Linjiang City, letting the outside world know this city can also cultivate strong warriors. The city lord added from the side, his tone quite sincere. Su Ming understood that they were essentially betting on his future. With fierce beasts increasing and alien races frequently infiltrating from alternate dimensions, small cities like Linjiang hadn't produced truly top-tier beast masters in years, putting considerable pressure on the city lord. All right, I agree. Su Ming stood up, quite decisively. He was confident in his dual talents. Getting into one of the top 10 schools was practically guaranteed, and the 30 million scholarship was not to be missed. This kind of opportunity to get something for nothing was too good to pass up. Excellent. The city lord nodded. If you have any cultivation needs, just ask, and we'll do our utmost to fulfill them. I do, right now actually. Su Ming was straightforward. Go ahead, I'll arrange it immediately. The principal readily agreed. Could you transfer the money a bit faster? Su Ming rubbed his palms together, was genuinely in urgent need of funds. The 3 leaders were immediately stunned. Surely this kid wasn't planning to take the resources and run? But the nightmare had already signed a contract with him, so he had no choice but to cultivate it. Haha. Don't worry, the 10 million will be transferred to your account right away. The principal could only make the generous promise. Su Ming, cultivate well and don't disappoint your teacher's earnest efforts. The principal looked at Su Ming, genuinely feeling sorry for his nightmare. Shortly after leaving the principal's office, Su Ming received a notification that 10 million yuan had been deposited into his account. With this money, he could finally purify Henin's Julie bloodline to 100%. Su Ming, how did it go? Su Lang hurried over, his eyes filled with barely contained excitement. When the homeroom teacher personally took Su Ming away, he had already guessed that the school must want to focus on cultivating Su Ming. Piece of cake. Su Ming smiled and casually asked in return, what about you? Did the Beast Tamer Association accept you? Thinking about how they would soon go their separate ways, his tone carried a hint of melancholy. They did. Su Lang grinned widely. They gave me 500,000 as startup capital, and I'll get another 100,000 every month. For someone with 4-star talent like me, this is already top-tier benefits. Nice, you're taking off. Knowing his brother had also secured good terms, Su Ming was genuinely happy for him. But don't be reckless when hunting outside the city. Su Ming reminded him. Although Linjiang City was inland and didn't have the most powerful fierce beasts around, once you stepped outside the city gates, life and death depended solely on yourself. Don't worry, I value my life greatly. Su Lang waved his hand. I absolutely won't go to those high-level areas. I'll just grind experience on the outskirts. Besides, they won't give you an exit permit unless your beast reaches ordinary 3rd tier, so I won't be able to leave for at least half a month. Even with funding in place to invest in resources, it'll take at least half a month at the fastest. That's good, just be careful above all. Su Ming nodded and hurried home after saying goodbye to Su Lang. Back in his room, he locked the door. System, convert 10 million in funds. Conversion complete. Current remaining enhancement points, 1,000. As the system notification ended, his 9-star talent directly yielded a full 1,000 enhancement points. Su Ming first looked at himself. Julie bloodline. Passive skill: the purer the duel bloodline, the higher the fury burst, the lower the negative effects. 6,100. He took a deep breath and poured out all his enhancement points. Duel bloodline, passive skill: fury effect increased fivefold, negative effects eliminated. 100,100. The panel values instantly maxed out, and Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. As his level increased, the advantages of the duel bloodline would only become more dramatic. However, he only had 60 enhancement points left, and upgrading other skills from level 2 to level 3 would cost 50 points each, which was clearly far from enough. His gaze fell on Nightmare. Skills: Illusion, Mental Shield, Sleep Spell, Psychic Blast, Nightmare Domain. Illusion LV1 confuses targets, making them unable to perceive one's existence. 010. Mental Shield LV1 condenses spiritual power into a magical shield that can block a single attack up to 5 minor tiers above one's own level. 010. Sleep Spell LV1 puts enemies to sleep. Duration depends on enemy level. 010. Psychic Blast LV1 uses powerful divine sense to impact enemy divine sense. 010. Nightmare Domain LV1 Domain Skill. Enemies within the domain have their mental defenses weakened by 100%. Nightmare skill effects doubled. Su Ming examined the Nightmare's abilities and could only marvel at how overpowered Psychic-type beast companions were. Although the skills couldn't demonstrate tremendous power yet, Psychic-type combat strength grew exponentially. With each level increase, investing in a Psychic-type beast companion was definitely worth it. With the enhancement interface still open, he didn't hesitate to upgrade all 5 of the Nightmare skills to level 2. The enhancement points required were the same as for Henhan, 50 points each. In less than an hour, 10 million in funding had been gulped down like plain water. If outsiders knew, they'd probably turn to stone on the spot. But Su Ming knew in his heart that the money was well spent. Though Henin with pure duel bloodline was currently just an ordinary second tier, once all skills were activated and combined with his own enhancement talent, its strength could be amplified over 100-fold. Based on its current base strength of 300 to 500 pounds, Henin could instantly unleash tens of thousands of pounds of force already at elite-level beast companion standards. The fresh scent of bamboo leaves filled the dormitory as Henin happily munched on a large bundle of bamboo with crunching sounds. Who would imagine that this seemingly harmless little dumpling, once enraged, was the true nightmare? The changes brought by pure bloodline were becoming increasingly obvious. Its originally black pupils had completely turned deep red, the fangs in its mouth had grown longer, but its chubby appearance still carried a touch of adorable charm, now with added dominance. Su Ming rubbed Henin's soft ears and patted the nightmare's smooth black skull, confirming both beast companions were in good condition before returning them to the beast companion space. There was more abundant energy there to support their growth. After storing them away, he glanced at his remaining balance and felt a pang of heartache. His wallet was so empty it could house goldfish. But there would always be a way forward. His current strength was sufficient for now, so he'd focus on earning money first. The night passed without incident. When the first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, the system notification sounded on schedule. Henin had advanced to ordinary third tier, racing ahead at 1 sub-tier per day speed, while the nightmare remained at ordinary second tier due to its absurdly long growth period. Arriving at school, he found only 2/3 of his classmates in the classroom. The rest had been recruited early by major factions. Talents like Su Lang were reporting to their respective organizations today, supposedly receiving guidance and resources, but to accelerate progress, they'd ultimately still need to place their beast companions in beast companion spaces. Su Ming knocked on the homeroom teacher's office door with his backpack on. "Su Ming, what can I do for you?" Huang Hemming removed his reading glasses and looked up puzzledly. In his view, newly certified beast tamers were all busy training their contracted beasts after forming bonds. Who had time for classes? "Teacher, I'd like to apply to leave the city." Su Ming stood straight. "Leave the city? Your summoned beast reached third tier." Huang Hemming almost blurted out. He only knew Su Ming had that premium nightmarious psychic type. Reaching third tier was no joke, with 10 million being just the tip of the iceberg. Su Ming quickly waved his hands. "Teacher, I actually have 2 beast companions. The third tier one is the other one, not that nightmare." "Oh, dual talents allowing simultaneous contracts with 2. Huang Hemming finally understood, stroking his beard as he leaned back in his chair. "It's possible, but can you afford to raise them both?" Yet he was calculating in his mind. If it really was the nightmare that reached third tier, then among Linjiang City's new generation, Su Ming would absolutely be number 1. "I'm a bit short on cash, so I want to head outside the city to hunt some fierce beasts." "Don't worry, teacher, I'll only hunt in the areas near the city." Su Ming looked directly at Huang Hemming and explained that first-time exits from the city required official documentation from the school, otherwise the city gates wouldn't allow passage. "Wait a moment, I'll ask the principal." Huang Hemming picked up his phone and turned away, quickly dialing the principal's number. Compared to worrying about Su Ming, he was more concerned about that rare pet beast nightmare. A moment later, the call ended. Alright, here's your permit. Be very careful on your first trip outside the city and protect yourself. Huang Hemming handed over an officially stamped exit permit, his eyes full of concern. For today's children, the world beyond the city walls remained foreign territory. Don't worry, teacher. I value my life. Su Ming grinned, tucked the document away, and headed straight for the city gates. Linjiang City was located inland, facing far less pressure compared to coastal bases. In recent years, as beast tamers' overall strength had improved, high-level fierce beasts in the inland periphery had been cleared out, leaving almost no top-tier threats around the base cities. After verification at the city gates, the massive doors slowly opened. Once Su Ming stepped beyond the city walls, he headed straight for the dense green forest in the distance. The spiritual energy revival had dramatically transformed the landscape. Trees requiring several people to embrace were everywhere, and wild energy filled the air. For the weak, this was a paradise for fierce beasts. For powerful beast tamers, it equally meant wealth. Technological advances had popularized dimensional storage technology devices that looked like rings but could create independent 20 cubic meter warehouses in subspace. Su Ming's father had left him one. Though small in capacity, it was sufficient to store third-tier and below fierce beasts. Nightmare curled on Su Ming's left shoulder, its black fur silently swaying. On the other side, Henin, nearly 3 meters tall, stood on all fours like a small giant beast guarding its master. Its blood-red eyes and gleaming fangs, in the humid air mixed with the scent of blood, fully awakened the Jiuli bloodline within. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The grass ahead suddenly shook. Su Ming, on his first real venture outside the city, didn't dare be careless. Henin immediately stepped forward, its broad back shielding its master. Nightmare also raised its head, muscles tensing throughout its body. Both pet beasts displayed strong combat instincts even before their first real battle. The bushes parted, and a massive creature in the form of a wild boar slowly emerged. It was even larger than Henin, nearly 4 meters long, with 2 half-meter-long tusks gleaming coldly at the corners of its mouth. Fierce beast, Zhu Ganglai. Level, common 4th tier. Quality, medium grade. Skills, charge, tusk gore. Su Ming had seen this type of data in class. Zhu Ganglai descended from wild boars of the old era, simple in skills, but possessing tremendous brute strength. The Fierce Beast Encyclopedia specifically noted that Zhu Ganglai meat was delicious, and consuming it could slightly supplement spiritual energy. Any single specimen weighed 1 to 2 tons, which was one reason why fierce beasts commanded such high prices. Su Ming assessed the battle level difference in his mind, his expression growing serious as he waved his right hand. Henin, go. Facing Zhu Ganglai, Su Ming was confident that Henin could handle it with ease. The two massive beasts roared as they charged at each other, their thick hooves kicking up debris from the ground. When they were less than 5 meters apart, Su Ming commanded in a deep voice. Henin, brute force, giant elephant. Mid-charge, Henin instantly swelled in size, muscles bulging beneath its skin like inflating balloons as the elephant bloodline doubled its defense. Now fury, Su Ming shouted immediately after. Henin's eyes blazed with even more intense crimson light. After a deafening roar, it reared up on its hind legs, raising its front paws high before bringing them down with wind-tearing force toward Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai was renowned for its fierce courage, facing death with nothing but a charging headbutt. It used its 2 gleaming tusks like spears, ramming forward without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous crash rolled through the forest. Even from 10 meters away, Su Ming felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. Amid the flying debris, Zhu Ganglia's tusks snapped like brittle wood, while Henin's black-striped bare paw simultaneously slammed into its skull. With the sound of cracking bone, the massive boar collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving a half-meter-deep crater in the ground. Su Ming estimated that this single strike had unleashed at least 10,000 pounds of brute force, possibly even more. He approached, quickly cleaned up the carcass with a few knife strokes, and stored it in his spatial ring. Well done. Su Ming patted Henin's neck. As the fury subsided, Henin returned to normal. The Jiuli bloodline allowed it to use such explosive abilities without any aftereffects. This was precisely what made it so formidable. After a brief rest, Su Ming led his 2 beast companions toward the forest's outer perimeter to continue hunting. With Zhu Ganglia's premium meat quality, even an ordinary 4th-tier specimen could sell for over 50,000. He wasn't about to miss this money-making opportunity. Deep in the dense forest, roars echoed one after another. Leaves danced wildly as branches swayed like they were caught in a hurricane. Collapsed craters appeared one after another, all footprints left by Henin. Its furious roars intimidated everything around, while various small fierce beasts could only emit faint, yet still defiant whimpers. Excellent work, Henin. Su Ming quickly bled, cleaned, and bagged the prey before resting against a thick elm tree. The day's battles had made Henin and Nightmare increasingly coordinated. Nightmare would use mental attacks to slow or even knock out fierce beasts, while Henin would seize the opportunity to deliver fatal blows. In just one day, The two beast companions had established preliminary teamwork. The setting sun painted the sky with fiery red clouds as darkness gradually fell. That's enough for today. Let's head back to the city. Su Ming calculated that he had nearly cleared out all the small fierce beasts in the outer area. Even at conservative prices, they could fetch 4 to 500,000, quite a profitable haul. But Henin had only been born recently, and despite the Julie bloodline keeping it energetic, its body would still tire. He couldn't bear to push it through another full day of battle. When they safely reached Linjiang City, the streetlights were beginning to flicker on. As night fell, the entire city was illuminated by gentle lighting. Su Ming hailed a taxi and gave the driver the address of the Beast Tamer Association. Today's hunt needed to be sold quickly, and Su Lang had mentioned the association stayed open until midnight. Originally, Su Ming had wanted Su Lang to accompany him, but they had a dinner gathering tonight, so Su Ming had to go alone. Sister Wana, why did they leave just the two of us here? Under the night sky, the Beast Material Collection Center was brightly lit, with two fair-skinned, beautiful girls standing side by side at the counter. The lights illuminated their slender legs wrapped in black stockings with letter patterns, highlighting their curves in a particularly eye-catching way. Well, we signed with the Beast Tamer Association, so according to the rules, we have to work the night shift, said the girl called Warner, pouting slightly. Her face was round and cute with a touch of baby fat, giving her that typical first love appearance, while her petite figure was perfectly outlined by her uniform. The slightly shorter girl beside her snorted. Sister Warner, I actually signed with the Beast Tamer Association fair and square. You're only here because your dad works for the association. How can we be the same? Her appearance rivaled Warner's, though her personality was more lively. Both were students from Linjiang City in the same grade as Su Ming, who had awakened beast-taming talents and contracted with beasts. The difference was that they chose to develop their careers with the Beast Tamer Association, while Su Ming remained at school. Even late at night, people constantly came and went at the association's entrance. Beast tamers of all kinds carried boxes filled with beast materials and resources, with many making their living by selling these materials. At that moment, a taxi stopped at the entrance. Su Ming stepped out, the bloody scent clinging to him indicating he had just fought his way through a pack of beasts. Even before becoming a beast tamer, he understood the association's significance. This organization had national backing, ranking just below government institutions, and could involve itself in anything beast-related nationwide. Among the students in Linjiang City, more than half would eventually join the association, while those who remained in school, went to university, or entered the workforce directly would inevitably deal with the association sooner or later. Hello, I'm here to sell beast materials. The male voice interrupted the two girls' conversation. Chi Warner turned around, maintaining her professional smile. The young man before her appeared to be around her age, quite handsome, though the bloody scent made her instinctively frown. Lan Bao also quickly straightened her attitude, as both switched to work mode. Hello, sir. Please place your beast materials in this area. Our appraisers will evaluate their value for you. Chi Warner gestured toward a metal platform covering more than 10 square meters. The platform's center was slightly raised, obviously designed to lift and lower for easy sorting and direct transport to the warehouse. Su Ming nodded and waved his hand. The day's spoils poured out from his storage ring. More than a dozen beast corpses fell onto the platform one after another, then slid down the conveyor belt into the warehouse below. There were approximately 15 corpses, ranging from ordinary second-tier to ordinary fourth-tier levels. Watching the corpses pile up like a small mountain, Chi Warner and Lan Bao's smiles froze momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure. Hello. Sir, please follow me to the counter. Chi Warner led the way. A few minutes later, the computer screen displayed the results. Hello. Sir, your beast materials have a total value of 630,000 yuan. Would you prefer cash or bank transfer? Chi Warner looked up inquiringly. Bank transfer, please. Here's my bank card. Su Ming handed over his card. Certainly. May I ask for your name? Su Ming. Chi Warner typed rapidly on the keyboard. In less than half a minute, she pushed the bank card back. There's a delay with transfers, but it should arrive in your account before midnight tonight. Here's your receipt. Please keep it safe. Thank you. Su Ming took the items Chi Warner handed him and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the association's entrance, his phone buzzed with a transfer notification. The speed was quite impressive. Chi Warner watched his retreating figure, murmuring Su Ming's name under her breath. Sister Warner, look, Su Ming is the same age as us. He's from number 1 high school and has awakened dual talents, Lan Bao said while handing over her phone. The fact that she could pull up a complete profile with just a name spoke volumes about her family's influence. How did he manage to kill so many fierce beasts? That bloody scent on him, it must all be from his own battles. Chi Warner took the phone, staring at the screen as her curiosity deepened. Meanwhile, with another 600,000 yuan credited to his account, Su Ming was secretly overjoyed. He first stopped by a beast food store to buy his favorite dried meat and feed for Han Han and Nightmare, then hurried home. As evening fell, the aroma of hot food drifted from his front door. His parents knew he had ventured outside the city, and, though worried, hadn't tried to stop him. Now, approaching 8 o'clock, they had waited for his return before eating. At the dinner table, his parents only cared about whether their son was safe, never mentioning spoils of war or kill counts. After dinner, Su Ming returned to his room and released Han Han and Nightmare. Though the two contracted beasts hadn't spent the entire day in their beast space, they had solidified their cultivation through real combat. Han Han was just a step away from the growth stage and not far from the mature stage either. Nightmare's rare breed had little information available online, which only highlighted the city lord's generous gesture. In the following days, Su Ming didn't venture outside the city again. He commuted between school and home during the day, occasionally visiting the Beast Tamer Association to see Su Lang. According to regulations, newly joined students had to complete internships to familiarize themselves with procedures, and the association's generous salary kept everyone content. During this time, Su Ming encountered the two girls who had handled his reception before. Su Lang introduced them. The taller one was Qi Waner, daughter of Vice President Qi Ming. The shorter one was Lan Bao, whose family ran a beast food processing business. They possessed 7-star and 6-star talents respectively and were considered the most promising candidates from Linjiang City to enter the top 10 prestigious schools. Over the course of more than 10 days, Su Ming only left the city once for hunting, spending 2 full days and nights in the wilderness and harvesting fierce beast materials worth approximately 4 million yuan. During that trip, Han Han devoured 1,000 joint bamboo and officially entered the growth stage, advancing closer to the mature stage due to the spiritual plant's effects. His level rose to Elite Tier 1, while Nightmare also advanced to Ordinary Tier 7. Han Han's body now measured about 7 meters long, and when standing upright, he was as tall as a 2-story building, truly becoming a giant beast. For now, Su Ming kept all of this to himself. Then one night, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted outside Linjiang City, prompting all commander-level beast tamers in the city to mobilize, including Su Ming's father. When Su Ming woke up the next day, the entire city was in an uproar. "Mom, what's going on?" He groggily grabbed his phone, and his screen was flooded with rolling coverage about last night's thunderous noise from news apps, social media, and push notifications. The TV in the living room was also broadcasting the same story on repeat. "I don't know either. We'll find out when your father gets back," his mother said while preparing breakfast, her eyes glued to the screen with a hint of unease in her voice. Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open and Su Ming's father, Su Yu, walked in looking travel-worn. "Dad, what happened?" Su Ming rushed over, his face full of curiosity. "Ancient ruins." Su Yu dropped those 2 words and headed straight to the bathroom for a shower, the sound of rushing water drowning out the TV commentary in the living room. Ancient ruins have appeared in Linjiang City. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. In high school history class, he had studied that period known as the Age of Enlightenment. Billions of years ago, Earth was once home to the first generation of summoners. The beast-tamer civilization of that era was glorious and powerful, but for unknown reasons, the entire race went extinct. Since then, spiritual energy had continuously declined. First dinosaurs ruled, then modern humans thrived, until spiritual energy was completely depleted. Now that spiritual energy had revived and alien races were invading in force, the ancient ruins buried deep underground had re-emerged, bringing contemporary beast tamers opportunities for rapid advancement and humanity's only hope against the alien threat. Scholars had proven that beast tamers from the Age of Enlightenment far surpassed those of the present world, and the ruins contained countless treasures capable of dramatically boosting beast companions' power in a short time. Lost in thought, the bathroom door opened and Su Yu emerged from his shower, patting water droplets from his hair, his expression more serious than usual. "Su Ming, come sit down." He patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for his son to join him. "What is it, Dad? Is it about the ruins?" Su Ming lowered his voice, afraid of missing any crucial information. About this ancient ruin, Su Yu had just begun when his mother leaned in curiously. "Honey, is this ruin news reliable? Let's hope it's not a false alarm." Su Yu nodded. "It's real. Historians have already deciphered the inscriptions around the ruins' perimeter. Only 18-year-old beast tamers who have just awakened their talents can enter. Linjiang City will join forces with Tianbing City and Jiangming City to select all 18-year-old beast tamers from the 3 cities to form exploration teams." "Su Ming, what's your current power level?" Su Yu's gaze was intense. "Ordinary 7th rank." Su Ming immediately replied, his voice carrying a mix of nervousness and pride. "That meets the requirements." His father nodded. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those who awaken at 18 can reach elite level at most, and if you're even a step late, you won't be able to enter. So Su Ming has to go." His mother's expression stiffened, worry written across her face. Ancient ruins come with both opportunities and dangers. Who knows what's inside? Yes, basically he has to. Su Yu sighed but remained resolute. The alien races are becoming increasingly aggressive. It's not just here recently. Ancient ruins have been appearing all across the country and around the world. Su Yu gazed at Su Ming, gently stroking his son's face. The young man before him was about to step into an unknown storm, and though his heart was filled with reluctance, he understood this was the generational duty every youth must facito contribute their strength for humanity's survival. Don't worry, Dad and Mom. I'll definitely come back alive. Good. I believe in you, son. Su Yu managed an encouraging smile. Almost immediately, Su Ming's phone buzzed a message from his homeroom teacher. Su Yu instantly understood. The emergency assembly personally overseen by the city lord had begun, and Su Ming had to return to school immediately. Go ahead. Yeah. Su Ming shouldered his backpack and rushed out the door. 10 minutes later, he had already entered the campus. The playground was packed with people, including even the students who had been sent to various major factions for training and had all returned to the ranks. Teacher, I'm here. Su Ming stood at attention before the grade supervisor, Huang Hemming. You should already know what this is about, right? Huang Hemming's tone was grave. Since Su Ming's father was Linjiang City's defense commander, he would naturally be the most informed about the inside details. Su Ming nodded without saying much. Go line up with your class. By the grade 11 class 3 formation, Su Lang had already secured a spot early and immediately waved when he saw him. Discussions buzzed all around the appearance of ancient ruins had become almost common knowledge. Su Ming, what should we do? I'm so nervous. Su Lang lowered his voice, gesticulating wildly. I heard they're going to make us go in and explore. Did your dad say if we're really going? The ancient ruins, with their mysterious yet deadly allure, filled him with excitement tinged with dread. Yeah. Su Ming responded briefly. He mentally calculated the data in his backpack over 460 enhancement points, enough to push both his beast companions straight to level 2. But if he used them all up, he'd have no trump cards left for emergencies, a real dilemma. At that moment, the vice principal he'd seen in the office before stepped onto a hastily constructed platform. Scanning the entire assembly, he picked up the microphone and announced directly. Students whose beast companions have reached ordinary tier 6 will remain. Everyone else can go home. Those who haven't reached tier 6 would just be going in to die. As his words fell, the nearly 1,000 students were instantly reduced to just a few dozen. What? Ordinary tier 6? It's been less than a month since awakening, right? Only a handful of people would qualify. The threshold is too high. The surrounding discussions carried notes of both relief and disappointment. Su Ming turned his head. Su Lang, you've reached tier 6? In his memory, Su Lang's beast companion hadn't been developing for very long, and with only 4-star talent, it shouldn't have advanced this quickly. I spent 1,000,000 yuan and bought 3 Azure Spirit Fruits. Su Lang scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Azure Spirit Fruits each worth 400,000 yuan on the market, capable of significantly accelerating beast companion advancement. Su Ming silently admired how determined this guy was. Well, take care of yourself when the time comes. Don't die in there. Don't I still have you? Boss Su Ming has got to look out for me. Su Lang half-jokingly clung to his coattails. The vice principal then explained the situation to the remaining 50-plus students. They knew nothing about the ruins and could only explore blindly, with unpredictable danger levels. He added finally, students who have just barely reached ordinary tier 6 can choose not to go. Su Ming lowered his head in thought, while Su Lang showed no hesitation. Su Lang, are you going or not? I'm going. Even if I die, my death will be as weighty as Mount Tai. Su Lang declared, thumping his chest. Outside the city, before the ancient ruins, nearly 218-year-old beast tamers from Linjiang City had assembled, while the other 2 base cities brought approximately 400 peers of the same age. A formation of 600 people stood ready for battle. In the crowd, Su Lang pulled Su Ming to his side and turned slightly to make introductions. Su Ming, let me introduce you. This is Qi Wanner, and this is Lan Bao. They're the big sisters in our Beast Tamer Association. This is Su Ming. As Su Lang finished speaking, Su Ming formally met the 2 girls. Qi Wanner nodded with a smile, her tone gentle. Su Ming, please take care of us inside the ruins. Her intuition told her that this young man possessed considerable combat strength. Lan Bao had a lively personality, her eyes sparkling as she chimed in. That's right. We've seen your abilities, so let's look out for each other once we're inside. Absolutely, absolutely. Su Ming touched his nose tip, smiling somewhat shyly. 600 people seemed like a large number, but facing ruins of unknown size, they might not even be enough to fill a gap between teeth. At the very front, the city lords of the 3 cities stood shoulder to shoulder, each accompanied by a lord-level contracted beast whose overwhelming presence surged like a tide. Old Sheen, old son, let's begin. Right. The 3 lord-level beast tamers acted simultaneously, their surging spiritual energy bombarding the stone gate. The massive door immediately cracked open, creating a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Get inside quickly. With the city lord's sharp command, 600 young beast tamers entered in predetermined order, filing through one by one. In just a few dozen breaths, fine sweat had already appeared on the 3 city lords' foreheads. Maintaining the torn energy gap was far more difficult than imagined, but once they gave up, they might forever lose the chance to enter the ruins. They watched the last young person disappear behind the gate before slowly withdrawing their spiritual power. Thinking that this represented the entire reserve force of the new generation from all three cities, the three men felt equally anxious. If they suffered total annihilation, the consequences would be unthinkable. The moment Su Ming rushed through the gap, he was swept away by a pale golden light array. The teleportation formation immediately collapsed after everyone stepped through. The scenery before his eyes suddenly changed, with darkness replacing the outside daylight. After steadying himself, he looked around, not a soul in sight. It seemed the ruins were massive in scale, as he hadn't encountered even one of his 600 companions. He took out the illumination device distributed by the school, its white beam lighting up the surroundings clearly. This specially designed equipment could shine continuously for a full day, and he had plenty of spare batteries. For safety, he also summoned his two contracted beasts Henin and Nightmare. Their danger perception far exceeded his own, allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly. Under the sweeping light, the stone walls revealed lifelike relief carvings. Su Ming quickly pulled out his phone to take photos. The murals depicted the brutal scenes of hundreds of beast tamers in chaotic battle during the apocalypse era, with flashing blades and beast shadows intertwined, blood-stained carved lines clearly visible. At the center of the scene, an egg with gorgeous patterns was being fought over by the crowd, seemingly the very spark that ignited the conflict. For research into apocalypse history, this was undoubtedly precious material. Just as Su Ming was absorbed in viewing, both Henin on his shoulder and Nightmare before him began to growl simultaneously, their voices low and sustained. Having fought alongside them through dozens of life-and-death battles, Su Ming knew this all too well. Danger must be lurking ahead, or Henin and the others wouldn't be sounding the alarm. Su Ming aimed his illuminator ahead, revealing a massive beast skeleton before his eyes. Its ribs jutted out menacingly, and its fangs appeared ferocious according to the data. This was a bone tiger, classified as a common tier 5 fierce beast with undead attributes and mastery of necromantic skills. Nearly all the fierce beasts in the ruins were like this. They had once been contracted beasts of beast tamers, but after dying within the ruins, they were transformed into undead forms by some unknown Forsaea mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Henin, take it down. Roar. Though Henin was only elite tier 1, he didn't need to use any skills. He simply raised his paw and struck down heavily. With a dull thud, the bone tiger instantly crumbled, its white bones scattering everywhere. The tunnel ahead was so dark that its end couldn't be seen. Su Ming swallowed nervously and could only steel himself to continue forward. Meanwhile, other contestants were also groping through the pitch-black tunnels. Su Lang, a common tier 6 tamer, was already showing signs of fatigue. He retreated to the starting point, sat cross-legged, and quietly waited for teleportation alongside his rockhorn bull. Research conclusions say that as long as someone successfully passes through the ruins, everyone will be transported out together. He smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his retreat, but there was nothing he could do about it. Most other beast tamers of lower levels had made the same choice. The undead fierce beasts Su Ming encountered along the way were virtually helpless against Henin. As long as their level wasn't higher than Henin's, they were crushed to bone fragments before they could even cast their skills. Undead types rarely possessed complete skill sets anyway, making them even easier to handle. When will this tunnel ever end? Su Ming gazed into the darkness ahead, feeling uncertain. He reached out and patted Henin's broad shoulder. You're working hard. Though Henin's size was now intimidating, just one of his legs was nearly as thick as Su Ming's waist remained affectionate toward his master. Pleased by the praise, he happily nuzzled closer to Su Ming. All right, good boy, let's continue. Su Ming carried his illuminator and led his two contracted beasts forward, clearing the undead fierce beasts in their path. Outside the ruins, powerful figures continued to arrive. Situ Nan, the city lord of the largest base city and a transcendent-level beast tamer, had reached the scene. Old Qin, what's the current situation? Situ Nan asked. Qin Qing, the city lord of Linjiang City, replied. They've been inside for half a day now, and no one has emerged yet. The ruins are vast. Whether this can be resolved quickly depends on the strength of your beast tamers. Situ Nan looked up at the ancient ruins, which revealed only the tip of the iceberg, his brow furrowed with concern. Academic speculation suggested this place might connect to an alternate dimension, a secret realm created by powerful beast tamers of the apocalypse era using space attribute contracted beasts. Even digging down 10,000 meters might not reveal its bottom. At that moment, Su Ming finally reached the end of the tunnel. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground beneath his feet, its light flowing and shifting. He swept his illuminator around the walls, but found no murals like those at the entrance. Everything felt eerily strange. Puzzled, Su Ming had his two contracted beasts follow him as all three stepped into the blue formation together. Buzz! Brilliant blue light shot skyward like a sword piercing the clouds. Everyone outside suddenly looked up, watching the beam of light burst forth from deep within the ruins. their voices rising in discussion. Lord Situ, what's happening? Someone cried out in alarm. Situ Nin stared at the blue column of light, equally unable to comprehend what was occurring. Su Ming stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In just an instant, he and his two spirit beasts were swept away by the blue light and vanished without a trace. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes to be greeted by lush greenery. A cool breeze brushed across his cheeks, carrying the fresh fragrance of grass and trees. How beautiful, Su Ming whispered in admiration. Since birth, he had been trapped within the towering walls of the base city, with the outside world occupied by fierce beasts, never having the leisure to appreciate such scenery. Roar! Henin excitedly galloped across the soft grassland while Nightmare lay on its back, also wagging its tail and rolling about. Su Ming could clearly sense the surging spiritual energy around them, as if the very air was faintly glowing. Where exactly is this place? He muttered to himself, stepping casually into the depths of the grassland. In the distance, an ancient forest loomed faintly. Where there was forest, there must be large creatures. This was likely an independent small world connected to the ancient ruins. Legend had it that the mighty beings of the Apocalypse era had sealed off small worlds, placing teleportation arrays at palace entrances. The true ruins were actually hidden behind the doors. With this thought, Su Ming leaped onto Henin's back. Full speed ahead, Henin's four hooves thundered as they soon burst into the forest. Unlike the woodlands destroyed by humans in the outside world, this place was primitive to the extreme, with thick vines entwining giant trees and moss so deep it could cover one's ankles. Though the Apocalypse era was over 10,000 years ago, this place remained perfectly preserved. I just hope there aren't any overly powerful fierce beasts, or I'll really be done for, he muttered as he walked. Though he understood that since the ruins were left for future generations, the mighty beings must have imposed corresponding restrictions. However, no one knew why all the beast tamers of the Apocalypse era had perished, leaving the ruins sealed away. For half a day, he had practically turned the forest upside down but hadn't encountered a single living creature. No way, right? Have all the treasures been picked clean? Su Ming felt dejected, clicking his tongue in dismay. The forest showed no signs of previous intrusion. Finally, he emerged from the sea of trees to find a vast lake spread before him. A small island floated in the center of the lake, with an ancient building dimly visible upon it. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Henin, charge. The treasure must be there. The island was separated from the shore by several hundred meters of water. Though Henin could swim, carrying Su Ming significantly slowed it down, with waves splashing against them all the way. Meanwhile, back in the palace outside, students who hadn't continued forward were teleported out after the blue light appeared, leaving only a precious few still unaccounted for, whether dead inside or continuing deeper. What's the situation in there? Situ Nan grabbed one of the teleported students. There are many undead attribute fierce beasts, and the strongest probably reached elite level, the student said rapidly. What? The surrounding crowd's faces changed dramatically. Elite-level fierce beasts were practically a death sentence for these children who had only recently awakened their abilities. Then how did you survive? Situn impressed. Just don't go forward and they won't chase you. The student replied with a bitter smile. Phew, thank goodness. Situnin breathed a sigh of relief. Count the personnel, quickly. Determine how many are missing. As the order was given, everyone began taking roll. Meanwhile, Su Lang stood in place, unable to find any trace of Su Ming after searching for a long time. At that moment, Su Ming slowly emerged from the ancient ruins, and everyone stared in surprise at this last person to come out. What's your name? Which base city are you from, and which school? At the front of the crowd, City Lord Situ Nan, whose beard was slightly graying, asked in a deep voice. Su Ming, from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Su Ming looked up, quietly activating his detection skill. The man before him was actually an extraordinary level summoner, with an aura as vast as the ocean that was truly intimidating. Qin also hurried over, lowering his voice. Su Ming, what was the situation inside the ruins? Why were you the last to come out? Among everyone present, Su Ming undoubtedly had the most likely access to first-hand information about the ruins. Su Ming glanced around, his gaze indicating that there were too many people and too many ears. Situ Nan and Qin understood immediately and led him away from the crowd. Moments later, they had arrived at a quiet reception room within Linjiang City. Sitting before Su Ming were 4 city lords, the supreme rulers of 4 base cities, the weakest of whom was Lord Level, their overwhelming presence filling the air. Situ Nan got straight to the point. Su Ming, there are no outsiders here now. What did you discover in the ruins? As his words fell, Su Ming's thoughts were pulled back to an hour ago. After entering the small island in the lake's center, there was only a palm-sized ancient stone house on the island. Su Ming pushed open the door and entered. The stone house was empty, with only a beast egg quietly placed on the stone platform in the center. The patterns on the eggshell were identical to the giant egg illustration on the tunnel wall from the beginning, as if they came from the same source. Su Ming still wasn't sure whether what he had obtained was the only treasure in the entire ruins, or a reward exclusive to that particular tunnel. He withdrew from his memories and asked in return, City Lord, you should have received the murals that the others submitted, right? The four city lords each took out the murals drawn by the students and spread them out in sequence. After Su Ming quickly reviewed them, he had a clear understanding. Honorable city lords, I believe this ruin operates on a challenge defeat the Guardian claim the reward system. Each person who defeats the Guardian of their tunnel can obtain the prize shown in the mural. City Lord Sun from Jiangming City pressed further. Then what did you obtain? Su Ming hesitated briefly, then finally took out the beast egg from his spatial ring. Gentle light flowed along the eggshell's patterns, and after the four city lords observed it for a long time, their assessment was simply a premium beast egg. Situ Nan continued questioning. How strong were the most powerful beasts in the tunnel? This point determined the ruin's value. If the Guardians had limited strength, the ruins could continuously produce premium beast eggs, which would be of extraordinary significance to human beast tamers. Around elite level, not as strong as my beasts. I have two beasts and could barely suppress them. After Su Ming answered, a summoning circle lit up, and Nightmare stepped out under the moonlight. Black flames swirled around it, and its purple pupils flickered with psychic ripples. Its rank ordinary 7th tier. Upon its appearance, except for Qin Qing, the other three city lords all turned their gazes toward Qin Qing. To cultivate the new generation, he had actually been willing to provide such a rare nightmare. Qin Qing smiled sheepishly. Seeing the nightmare's rank clearly, everyone understood why Su Ming could clear the challenge. Psychic types had extremely strong restraint against undead types, and combined with two beasts, he could naturally defeat the Tunnel Guardians. All right, student Su Ming, thank you for your help. Situnen stood up with a smile. There were still many students waiting in the ruins, and they needed to return quickly to assist them. You're welcome, it was my duty. Su Ming walked home, understanding why the four city lords couldn't recognize the true value of the beast egg. They lacked appraisal skills. Along the way, he sent several messages to his parents to let them know he was safe, then quickened his pace. Within minutes, he pushed open the front door. In the living room, his parents were waiting for him. Su Ming held nothing back, recounting everything he had witnessed in the ruins and how he had obtained the beast egg. Haha, my son is truly the strongest. Su Yu slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Honey, did you see that? Our son dominated the entire competition. Hearing that Su Ming had brought back a beast egg from the ruins, Su Yu was overjoyed. This meant Su Ming's strength ranked among the very best of all participants from the three cities. Though his mother said nothing, she couldn't stop smiling. Back in his room, Su Ming immediately received a message from Su Lang. After he left, several more people had emerged from the ruins, some also carrying beast eggs. No one knew the exact quality of what those people had obtained, but Su Ming was more than satisfied with what he had. He placed the dark red beast egg with golden patterns in his palm, and a transparent screen appeared. Beast, Phoenix, quality, supreme, attribute, fire. The word Phoenix alone was enough to prove its extraordinary nature. Su Ming stored the egg back in his spatial ring, quietly waiting for more information after it hatched. In fact, the four city lords' assessment of the ruins battle was completely wrong. Nightmare hadn't attacked at all. Henin had handled everything. Before leaving, he couldn't resist upgrading both beast skills to level 2. The next upgrade would cost 100 enhancement points per beast, which was beyond his current resources, so he had to postpone it. The next day, Linjiang City officially announced that the newly discovered ancient ruins were open to all 18-year-old beast tamers nationwide, with confirmed rewards of supreme or ultra-grade beast eggs. The news caused a massive influx of young beast tamers who had just awakened their talents. However, due to their inexperience, many died in the ruins. Linjiang City instantly became the center of attention, but as failures mounted and death tolls rose, the excitement cooled rapidly within a month, especially as college entrance exams approached. Exactly 1 month after the ruins appeared, deep in the dense forest outside Linjiang City, the air was thick with moisture and the smell of blood. The fierce beasts active here were mostly elite or even commander level. At this moment, an elite 9th-tier bone-corroding gray wolf was growling low, its fangs gleaming white as it stared intently at the young man across from it. The young man wore black clothing and stood on ground covered with soil and fallen leaves. To his left was a blue and white creature less than 50 centimeters long. To his right stood a fire chicken engulfed in crimson flames. Before them, a black and white giant bear roared, standing 10 meters tall, its massive arms pounding the ground with thunderous force. The young man in black was Su Ming. He had been training in this forest for exactly 7 days. The flame-wrapped creature that looked remarkably like a fire chicken was the phoenix from the ruins, though its appearance differed drastically from the legendary king of birds, making it hard to accept at first. But the bloodline identification results were undeniable, so he had to believe it. Henin finished this quickly. Henin had reached full maturity, his size increasing daily with each level gained. Now Su Ming looked like a tiny ant compared to him. The 7-meter-long, bone-corroding gray wolf looked like a small child in front of Henin. Through countless battles, Henin had learned to fight independently without Su Ming's guidance. At this moment, Henin's fur stood on end, his bulging muscles radiating tremendous power as his overwhelming aura spread outward, pressing even the nearby swaying grass blades flat against the ground. In that instant, he simultaneously activated 3 major abilities: Blood Rage Domain, Ninely Bloodline, and Fury. With all 3 skills running in parallel, Henin's eyes turned crimson with bloodlust, and unless Su Ming spoke up, he would only regain his sanity after completely slaying the enemy before him. The power Henin now unleashed far exceeded 10,000 pounds. With a single palm strike, even the speed-renowned bone-corroding gray wolf was sent staggering by the resulting shockwave. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the earth suddenly cracked, creating a fissure over 3 meters deep and 10 meters long that spread like a spider web from Henin as the center. Despite his massive frame, there was no hesitation as he struck with both hands, moving so fast only after images remained. He grabbed the bone-corroding gray wolf with one hand and slammed his other palm heavily onto its bone-covered skull. Amid the sound of cracking bones, the wolf's limbs went limp and elite 9th-tier beast had been killed bare-handed by Henin just like that. Good boy. Su Ming walked to Henin's side and placed his palm on the still-warm wolf corpse. In the next instant, the body dissolved into points of light that scattered in the air. Enhancement points danced in Su Ming's mind, soaring all the way to 1300. This ability was something Su Ming had discovered just 5 days ago. The storage ring his father left him had too little space and was quickly filled with beast corpses. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly realized that by touching anything that belonged to him with both hands, he could directly convert it into enhancement points, whether beast corpses or other items. He pulled out 1,000-joint bamboo from his chest and handed it to Henin. A few days ago, he had discovered an entire grove of 1,000-joint bamboo and had stockpiled enough food for Henin. Choosing a large tree, Su Ming sat cross-legged beneath it, and his 3 tamed beasts obediently settled in front of him. Henin occupied the center position, his towering form blocking out the sky and casting Su Ming into shadow. Henin, switch places with Little Fire, he said, pointing to the side. Little Fire was his recently hatched phoenix, only at ordinary 3rd-tier level and currently his weakest tamed beast. Little Fire's information quickly surfaced in Su Ming's mind. Tamed beast, phoenix. Attribute, fire. Quality, supreme. Level, ordinary 3rd tier. Evolution progress, 100 years. Stage, juvenile. Evolution count, 3 times. Skills. 1. Hellfire LV1010 Flames from Hell, far more powerful than ordinary fire. 2. Nirvana passive, cannot be upgraded on seen a lifetime rebirth through Nirvana, permanently enhancing combat power afterward. 3. Flame Absorption LV101080 Resistance to fire attribute attacks, can absorb 50 of flame power for personal use. 4. Phoenix Strike LV1010 Phoenix soars high and dives down with flames to strike enemies. 5. Scorching Domain LV1010 Domain Skill. Enemies within range except fire attribute will continuously suffer 200 burning damage. Su Ming stared at the string of skill descriptions, silently marveling that this was indeed a divine beast. The skill damage had virtually no upper limit. Without further hesitation, he let the enhancement points surge from within him, directly upgrading all skills to LV2 in one go. It was time to head back. Su Ming packed up his gear and surveyed the wilderness. With only 1 month left before the college entrance exams, he needed to return to the city to review his academic subjects. With his beast-taming abilities, getting into one of the nation's top 10 universities wouldn't be a problem, but choosing the right school for himself was what truly mattered. His hometown, Linjiang City, belonged to the Sujiang district, which was one of the new era's 10 national planning zones. Each of these 10 zones contained 20 to 40 fortress cities, and Sujiang district happened to have among the fewest. According to regulations, each planning zone housed only one top 10 university, each with distinct characteristics. Unfortunately, Sujiang University's specialty was having no specialty at all. In comparison, Shanghai Metropolitan University and several prestigious schools in the Beijing-Tianjin zone offered more direct access to the front lines and battles against alien races. Moreover, there was an unofficial ranking system within the top 10 universities, and Subei University consistently ranked at the bottom. As long as his academic scores met the minimum requirements, Su Ming was determined not to stay in his home district. Even so, Subei University, despite being last ranked, remained a sacred destination for beast tamers nationwide, and every young person who gained admission was destined to shoulder the responsibility of defending their homeland. After returning to the city, he headed straight to the Linjiang City Beast Tamer Association. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he ran into Qi Wan'er and Lan Bao. Having frequented the place recently, the 3 had become quite familiar with each other, making their greetings naturally warm. Su Ming, did you venture outside the city again? Lan Bao looked him up and down, dusty and travel-worn. with hair that looked unwashed for several days, and immediately guessed correctly. Well, raising beasts costs money, and resources are ridiculously expensive. Su Ming shrugged. While others spent fortunes on otherworldly spiritual fruits and herbs to accelerate their beast growth, he didn't need them at all thanks to his 9-star talent. But this secret couldn't be revealed, making this excuse the safest cover. Fine, then you're treating us today, Lan Bao declared matter-of-factly. Chi Wanner stood quietly beside them with a dignified smile, while Lan Bao was mischievous and spirited too, contrasting personalities that surprisingly complemented each other well. No problem, but you'll have to wait until I sell this batch of fierce beasts. Su Ming readily agreed. We'll come with you. Lan Bao linked arms with Chi Wanner and followed along. Su Ming smiled wryly. Are you afraid I'll run away? No, I want to see your battle results. Lan Bao winked. I'd like to see them too. Chi Wanner added softly. The three arrived at the fierce beast carcass collection area, where Su Ming casually waved his hand, causing over a dozen beast corpses to tumble to the ground. Wow, they're all elite grade, and around 5th tier level. Lan Bao exclaimed. Both girls were academic achievers, making it easy for them to identify the grades. Not bad, I suppose. Without this level of skill, how could I aim for a prestigious university? Su Ming smiled slightly and returned to the counter to collect his earnings from this expedition. 12 million. I have to say these fierce beasts are quite valuable, and the higher the level, the more they're worth. Su Ming, hurry up and treat us. Don't you dare feel sorry for your wallet, Lan Bao said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and smiling at him with crescent-shaped eyes. With two gorgeous ladies like us keeping you company, you can't be stingy about spending some money. She and Chi Wanner had already calculated the beast's value clearly in their minds. All right, you pick the place. I'll call Su Lang too. Su Ming readily agreed. After deciding on a location, the three hailed a taxi and headed from the school gate to Linjiang City's most renowned restaurant. In the private dining room with its soft lighting, before they had even settled in properly, Su Lang pushed through the door. Su Ming, why are you suddenly treating us? His eyes went wide when he saw Chi Wanner and Lan Bao sitting side by side, next to Su Ming. I just happened to run into them, and besides, I just got some money from selling that fierce beast, so I thought I'd treat my friends to a good meal, Su Ming said with a smile, patting Su Lang's shoulder and gesturing for him to sit down. What were you doing just now? How did you get here faster than us? Su Ming asked casually. Studying. The college entrance exam is just a month away, and my academic subjects are terrible. Su Lang tilted his head and made a pained expression. My head hurts. Same here, Su Ming sighed. I came back early from outside just to catch up on my academic courses. If I want to get into a prestigious university, I need to improve my grades. Academic courses? Lan Bao suddenly turned around, smiling like a little fox. Su Ming, if you treat us to dinner every week, Wanner and I might consider helping you two study. Sister Bao, can you really help us improve our academic scores? Su Lang immediately moved closer to her, his face full of flattering smiles. Of course. My sister Wanner ranks among the top students in academic subjects across the entire base city. Tutoring you guys would be a piece of cake. Lan Bao lifted her chin with a proud expression. Come on, everyone knows about Sister Wanner's reputation, you don't need to tell us. Su Lang rolled his eyes at her. Chi Wanner, who had been silent, put down her teacup and said softly. Actually, it's possible. We need to review too, and studying together would be better. Really? Sister Wanner. Su Lang was delighted. Even if his grades didn't improve, studying with these two beautiful academic stars would certainly be easy on the eyes. Yes. Great. Su Lang slapped his thigh. I'll answer for Su Ming, you'll treat us once a week. He then winked at Su Ming. This meal cost Su Ming nearly 100,000, but with money in his pocket, he didn't feel too bad about it. After dinner, the four left the restaurant together. Under the night sky, neon lights reflected on the river surface, and taxi lights continuously swept past. The group walked along the roadside in pairs, chatting casually. Su Ming, which prestigious university are you planning to apply to? Chi Wanner turned her head, looking at him curiously. Probably one of those in Shanghai. Su Ming gazed up at the night sky, where stars were sparse. I want to go to the front lines against the alien races. Chi Wanner paused for a moment, then nodded. I'll probably go to Subei University. Huh? What? Su Lang turned around, his face full of disbelief. With Chi Wanner's talent, she was completely qualified to aim for higher rankings among the top 10 prestigious universities. My brother is there. He told me to apply to Subei this year, but he didn't say why. Chi Wanner shrugged. Sigh. I envy you guys for being able to choose among prestigious universities. I probably won't get in. I'd be grateful just to get into a decent school. Su Lang sighed deeply. His talent really wasn't enough to squeeze into a prestigious university. Su Lang, don't lose heart. You still have a chance. Lan Bao comforted him from the side. In the following period, Su Ming shuttled between the library and home. The cultural course requirements were extremely demanding. It wasn't simply about recruiting beast tamers anymore. While talent and strength in beast taming remained the primary criteria, cultural studies couldn't be neglected either. Just like that, An entire month slipped by quietly. During the day, he and his three companions Qi Waner, Su Lang, and Lan Bao planted themselves in the library, only returning home at night to secretly train their contracted beasts. Su Ming's contracted beast simply stayed in the beast-taming space, absorbing spiritual energy, which was more effective than any elixir or medicine. Its level shot up rapidly, making the other three both envious and helpless. The cultural course content was almost entirely memorization. Chinese history, fierce beast characteristics, various talents of beast tamers. Everyone's mind was crammed full of countless terms and concepts. Finally, the college entrance exam is here. Let's get started already, I can't take it anymore. Su Lang sprawled across his desk, his voice lazy yet tinged with relief. Me too. For a whole month, my head has been filled with nothing but the names and appearances of fierce beasts. It's too difficult. Lan Bao plopped a textbook over her head, puffing out her cheeks like a dumpling, and simply declared she was done studying. The cultural exam is the day after tomorrow. We've memorized enough. How about we don't study tomorrow? Su Ming looked around at the three of them. Agreed. All three nodded in unison, slamming their books shut as if stamping the end of this grueling period. Let's go home. Su Ming stood up first, neatly packing his books and notes into his backpack. Su Lang and Lan Bao walked ahead, laughing and joking around, their laughter echoing through the hallway. Trailing behind, Su Ming glanced at Qi Waner, hesitating several times before finally asking in a low voice, "Have you really decided to go to Subei University?" Qi Waner's voice was so soft it was nearly drowned out by their footsteps. After a month of studying together, some subtle feelings had developed between her and Su Ming, but neither had broken through that invisible barrier. The four soon parted ways at the intersection, each heading home. The next day, everyone chose to stay home and rest, preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam. The entire city seemed to be set on mute, making way for the test takers. Today's college entrance exam wasn't just about individual futures, it concerned the future of China and humanity itself. No one knew whether this batch of students might produce the next top-tier beast tamer. The new exam system was completely different from the old liberal arts and sciences divisions. There was only one cultural exam, covering all knowledge points in 4 hours, a true endurance test. The beast tamer ability assessment would only be announced after the cultural exam ended. Exam day arrived. Su Ming sat in the examination room, 16 test papers spread before him, the black and white printed text like battalions of soldiers awaiting orders. He took a deep breath, picked up his pen, and began writing furiously, pouring out a month's worth of hard work through his pen tip. Ring, ring, ring. The final bell rang. As the proctor collected the papers, Su Ming had just finished writing his name, having barely managed to fill in all the questions. Su Ming, did you finish? In the hallway, Su Lang was the first to approach, frantically scratching his hair in anxiety. Just barely. Damn, you must have been studying secretly. You finished all those questions. I still had 10 left blank, I'm screwed. Su Ming smiled without responding. On both sides of the hallway, many students were complaining about leaving 20 or 30 questions blank. Compared to them, Su Lang had actually performed quite well. Come on, let's go. They're about to announce what the Beast Tamer exam will be. Last year was all about regional battles to rack up points, and I wonder if this year will be the same. The moment the cultural studies bell rang, Su Ming grabbed Su Lang and pushed through the crowded hallway, heading straight for the brightly lit school auditorium. Now that the academic exam was over, the Beast Master practical assessment was about to be announced. The auditorium was packed to capacity, the air thick with the smell of sweat and ink from test papers. Over 1,000 candidates chattered about the questions they'd just tackled, with almost everyone unable to finish. Su Ming felt secretly pleased having completed his paper gave him a head start. Amid the noise, the vice principal stepped onto the stage, clutching a document sealed with red wax in his gray suit sleeve. Students, this contains your Beastmaster assessment details. The seal remains unbroken now. I shall open it. Crack. The sharp sound of breaking wax echoed clearly through the microphone, and the auditorium fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear breathing. The academic exam was just a prelude. The real test that would determine their fates was about to begin. The vice principal unfolded the document, his pupils contracting slightly before he looked up and read word by word. Year 300 College Entrance Beastmaster Practical Assessment. Beastmasters will enter the lower alien world to eliminate alien races, ranked by points earned. Scope, nationwide. As his words landed like sparks on oil, the entire venue erupted. We have to kill alien races? Those are elite-level monsters. This isn't an exam, it's a death sentence. The vice principal shouted twice. Quiet. The uproar was forcibly suppressed as he continued. Detailed rules will be pushed to your terminals shortly. Everyone go home and prepare immediately. His expression was unprecedentedly grave. Even he hadn't expected this year's exam venue to be moved directly into an alien world. Earth was dotted with entrances to alien worlds. Though lower alien races generally possessed only elite-level combat power, they moved in groups and fought more ferociously than beasts of the same rank. Some students broke down crying on the spot. This wasn't an exam, but a gamble with their lives. 3 minutes after the announcement, the government simultaneously released a 1,000-word statement. The exam questions were designed based on real-world needs, as alien world numbers had surged dramatically, with higher alien worlds now numbering 10 locations, putting immense pressure on humanity. The statement reminded everyone that crisis was imminent, silencing parents who had wanted to protest when the nation's survival was at stake, especially concerning the entire human race's existence. Individual life and death no longer mattered. Su Ming looked down at his phone notifications while his parents sat beside him. His father, Su Yu, patted his shoulder. Go ahead, kill plenty of those aliens and show them the power of human beast masters. His mother's eyes had already reddened. Though officials promised Lord-level transcendent beast masters would monitor throughout, and that this lower world was completely under China's control, danger remained. Don't worry, Dad. I have plenty of combat experience. Su Ming's parents had always known about his recent hunting trips outside the city. Good. Your mother and I will be waiting at home for your good news. Su Yu forced a smile, maintaining the composure expected of a family patriarch. Su Ming responded and went to his room to pack. The assessment would last 7 days, ranked by elimination points. He stuffed essential clothing into his bag piece by piece. The government had even provided each person with a spatial ring to store food and clothes. Since they were heading to an alien world, all students from Linjiang City had to enter through Subei City, which was the only entry point in the Subei district. Nationwide, some administratively stronger regions had established gateways to alien worlds in multiple cities beyond their central hubs, but the Subei district currently only had this capability in Subei City. Before departure, Su Ming took inventory of his already modest resources. Once Murray had 2,000 enhancement points remaining and approximately 5 million yuan in his bank account. He reviewed his 3 tamed beasts. 1. Henin, Elite Tier 6 based on current progress. Advancing to Tier 7 before the exam shouldn't be a problem. 2. Nightmare, just broke through to Elite Tier 1 with some additional resources. It might advance another level before the exam. 3. Phoenix, with the longest growth cycle, currently only Common Tier 6, but at the current feeding rate, reaching Common Tier 7 before the exam was possible. The overall strength of his 3 tamed beasts would definitely stand out among national examinees. Most peers only raised 2 beasts, and some specialized in just 1, though that single beast was often leveled to extremely high tiers. Thinking this through, Su Ming felt somewhat reassured. College entrance exams typically set limits based on average benchmarks, and the alien world had been cleared multiple times by Huaxia officials, so there shouldn't be any truly terrifying entities remaining. This assessment was more about giving students early exposure to alien species. If they really intended to send the new generation of beast tamers to their deaths, forget about resisting alien threats. Huaxia's talent reserves would be depleted first. After packing, Su Ming bid farewell to his parents and headed to school for assembly, where the entire school would fly together to Subei City. Su Ming, over here. At the school gate, Su Lang had arrived earlier than Su Ming as usual. Everyone on campus was nervous enough to have sweaty palms. They all understood that while the assessment carried risks, it wouldn't be too dangerous, as the government couldn't possibly send students to their deaths. However, students with weaker abilities still felt insecure, so many parents were pulling strings, asking high-achieving students to look after their children during the exam. Su Ming, I'm so nervous, what should I do? Su Lang said, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What's your current strength level? Su Ming turned to assess his friend. This guy always trained quietly, and without using appraisal techniques, Su Ming couldn't tell. Su Lang honestly reported. 1 tamed beast at Elite Tier 2, the other still at Common Tier 4. That's plenty. You've been pouring all your earnings into that horned bull, haven't you? Su Ming asked with a smile. Yeah. That combat power is definitely above average. Just steer clear of any serious threats you encounter, and you'll basically be fine. Really? Su Lang remained skeptical. Really? Just then, their homeroom teacher Huang Heming approached and teased. Su Ming, Su Lang, how are you two doing? Nervous? Not too bad, teacher. My strength should be above average, so as long as I don't run into particularly strong opponents, I can handle it. Su Ming grinned. Huang Heming knew Su Ming's capabilities to tame beasts as a foundation, plus the 10 million yuan in resources sponsored by the school, with at least 1 beast already at a decent level, so he just nodded without saying much. Su Ming says I'll be fine too, so I think I should be okay. Su Lang's smile was forced, but his lack of confidence was still evident. Relax, this assessment won't be too difficult. The government wouldn't send future pillars like you to your deaths. Huang Heming patted both their shoulders, his tone much more casual than usual. After the exam, Su Ming and the others would enter university, and when they met again, the relationship between teacher and students would be more like friends. Before long, everyone from the school had gathered, and they all boarded the buses heading to the airport. Lan Bao sat beside Qi Wanner, clutching her backpack strap and whispering nervously, Sister Wanner, I'm so anxious. Both girls were from number 3 high school, different from Su Ming's school. What's there to be nervous about? Your abilities are definitely up to par. Chi Wanner nodded reassuringly. Suddenly, Lan Bao pointed out the window. Sister Wanner, look. It's Su Ming. The bus from number 1 high school was passing alongside theirs. Su Ming spotted the two girls through the glass and exchanged smiles with Chi Wanner across the windows before the traffic separated and they each continued forward. Upon arriving at the airport, a silver-gray strategic transport aircraft sat quietly on the runway. Its massive fuselage resembled a slumbering steel behemoth, capable of carrying nearly 10,000 students at once, exactly enough to accommodate all the college entrance exam candidates from Linjiang City. Armed soldiers surrounded the tarmac, with the city lord personally overseeing the operation. High-altitude flights weren't absolutely safe, so a large escort force accompanied them. Students from each school lined up to board according to guidance. The boarding gates for number 1 high school and number 3 high school happened to face each other, with Su Ming and Chi Wanner separated by only about 10 meters across the crowd. Chi Wanner was renowned throughout Linjiang City for her beauty, with many boys considering her their ideal goddess. Despite their deliberate attempts to keep a low profile, some people still noticed there seemed to be something between them. In comparison, Su Ming had limited fame. Aside from those at number 1 high school, not many students from other schools knew him. Outside the transport aircraft, for Lord-level beast tamers and 10 fighter jets provided escort. If anything happened to this plane full of students, not just the city lord, but all the high-ranking officials would be unable to bear the responsibility. Su Lang stood by the boarding stairs, looking up at the sky and wondering to himself, I wonder what Subei City is really like after all. It's a major central city. His impression of Subei City was limited to television footage with fierce beasts roaming outside the city walls. Many people had never left their hometown in their entire lives. Subei City was the central base city of the central Subei region, several times larger than Linjiang City. A venerable level beast tamer was stationed there, making it renowned as one of the safest cities in China. After takeoff, clouds streamed past the portholes. Nearly 3 hours into the flight, Lan Bao tugged at Su Ming's sleeve. Su Ming, look! Subei City. Below the porthole, the full view of Subei City came into sight. Walls about 80 meters high enclosed the entire city in a regular octagon, looking from afar like a steel behemoth crouching on the earth. Its hug at least 5 times the size of Linjiang City. Su Ming marveled, seeing Subei City with his own eyes for the first time. Su Lang pressed against the porthole, adding thoughtfully, Subei is a major central city and also a strategic reserve city, continuously providing resources and beast tamers to the frontline towns. As the aircraft descended, Subei City drew closer to them. After getting off the plane, school distinctions no longer mattered. Everyone was now representing Linjiang City. The spacious arrival hall bustled with not only Linjiang City students, but also teams from other base cities throughout the crowd. The entire Subei region, including Subei City, comprised 25 base cities, and this examination brought nearly 500,000 candidates flooding in at once, undoubtedly putting Subei City's hospitality capacity to a severe test. The mayor of Linjiang City stood before the students, raising a megaphone as his voice echoed among the steel beams overhead. Students, we have arrived in Subei City. Linjiang City has arranged accommodations for you all. With 5 days remaining until the examination, you're free to move about after reaching your lodgings. But please prioritize safety. Linjiang City bears no responsibility for any accidents. After speaking, he glanced at the accompanying teachers, received their understanding nods, then directed everyone to queue for the buses. One by one, the bus doors closed, and the convoy slowly headed toward the designated hotel. The accommodation standard was 2 people per room. Su Ming shared a room with Su Lang. Su Ming, where are you planning to explore? Su Lang tossed his backpack onto the bed. I honestly don't know. Subei City is too vast, and I'm not familiar with it. Su Ming shrugged and walked to the window. Skyscrapers and magnetic levitation tracks outlined sharp, clean lines, and at the distant, somewhat blurred gray-blue horizon, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Subei University's silhouette. Just then, his phone vibrated. Hello, is this Su Ming? Want to go out and have some fun? Lan Bao's voice came through the phone. Before Su Ming could respond, Su Lang reached over and snatched the phone. Hey, Lan Bao. This is Su Lang. Where are we going to play? The two chatted enthusiastically back and forth, so Su Ming simply continued gazing out the window. Soon, Su Lang hung up. Let's go, Su Ming. Lan Bao says Chi Wanner's brother will guide us. We're all going out to explore together. Let's go. Su Ming nodded. 10 minutes later, the 4 gathered at the hotel entrance. Lan Bao linked arms with Chi Wanner, her eyes bright with excitement. Sister Wanner, can your brother get us into Subei University? I've never seen a prestigious school before. I'm not sure. He said he'd treat us to dinner first. Chi Wanner raised her hand to hail a taxi, and all 4 climbed in. The car stopped in front of an elegantly decorated restaurant in the city center. On the marble steps stood a young man with features similar to Chi Wanner's, but with more defined, masculine lines, waiting for them. Brother. Chi Wanner rushed up to him. Su Ming, Su Lang, and Lan Bao exchanged glances before following. Brother, this is Lan Bao, whom you know. These two are Su Ming and Su Lang, classmates from first high school. Hello everyone. I'm Chi Hang. I'm also a first high school alumnus. Chi Hang smiled and extended his hand. Hello, senior. Su Ming and Su Lang shook hands respectively. Lan Bao pretended to pout. Brother Chi Hang, are you ignoring me now? Haha, Bauer, how could I bear to do that? I've reserved a table, let's go. Chi Hang led everyone into the restaurant, with Su Ming and Su Lang bringing up the rear. Dishes quickly filled the round table. Savory roasted ribs and bright red sashimi. Each dish displayed the distinctive textures and colors characteristic of exotic beast meat. These are all exotic beast meats that can accelerate beast companion growth. Chi Hang explained while serving food to everyone. The flavors were indeed more delicious than those in Linjiang City, and everyone ate with considerable satisfaction. After the meal, during their leisurely chat, Chi Hang looked towards Su Ming. Su Ming, my sister tells me you're quite strong, and getting into a prestigious university shouldn't be a problem. Are you interested in coming to Subei? Chi Hang looked at Su Ming with a slight smile. Su Ming, who had been called upon, was momentarily stunned. The subtle romantic tension between him and Chi Wanner couldn't possibly escape Chi Hang's notice. He is a big brother. He naturally had to size up anyone his sister had feelings for. On the other side of the dining table, Su Lang kept his head down, focusing on his meal. He knew his abilities hadn't yet reached the prestigious university tier, and jumping into the conversation would only make things more awkward. I want to go to the front lines against the alien races. I wonder if Subei University would work for that. Su Ming didn't directly state that he didn't want to choose Subei, instead rephrasing it as a question. Chi Hang understood, his lips curving upward. Su Ming, you haven't entered university yet, so your understanding of the alien races is limited. Actually, no matter which prestigious school you attend, they're all on the front lines. The differences aren't significant. There are countless types of alien races. The group you encountered during your exam looked like fierce beasts and essentially behaved like them too. We call them alien races simply because they come from other worlds. Oh, so after starting university, do you often have to fight alien races, Senior Chi Hang? Su Ming pressed further. Yes, basically, Chi Hang nodded. Universities have almost no traditional courses. Every school has a point system. Killing alien races earns you points that can be exchanged for resources. On campus, points are the hard currency. The quality of your mentor determines your development path, which you'll naturally understand after enrollment. Especially the top 10 prestigious universities, they have teleportation arrays to almost all known alien worlds, so you can go wherever you want. The four listened with rapt attention. Chi Hang set down his chopsticks and suddenly suggested, how about it? Want to take a look around Subei University? Yes, I want to go. Lan Bao was the first to jump up. Chi Hang's gaze then fell on Su Ming and Su Lang. Let's go. Su Ming and Su Lang exchanged glances and nodded. Under Chi Hang's guidance, the four successfully arrived at Subei University. The campus occupied nearly half of Linjiang City. Crossing the campus on foot alone would take half a day, so students either rode tamed beasts or drove various vehicles. Along the way, male students looked at Chi Hang with awe, while female students gazed at him with stars in their eyes. Lan Bao couldn't help asking, Brother Chi Hang, why does everyone look at you with such admiration? Because I'm awesome. Chi Hang lifted his chin. Subei has a ranking board that tracks individual alien race kill counts. Every university has similar rankings. Wanner, what rank is your brother? Su Ming walked alongside Chi Wanner, asking quietly. I think top 10? He should be pretty impressive. Chi Wanner shook her head, unable to fathom her brother's true capabilities herself. Suddenly, Lan Bao pointed at a circular building ahead. Brother Chi Hang, what's that? Oh, that place. Chi Hang looked back at Su Ming with a smile. Come on, let me take you guys inside to have some fun. The four of them followed Chi Hang into the massive circular fortress-like building, and the sight before them left them speechless with amazement. Inside was a stepped pit nearly 100 meters deep, with tiered spectator seats surrounding countless battle platforms. Behind sturdy alloy railings, large beast companions were engaged in fierce combat, their roars and the clash of metal echoing beneath the dome. Gear-like rotating battle platforms rose and fell continuously, while sparks and dust filled the air with the scent of gunpowder. This is the battle arena, Chi Hang said as he walked, pointing downward. Dozens of platforms can be opened at once for students to practice. Su Ming, interested in giving it a try? A smile played at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze held deeper meaning. Su Ming paused, pointing at himself in confusion. Me? He clearly hadn't caught on yet. Of course, Chi Hang patted his shoulder. Among the four of us, you're the strongest. I can't very well fight the girls. Inwardly, he thought. This kid wants to pursue my sister? He needs to learn his place first. Su Lang patted his chest nearby, muttering, sometimes being weak actually helps you avoid trouble. Brother, you're already Lord level, and you still want to fight Su Ming? Chi Wanner saw right through her brother's intentions. This was clearly using the arena to establish dominance. Chi Hang pretended not to hear, smiling as he said, Warner, I have elite-level beast companions too, newly contracted ones. Su Ming, how about a match? His gaze carried a hint of challenge, as if sending out signals for a big brother's test. Nearby, Lan Bao wore an expression of excited anticipation, practically ready to pass around popcorn. Since Brother Chi Hang is asking, how could I refuse? Su Ming readily agreed. Please go easy on me. Of course, Chi Hang waved dismissively, already sizing up his opponent. Chi Warner was still worried, whispering a reminder. Su Ming, my brother has 7-star talent giant strength. He can boost his beast companion's power 30-fold. Be careful. Hey, little sister. Chi Hang feigned hurt. Turning against your own brother so quickly? Oomph. You're bullying someone weaker, so of course I have to warn Su Ming. Chi Warner pulled Lan Bao toward the spectator stands. Chi Hang spent some points to activate an empty platform. The alloy floor rose to the center, and the two faced each other. My beast companion is elite 9th tier. Chi Hang announced first. You can use 2, otherwise it'll look like I'm bullying you. All right. Su Ming nodded without hesitation. Chi Hang cleared his throat and called out loudly. Come on, let me see this genius my sister talks about. She doesn't praise people often. In the spectator stands, Lan Bao had somehow produced a bucket of popcorn, with Su Lang sitting beside her, watching the arena with great interest. Though Chi Warner trusted her brother wouldn't actually hurt anyone, she still clenched her fists nervously for Su Ming. With the college entrance exams just days away. No one could afford to get injured. Come out, Han Han, nightmare. Su Ming spread both hands, and 2 pillars of light crashed to the ground. The iron-eating beast Han Han, with its black and white markings, stood over 10 meters tall when upright. Nightmare instantly transformed into a flowing shadow of black flames, radiating an ominous aura. Come out, Diamond Giant Ape. Chi Hang released his beast companion as well. The dark simian shadow crashed onto the ground, muscles bulging, beating its chest with massive arms, and letting out a thunderous roar that shook the railings. The confrontation between giant beasts drew many curious gazes from around the arena. Su Ming, what level is yours? Chi Hang stared at Han Han. Its size was even more impressive than his diamond giant ape, making him inexplicably nervous. Elite 6th tier, almost 7th tier, Su Ming answered honestly. 6th tier. Chi Hang secretly swallowed hard. With that size, it might as well be Lord level. His carefully trained diamond giant ape looked like an underdeveloped teenager standing before that iron-eating beast. Several passing students laughed and slapped the railings. Chi Hang, bringing a junior into play? Picking on someone smaller. A passing male student spotted Chi Hang and approached with a grin. My sister's classmate is about to take the college entrance exam, so I'm showing them around for fun. Chi Hang forced an awkward smile, desperately wanting to escape the situation. However, the guy's eyes lit up. Now I'm even more interested. It's not every day you see the powerhouse of Subei University compete against a high school senior. He casually wrapped his arms around 2 girls with elaborate makeup and plopped down behind Chi Hang. Zhou Yiming, don't you have anything better to do? Chi Hang called back. Actually, I'm pretty bored. Zhou Yiming shrugged, then turned his attention to Su Ming and the beast called Henin, clicking his tongue. Holy crap, what the hell is that? You call this a high school senior? Commander level? Elite. Chi Hang silently cursed his luck. There was no backing down now. He had to see this through. Refocusing on the arena, he managed to speak calmly. Su Ming, let's begin. All right. Su Ming's response was crisp. As a Lord-level beast tamer, he knew all too well that being polite was tantamount to cutting off his own path to victory. Henin, brute force, giant elephant. Roar. With a thunderous bellow, Henin's body swelled even larger under the giant elephant's skill, muscles bulging like stone. Zhou Yiming, watching from the sidelines, gulped and quickly pulled out his phone to start recording. Diamond Giant Ape, Berserker Strength. Chi Hang steadied his nerves. Most strength-type beasts had instant burst skills. Berserker Strength ignited a dark red glow around the giant ape. The 2 massive creatures charged at each other, fists meeting palms, the air thundering with their clash. Henin Rage. Chi Hang's pupils contracted as he saw Henin's eyes turn blood red, its fur standing on end. Diamond Giant Ape, dodge. Use divine speed. Before the ape could move, Su Ming shouted again. Henin, Blood Rage Domain. It has a domain too. Chi Hang's mind went blank. With nowhere left to retreat, he gritted his teeth. Beast-taming talent, Titan strength. Instantly, the diamond giant ape's arm muscles exploded in size, its combined strength exceeding 100,000 pounds. Su Ming's voice was low but decisive. Henin, full power. Roar. Henin reared up on its hind legs, both arms ready. One palm deflected the ape's full-force punch, while the other swept horizontally, sending the diamond giant ape flying. The air fell deathly silent, broken only by a few gulps. Su Ming looked at the ape he had sent flying, realizing he had used too much force. After a brief moment of shock, Chi Hang recalled his diamond giant ape to its beast space. Though the ape had strong defense, the outcome was clear in pure strength. Su Ming had completely dominated. Clap, 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 applause suddenly erupted. Zhou Yiming approached with the beautiful girl in his arms, smiling at Su Ming. What's your name, Junior? Su Ming. I'm Zhou Yiming. I hope you'll consider Subei University. He waved his phone with a grin. Hang. I've already uploaded the video of your match to the school network. Haha. Zhou Yiming, you bastard. Hang frantically pulled out his phone to see the video had already been shared thousands of times, with the title boldly reading, Subei's Strength King crushed by unknown underclassmen. Hang let out a long sigh, composed himself, and walked over to Su Ming. Su Ming, that was impressive. It seems my sister's praise for you was still an understatement. Hang smiled bitterly, had truly been caught off guard and defeated. Su Ming, you're amazing. You actually beat Brother Qiang. Lan Bao and Su Lang rushed onto the arena, surrounding Su Ming and excitedly patting his shoulders. Qi Wanner stood with her hands on her hips, chin raised high, her face full of pride and smugness. Brother, you have nothing to say now, do you? Her expression clearly showed off to everyone. See? The guy I picked is pretty impressive, isn't he? Hang checked his phone, where unread messages kept bombarding the screen like explosions. He rubbed his temples and waved his hand with a bitter smile. Little sister, you guys head back on your own later. I have something to deal with and can't give you a ride. Before he finished speaking, he shot toward the exit like an arrow, but suddenly stopped at the entrance, turned around, and called out to Su Ming. Su Ming, come visit our house when you have time. Let Wanner bring you to meet our parents. The sudden invitation made Qi Wanner's ears turn red instantly. Lan Bao and Su Lang exchanged glances and immediately broke into knowing, mischievous grins. Su Ming looked around awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Yet the two couldn't help stealing glances at each other from time to time, as romantic tension filled the air. On the way back, this romantic atmosphere lingered. The four walked in silence, all somewhat distracted. No one noticed that the complete video of Su Ming and Hang's battle was going viral on Subei University's campus network, with even school administrators clicking to watch. Hang, who is this kid? Your beast was actually overpowered by him. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Hang, shoving his phone screen forward. Ah, Teacher Wu, he's my sister's classmate, a high school senior preparing for the college entrance exam. Hang's spine stiffened as he inwardly groaned. His heroic image was ruined just like that. But when he looked up again, Teacher Wu had vanished like a ghost. Hang rubbed his forehead, suddenly feeling worried for Su Ming. It really wasn't me who set you up. It was all Zhou Yiming's fault for uploading that video. 5 days passed in a flash, and with the college entrance exam imminent, all candidates gathered before the teleportation array. Each wore a standard-issue silver gray bracelet on their wrist that would automatically record points for killing alien beasts, and had an emergency call function. Su Ming, good luck. Qi Wanner encouraged softly. You too. Take care of yourself. Su Ming smiled back. They both knew the teleportation was randomly assigned, with unpredictable landing points. Nearby, Su Lang and Lan Bao sighed and put their arms around each other's shoulders. Su Lang, if we die in there, at least we'll be free. Yeah, might as well let us die in there. Though they joked, their eyes showed concern. They knew Su Ming and Qi Wanner clearly had feelings for each other, but hadn't confirmed their relationship. Su Ming felt helpless too. With the current uncertain situation, even with his advantages, he could lose his life any day. How could he make promises to someone he cared about when the world remained unstable? Everyone enter in order, prioritize your own safety above all. The supervisor shouted from ahead. The candidates stepped into the blue and white teleportation array in sequence. Wave after wave of energy surged, and Su Ming's group was soon swept into the depths of the light column. Thud! Su Ming was thrown out and crashed hard onto the ground, dust flying everywhere. He felt like his tailbone was about to shatter. This teleportation really doesn't care about comfort at all. He gritted his teeth and stood up, shaking the dust off his hands. Su Ming got up and patted his backside any higher, and the fall would have killed him. Steadying his emotions, Su Ming summoned his beast companions to his side. The alien world before him looked no different from Earth's mountains and forests, except that the creatures lurking among the trees were no longer familiar species. In just 2 hours, nearly 8 million beast tamers had descended through teleportation arrays, instantly transforming the entire examination ground into a battlefield. Meanwhile, in a massive control room spanning thousands of square meters, hundreds of monitoring screens precisely tracked every inch of the alien world. The nation had invested enormous resources in this college entrance examination to comprehensively test the combat abilities of the new generation of beast tamers. All candidates wore wristbands equipped with positioning chips, allowing examiners to instantly access corresponding footage by simply entering a number. Begin, Su Ming whispered to himself. The next second, a low growl erupted behind him as a chill swept over his face. Bang! Xiaohua soared into the air, hellish flames cutting through the darkness and instantly devouring the alien creature attempting a sneak attack of fierce beast. Dark demon beast. Level. Common 6th tier. Attribute. Darkness. Quality. Superior grade. Su Ming gazed at the charred corpse, Silently grateful, he had summoned his guardians in advance. Using feedback from his beast companions, he leaped gracefully, landing on Han Han's broad back from several meters high. Han Han, let's find some aliens. With 3 beast guardians protecting him on all sides, Su Ming rode, without concern, through the forest sea. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had stopped Qi Hang at the school gate entered Su Bei University's monitoring room. According to national regulations, every university could monitor candidates' battle conditions in real time. Please pull up this student's footage, he said, handing over Su Ming's information. The staff member searched the student number and matched the wristband, switching the feed to the designated computer within seconds. Teacher Wu, it's ready. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement. Su Ming remained unaware he was being watched. In the past, when humans lacked beast-taming power, they had been dominated by these alien races. Now that the aliens had been driven back to their own realm, this was humanity's chance to counterattack. Roar! Han Han's furious bellow shook the forest, accompanied by a series of alien beasts' agonized cries. Though Nightmare currently lacked high burst attacks, it could precisely suppress enemy movements, creating openings for Han Han and Phoenix. Phoenix spread its fiery wings, displaying common 6th tier strength, yet holding its own against common 9th tier fierce beasts without any disadvantage, fully living up to its legendary divine beast reputation. This kid. Wu Daoji stared at the screen, an almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having just slain an elite 5th tier fierce beast, Su Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine, but when he turned around, nothing was there. An illusion. He shook his head and continued processing the corpse. Alien fierce beasts might contain crystalline formations within their body's beast essence, which were extremely valuable and could accelerate beast growth or even promote evolution. However, not all alien fierce beasts would produce beast essences, and while Earth's fierce beasts also had this possibility, their chances were much lower than those of alien fierce beasts. Hee hee. Su Ming let out such a sinister laugh, knowing that this kind of thing really came down to grinding for drop rates. He had slaughtered nearly 20 alien beasts before finally getting a single beast essence to drop. The bloody stench mixed with humid wind hit his face as he raised his hand to look. His palm and arm were covered in dark brown beast blood. He quickly walked to the nearby riverbank, scrubbing away the blood and bits of flesh into the water. After the cool river water washed everything clean, a beast essence about 3 centimeters in diameter, pitch black as ink, lay quietly in his palm, its surface gleaming with a cold, hard light. Black represented dark attributes, which provided the most significant enhancement for dark-type beast companions. Su Ming hadn't contracted any beasts of this attribute yet, but a 3-centimeter beast essence was worth $1 million on the market. Even if he couldn't use it, he could exchange it for a full 100 enhancement points. The system's official valuation was exactly 1 million yuan, and he knew this perfectly well. Brother, how about letting me have that beast essence? A voice suddenly called from across the river. Su Ming looked up to see a young man in hunting gear mounted on a tall horse, sizing him up. What's your offer? Su Ming merely glanced at him briefly before lowering his head to continue washing the beast essence and his hands. The young man rode his horse through the water toward him, smiling. Though it's not very large, dark attributes are rare. I'll offer 1.5 million. What do you think? 1.5 million was nearly a 50% premium over market price, and the man's offer was quite generous. Su Ming gently rubbed the beast essence's texture with his fingertip. It was an excellent price, and he naturally didn't want to refuse. How do we transfer the money? Right now. The young man reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a palm-sized silver-white device. Su Ming recognized it as the specialized transfer device distributed to candidates from major factions just before the college entrance exams. He hadn't expected someone to bring it along while hunting. Give me your card. The man held up the device. Su Ming leaped over and landed beside the horse, glancing over the equipment's operation sequence. After confirming the phone notification showing 1,500,000 yuan received, he handed over the beast essence. Pleasure doing business. I'm Qian Duojuant to exchange contact information. Su Ming. He reached out to shake hands, and simultaneously the system panel displayed the other party's information. Qian Duo, 8-star talent, already contracted with 4 beast companions. Though Su Ming was 9-star, he was still secretly amazed. Being able to support 4 beasts with 8-star talent truly showed how wealthy this guy was. Most eye-catching was the dark nether Pegasus that Qian Duo was riding. The bestiary described it as also belonging to the alien beast category, with moderate combat power but extreme speed that made it a legendary escape artifact. Su Ming hadn't expected the first alien beast companion he encountered to be such a premium Pegasus. He patted the horse's neck and smiled. Brother Qian, you contracted this dark nether Pegasus specifically for running away, didn't you? Dark nether Pegasuses were typically aloof toward strangers, yet when Su Ming touched it, the horse merely shook its mane lightly, seeming quite pleased. Qian Duoduo's pupils dilated, clearly surprised that Su Ming could gain its acceptance, then burst into laughter. I won't lie to you, that's exactly the idea. You have to stay alive to deal damage. As he spoke, Qian Duo casually tossed the dark attribute beast essence into the dark nether Pegasus's mouth. That's right, giving it a little boost. Su Ming secretly swallowed his saliva, sighing to himself, a true tycoon. Qian Duo waved his hand and turned his horse around. Brother Su, until we meet again, I need to go hunt some alien beasts too. With that, Qian Duo commanded his beast companions and quickly vanished from Su Ming's sight. Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Su Ming felt his heart sink slightly, was now competing against countless beast tamers from across the nation, and he had no idea what kind of opponents awaited him. At the very least, this Qian Duo was definitely a formidable rival he couldn't ignore. For beast companions fighting simultaneously, all with impressive talents and levels, clearly backed by substantial financial resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elevate an entire beast team to this level in such a short time. Enough rest, let's continue grinding points. Su Ming gently patted Henin's sturdy shoulder and leaped onto the beast's back. Henin let out a low growl, and his massive black and white body suddenly burst out of the small forest. The fierce beasts here had been mostly cleared out, so they needed to find a larger hunting ground. Meanwhile, a massive scoreboard floated above the alien realm, hanging like a canopy over the examination area. Every second, the names on the leaderboard shifted dramatically. However, the first place had remained unchanged from the very beginning. A candidate named Jun Wuhui held the top position, with the gap between him and second place being even larger than the combined difference between all the top 10 rankings. The candidates themselves couldn't see the leaderboard, they only knew that breaking into the top 100,000 would meet the minimum admission requirements for prestigious schools, and each renowned institution nationwide only accepted about 10,000 students annually. At this moment, Su Ming's score fluctuated around the 1,000th position. Far away in the monitoring room, a middle-aged man who had been watching him frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this mere 1,000th place performance. It really wasn't Su Ming's fault. His teleportation point was remote, and he had spent most of his time searching for traces of alien fierce beasts, naturally slowing down his point grinding efficiency. Deep in the grasslands, a black and white iron-eating beast over 10 meters long was racing at full speed. On its back, Su Ming gripped the beast's saddle tightly. The dust cloud behind them stretched into a long line by the wind. Ahead, an entire pack of demon-horned wolves had been hunted to the point of terror. What was originally a group of over 50 had been reduced to about 20 fleeing in panic, their hoarse howls rising and falling. Haha, this kid's got spirit. I need to figure out how to recruit him. At another location, in a dimly lit monitoring room, a stubble-faced middle-aged man stared intently at the screen. The footage showed Su Ming and Henin in hot pursuit of the demon-horned wolf pack. The wolves were forced to scatter in all directions, yet somehow mysteriously ended up clustered together again. Nightmare, sleep spell. The nightmare perched on Su Ming's head spent most of its time dozing and rarely woke unless called. Hearing its master's command, the little creature drowsily got up, nimbly leaped onto Henin's head, and its pink tentacles flickered with a faint light as it released powerful psychic waves toward the wolf pack. Just one day earlier, Su Ming had accumulated enough enhancement points to upgrade all the skills of his 3 beast companions to level 3. Nightmare's sleep spell had dramatically increased in both range and power, finally revealing the terrifying suppressive force of psychic-type beast companions. Even so, Su Ming rarely deployed Nightmare in daily combat. In terms of level and growth potential, Henin remained his ace. Moreover, Henin carried the bloodline of the 9 Li within its veins. The more intense the battle, the more likely it was to trigger the beast's bloodline awakening and evolutionary opportunity. Once Henin completed its evolution, Su Ming's overall combat power would surge dramatically. Moments later, the demon-horned wolf pack was completely slaughtered, leaving only wolf corpses and bloodstains across the grassland. His points skyrocketed instantly, and Su Ming's ranking shot up like a dark horse, climbing all the way to around 100th place, finally entering the field of vision of admissions officers from major universities. Su Ming extracted a beast core from the demon-horned wolf's head. Including this one, he had harvested a total of 5 cores from this pack, each one noticeably larger than those he had obtained before. Unfortunately, all 5 were dark attribute cores. While feeding them to his own beast companions could enhance their strength, the mismatched attributes made it somewhat wasteful. In this world, without specialized communication devices, there was no way to contact others. Su Ming had originally planned to sell these beast cores to Qian Duo, but during the examination period, the two couldn't reach each other. He could only wait until the test ended or they happened to meet again. Today was the 5th day of the examination, with only 2 days remaining until the end. Su Ming decided to rest and recuperate first, then make an all-out push for the final rankings. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, illuminating his face. He bent down by the stream, splashed some cool water on himself, wiped away his fatigue, and continued on his journey. This area was already devoid of high-scoring targets. Beasts below elite level yielded too few points, and unless they appeared in numbers comparable to the previous demon-horned wolf pack, he couldn't be bothered with them. Meanwhile, instructors from various prestigious academies outside had begun recording promising candidates worth recruiting. Excellent beast tamers were scarce, and only those in the top 50 of the points ranking were the primary targets for elite schools. Although Su Ming felt his ranking was gradually rising, he knew he hadn't yet crossed that threshold. He didn't know his current score, but based on his hunting frequency, he estimated it wasn't high-long intervals, small quantities. Even with his remarkable killing efficiency, it would be difficult to reach the top in such a short time. To make a dramatic comeback, he needed to find a higher-level target, preferably one at the early commander stage. The problem was that no one could guarantee such beasts still existed. They might have already been cleared out. Su Ming and Han Han were currently deep within a primeval forest. The surrounding light was dim, with interwoven branches and leaves. Han Han perked up his ears, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The more powerful creatures preferred concealed areas, and this place clearly fit the criteria. Suddenly, a thin crack appeared in the soil beneath his feet, accompanied by a crackling sound that spread rapidly. The fissures expanded at a visible rate. Su Ming stopped and said in a low voice, "Han Han, do you hear anything?" A sense of crisis suddenly struck, but the exact direction remained difficult to determine. The next second, the ground collapsed violently. Su Ming pushed off with his toes and leaped onto Han Han's back. "Let's go." The enemy had been lurking underground, buried extremely deep. Boom. A tearing roar shook the forest, startling flocks of birds and frightening nearby low-level beasts into scattering. Han Han carried Su Ming in a frantic sprint, but the ground beneath continued to crack. The roaring grew closer, followed by the thunderous sound of something bursting from the earth. A strange creature, standing a full 10 meters tall, appeared behind Su Ming. Ferocious beast, Earth Dragon attribute, Earth Dragon quality, super grade level, second tier Lord Commander, 3000-year evolution degree, growth stage evolution count, single skill set, Dragon Claw, Earth Spike, thick Earth Strength, Dragon's Might. Su Ming stared at the horned monster, confirming it was indeed the subdragon species from the bestiarian Earth Dragon. Earth dragons weren't pure-blooded true dragons, containing only the thinnest trace of dragon blood. But whether ferocious beast or tamed creature, anything associated with dragon, commanded respect. Dragons symbolized the purest, most overwhelming power. Gulp. He clearly heard himself swallow. Obviously, this creature had hidden underground to escape the beast tamer's hunt, only to be drawn out by his presence. Su Ming silently noted that this earth dragon possessed not only great strength, but considerable intelligence as well. Henin, prepare for battle. Though Henin with his third-tier skills lacked dragon blood, he possessed the equally formidable Geely bloodline. Standing upright, he towered half a head above the still-growing earth dragon. Since Henin had reached full maturity, this size difference wasn't surprising. Henin, full skills activated. Mengyan, stun him. Xiaohua, cheer from the sidelines. In an instant, Henin's muscles bulged and nodded, his previous cute demeanor vanishing as murderous aura emanated from him like a demon god. Though the earth dragon was shaken by this sudden, overwhelming presence, its dragon blood instincts made it rear up and roar defiantly, refusing to retreat. The two massive beasts crashed together with thunderous impact, fists and claws clashing in a series of dull, explosive sounds. Mengyan Psychic Blast. The third-tier Psychic Blast was practically the perfect counter for earth dragons with their small brains and thick skulls. Mengyan hovered in place, tentacles swaying as invisible psychic force formed into hammers. Bang, bang, bang. The repeated mental strikes left the earth dragon seeing stars, staggering as Henin's palm strike sent it flying dozens of meters. Su Ming immediately activated his beast-taming talent, super enhancement, layering additional power onto Henin. The bear-like Henin thundered down onto the fallen earth dragon's back, both fists striking left and right as terrifying force enhanced by all his skills poured down like a torrential storm. With Mengyan being a full tier below the earth dragon, his psychic energy depleted rapidly, and he soon showed signs of exhaustion. If they were the same tier, the third-tier Psychic Blast alone would have been enough to turn the Earth Dragon's brain to mush. Even so, he had completed his mission. The Earth Dragon was steadily losing ground under Henin's frenzied assault. As punch after devastating punch landed, the Earth Dragon's struggling limbs finally fell limp. Wu Daoji, a special recruitment instructor from Subei University, watched the entire process through surveillance and couldn't snap out of his daze for a long time. Had he seen correctly? An elite-level beast tamer had actually beaten to death an Earth Dragon, a creature renowned for its brute strength using pure force. He had originally discovered Su Ming had wandered into Earth Dragon territory and wanted to use the opportunity to test the student's limits, to see how long he could hold out. He never expected that it would be the Earth Dragon that couldn't hold out instead. One psychic hammer strike and a barrage of bear punches, and the Earth Dragon was left completely defenseless. If this student gets poached by another school, Subei University will be the laughingstock of the year. Wu Daoji stared at the screen in contemplation for a moment, then grabbed his phone and dialed. Not many people knew about Su Ming's victory over the Earth Dragon, given the vast area and large number of participants. Unless someone like Wu Daoji had been closely following Su Ming's movements, it would have been impossible to discover what had happened. The Earth Dragon's head had been smashed to pulp by Henin's claw, with red and white fluid splattered across the broken stones. The ground was still trembling slightly, showing just how terrifying Henin could be in his fury. As Su Ming was about to step forward to examine the corpse, a brilliant light flashed from within the body. It was a beast core, or more precisely, a sub-dragon core. Henin, extract it, he commanded quietly. Henin lumbered forward with heavy steps, clawed through the bones, and retrieved the beast core, which was about the size of Su Ming's head. Earth and dragon energies swirled within the crystal, its luster so rich it seemed ready to drip. An Earth Dragon beast core like this would be worth at least 100 million on the market, and that would be considered cheap. A bold idea suddenly struck Su Ming. He looked up at Henin, who had returned to his harmless appearance, and his resolve strengthened. Henin, come here. Eat this. Henin had been drooling ever since extracting the crystal, but his strict training prevented him from acting without his master's command. Now, with confirmation, his large eyes flickered as if seeking final verification from Su Ming. Su Ming smiled gently and nodded. The next second, Henin swallowed the beast core whole. Massive energy erupted within him as the violent dragon attributes merged with the steady earth attributes, like fuel perfectly crafted for Henin's body. Within moments, dark golden patterns spread across his scales. Then his body went limp and he collapsed into a deep sleep, the sign of evolution. With the energy still unstable within him, Su Ming couldn't return Henin to his beast space yet and had to stand guard. The examination was nearing its end. After defeating the Earth Dragon, Su Ming's ranking had shot up to the top 20, but to protect Henin, he didn't take action again on the final day. Henin was at the critical juncture of his first evolution, and the Earth Dragon's core had even reactivated his evolutionary sequence. Only when the energy fully stabilized could Su Ming return him to the beast space to complete the evolution safely. The examination will end in 10 minutes. All candidates please remain in place and recall your beasts. The mechanical female voice from the wristband echoed repeatedly. Su Ming stared at Henin and reluctantly pressed the recall command. Even with evolution in progress, he had no choice but to force him into the space. Fortunately, his beast-taming talent was exceptional and his space was spacious enough. Otherwise, Nightmare and Little Fire would have been squeezed into corners. The countdown reached 3, 2, 1, and this extraordinary college entrance examination came to an end. Next would be waiting for the combined rankings from both subjects, then choosing their preferred universities. A white light flashed, and Su Ming slowly opened his eyes to find himself standing in Subei City's teleportation plaza. The entire plaza was packed with students who had just finished their examinations. Su Ming, over here. Su Lang kept waving at Su Ming from a distance. Seeing Su Lang, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Ever since they were kids, Su Lang could always spot him instantly in a crowd, even in a plaza packed with hundreds of thousands of people like this. Su Lang, how did it go? How was your assessment? Su Ming asked as he walked over, looking his friend up and down. Relieved to see that Su Lang was unharmed, he felt a weight lift from his chest. I honestly don't know. I feel like I gave it my all. Su Lang wiped his face and pointed to his heavy dark circles. I didn't sleep a wink for the last 2 days, constantly hunting beasts. Look, I'm about to cry from exhaustion. Su Ming pulled out his phone and sent his location to Chi Wanner. I'm out. Where are you? Ding Dongi's phone vibrated, and a photo popped up. Chi Wanner and Lan Bao posing cutely by a massive stone monument, flashing peace signs. Su Lang, where is this? Su Ming handed over his phone. Su Lang had always had a better sense of direction than him. Oh my god, those two are still striking poses over there. Su Lang rolled his eyes. Just then, several more photos with different poses appeared on the phone. Su Lang squinted to confirm the location and pointed toward a giant stone deep in the plaza. Right there. The two of them quietly made their way along the edge of the crowd and snuck behind the monument. Lan Bao was holding Chi Wanner's phone, taking photos from different angles. Ahem. Su Lang deliberately cleared his throat. The two girls were caught completely off guard and spun around. Su Ming, Su Lang. Lan Bao was the first to cry out. Su Lang was startled by her volume and muttered, so dramatic, though he noticed the curious glances from people around them. Su Ming walked up to Chi Wanner. After 7 days of intense assessment, her eyes also showed faint dark circles. You worked hard, he managed to say after struggling for words. Chi Wanner responded softly. Su Lang nearby was almost driven away by this restrained scene. How could this guy be so clueless? The crowd began to move as guides from various base cities raised their flags to gather students. The Linjiang City candidates quickly assembled together. If anyone had been paying attention, They would have noticed that Su Ming and Qi Wan'er's hands had unconsciously intertwined. Teenage romance was just like that, simple and direct, needing no words. On the return journey, the Linjiang city mayor couldn't contain his excitement, pulling several instructors aside to review the results. Out of the top 100 in the National Combat Assessment, Linjiang City claimed 3 spots: 39th place Qi Wan'er, 50th place Su Ming, and 78th place Meng Xinqing. Further down, they had 4 more students in the top 50,000, meaning Linjiang City could potentially secure 7 prestigious university slots. Of course, they still had to wait for the academic test scores to be finalized. On the way back, Su Ming and Qi Wan'er acted like any young couple in love, not overly affectionate, but constantly staying close together. Lan Bao and Su Lang had no choice but to consciously play the role of third wheels. Boarding the return flight, Su Ming leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. He could clearly sense that Henin was at a critical point in its evolution. The little creature was enveloped in a massive cocoon of light, so dense that even its master couldn't probe what was happening inside. Evolution paths were determined by bloodline, beyond any external interference, leaving Su Ming both nervous and excited. He quietly calculated it would probably take a few more days. Once the light cocoon broke open, Henin should complete its evolution. On the way back, everyone was eager to chat about their experiences during the assessment, and Su Ming listened carefully with his ears perked up. In the lively carriage, kill scores, numbers of contracted demon beasts, embarrassing injuries, and surprising windfalls, everyone chimed in enthusiastically. Amidst all this chatter, one name kept coming up: Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui? Su Ming's heart stirred. That person had held first place steadily since the exam began, with the gap between him and second place even larger than the combined differences among the top 10. He grasped Qi Wan'er's smooth, delicate hand and asked in a lowered voice, "Wan'er, do you know this Jun Wuhui?" Hearing Su Ming call her Wan'er directly for the first time, Qi Wan'er's pretty face flushed slightly as she nodded gently. He's from the Jun family of Shanghai City. The Jun family is one of the largest families in Shanghai, and even in all of China, with influence spanning military, political, and business circles. It's said the Jun family also has several legendary-level beast tamers. The Jun family's existence is a major pillar for humanity against foreign races. She paused briefly, her gaze serious. Jun Wuhui is the leader of the Jun family's generation, with dual 8-star talent, plus endless family resources supporting him. Such a person is terrifying. Su Ming nodded silently. With that kind of background and talent, it would be hard not to be strong. Suddenly, he remembered he still had a large batch of dark attribute beast essences to sell, and thought to himself perhaps he could consider this wealthy heir as a potential buyer. After a brief silence, Qi Wan'er gently reminded him, "Su Ming, the college entrance exam results will probably be announced in about 3 days. Have you decided which prestigious university you want to attend?" The girl's clear eyes were full of reluctance, obviously hoping they could attend the same school. Su Ming scratched his head. "Let me think about it more. I really have no idea right now." With his girlfriend on one side and his ideals on the other, he felt his head might split. Whichever side he chose would be hard to give up. "Oh." Qi Wan'er lowered her head, unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingertips, feeling somewhat dejected. Returning to Linjiang City, everyone agreed on when to meet next, then went home to report their safety. As soon as Su Ming entered the house, his mother routinely felt his arms and checked for injuries. "As long as you're safe and sound, grades don't matter." His father Su Yu was different. The family had some official connections, and he had used his relationships to check his son's ranking in advance. "Su Ming, among the 10 prestigious universities, which one do you plan to choose?" Su Ming sat down on the sofa, still calculating in his mind. Ranked 50th nationally in Beast Tamer assessment scores, which of the 10 prestigious universities wouldn't want him? The question was where to go. "I haven't decided yet. Subei, Shanghai, or Beijing North, these are all good options." Subei University was only in his options purely because Qi Wan'er would go there, while Shanghai and Beijing North were recognized as the 2 strongest among the 10 prestigious universities. Su Yu patted his son's shoulder with satisfaction. "You've grown up. The decision is yours to make." Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang abruptly. "Dear, go answer the door," Su Yu called out. When the door opened, a burly man with broad shoulders, thick waist, and a full beard stood at the entrance. Seeing such a rugged visitor for the first time, Su Ming's mother was startled. "Hello, I'm looking for Su Ming." The man scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. This intimidating appearance had earned him a nickname from Subei University students, but he couldn't help his looks. "Please come in." Su Ming's mother stepped aside. Su Ming and Su Yu exchanged glances, puzzled. Who would come looking for them at this time? Su Yu politely extended his hand. "And you are?" Su Yu looked at the martial arts practitioner and asked. "Hello, I'm an instructor from Subei University, and I'm here about your child." As soon as the door opened, Wu Daoji stated his purpose directly, his tone cutting through the air like a sharp blade without any hesitation. Su Yu and his son Su Ming hadn't expected the recruitment teacher to arrive so quickly. The exam had just ended, and the battle for talent had already begun. Teacher Wu, this depends on what the child wants. As parents, we shouldn't interfere too much. Su Yu replied politely but firmly. I understand. Wu Daoji nodded, then fixed his gaze on Su Ming. Su Ming, would you be willing to enter Subei University? This question caught Su Ming off guard. He had originally planned to research those so-called top 10 prestigious schools before making a decision. Wu Daoji could see his hesitation. Students with Su Ming's exceptional grades usually aspired to the top institutions in Shanghai or Beijing, making Subei University hardly their first choice. Let me introduce myself first, Wu Daoji began. My name is Wu Daoji, an instructor at Subei University. If you join Subei, I'll become your mentor. My current highest beast mastery level is 3rd order venerable. Venerable. Su Ming's throat moved slightly. Instructors at ordinary schools were at most transcendent level, while venerables stood at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Upon enrollment, you'll receive 1,000 points as a personal welcome gift, Wu Daoji added. You can easily find out what points are used for online. Additionally, with my authority, I can grant you access to combat training and even ancient ruin exploration in the future. Ancient ruins were strictly controlled by the state, making access impossible without sufficient credentials. A venerable status indeed carried more authority than ordinary transcendent teachers. However, this wasn't quite enough to be a decisive temptation for Su Ming. What he wanted was to fight alien races on the front lines. Of course, being my student won't be easy, Wu Daoji continued at a steady pace. You'll spend considerable time each year fighting alien races. But I'll help you obtain whatever cultivation resources I can get my hands on. Teacher, I'd like to think about it. Su Ming still didn't commit. Wu Daoji was somewhat surprised that even after a venerable personally visiting and showing such consideration, he still hadn't swayed the young man. If not for Su Ming's heaven-defying performance of defeating a commander-level Earth Dragon Beast, while only at elite level during the assessment, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. If you come, the school will reward you with a dragon beast, a true dragon beast, not a sub-dragon like the Earth Dragon you fought. Wu Daoji played his trump card. Su Yu and Su Ming's mother immediately widened their eyes. A true dragon beast, with proper cultivation, advancing to venerable or even mythical level was almost guaranteed. There were only a few in the entire world, and he was offering to give one away just like that? I don't need to explain the value of a true dragon beast to you, Wu Daoji said steadily. Even Shanghai or Beijing universities couldn't offer something like this. Think it over carefully. In fact, this dragon beast was originally prepared by Subei University to recruit Jun Wuhui, making Wu Daoji's current offer somewhat unauthorized. Really? Su Ming still needed confirmation. Really? As long as you agree to be my student, the dragon beast is yours. Wu Daoji was going all in, sparing no expense for his desired student. Su Ming took a deep breath, suddenly stood up, and bowed deeply to Wu Daoji. All right, I agree, teacher. Haha, excellent. Wu Daoji laughed heartily. Actually, the rewards don't stop there. When you receive Subei University's admission notice, everything I've promised will be fulfilled. Wu Daoji was particularly excited today. A beast master who could crush a commander-level Earth Dragon beast, while only at elite level. So what if there was that Jun Wuhui? Wu Daoji left abruptly, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to, but in reality, he was rushing back to school to secure that dragon beast for Su Ming. After all, this wasn't his first time acting first and asking for permission later, and besides, given Su Ming's strength, the dragon beast wouldn't be wasted on him. The moment Wu Daoji stepped out of the hotel, teachers from other academies began arriving one after another to recruit Su Ming, but he politely declined them all, citing prior arrangements. Although everyone could see Su Ming's impressive performance in the Beast Tamer assessment, they also understood that with only 4-star plus 5-star dual talents, standing out among the top 10 prestigious schools wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, the lights burned bright in the president's office at Subei University. Wu Daoji, have you lost your mind? Actually promising a dragon beast to a student with only 4-star plus 5-star talent. Ning Beixian slammed his hand on the desk, his voice booming like thunder. As a 7th-tier venerable, he had always been strict about resource allocation, yet now found himself powerless against his colleague. Easy there, old friend. Take a look at this first. Wu Daoji grinned as he handed over a battle recording. The light screen flickered to life. Henin swung its claws, shattering the ground, and the elite Earth Dragon was sent flying with a single swipe. Ning Beixian, who had been casually leaning back in his chair, unconsciously leaned forward by the middle of the footage, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. This is still an iron-eating beast? Its strength completely overwhelmed the Earth Dragon. Now look at his other 2 beast companions. Check their levels, and read through this file. Ning Beixian sat down to read carefully. Su Ming came from an ordinary family background, with virtually no additional resources beyond the school's 10 million reward. Yet he possessed 3 beast companions, 2 at elite level, 1 at advanced ordinary level. 3 of them? How large is his beast space? Ning Beishuan's eyes widened. This is really the capacity of 4-star plus 5-star talent. That's why I suspect he's hiding higher talent. Wu Daoji nodded. Moreover, after that iron-eating beast devoured the Earth Dragon's essence, it's already showing signs of evolution. Old friend, being able to help a beast companion complete its first evolution before even finishing freshman year, could you have done that back in your day? Ning Beixian fell silent for a moment, then finally raised his hand. Fine, bring him the dragon beast. I want to see just how many trump cards his space can actually hold. Subei University desperately needed a comeback victory, and Su Ming might just be that ace card. You got it. Wu Daoji took Ning Beishuan's authorization and immediately headed for the beast pens. Watching that retreating figure, Ning Beixian sighed deeply. They had joined the faculty in the same year, yet Wu Daoji remained just an instructor, with none of his students amounting to much. Now he was suddenly betting everything on one student, and this stubborn persistence left Ning Beixian with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, at the Jun family residence in Shanghai, in an empty training room, a young man with impeccable appearance, physique, and bearing sat cross-legged in meditation, eyes closed. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke the silence. What is it? The young man was clearly displeased. Young master, the true dragon beast at Subei University has been given to another student. The servant's report from outside the door caused the young man inside to raise an eyebrow slightly, but in just an instant, he regained his previous composure and calm demeanor. In that case, let's go to Shanghai. Yes, young master. And find out who took that true dragon beast while you're at it. Understood. This young man was none other than Jun Wuhui. Pure-blooded true dragon beasts were extremely rare, and even the powerful Jun family with their deep foundations didn't possess a single one, which was why Subei University had originally planned to present that true dragon beast directly to him. Now that the tide had turned, Jun Wuhui only pondered briefly before deciding to turn his attention to Shanghai, while simultaneously dispatching people to investigate the whereabouts of the true dragon beast. Meanwhile, it wasn't long before Wu Daoji personally delivered the true dragon beast to Su Ming and witnessed him complete the contract on the spot. The contracting process flowed like water, even exceeding Wu Daoji's expectations, and this kind of talent would only elevate his assessment of Su Ming to another level. After seeing Wu Daoji off, Su Ming returned to his room and immediately called Qi Wanner. Hello, Wanner. I've decided which school to attend. Oh, I'm going to Subei University. Really? The undisguised joy from the other end of the phone came through the receiver instantly. Yes. Qi Wanner's parents happened to arrive just then, so the two briefly exchanged the good news before hurriedly hanging up, and Su Ming turned his full attention to the Radiant Holy Dragon he had just contracted. Beast, Radiant Holy Dragon. Attributes, Light Dragon. Quality, Supreme. Level, Normal Tier 1 Elite. Age, 100 years. Evolution stage, Juvenile. Available evolutions, 3 times. Skills. 1. Dragon Claw LV1 exclusive to Dragon Attribute Beast 010. 2. True Dragon Power LV1 exclusive to Dragon Attribute Beast 010. 3. Holy Light Judgment LV1 deals damage while healing self, 2 damage against dark attributes 010. 4. Holy Light Shield Light Attribute, Shield 010. 5. Holy Dragon Bloodline suppresses all dragon attributes 97100. 6. Holy Light Domain LV1 all attributes 2 for Radiant Holy Dragon within domain. Continuous recovery possible 010. Su Ming quietly compared the Radiant Holy Dragon's level was on par with his Phoenix, indicating that the Phoenix could completely contend with pure-blooded dragon beasts. Like the Phoenix, the Radiant Holy Dragon's skill descriptions were equally vague, with no hints about numerical upper limits. Without hesitation, he upgraded all basic skills to LV3 in one go, and maxed out the Holy Dragon bloodline while he was at it. His enhancement points plummeted instantly, leaving only just over 300. Considering that upgrading from LV3 to LV4 easily cost 500 points, pushing all 4 of his beasts upward would require an investment of nearly 100 million. However, the money was well spent. Probably only he in the entire world could upgrade beast skill levels. In same-tier battles, it all came down to skill depth. Level 3 skills against level 1 skills was like a father beating his son, with victory decided in a single move. But he still needed to figure out how to make money. Su Ming glanced down at his phone, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He pulled up Qian Duo's contact information and dialed. Hello, is this Qian Duo? This is Su Ming. I have beast essence, do you want some? Yes. Where are you? I'll come find you. Linjiang City. Alright. One day later, at Linjiang City Airport. The morning sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows onto the ground as a lavishly dressed man swaggered out of the arrivals hall, looking around with his head held high, clearly searching for someone. Qian Duo. Su Ming called out from nearby, raising his hand. In the crowd, Qian Duo was undoubtedly the most eye-catching figure. His handbag, leather shoes, and trench coat were all luxury items from the current season, shimmering as he moved. Hearing the call, his chubby body immediately sprang into action, and as he jogged over, the flesh on his cheeks jiggled like jelly. Pretty fast, Su Ming observed, sizing him up. Didn't you say your family was in Jingbei City? With flight controls being so strict now, how did you get here so quickly? I told my dad I wanted to come to Linjiang City, and he arranged an escort for me. Qian Duoduo grinned. Let's not chat here. Let's head to my place first. He raised his hand, and immediately someone from a black luxury car in the distance hurried over. Young master. The driver nodded respectfully. Let's go home. Before getting in the car, Su Ming couldn't help asking. Wait, you have a house in Linjiang City too? Yeah, just bought it. Your family is really wealthy? Su Ming knew it was a pointless question, but asked anyway. Qian Duoduo blinked. Su Ming, don't you know about my family? Just search Jingbei Qian family, and you'll understand. Inside the car, Su Ming opened his optical brain. After searching, his heart skipped a beat. The Jingbei Qian family, a top-tier wealthy clan on par with the Jun family, virtually controlled the national beast-taming market. Any industry related to beast-taming couldn't avoid dealing with them. Greetings, big shot, Su Ming half-joked. No, it's my family that's wealthy. I personally don't count as much. Qian Duoduo waved his hand, then lowered his voice. But you know what? You're quite famous now. The news about Subei University giving you a real dragon as a reward has spread throughout the city. That dragon was originally reserved for Jun Wuhui. He was even preparing to transfer there, but you snatched it away, so he had to go to Hudo University instead. Haha, just thinking about it is hilarious. The car entered Linjiang City's most upscale wealthy district. Detached villas stood in rows, each worth nearly 100 million yuan. Qian Duoduo walked in as if returning to his own hometown. In the living room, genuine leather sofas complemented crystal chandeliers. Qian Duoduo clapped his hands. Su Ming, bring out all your beast essences. I'll buy them all. All right. Su Ming took out his spatial ring and poured it out. Dazzling beast essences instantly formed a small mountain on the coffee table, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Your luck is incredible. You got so many beast essences. Not bad, Su Ming replied calmly. Let's see what they're worth. He had his own standards. If he couldn't get back at least 2,300 enhancement points worth, he'd rather not sell. Qian Duoduo gave them just a quick glance. 30 million. How about it? This price was almost at the market's highest rate. He clearly had no intention of profiting from his friend. Deal. Su Ming handed over his bank card, and Qian Duoduo processed the transaction on the spot. The transfer was completed quickly. Su Ming, what are you planning to do for the upcoming summer vacation? The two had just sat down on a bench outside the classroom, with the summer heat still lingering as their casual conversation naturally began. Qian Duoduo was first to share the latest results. I ranked 23rd nationally, and you're 65th. That's the combined ranking for academic courses and beast tamer assessments. Su Ming nodded, gaining a clear understanding of the gap between them, though he didn't dwell on it much. I'm not sure about my specific summer plans yet. I'll probably head to the wilderness for more real combat experience. Subei University only gives us 1 month off this summer, so I'll improve as much as I can. Qian Duoduo tilted his head thoughtfully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Why don't you come with us? Us? Where to? Su Ming looked at him with confusion. To explore ancient ruins. Qian Duoduo lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard. The ruins around here are pretty mediocre. They only offer beast eggs. I've looked into it, and those eggs are just ordinary top-grade quality at best. The place we're going to has much more than just eggs. All mediocre? Su Ming was filled with confusion. Even Phoenix-level beast eggs were considered poor? What he didn't know was that what he'd obtained after the Phoenix was merely an ordinary top-grade beast egg, not truly premium quality. Seeing his surprise, Qian Duoduo became even more enthusiastic. The treasures in ancient ruins are absolutely incredible. Beast eggs are just the most common items. There are beast essences, evolution crystals, various secret materials that can accelerate beast growth, and supposedly even items that can enhance a beast tamer's natural talent. Evolution crystals? Su Ming heard this term for the first time, though he could roughly guess from the name that it was related to beast evolution. Exactly. They were discovered 2 years ago. Just give one to your beast, and it can instantly complete an evolution regardless of its current state. Pretty amazing, right? So you're saying there are evolution crystals in the ruins you mentioned? Of course. We've already formed a team, and that's exactly what we're going after. The ruins are Safino one dies. It's all about talent. A person can only enter once in their lifetime. Jun Wuhui has already made it to the 20th level, which is the current record. We're planning to break that record. Su Ming's heart raced with excitement, and he immediately agreed. All right, I'm in. When do we leave? In a few days. I need to grab a beast egg from your local ruins first, then we'll head out immediately after I return. Qian Duoduo stood up and patted Su Ming's shoulder. After they parted ways, Su Ming immediately called Wu Daoji. The rough voice on the other end quickly responded. Su Ming, I was actually planning to take you to those ruins myself. Since you have companions, go with them. It's very Safino one dies there. This is one of China's highest state secrets. That chubby kid has quite a background. Teacher, he's from the Qian family, Su Ming reminded him. The Qian family? Then there's no problem. They know more about these things than anyone else. In Linjiang Park, the night was beautiful, and two young lovers sat on a bench beside the park's pathway. The dim streetlights stretched the shadows of Su Ming and Qi Waner long across the ground. Qi Waner lowered her voice, but couldn't hide the excitement in her emotions. Su Ming, are you certain about going to Subei University? Yes, I'm certain. Su Ming turned his head to look at her, his tone steady. Then why did you ask me out? Is there something you need to tell me? In the dim night with few pedestrians around, Qi Waner nervously clutched her skirt hem, her heart racing. If Su Ming suddenly made a move when they were alone together, should she resist? Or should she resist? Su Ming cleared his throat. I need to go away for a while, and I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. What for? Qi Waner's voice was filled with disappointment. To visit an ancient ruin. That person from the Qian family Qian Duo is taking me there. I've confirmed with my teacher that the ruin is very safe. Hearing the word safe, Qi Waner could only nod. All right, you go ahead. On the way home, Su Ming wanted to ask Qian Duo if he could bring Qi Waner along, but after thinking it over, he realized that Subei University would eventually organize group trips there anyway, so there was no rush, and he dropped the idea. Su Ming, when are you leaving? Qi Waner was still reluctant to part. After all, they had only confirmed their relationship a few days ago, and were already facing separation. Tomorrow. Qian Duo just messaged me saying he's finished handling things on his end, and will set off tomorrow morning. Oh, the girl's mood dropped, and her steps became much slower than before. When they reached the entrance of the Qi family's small building, she raised her hand to open the door. Su Ming's heart softened, and he reached out to stop her. Waner. What is it? The next second, Su Ming stepped forward, pulled her directly into his arms, and leaned down to kiss her. The sudden intimacy made Qi Waner's eyes widen. This guy was actually kissing her right at her own front door. The nervousness and sweetness in her heart exploded instantly. Su Ming released her and said softly, all right, go inside. Qi Waner blushed to her ears, nodding like a pecking chick, and obediently went through the door. Su Ming looked up and caught sight of a head poking out from the second-floor balcony. Qi Waner's older brother Qi Heng was giving him a thumbs up. Su Ming quickly bowed deeply before turning to leave. Inside the house, Qi Waner leaned against the door, her fingers unconsciously touching her lips, still immersed in that domineering warmth from moments before. For a girl who was falling deeply in love, this kind of impact was simply devastating. Oh my, look how red that little face is. Which wild boar has been digging up our family's precious cabbage? Qi Heng changed into his slippers and walked into the living room with a mischievous grin. Brother, you're asking when you already know. Qi Waner rolled her eyes at him, but her words clearly defended Su Ming. Who was he calling a wild boar? What's this, Waner? You really found yourself a boyfriend? Their parents also heard the commotion and poked their heads out from the dining room. That's right, Mom and Dad. You know him too, as the kid who got that dragon beast from our school. Qi Heng shrugged with an envious expression. Really annoying. I didn't even manage to catch one. Qi Waner immediately shot back. Huh, Mom and Dad. Do you know that brother can't even beat Su Ming in a fight, and he still has the nerve to call himself a beast lord? Qi Waner's father, Qi Mingdao, was the vice president of Linjiang City's Beast-Tamer Association, with strength approaching the extraordinary level. Hearing this, he looked at his son. Oh? Qi Heng, is this true? Qi Heng spread his hands. I fought him using elite-level beast companions that day. I have to admit, Su Ming's strength is truly abnormal. I suspect his beast-taming talent isn't at all what's written in his records. The speaker had no particular intention, but the listener took it to heart. Su Ming's unusual beast-taming talent was no longer questioned by just one person. Speeding along on the maglev train heading home, he could barely contain his excitement. The Henin, that had been quietly resting in his beast space, was pulsating violently, ready to hatch at any moment, and Su Ming had to witness this moment with his own eyes before departing for that ancient ruin. Steadying his mind, he quickly turned his consciousness inward. The beast space resembled a vast starry sea, with his four tamed beasts each occupying a corner, but the light orb where Henin resided was the largest and most brilliant. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed in the depths of his consciousness as a thin fissure spread from the center of the orb, instantly weaving into a dense web of cracks. Bang! Light exploded outward as a thick, muscular leg with black and white markings emerged first. Immediately after, the shattered light shell scattered like glass, and Henin's complete form finally appeared before Su Ming's eyes. It still had the same dense black and white fur and the same round bare body, but now it sported a sharp horn atop its head and a row of bone spikes along its back, resembling those of a prehistoric stegosaurus. Tamed beast, swordback tyrant. Attribute, Earth. Quality, Supreme. Level, Elite 9th Tier Commander. Evolution progress, 100 years. Evolution count, once can evolve 2 more times. Skills. 1. Giant Bear Strength LV30 500 briefly unleashes 10 times the power of an iron-eating beast. 2. Bear Colossus LV30 500 briefly increases defense by 30 times while having speed. 3. Tyrant's Fury LV30 500 briefly enhances all attributes by 10 times. 4. Jilly Bloodline Passive. The purer the bloodline, the higher the Fury enhancement and the lower the side effects. 5. Blood Fury Domain LV30 500 within the domain. Own combat power increases 5 times while enemies' attributes are reduced by 5 times, with no negative effects. Swordback Tyrant. Su Ming softly repeated the new name while mentally calculating the magnitude of the power leap. The effects of the 3 main active skills and domain skill had nearly doubled. If the current Hanin faced that Earth Dragon again, it wouldn't need Nightmare's assistance or his own talent enhancement. It could crush the opponent Hedon with ease. Having just completed its transformation, Hanin swayed slightly as fatigue set in, immediately falling into a deep sleep within the space. Its size now far exceeded the others, making it the big brother among the 4 beasts, while the other 3 wisely made room. That evening, Su Ming converted all 30 million he had just received into enhancement points, unhesitatingly upgrading all 4 of Hanin's active skills to LV4, leaving him with a meager balance of 1,500 points. Now 3 of his 4 beasts had reached elite level, with Hanin just half a step away from commander rank. In less than 4 months, he would have his first commander-level beast. While this speed wasn't entirely unprecedented in an era filled with prodigies, he absolutely couldn't have achieved it without the extraordinary enhancement of his beast space. The next day, Su Ming bid farewell to his parents early and arrived at the airport to wait for Qian Duoduo's arrival. Su Ming this. Qian Duoduo spotted Su Ming from afar and hurried over to greet him. Qian Duoduo, where exactly are we going? Su Ming still hadn't figured out the specific location of the ancient ruins that this walking treasury kept mentioning. Shanghai. The ruins are there. We'll fly directly over. Oh, all right. Su Ming nodded and followed Qian Duoduo through the hall toward the interior of the airport. The sleek silver-gray private jet before them gleamed blindingly bright, with 2 imposing Lord-level beast tamers standing by the boarding stairs, their uniform badges glinting coldly in the sunlight. Su Ming silently marveled. Worthy of being the richest family in the Federation, the Qian family even had Lord-level guards on standby. After takeoff, Qian Duoduo removed his sunglasses and leaned over half-jokingly. Su Ming, my friends are all quite curious about you. About me? There's nothing special about me. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, though he knew that Qian Duoduo had only mentioned once the incident of him obtaining that dragon beast from Subei Academy had really ticked off certain people. Of course you're special. You're the one who snatched the dragon beast quota from Jun Wuhui. That guy has been overshadowing the heirs of our 10 great families for years, and everyone's been dying to see him get his comeuppance. The 10 great families originated from the families of 10 mythical-level beast tamers within China's borders, whose members' talents were almost universally acknowledged as like father, like son. And Jun Wuhui was recognized as having the highest talent of this generation with 2 8-star talents that left his peers nearly hopeless. Su Ming's ability to intercept his quota was indeed surprising. The plane glided through white clouds. From Linjiang City to Shanghai was even closer than going to Subei, and before long they landed at Shanghai Airport. As Qian Duoduo disembarked, he waved his hand. Let's meet up with them first. We'll enter the ruins tomorrow. All right. The 2 got in a car and drove through the city into a secluded alley, finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous little tavern. Pushing through the door, they found 5 or 6 young people already scattered about under the dim yellow lighting. Qian Duoduo, why are you so slow? Didn't you say you'd bring Su Ming? Where is he? A young man with an equally imposing build and appearance stood up, his voice making the bar glasses tremble slightly. Brother Chu, don't worry. I'm reliable when I handle things. Qian Duoduo waved his hand, signaling Su Ming to follow. Su Ming walked before the group as all eyes swept over him in unison. These were this year's top young beast tamers nationwide. Through his detection skill, their levels and talents were completely visible to him. Hey, don't be too sneaky, someone immediately protested. We know you have detection skills, but don't go blabbing all our little secrets. The speaker was a red-haired girl who smiled mischievously as she stepped forward with an extended hand. Hello, Su Ming. I'm Lin Shi. Though you probably already know my name. Hello, I'm Su Ming. Subsequently, the remaining 5 also introduced themselves one by one. Through their conversation, Su Ming confirmed, including Qian Duoduo, there were 7 people total, all from prominent Beijing families. However, not all were members of the 10 great families. Only Qian Duoduo, Lin Shi, and the imposing young man nicknamed Brother Chu actually came from the 10 great families, while the other 4 were not heirs of the 10 great families. Su Ming, can you really see our levels and beast companions? The speaker was someone from Beijing's Lu family, ranked roughly around 100th nationally. Lu Feng leaned forward on the table, his face full of curiosity. Lu Feng, Highest beast companion level elite 6th tier, beast taming talent is. Before Su Ming could continue, Lu Feng quickly covered his mouth. Alright, big brother, I'm scared of you. Just please don't expose all my secrets. The private room was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was like a pot about to boil over. Lu Feng was laughing so hard he was bent over, and the cola in his hand was fizzing with foam. Haha, Lu Feng, who would even care to look at your pathetic skills? Xiao Qiming sat with his legs crossed, drained his drink in one gulp, his tone full of disdain. Su Ming isn't afraid of you. Why don't you expose his level and what spirit beast he's contracted with? Let's see if this kid stays so arrogant. Lu Feng seized the opportunity and pointed at Su Ming. No, 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 big brother Su Ming, I was wrong. Please don't expose me. Xiao Qiming immediately changed his tune and begged for mercy, terrified that Su Ming might actually reveal his trump cards. All right, stop arguing. A deep male voice cut through all the commotion. The speaker was Chu Jingping, who at just over 30 was the oldest among them. His face was ruggedly handsome as if carved by a knife, and combined with his tall, broad frame, he naturally became the leader of the seven. We still have to go to that ancient ruin tomorrow. If we can't even reach the 10th floor, we'll be completely embarrassed. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped their playful banter and turned their gazes to Su Ming. Su Ming, if you break that guy Jun Wuhui's record again tomorrow, I can already imagine how spectacular his expression will be. Lu Feng said while pulling out his phone, bringing up a photo and passing it over. You guys don't know I heard that when the dragon was transferred to Su Ming by the school, that guy's face turned black as coal on his way to Shanghai. This was Su Ming's first time seeing the legendary Jun Wui in the photo, that perpetually, I'm invincible cold expression remained as arrogant as ever. Thinking about his current strength, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. What the hell, doesn't this guy's face always look like that? The 7 people present shared an unspoken understanding. Among the 8 of them, Su Ming had the worst spirit beast talent and the most ordinary family background. Yet he was simultaneously admitted to Subei University through special recruitment and received the dragon beast that originally belonged to Jun Wuhui. Even the most obtuse person could guess that Su Ming was definitely not as mediocre as he appeared on the surface. Since Subei University had approved everything, they had no need to be nosy, and they didn't dare ask too many questions. What if Su Ming really could see through their secrets? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Chu Jingping held his cup and pulled Su Ming to a corner. Su Ming, we're all pretty easy to get along with, so don't feel any barriers between us. Here, strength always comes first. Brother Chu, are you all planning to apply to Beijing North University? Su Ming lowered his voice. Yeah, definitely, and we'll be meeting up soon. How so? There's a National College Spirit Beast Master competition for freshmen. We'll probably face off there, maybe even fight directly. Chu Jingping was surprised that Su Ming didn't even know about this. I haven't really looked into that. Su Ming admitted honestly. Hey, Su Ming, Boss Chu, are you talking about the competition? A round face peeked in from the doorway. I heard from my old man that this year's first place reward is even better than last year's. Qian Duo strode over, carrying a freshly opened bottle of 1982 pure milk, and downed it in one gulp. Qian Duo, you're not joking, are you? Last year's first place got an evolution crystal, bloodline purification liquid, plus a spirit beast that was already ridiculous enough. How could it get any better? Lu Feng frowned. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? My old man only revealed that much and told me to fight like hell for first place. I'm literally putting my life on the line. Qian Duo slammed the empty bottle down on the table with a thud, milk fragrance wafting everywhere. Su Ming looked at Chu Jingping. Brother Chu, are the competition rewards really that generous? Very generous. Chu Jingping's expression grew serious. This competition was originally designed to select the strongest spirit beast masters. You know how at ICE in this era, one powerful spirit beast master is far more useful than a bunch of weaklings. Resources are limited, and if we still distributed them equally, Earth would have been destroyed by alien races long ago. After a night's rest at the hotel, Qian Duo footed the entire bill, joking that since he had more money than he could spend, why not put it to good use? The next morning, the 8-member team set out fully equipped, heading for an ancient ruin less than 100 kilometers outside Shanghai. This ruin was known as the Trial Tower, constantly bustling with visitors eager to test whether the legendary trials were truly as miraculous as rumored. Su Ming had researched extensively beforehand. Scholars concluded that anyone below the 10th floor remained ordinary, meaning those who couldn't reach the 10th floor possessed mediocre talent at best. Only by breaking through the 10th floor would the Trial Tower grant rewards, which explained why most challengers returned empty-handed. Throughout the journey, Chu Jingping worked hard to establish himself as the big brother figure, organizing the team's pace methodically. Jun Wuhui casually mentioned the tower's records. The highest level reached is the 23rd floor. The difficulty increases gradually before the 10th floor, but once you enter the 10th floor, each subsequent level features stronger beast phantoms. What reward did that record holder receive? someone asked. Supposedly, an evolution crystal and a beast egg of considerable grade. The higher you climb, the better the rewards. Everyone marveled at how the apocalypse era could create such wonders, yet ultimately face extinction truly incomprehensible. Indeed, compared to today's Beastmaster civilization, the apocalypse era was incomparably more powerful. This tower alone remained impossible to replicate, and the formation process of evolution crystals remained a complete mystery. For modern humanity, apocalypse relics were the lifeline against alien invasions. Su Ming only knew that today's peace came at great cost, earned through countless beast masters fighting bloody battles in alien worlds. As they neared their destination, a towering gray stone tower piercing the clouds appeared before them. The concrete and steel city seemed utterly insignificant in its presence. Heavy guards surrounded the tower, requiring all challengers to verify their identities before entry. While authorities didn't restrict beast masters from attempting the challenge, official permits were mandatory. This was China's fundamental principle, as every relic contributed to the overall strength enhancement of beast masters. The previous day, everyone had obtained their permits with their companions' help. Thus, the 8 encountered virtually no obstacles entering the tower. According to the rules, each person had only one lifetime opportunity to challenge the tower, and all obstacles within were phantoms. Even failure wouldn't cost one's life. But with only one chance, everyone gave their absolute best. The trial tower's assessment was extremely precise. Even mythic-level beast masters might climb fewer floors than certain elite-level companions. Let's go? Let's see who comes out first and who comes out last. Someone laughed heartily. Hee hee. Whoever comes out last treats everyone. Sorry, if I'm last out. I can't afford to treat anyone. Amid the laughter and banter, the 8 figures faded into the light of the trial tower's first floor. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim stone chamber, facing a low-crouched, snarling elite first-tier bone-corroding gray wolf. Starting so soon? He murmured to himself. Behind him, without him noticing when, Henin was already standing at his back. Based on this situation, the first 10 floors are selected according to the highest level among the challenger's beast companions, and all opponents are bone-eroding gray wolves. These fierce beasts have moderate speed and strength with no obvious weaknesses, but no outstanding advantages either, making the first 10 floors as easy as drinking water for Su Ming. The trial tower only allows one beast companion to fight, which Su Ming quickly confirmed. Standing beside Henin, now renamed Tyrant, he could clearly feel the increasingly intense bloodthirsty aura that had swelled since its first evolution. The Julie bloodline was thoroughly awakened during evolution, making Tyrant's battle intent almost overflow from its fangs and fur. On the 11th floor, the system's opponent was noticeably stronger. Since Tyrant was purely a power type, the Tower Spirit also sent out a representative of power-type fierce beasts, a commander first-rank Diamond Giant Ape. Just as Su Ming was about to give orders, Tyrant had already charged out wildly. Its evolved fur was as hard as sharp needles, and with one palm strike, the Diamond Giant Ape was directly sent flying. Su Ming gasped in shock. It was one thing for same-level bone-eroding gray wolves to be unable to withstand this palm, but he hadn't expected even a commander-level Diamond Giant Ape to be so fragile. Then the second palm fell, and the giant ape ascended to heaven on the spot. From the 11th floor all the way to the 20th, Tyrant never opened its domain nor triggered its rage, relying solely on brute force and the giant elephant talent to clash with Commander 9th-rank Diamond Giant Apes, still achieving victory with each punch. Meanwhile, in the waiting area outside the first floor, Qian Duoduo was the first to be teleported out. Sighing, he finally understood. The trial tower selected opponents based on the highest level beast companion, and his high-rank beast happened to be the Dark Nether Pegasus, which excelled at escaping. With sufficient speed but lacking frontal firepower, he could only stop at the 15th floor. Soon after, Lu Feng, Xiao Qiming, and others also successively exited the tower, none managing to reach the 20th floor. Qian Duoduo, coming out so quickly, are you eager to treat us? Lu Feng teased. How was I supposed to know it selects beasts based on the highest level? Qian Duoduo looked aggrieved. Besides running fast, what can the Dark Nether Pegasus fight? Everyone received a beast egg, though what would hatch from them remained to be revealed by Su Ming or the hatching results. Lu Feng toyed with his beast egg while asking, how are Su Ming and the others doing? See for yourself. Qian Duoduo pointed to the rapidly changing records on the trial tower's outer wall. Already on the 21st floor. His speed is too outrageous. At this moment, only Su Ming and Chu Jingping remained in the tower among the 8. However, Chu Jingping was stuck on the 18th floor, while Su Ming had already rushed to the 22nd floor in the blink of an eye, with the floor numbers updating almost like a blur. Xiao Qiming swallowed, his clear gulp particularly noticeable. No way. What exactly is Su Ming's beast-taming talent? Could this guy actually have 9-star talent? Yeah, it seems like nothing short of 9-star talent could explain this. The speculation about Su Ming's 9-star talent had been circling in everyone's minds, but there was no way to verify it. After all, they couldn't just drag Su Ming off to test his beast-taming abilities. The teleportation array on the first floor flickered with light, and a towering figure stepped out from the dazzling white glow. Chu Jinping had returned. "Brother Chu, you're out too," Lu Feng called out teasingly, his voice filled with excitement. Chu Jinping was slightly stunned. Could someone really have stayed in the trial tower longer than him? Walking over to the group, the first thing he saw was the row of numbers representing Su Ming still jumping the 23rd floor, the legendary limit of Jun Wuhui. "This is Su Ming's?" he asked in disbelief, confirming once more. Although everyone had verbally encouraged Su Ming to break the record, who really thought he could do it? "Yes, Brother Chu." Xiao Qiming pointed to Chu Zhongping's own extinguished record. "Look, I only made it to the 21st floor, but Su Ming has been on the 23rd floor for so long. This speed is terrifying." Thinking of the brutal trials after the 21st floor, Chu Zhongping gasped, secretly shocked at how Su Ming had managed to push through. Meanwhile, on the 23rd floor of the trial tower, Su Ming's forehead was beaded with sweat as he stared at his Opponenta Commander Tier, 3rd rank Henin. It was almost identical to his own Henin. The same skills, the same single evolution, the same Julie bloodline, only with a higher level. This is about breaking through the limit. Bang! For the first time in the fierce battle, Henin was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall. But it barely paused before flipping back up, the terrifying endurance granted by the Julie bloodline making it charge at the enemy like an iron tower, while the mirror image Henin on the opposite side was equally thick-skinned and tough. Su Ming took a deep breath and called upon the talent he hadn't used in a long time, super enhancement. 10 times attribute amplification poured in instantly, but both sides remained deadlocked. "I can only upgrade skill levels now." He checked his panel. Upgrading from LV4 to LV5 required 1,000 enhancement points, enough for only one upgrade. Tyrant's Rage, LV5. The skill bar blazed, and a new line appeared. Temporarily increases all attributes by 40 times. At level 4 it was only 20 times the burst, now it had doubled. The moment it activated, Henin's aura surged wildly, blood patterns faintly visible on its surface. The mirror image across didn't dare be careless and also triggered Tyrant's Rage, but its skill had no level distinction. In the entire world, only Su Ming could upgrade skills to level 5. Even the trial tower's mirror images couldn't replicate this advantage. Bang! Bang! Fist met flesh, the ground continuously cracking. Outside the tower, more and more people gathered around the leaderboard. Su Ming's tie with Jun Wuhui's record made the air feel scorching hot. "What should I do? I feel so nervous." Lu Feng stared at the jumping numbers, his voice trembling. "This is the longest Su Ming has stayed on any floor." "Me too," someone whispered. "He's really going to break Jun Wuhui's record." Ding! The light representing Su Ming's 24th floor suddenly blazed bright. The entire venue erupted, cheers exploding like a tsunami, as if everyone had broken through the 24th floor's barrier alongside him. At that very moment, news of Su Ming breaking Jun Wuhui's record spread like wildfire, reaching the hands of leaders across all levels of power. The evening lamps had just been lit in the Jun family mansion when a steward burst through the door, his terminal screen flashing with the latest trial data. "Young master, your record in the trial tower has been broken." Jun Wuhui set down his teacup, his voice calm and low. "Oh, by whom?" "Su Ming." "Him again." Jun Wuhui's fingertip tapped lightly on the table as he took the file. The dossier contained only a few brief lines. Age, academy, grades all utterly ordinary. Yet the deeper he read, the more intense his gaze became, as if he wanted to dissect every single character. At Subei University, in the chancellor's office, the heavy wooden door stood half open as Wu Daoji, dressed in training gear, casually propped his military boots on Ning Beishuan's desk, a candy stick dangling from his mouth, lounging as if he were in his own living room. "Old brother, how about it? This gem I dug up for the school." Ning Beishuan's terminal kept buzzing with new notifications. He tapped them open casually, his frown smoothing out as he reviewed the latest assessment data. It seems Su Ming is indeed holding back some cards. "Old Wu, keep a close eye on this one for me. We just received word, and other factions definitely know by now. The human factions aren't exactly united. Even Jun Wuhui has faced assassination attempts." "Of course." Wu Daoji looked up, his tone sharp as a blade. "Anyone who dares touch my student I'll dig up their family graves." Ning Beishian trusted that vicious promise. 5 years ago, when Wu Daoji single-handedly stormed into Jingbei City to retrieve someone, he still remembered the flames from that battle. Meanwhile, analytical data on the internal battle conditions of the trial tower was also being compiled. The commander level 9th tier Henin could now match a fully unlocked same tier Henin after activating its exclusive skillset upgrade speed that caught everyone off guard. Yet under Su Ming's beast-taming talent enhancement, he managed to push forward with that 9th tier Henin all the way to the 27th floor before finally falling. Outside the tower, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. "Ah, finally lost." A 27th floor record should hold for quite a while. Hushed gasps rippled through the spectator stands. 27th floor hats, all commander level 8th tier monsters at minimum. Even 9-star talents would struggle with that. How did he manage it? Chu Zhengping stood at the back of the crowd, staring at the golden glowing line on the screen reading, Su Ming 27 floors. His fingers clenched white with tension. Chu Zhengping gazed at the record blazing on the 27th floor, his heart unable to find peace for a long time. Su Ming stood on the ground of the 28th floor. Henin had already been recalled to his beast-taming space to rest, as even the legendary combat bloodline of the Julie clan couldn't withstand such intense continuous battles. Congratulations on clearing the 27th floor of the trial tower. Please claim your rewards. The sudden announcement echoed as several unfamiliar items materialized before Su Ming. 1. Item, Evolution Crystal 2. Function, can evolve any beast that has undergone one evolution or less without obstacles or side effects. 2. Item, Unknown Ring. Function, unknown. 3. Beast, unknown. The two palm-sized pink evolution crystals, capable of elevating beasts to their next evolutionary stage, were truly exhilarating to behold. Su Ming pocketed the crystals first, then turned his attention to the ring embedded with an azure crystal. His inspection skill failed. The ring's purpose remained unclear, and the dim oval beast egg was equally unidentifiable, as if it came from another world. Since he couldn't discern their secrets, he simply slipped the ring onto his finger. The next second, the ring seemed to take root, refusing to come off no matter how hard he pulled. The azure crystal rapidly faded as information flashed through his Minda storage ring with an internal space so vast it seemed nearly boundless. Jackpot! Su Ming rejoiced inwardly, as he desperately needed a storage ring with such incredible capacity. He transferred all his spoils into the new ring, and the crystal turned completely black, no longer conspicuous. After completing these tasks, Su Ming's figure vanished from the 20th floor. On the first floor of the trial tower, cultivators of all kinds had already gathered, clearly waiting for Su Ming's appearance. Su Ming's coming out. Should we take him away immediately? Chu Zhengping lowered his voice. Why? Lu Feng didn't catch on. Are you stupid? There are traitors among humans too. What if someone tries to assassinate Su Ming? Jun Wuhui was an example last time. Xiao Qiming glared at him. Should we summon our beasts for escort? With so many people here, would they really dare to make a move? The group discussed while surveying their surroundings. Just then, a man with mountain-like presence appeared at the tower entrance. Hiss! Wu Daoji! Chu Zhengping gasped. The man was none other than Wu Daoji, Su Ming's future mentor, who had come personally to pick up his student out of concern. Whether they knew him or not, everyone present instinctively cleared a path. When Xian Duo spotted Wu Daoji, childhood traumas buried deep in his soul were instantly awakened, making his scalp tingle. The teleportation array flashed with light, and Su Ming appeared on the first floor. Wu Daoji smiled with satisfaction. This young man knew how to keep a low profile while still displaying his brilliance. Su Ming, let's go quickly. Chu Zhengping ignored Wu Daoji completely and was about to escort Su Ming away, but Wu Daoji blocked their path. Young man from the Chu family, leave Su Ming to me. Wu Daoji's voice wasn't loud, but it stood like a massive boulder blocking their way. Qian Duo rushed over in a panic, spreading his arms wide to shield Su Ming behind him. He stared at Wu Daoji, his mouth opening and closing for a long time before finally stammering out. What's going on here? Teacher Wu? Teacher Wu. Su Ming was completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Chu Zhengping and the others also stared at him in astonishment. Su Ming explained matter-of-factly. Yeah, Teacher Wu is the one who came to my house to invite me to Subei University. He's my future teacher. I thought your family's intelligence network would have known this already. Who would dare investigate this guy's background? Chu Zhengping stood frozen in place, and the other young masters from Jingbei City's elite circles all fell silent. Wu Daoji waved his hand. All right, I'll take Su Ming back myself. Thank you all. With that, he grabbed Su Ming with one large hand and carried him away like a chick. Qian Duo stood there dumbfounded, tugging at Lu Feng beside him. Am I dreaming? Did Wu Daoji just say thank you to me? Lu Feng nodded blankly. I heard it too, it seemed like. Chu Zhengping watched the master and students' retreating figures, murmuring to himself. Su Ming is going to have a tough time being his student. On the back of the radiant sacred dragon, the sea wind howled. Su Ming sat securely and finally couldn't contain his curiosity. Teacher Wu, how did you end up here? Wu Daoji said nothing, controlling his beast as they flew directly out of Shanghai's airspace, over the coastline, and rushed toward the deep blue ocean. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. The most dangerous places on Earth were the oceans, where fierce beasts roamed everywhere, and usually only venerable level or mythic level beast masters dared venture deep. Soon after, the beast descended and landed on a solitary island. The island wasn't small, with lush green forests, but it emanated an unfamiliar tranquility. Wu Daoji recalled his beast and turned to face Su Ming, his expression unusually serious. Su Ming, there's something I need to tell you up front. Su Ming immediately became serious as well. Please go ahead, teacher. I have quite a few enemies. If you become my student, you need to be mentally prepared. If you're afraid, you can go back now, and the school will arrange a new instructor for you. Su Ming's heart jumped, but he still waved his hand. That's it? No need. I only recognize you as my teacher. He was really afraid that if he said he was scared, Wu Daoji would throw him into the sea the next second. Are you sure? A barely perceptible smile crossed Wu Daoji's lips. Of course. Good. Wu Daoji looked up at the sky. Then you'll live on this island for a while. Before his words had finished, he was already soaring into the air, disappearing in a few breaths. Watching that figure grow smaller and smaller, Su Ming nervously swallowed. This doesn't seem much different from being thrown directly into the sea. The forest ahead was deep and dark, seemingly harboring countless dangers. Su Ming understood this was Wu Daoji's way of tempering him. His phone had no signal, and the sea breeze carried a damp, salty smell truly no way up to heaven or down to earth. He touched the little phoenix egg beside him and muttered to himself. Little fire, you'd better grow up quickly, so your master won't be trapped on this deserted island. Among his beasts, the ones that could fly were the phoenix and the radiant sacred dragon. Based on their contract timing, Little Fire would definitely awaken faster. Originally, he had planned to give the 2 evolution crystals to these 2 companions when he returned, but now it seemed impossible who knew what level of fierce beasts lived on this island. Wu Daoji hadn't gone far at all. He was watching Su Ming from a spot just beyond his student's line of sight. There was no way he could completely relax while his prized disciple operated alone on this island. Su Ming summoned Nightmare and Little Fire one after another. He recalled Henin, who had just endured several fierce battles, letting him rest first. Nightmare had already reached Elite Tier 4 and was stable enough on his own, while Little Fire, though not yet at Elite level, was just one step away from breaking through. Seeing Su Ming adjust his condition and leave the beach to head inland, Wu Daoji nodded approvingly to himself. His disciple's recovery speed was indeed impressive. The moment Little Fire appeared, he bounced excitedly in place, clearly stimulated by Henin's recent performance. With 1 evolution under his belt and the highest skill levels, Henin remained Su Ming's favorite, and Little Fire couldn't claim the top spot anytime soon. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound came from deep within the bushes. Su Ming's wilderness experience told him this wasn't just wind through the grass, but a lurking beast. Nightmare lay lazily atop his head, 2 antennae trembling slightly as he made barely audible humming sounds. Unlike Henin, Nightmare only gained levels without growing larger, and being naturally lazy, he preferred to sprawl on his master's head whenever summoned. The rustling sounds in the surrounding foliage grew more frequent, as if hunters were lurking on all sides. The bushes were thick and dense, staying on the defensive could lead to encirclement at any moment. Su Ming called out sharply, "Little Fire, burn it down." Little Fire had been waiting for exactly those words. Level 3 Hellfire instantly swept forward, turning the bushes ahead into a roaring sea of flames. Hiss hiss, from within the scorching flames, a massive purple serpent suddenly reared its enormous head. Beast, Purple Mang Python. Level, Elite Tier 3. Attribute, Poison. Its 20-meter body writhed in the flames, the intense heat warping and blackening its scales. Su Ming watched the massive creature, his throat tightening if it coiled around him. Suffocation would be instantaneous. Nightmare, finish it. The level 3 Mind Blast was invisible and silent. Nightmare chirped softly, his 2 antennae tracing an arc through the air. In the next moment, the purple Mang Python collapsed to the ground, unable even to struggle. This was the terrifying nature of psychic attacks, untraceable, yet striking directly at the most vulnerable mental space of humans and beasts alike. At best, they caused stupor, at worst, instant brain death. Such a massive creature would have been impressive enough for a truck commercial in the past. Su Ming summoned Henin again. This guy loved devouring the flesh of such beasts, and after he ate his fill, the python could be completely converted into enhancement points. However, if elite-level beasts lurked on the periphery, the island's center surely harbored even stronger commander-level creatures. Su Ming gazed toward the deeper areas, ultimately feeling some hesitation. Henin hadn't fully recovered yet, and rushing in now might prove counterproductive. Su Ming leaped gracefully and landed directly on a treetop about 10 meters high. The branches and leaves swayed beneath his feet, but this posed no challenge to him. Now the physical enhancement brought by beast-taming had made such previously unimaginable feats effortless. As the distant sea breeze blew and night fell, he patted the tree trunk and murmured to himself, "I'll rest here for the night," and set off again once Henin recovers his strength. Demon Island was far more vast than he had originally anticipated. Water sources, fruits, and low-tier prey could be found everywhere. As long as he didn't provoke high-tier fierce beasts, survival would be no difficult matter. However, since he had been thrown here, he wanted to push himself to the limit. Believed Wu Daoji was secretly observing him. But he was wrong. After Wu Daoji witnessed Su Ming effortlessly slay the purple light python with his own eyes, he turned and departed through the air, heading straight for Subei University without continuing to watch Su Ming. In the principal's office, Ning Beixian grabbed Wu Daoji by the sleeve. "Old Wu, where did you take Su Ming? He's the treasure of my school, Demon Island." Wu Daoji shrugged as if he had merely arranged an ordinary training exercise. "Demon Island? Don't you know what's on that island?" Ning Beixian slammed the table hard, causing the entire surface to tremble. He roared, "Just to force students to unleash their potential, you push them to the brink of death?" Wu Daoji met his gaze calmly. "Either be reborn in destruction or perish in destruction. Danger and opportunity coexist. Perhaps it will be Su Ming's blessed land." Before he finished speaking, Ning Beixian struck again, cracking the corner of the table. "Have you forgotten how Wang Dao died?" As if struck by lightning, Wu Daoji froze in place. After a long moment, he replied in a low voice, "Wang Dao's death was an accident. It was man-made." Ning Beixian watched him leave in silence and could only sigh undeniably. Wu Daoji's training methods could indeed transform geniuses, but the price was equally heavy. On the other end of the island, Su Ming knew nothing of the dispute at the school. He was having his 4 beast companions form a crescent-shaped guard formation as he slowly explored the dense forest. Under the moonlight, a shallow bloody scratch on Henin's left front leg was clearly visible, left behind from an earlier sneak attack by a steel-blade mantis. These fierce beasts evolved from insects weren't large, but possessed terrifying cutting power, causing Henin to shed blood for the first time. Risk and reward went hand in hand. In less than a day, Su Ming had quickly accumulated 2,000 points through hunting and resource gathering, immediately upgrading 2 of Henin's skills to level 5, doubling their effects once again. The current Henin could now face opponents of Commander 9th tier or even Lord 1st tier Hedon without falling behind, becoming the undisputed main force among Su Ming's for summoned beasts. Since the Radiant Holy Dragon couldn't participate in battle for now, Su Ming simply stuffed the evolution crystal he had just obtained into its beast space, letting it evolve peacefully. However, just 1 second after Su Ming finished using his evolution crystal, he encountered the strongest opponent he had faced since his Awakeninga, being even more terrifying than an Earth Dragon. Ferocious Beast, Silverback Kong, Lord Tier's second order attributes. According to the beast-taming encyclopedia compiled by humans, the Silverback Kong is described as the king of strength, fierce by nature, and a born battle maniac. This Silverback Kong had mutated from an original Silverback gorilla. Even before its mutation, the Silverback gorilla could go toe-to-toe with tigers and bears, but after its transformation, it became several times more ferocious. However, the survival rate of such mutations was extremely low, making them rare across the entire continent. Yet now, one stood alive right in front of Su Ming. Its lower tier second order body contained terrifying power, possibly even more savage than Henin at full strength. Such a rare existence would make any beast tamer eager to possess it. The mountain-sized Silverback Kong faced off against the equally massive Henin. A flash of wariness crossed its eyes, clearly sensing the intimidating aura emanating from Henin. In the next second, the Silverback Kong casually uprooted a giant tree, wielding it like a spiked club, then thunderously shattered the ground as it charged forward. Retreat. Su Ming immediately withdrew from the battle circle to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The massive tree swept horizontally, sending Henin tumbling to the ground. Su Ming instantly summoned Nightmare. Mind Blast. Without hesitation, he upgraded the skill to level 5. The gap between their levels was enormous. Only a maxed-out Mind Blast could hope to affect the Silverback Kong. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted on the mental plane. The Silverback Kong felt as if its brain had been struck by a massive hammer, its movements instantly becoming sluggish. Henin, all skills activated. The Blood Rage domain burst forth. Enhanced by fury, Henin grabbed the Silverback Kong and executed an over-thresholder throw. The 2 giant beasts grappled and collided, their impact sending surrounding vegetation flying and causing lower-tier beasts to flee in terror. The high defense granted by the giant elephant bloodline allowed Henin to virtually ignore the Silverback Kong's heavy punches for a short time. Meanwhile, Nightmare continuously released Mind Blasts from the flanks, causing the Silverback Kong to lose focus intermittently. Seizing the final moments of the rage state, Henin delivered a devastating punch, then drove his newly evolved horn deep into his opponent's chest. Crimson blood gushed forth as the Silverback Kong's massive body shuddered violently before crashing to the ground, its life force rapidly weakening. However, Henin wasn't faring well either. The Silverback Kong's solid direct punch had struck him squarely, and even with his giant elephant defense, it was equivalent to withstanding a 10th Ascendant impact. Henin staggered 2 steps before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash. Su Ming moved swiftly through the forest. Although Xiaohua could now fly independently, it was still too small to carry him even slightly. Henin was severely injured and wouldn't recover quickly, While the silverback Kong wasn't dead, either lower-tier beasts weren't so easily killed. However, the horn wound in its chest continued to bleed profusely, and if left untreated, it would eventually die from blood loss. Su Ming recalled Henin into his beast space. This fighting force would be temporarily unavailable, requiring at least a week to fully heal. Having suffered such losses, Su Ming couldn't possibly give up. Now a commander-level ferocious beast was worth considerable enhancement points. Although Su Ming had a fleeting thought about contracting the creature, he already possessed 4 beast companions, and adding another power-type beast like this seemed unnecessary. Besides, he had Han Han, and while the silverback King Kong was impressive, he didn't really need it right now. He calculated in his mind, rather than adding another high-maintenance power-type beast, it would be better to convert it into enhancement points to ease the upcoming resource pressure. So he stayed with the silverback King Kong for 2 full days. During this time, the creature struggled to prop up its upper body but collapsed again before it could stand steady. The massive external wound wasn't actually fatal. What was truly killing it was the severe internal injury caused by Han Han's earlier devastating punch, with blood seeping out so profusely it could be described as rivers of blood. 2 days later, Su Ming watched it take its final breath before decisively converting the corpse into enhancement points, a full 10,000 points. The value of a top-tier Lord-class beast was truly astounding. That same day, Little Fire successfully broke through to elite level, finally gaining the combat strength to hold its own. However, Su Ming had experienced enough of Lord-class beasts' terrifying power. Until Han Han fully recovered, he had no desire to encounter such monsters again. Just as he was preparing to leave, the spatial ring on his hand suddenly regained its luster, shining even brighter than before. Su Ming moved his palm and discovered the ring would flash brilliantly in certain directions, dimming immediately when moved away. Curiosity piqued. He followed the ring's guidance, pushing through dense shrubs until he found a small temple deep within, barely large enough for one person to stand. It stood alone on the island, strikingly out of place. Nightmare still lay sleeping peacefully atop his head. Su Ming approached and saw a groove on the temple's altar that perfectly matched his ring's size. With a why-not-try attitude, he fitted the ring into the slot. The next second, blue light erupted, and an unfamiliar energy slammed heavily into his chest. His vision went black as he collapsed unconscious, with Nightmare falling into slumber as well. In his hazy consciousness, Su Ming found himself in a bizarre space. Beneath his feet lay seemingly illusory ground with nothing on it, the ring still on his hand, yet he couldn't contact any of his beast companions. Instinctively turning around, he was shocked to see the blue and white earth floating behind him. Am I in outer space? Just as this confusion arose, a massive black hole suddenly tore open before him, its violent gravitational pull like an invisible giant hand dragging him bit by bit toward the pitch-black depths. Su Ming struggled desperately, but his body drifted ever closer. Behind the black hole appeared a colossal shadow too vast to see in its entirety. Through the chaos, he vaguely made out 2 pink tentacles. That familiar silhouette sent a shock through his heart. Nightmare? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the black hole swallowed him whole, and his consciousness plunged into complete chaos. All that remained in his mind was that shadow covering the starry sky and those pink tentacles. After an unknown amount of time, cool liquid dampened his cheeks, and the back of his head throbbed as if struck by a heavy club. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and sat up with a dazed expression. You're awake. A familiar voice instantly pulled Su Ming's consciousness back to clarity. Teacher Wu? Su Ming groggily turned his head and found himself leaning against the wall of a dilapidated shrine. Feeling something warm and wet on his cheek, he looked down to see his contracted beast, Nightmare, licking his face with its rough tongue, its black fur trembling in the pale moonlight. How dare you pass out so carelessly on Demon Island? If I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be dead by now. A few steps away, Wu Daoji frowned, his voice filled with lingering fear. When he first arrived, he had seen Su Ming collapsed on the bloodstained ground. If the young man hadn't instinctively summoned a beast guardian, he might have been completely devoured. Teacher, how long was I unconscious? Su Ming clutched his forehead, his head splitting with pain as fragmented images from before he fainted flashed through his mind, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. You were already down when I found you. If Nightmare hadn't been guarding you, you would have ended up in some fierce beast's belly long ago. Wu Daoji handed him a piece of steaming roasted meat. Su Ming took it with one hand, while stroking Nightmare's thick neck with the other. Following an inexplicable intuition, he pulled up Nightmare's status panel. Sure enough, there were anomalies. Su Ming, did you kill a silverback gorilla? Wu Daoji's tone was casual, but his gaze was sharp. That Lord-level fierce beast had just been converted into enhancement points by himself, leaving only a large pool of blood at the scene. He thought no one would know, but seeing Su Ming made him suspect. After all, that blood-soaked ground indicated a life-and-death battle had occurred. Yes. Su Ming nodded simply. Since he admitted it, there was nothing the other party could do to him. After all, The silverback gorilla had already been converted into enhancement points, and any traces only pointed to a pool of blood. Indeed, Wu Daoji was secretly shocked. How could this young man casually hunt a lord-level fierce beast? That was a lord-level creature. How did you kill it? Teacher, my Henin has evolved once and is very powerful in combat. Su Ming readily admitted. He knew that Henin's the iron-eating beast strength would be exposed sooner or later, so he might as well be straightforward to avoid future troubles. Wu Daoji stared at him, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Do you have some kind of talent? Without some extremely powerful talent, Su Ming's combat ability made no sense. Su Ming didn't catch on immediately and asked hesitantly. Teacher, how did you find out? His strength combined with numerous beast companions would indeed make people suspicious. Wu Daoji shook his head with a wry smile. If you want to hide something, you need to do it properly. Your strength, those beast companions of unknown origin, anyone would be suspicious. He paused, lowering his voice. Is it a 9-star talent? Yes. Su Ming nodded, no longer concealing it. But the true function of his talent absolutely could not be revealed. Hearing the confirmation, Wu Daoji suddenly stood up. A 9-star talent. He had never heard of one in all these years. Everything suddenly made sense. What does it do? Skill enhancement. It can increase skill power. Su Ming casually gave an altered explanation. Wu Daoji was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Worthy of a 9-star talent. Skill enhancement. No wonder your iron-eating beast has such incredible strength. He laughed heartily. Haha, what a treasure I've found. Su Ming, does anyone else know about your 9-star talent? No. Teacher, is there a problem? No problem. But remember, your 9-star talent must be kept secret. It stops with me. From now on, I'll accidentally let slip that you only have an 8-star talent, and the function is still skill enhancement. You must never let anyone know the truth, understand? Wu Daoji's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Su Ming watched him nod solemnly, but couldn't help asking. Teacher, why is this? Wu Daoji regained his composure and sat down across from Su Ming, gazing at the flickering campfire as he spoke slowly. Su Ming, you haven't entered university yet, so you don't understand the dangers of the other world. We Earth Beast Tamers are fighting with everything we have to keep them beyond our borders because we don't want that battlefield brought to our doorstep. The dancing flames cast shadows on both their faces as Su Ming looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and wariness. Wu Daoji's voice was low but clear enough. Earth isn't completely secure either. There are still many who secretly collaborate with the alien races. If your 9-star talent were exposed, you'd definitely become their primary assassination target. Teacher, what exactly are these alien races from the other world? Su Ming finally couldn't contain himself and pressed for answers. To be precise, they're simply from a world different from ours. Wu Daoji stirred the dry branches, making the flames burn brighter. For reasons unknown, two worlds collided and tore open rifts in space. In their eyes, we're just as alien as they are to us. He held up his fingers, counting off each type. Some alien races resemble Earth's fierce beasts, but are naturally more violent. Others maintain human form, yet behave like humanoid monsters, with physical strength comparable to our tame beasts. There's also a group that's like immortal cultivators, wielding flying swords and traveling on clouds. We still haven't figured out exactly how many different races exist. Su Ming remained puzzled. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for both sides to coexist peacefully? Conflict only leads to unnecessary casualties. As long as beings possess consciousness, they'll never be satisfied with the status quo. Wu Daoji shook his head. They want resources, they want territory. Survival of the fittest is the most direct law of existence. Sparks flew as he continued explaining. We classify the alien worlds by levels. The higher the tier, the more terrifying the powerhouses they produce. Earth's current limit is the mythical realm, but remember, mythology isn't the endpoint. Su Ming had a sudden realization. Teacher, do you mean that when two worlds of equal level merge, they can ascend to a higher tier, making cultivation easier and increasing maximum combat power as well? His gaze fixed intently on Wu Daoji, as if to say, you never mentioned this before. Yes. Wu Daoji gave a brief acknowledgement, both surprised and unable to refute. That's exactly what makes the battlefield so brutal. He was equally puzzled by how Su Ming could instantly grasp the key point. The firelight illuminated the night as Wu Daoji shared more details, summarizing it all in one sentence. The alien battlefield was a meat grinder with no possibility of reconciliation. This was a war for racial survival. Finally, he patted his pants and stood up. Let's go, kid. These matters are still far from your concern. First-year students are mainly in the cultivation phase. You can't enter real battlefields until you reach the Lord Realm. According to regulations, freshmen were forbidden from entering high-level alien worlds, places where even transcendent beings could barely survive. Su Ming had been training on this small island for nearly half a month, with only half a month remaining before school started. Wu Daoji simply gave him the last 2 weeks off, calling it the final celebration. After returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming not only received his acceptance letter from Subei University, but also a 30 million scholarship from Linjiang No. 1 High School. After days of rest, Henin had recovered quite well, mainly thanks to the formidable power of his Julie bloodline, which also explained from another angle why spirit beasts with bloodlines possessed such incredible combat strength. However, Su Ming had been dwelling on something else entirely nightmare. The day he collapsed on Demon Island, the shadowy figure he saw during his unconsciousness was unmistakably Nightmare. And when he woke up, Nightmare's attribute panel had mysteriously gained a new skill called Soul Black Hole. Soul Black Hole absorbs enemy soul power for personal use and enhances mental strength. Soul absorption count, 0. From the description, this skill was practically equivalent to a bloodline ability. Su Ming roughly deduced that the more souls Nightmare absorbed, the stronger its mental power would become, and what made it even more terrifying was that this soul count could be directly boosted with enhancement points. The cost, however, was quite painful. One soul's worth of power cost 1,000 enhancement points. Su Ming currently had only 12,000 in his account, theoretically enough to buy 12 souls at most. After a moment's consideration, he gritted his teeth and spent 5,000 points, forcibly raising the soul absorption count by 5 levels. The next morning, Chi Wanner's communication request popped up. "Are you free? Come over to my place." Su Ming immediately understood it was time to meet the parents. Before leaving, he tried to appear calm, but his pace was noticeably slower than usual throughout the journey. Chi Wanner couldn't help but tease him. "Su Ming, you're so nervous you're practically moving like a turtle. My parents don't bite." "Wanner, isn't this a bit too soon? I'm not mentally prepared for this." Su Ming forced a smile, though sweat still lingered on his forehead. It was a natural feeling of bloodline suppression. Chi Wanner covered her mouth and giggled. "You can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. Your performance in the trial tower made national news, and when my parents heard it was you, they insisted I bring you home. I had no choice. If I'd known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have pushed so hard." Su Ming said self-deprecatingly. He'd already tasted the troubles that came with fame these past few days. His house had been packed with relatives and friends coming to congratulate him. At the Chi family's doorstep, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Chi Wanner pulled Su Ming straight through the door. "Su Ming's here. Come in, come in." Chi's mother smiled warmly, her features similar to her daughter's, but with added dignity. "Thank you, Auntie." Su Ming handed over the carefully selected gifts. Chi Mingdao's voice was deep and resonant. "Hello there, Su Ming. Your name is quite famous now." The aura of a veteran official hit him immediately. "Hello, Uncle. These are gifts for you and Auntie. You didn't need to bring anything, just for a visit." Chi's father waved dismissively, though his satisfied expression upon noticing the boxes didn't go unnoticed. The lunch atmosphere was more high pressure than fighting a silverback King Kong. Chi's mother enthusiastically served him food, frequently saying things like, "Wanner should bring Su Ming home for dinner more often." By the end of the meal, Su Ming was nearly suffocated by their overwhelming hospitality. Leaving the Chi household, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, his shirt soaked with sweat. He loosened his collar and greedily inhaled the cool street air. "If you came to my house, you'd definitely be even more nervous than I was." Chi Wanner raised an eyebrow. "I'd go if you invited me. You just haven't asked." "I haven't told my parents yet, but I'll tell them today when I get home. You better not back out when the time comes." Su Ming spent the entire day with Chi Wanner, finally allowing his tense nerves to relax without any respite from the cultivation path. He suspected he would eventually be driven mad. At dusk, the two sat on a bench by the lake. Chi Wanner gently swung her legs and suddenly gripped Su Ming's sleeve tightly. "Su Ming, we're about to start university soon, and I'm a bit nervous." "Nervous about what?" Su Ming naturally turned to face her. "My brother said there will be a freshman competition after enrollment to select representatives for the National University Beastmaster Tournament. He insists I must give my all to secure a ranking." This was the second time Su Ming had heard about this competition. Everyone said it was a stepping stone to greater stages. "Just do your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself." He gently patted her back. Chi Wanner simply rested her head against his chest, her silky black hair brushing across his hand. With such a beauty in his arms, Su Ming, a young man in his prime, couldn't help but feel his heart race. As night deepened, his two main battle beasts, the radiant Holy Dragon and the Netherfire Phoenix, were immersed in the glow of evolution. Su Ming remained puzzled about the evolution crystal. What exactly were the people of the Apocalypse era? And why did Nightmare suddenly develop bloodline-like abilities? In the following days, he rarely ventured out, occasionally visiting Chi Wanner's home for meals and conversation. Life was peaceful, yet undercurrents stirred. Su Lang's grades weren't sufficient for the top 10 universities, but he enrolled at a university in Subei City, not far from them. Lan Bao, along with Chi Wanner, was admitted to Subei University. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. On the eve of the new semester, Su Ming's two beasts finally completed their evolution, their combat power surging once again. Beast, Aurora Holy Dragon. Attributes, Light Dragon. Quality, Supreme. Level, elite first-tier commander. 1000-year evolution progress. First evolution. Evolution count, 3. Skills. 1. Dragon Claw LV3 Dragon Attribute Beast Exclusive Skill 0500. 2. True Dragon Power LV3 Dragon Attribute Beast Exclusive Skill 0500. 3. Aurora Judgment LV3 deals damage while healing self, causes quadruple damage to dark attributes 0500. 4. Aurora Shield Light Attribute Shield that reflects damage 0500. 5. Holy Dragon Bloodline suppresses all dragon attributes. 6. Aurora's Domain LV1 Within Domain, all attributes enhanced fourfold, enables rapid healing of self and allies 0500. Beast, Netherfire Phoenix. Attributes, Fire. Quality, Supreme. Level, Elite 5th Tier Commander. 1000-year evolution progress. First evolution. Evolution count, 3. Skills. 1. Netherhell Flames LV3 Hellish Fire with power far exceeding ordinary Infernal Flames 0500. 2. Nirvana Passive, cannot be upgraded, once per lifetime. Combat power permanently enhanced after rebirth. 3. Flame Absorption LV3 80 Resistance to fire attacks, can absorb 50 for personal use 0500. 4. Phoenix Strike LV3 soars high with flames, diving to strike enemies 0500. 5. Scorching Domain LV3 non-fire attribute enemies within domain continuously suffer 200 burning damage 0500. Compared to the Aurora Holy Dragon, the Phoenix's skill changes weren't particularly dramatic. The true differences would likely only become apparent in actual combat. At Linjiang City Airport, since it was the National College Enrollment Day, the military had deployed troops to escort flights to various universities across the country. Crowds surged through the terminal as flight information echoed repeatedly over the loudspeakers. Su Lang stood beside the other three, feeling quite uncomfortable. Among the four of them, Lan Bao, Qi Waner, and Su Ming were all freshmen at Subei University, while he was the only one assigned to a different school. Ugh, why am I the only one who didn't get in? This is so embarrassing, he muttered quietly, gripping his suitcase handle. Lan Bao immediately seized the opportunity to tease him. Oh, Su Lang, don't be too discouraged. If you get bullied at school, just come find your big sister here. Su Lang rolled his eyes at her and turned his head toward the tarmac outside the window. After boarding, security checks, and takeoff, armed helicopters escorted them along the way, and the plane soon landed at Subei Airport. After passing through baggage claim, the four boarded their respective school shuttle buses. Qi Hang, a returning student at Subei University, had been waiting at the school gate. The campus was spacious, and he leaned against a stone pillar carved with the school emblem, scrolling through his phone. When he spotted the group, he waved them over. Su Ming, you're already famous before even entering the school. Hearing her brother's words, Qi Waner immediately became nervous. Brother, what do you mean Su Ming is famous? Qi Hang grinned mischievously. Hee, Su Ming isn't just famous among the freshmen, other grades know about him too. Of course, I may have helped spread the word a bit. Brother, tell us quickly what's going on. Qi Waner stamped her feet anxiously. Su Ming patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Qi Hang shrugged. You'll have to ask your little boyfriend about that. Who told him to defeat me and take the school's dragon? Quite a few people aren't happy about it. If he loses in the freshman competition, things could get uncomfortable. Su Ming hadn't expected that his casual battle would attract so much hostility. Qi Hang handed over several keys. All right, I've arranged your dorm's double rooms. Su Ming, you're in room 616 of dormitory building 2. My job here is done. Waner, don't tell mom and dad I was slacking off, okay? Full service delivery, right? Thank you, brother. Qi Waner smiled sweetly. Thank you, Qi Hang. Lan Bao tucked the key into her pocket. Thank you, future brother-in-law. Su Ming said with a grin. Qi Hang paused. This kid was already calling him brother-in-law before the family had even given their approval. The male and female dormitories were located on opposite sides of campus, supposedly to prevent romance from interfering with cultivation. Su Ming first escorted Qi Waner and Lan Bao to the girls' building, then walked back. Although his Phoenix contract beast could carry him in flight, he didn't want to be too flashy on his first day. In the evening light, street lamps stretched shadows long across the ground. The exterior walls of dormitory building 2 were painted snow white, and the hallways still carried the scent of fresh renovation. 2616, here we are. Su Ming pushed the door open and found it was already unlocked. He called out a greeting. Hello, I'm Su Ming. I guess we're roommates now. Inside the room, a tall young man was stuffing clothes into a wardrobe. Hearing the voice, he turned around with a wide grin. Su Ming, aren't you being a bit too polite? A familiar voice rang out, leaving Su Ming completely stunned before overwhelming joy washed over him. He turned toward the sound and saw Qian Duo rushing down the hallway, dressed in trendy clothes with a brilliant smile, dragging his suitcase behind him. Qian Duo, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to go to Beijing North University? Su Ming hurried forward to meet him, his voice filled with surprise. Duo casually took Su Ming's luggage and walked alongside him toward the dorm, explaining as they went. I was planning to go to Beijing North originally. But after you broke that record, I thought sticking with you is definitely a winning bet. So I decided to apply to Subei University instead. Su Ming pushed open the door and looked at him suspiciously. What's so great about sticking with me? With your abilities in the National University Beast Tamer Elite competition, you'll most likely outshine Jun Wuhui. Duo placed the luggage on the upper bunk and dusted off his hands. Besides, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Beijing North is great, but the competition is brutal. Subei is more relaxed, and I can ride your coattails. He spoke with complete confidence, then lazily sat on the edge of his bed, hugging Su Ming's leg with a mischievous grin. Boss Su Ming, you've got to look out for me. 8-star talent, triple beast taming culinary, absolutely incredible. Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking this guy was the last person who needed protection. Duo had already contracted 5-spirit beast sif, he didn't also have 8-star talent. His beast space would have burst long ago. How did you end up contracting 5 already? Can your beast space even handle them all? Su Ming asked. At this topic, Duo immediately looked miserable. I didn't want to contract 5 so quickly, but the spirit beast egg I got from the trial tower suddenly hatched, and I had no choice but to contract it. Remembering his own spirit beast egg, he added, by the way, your egg still hasn't shown any signs of hatching, right? I heard the others have all hatched, even that legendary phoenix egg didn't take this long. As the atmosphere grew lively, Duo rubbed his stomach. I haven't eaten since arriving at school. Let's go get food. Do you mind if 2 more people join us? My girlfriend and her best friend also came to Subei University, Su Ming said. Sister-in-law? We absolutely have to eat together. You sneaky guy, keeping this from me. Duo dragged Su Ming toward the best restaurant on campus. Subei University had its own supermarket and shopping center, like a small city. Without hesitation, he ordered a full table of dishes. Less than half an hour later, Chi Wanner entered the private room, holding Lan Bao's hand. Lan Bao wore a light blue dress, her eyes bright and lively. Duo was instantly mesmerized and quickly nudged Su Ming with his elbow. Su Ming pretended not to notice and stood up to make introductions. Wanner, Lan Bao. This is Duo, young master of the Qian family from Beijing North City. Wow, the Qian family? The legendarily wealthy one. Lan Bao gasped, covering her mouth. In contrast, Chi Wanner already knew about Su Ming's connection with the Qian family and simply smiled gracefully. No, we just have a little money. Nothing worth mentioning. Duo waved his hands dismissively, gesturing for the two to sit down, though his gaze remained glued to Lan Bao. Once everyone was seated, he suddenly leaned close to Su Ming's ear, his voice extremely low but burning with passion. Brother Su Ming, my dear brother, Lan Bao is exactly my type, you have to help me. Faced with Duo's request, he was powerless to help and could only tell Duo to work harder on his own. At the round lunch table, several plates of richly flavored local Shanghai dishes were steaming hot. Su Ming ate while listening to his 2 roommates discuss the upcoming procedures. The first major event after freshman registration was selecting a mentor. Strictly speaking, this step was usually mentors choosing students, not the other way around. Students like Su Ming who had been pre-selected by Wu Daoji were rare throughout the entire school. Since I already have a mentor, can I skip the freshman entrance assessment competition? After swallowing a bite of braised pork, Su Ming muttered quietly. Probably not, I guess. I don't really know. Su Ming, has your mentor contacted you? Duo asked curiously while shoveling rice into his mouth. Huh. Su Ming was stunned. Wu Daoji hadn't left any contact information at all. Where was he supposed to find him? Chi Wanner smiled secretly, covering her mouth. I think you should just participate honestly. The school definitely wants you to show your skills, especially since you received a scholarship. If you don't have some results to shut them up, it probably won't work. Even his girlfriend was acting like it wasn't her problem. Su Ming's face instantly fell, and he nearly dropped his chopsticks on the table. According to the school's arrangement, the first 3 days of the semester were for mentor selection. The university had no unified curriculum. How many credits you could earn and which courses you took all depended on the tasks assigned by your mentor. Su Ming quickly understood that credits were the hard currency on campus, the only form of money. The cafeteria, self-service area, training grounds, spiritual energy recovery pods, everything required spending credits. Each semester also had a minimum credit requirement. Failing to meet it meant repeating the year or even expulsion. When he opened the credit system website, he finally understood why the campus seemed so empty. Everyone was probably glued to the official site. Flying spiritual birds, sea demon sharks, rare medicinal materials, secret realm tickets, everything was available. Even strange items he'd never heard of could be ordered directly. Walking along, Su Ming was completely absorbed in his light brain screen. Hey, Duo, why does the website have cultivation methods from other worlds? Look, sword flying techniques and martial arts are all here. Duo leaned over and patiently explained. That's normal. We use spiritual energy for cultivation just like they do, but with different focuses. Our talent is beast taming, while they practice immortal arts and martial ways. You can learn them, but our spiritual energy reserves can't compare to theirs, so reaching the same level is too difficult. If you're really interested, you could learn some martial arts to improve your physical condition. But beast tamers usually don't bother spending the time. It's better to cultivate a tamed beast for higher combat power. Before he finished speaking, Su Ming suddenly burst out in surprise. Holy crap! What is this thing? A high-definition holographic image popped up on the website's homepage, a sleek aircraft radiating blue energy streams with sharp lines and a sci-fi aura. Earth's current technology level couldn't possibly create something like this. Duo was also captivated. It really is from another world. I never expected Subei University to have something like this. This should be placed in the alien world. After all these years of warfare, we've made some gains and established our bases in the alien world, which should be used to support beast tamers operating there. Duo stood before the display case, stroking a silver-black light fighter model through the thick bulletproof glass, his voice filled with envy. In contrast, Su Ming's understanding of the alien world remained vague while Duo had thoroughly absorbed every piece of information he'd heard from his family and shared it all with him. In the alien worlds, many dimensions were far larger than Earth, with higher-level realms spanning even more vast territories. Without proper transportation, forget about combat. Even traveling would be exhausting. The fighter in the display case was fast, powerful, and sleek, but its price tag was equally intimidating, starting at 100,000 credits. 100,000 credits. Su Ming murmured, having no concept of the credit system. Duo opened his wrist interface and suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Su Ming, why do you have 1,000 credits? I still have 0. I think my mentor gave them to me in advance," Su Ming recalled. "He said that as long as I came, he'd give me 1,000 credits. That's cheating. Who's your mentor? I want to cozy up to him too." Duo feigned indignation, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to remember something and quickly waved his hands. Never mind, never mind. I can't afford to mess with your mentor." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "Do you know something? Is he scary?" Duo leaned closer and whispered, "I'll tell you secretly's a freak." Before he could finish, he darted back to his bed, pulled the covers over his head, and played dead, refusing to respond no matter how much Su Ming pressed him. As night fell, Su Ming lay staring at the ceiling, thinking about his mentor named Wu Daoji. Their first meeting had seemed gentle and easygoing, far from the terrifying reputation he'd heard about. With that thought, he stopped dwelling on it and rolled over to sleep. On the morning of the third day of school, the academy's battle arena buzzed with voices as all freshmen were gathered in the massive ring area for the entrance trials. In the spectator seats, the principal and department mentors took their places, scanning the field with varying expressions, ready to select their preferred students. Su Ming searched the mentor section but couldn't find Wu Daoji anywhere. "Su Ming, I'm going to keep my distance from you for now," Duo whispered before quickly disappearing into the crowd. "I'm leaving too." Lan Bao followed suit. Su Ming was bewildered. Why was everyone avoiding him today? Before he could figure it out, his keen perception from his contracted ability detected several cold-killing intents. "Su Ming, look over there." Chi Waner moved to his side and gently tugged his sleeve. Following her direction, Su Ming saw several grim-faced freshmen staring at him like he was their mortal enemy. "When did you provoke them?" Chi Waner shrank behind Su Ming, her voice extremely low. The freshman trials used a challenge system. Students willing to volunteer could go on stage directly and show their abilities to the mentors, while those unwilling to participate would be randomly assigned after the mentors made their selections. Since mentor quality varied, the famous ones naturally became hot commodities that most people wanted. "I have no idea. I don't even know them." Su Ming shook his head. At this moment, Lan Bao returned and whispered urgently in Chi Waner's ear, "Su Ming is famous, and plenty of people want to use him as a stepping stone." Then he tried to pull Chi Waner away again. "I see." Su Ming understood and waved at Chi Waner. "Waner, you go ahead. I'll handle these people." Su Ming waved his hand. If they wanted to use him as a stepping stone, they'd have to see if his contracted beasts would agree. In the stands, the professors from Subei University began whispering among themselves as they watched the students below. Students hoped to encounter a powerful and responsible mentor, while the mentors equally craved talented prospects with exceptional gifts. Neither side was willing to let such opportunities slip away. "That must be Su Ming, right? I heard his performance in the trial tower completely crushed Jun Wuhui. We'll see what his real combat ability is like in a moment. Su Ming has quite a reputation. All those students down there want to spar with him. Haha, where's the progress without competition? I heard from that guy Wu Daoji that Su Ming has an 8-star talent, though his previous talent seemed rather unremarkable." After just a few exchanges, Su Ming had become the hot topic of conversation. As a name that had caused quite a stir nationwide, Su Ming naturally couldn't escape the attention of these mentors. At this moment, Su Ming strode confidently toward one of the combat arenas without any courtesy. The most direct way to respond to doubt had always been to beat the doubters into submission. Who's going first? He swept his gaze across the crowd below. Those looks were almost like staring at an enemy, yet no one dared to step onto the arena first. I'll go first. Finally, someone spoke up from the crowd. The other arenas were already in full swing, and it wouldn't do to just stand around Su Ming in a standoff. If they didn't participate soon and no mentor chose them after the exhibition matches ended, they'd only be assigned passively. The challenger introduced himself. I'm Zhao Fuxin, ranked 40th in the college entrance exam, higher than you. The implication was clear. He didn't accept Su Ming's easy victory. Cut the chatter, let's just fight. Su Ming raised his hand and summoned his beast companion Henin. At this point, Henin was just one step away from reaching commander level. Gulp. A collective swallow echoed throughout the venue. The terrifying form, over 10 meters tall, stood in the center of the arena, leaving the surrounding students speechless. This is an elite-level beast companion? Zhao Fuxin couldn't help but ask. Elite level, yeah? Is that a big problem? Su Ming's expression was matter-of-fact, making Zhao Fuxin want to punch him. You call this elite? Su Ming urged. Classmate, hurry up and summon your beast companion. There are many people waiting in line behind you. His gaze swept toward the crowd below again, and those students who had originally wanted to challenge Su Ming instantly scattered like birds and beasts once Henin appeared. They understood the gap wasn't just slight. Their own beast companions would look like toys standing before this guy. What was the point of fighting? Student. The mentors in the stands were also paying attention. Zhao Fuxin was committed now and could only bite the bullet and fight. The next moment, a massive mottled tiger landed on Ice Plains War Tiger. A master of both strength and magic, a rare premium beast companion. Su Ming silently praised his worthy opponent, then commanded, Henin, brute force. Zhao Fuxin also shouted, Ice Plains Tiger, frozen wasteland. Cold air spread from beneath the Ice Plains Tiger's claws, instantly creeping toward Henin. Thick ice layers locked around Henin's legs and continued growing upward frantically. Ice Plains Tiger, claw strike. Seeing Henin's movements restricted, Zhao Fuxin knew that dragging this out wouldn't end well. After all, Su Ming's Henin held the advantage in both size and strength. The ice-field tiger suddenly leaped high into the air, its razor-sharp claws gleaming with cold light as they whistled downward. If this strike landed on Henin, the outcome of the match would become unpredictable. Bang! A crisp explosion echoed throughout the arena as spectators watched the ice-field tiger's massive form being firmly grasped by one of Henin's hands. Power-type spirit beasts at a size disadvantage would inevitably suffer. Only Henin's movement had been frozen, not his combat ability. The ice around Henin's ankles shattered like paper, sending ice fragments flying in all directions. Only then did Zhao Fuxin realize that the ice-field tiger's freezing power couldn't truly restrain Su Ming's spirit beast. The gap in strength between them was too vast, they had virtually no chance of victory. In the stands, the sharp-eyed instructors exchanged glances, immediately recognizing Henin's extraordinary nature. This guy must have undergone evolution once, right? But even so, this strength is absolutely ridiculous. Spirit beasts with this kind of combat power at the elite stage are extremely rare. It's almost impossible unless evolution crystals were used. In midair, the ice-field tiger's limbs flailed desperately, but it remained firmly gripped by Henin. One more ounce of pressure would likely crush its bones on the spot. Henin let go. Only Su Ming could restore Henin's rationality. Hearing his master's command, Henin obediently released his grip, and the massive tiger body fell helplessly, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Su Ming recalled Henin into his spirit beast space. He knew this battle was enough to prove his strength and talent. Those who had questioned him probably didn't dare breathe too loudly now. As he walked down from the battle arena, he hadn't originally planned to participate in this competition. He'd only done so to silence his critics. Just as he was about to find Qi Wan'er and the others, he discovered that instructor Wu Daoji was already waiting for him at the exit. Teacher, what are you doing here? Su Ming asked in confusion. Weren't all the instructors supposed to be in the stands? I came to take you away. Staying here is just a waste of time. I'm taking you where you really need to go. Wu Daoji's tone was calm, yet it made Su Ming feel uneasy, as an ominous premonition crept into his heart. Teacher, let me say goodbye to my friends first. No need. Text them, they'll understand. Let's go. Without giving Su Ming a chance to say more, Wu Daoji directly dragged him away from the venue. Meanwhile, Qi Wan'er and the other two at the remaining battle arenas finally noticed that Su Ming's arena had long been empty. Where's Su Ming? Just as they were puzzled, Su Ming managed to send them a quick message. Su Ming had been taken away by his instructor. He wouldn't be continuing in the upcoming matches and was being sent early to fight in the alien world. Wow, even a production team's donkey wouldn't be worked this hard. This was truly Wu Daoji for you, the devil instructor of Subei University. Didn't anyone warn Su Ming about this? Qian Duo also shuddered. This was too ruthless. It had only been 3 days since university started, and Su Ming was already being thrown onto the battlefield of the alien world. Su Ming had no idea what Qian Duo and the others were thinking right now, because he was already on his way to an alien world. Master, which world are we going to? How long will I have to stay? Along the way, he peppered Wu Daoji with questions like a curious child, hoping to squeeze out even the smallest bit of information. Wu Daoji kept walking at a steady pace, his tone calm. I'm sending you to another beast-tamer world. However, their overall strength far exceeds ours. I hope you can learn something there. Remember, they're not our enemies, but you must never let your guard down. The two walked quickly through the campus crowds toward the secret chamber where the teleportation array was located. As Wu Daoji explained while walking, he suddenly stopped and added, that world has something that Earth's beast tamers have never encountered. What is it? Su Ming was about to ask more when the teleportation array's silver light suddenly blazed. Wu Daoji adjusted the coordinates and pulled him into the light pillar. The next moment, they found themselves deep within a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Mountain winds carrying the scent of pine resin whistled past, and obscure array patterns were faintly carved into the rock walls. Wu Daoji pointed to an inconspicuous stone platform at their feet, his expression serious. Remember this place. When you want to return, put this crystal into that groove over there. This is Earth's secret teleportation array established here. Before leaving, make sure no one is following you. It's best to wait for me to come get you. Understand? Understood. Su Ming took the fist-sized blue crystal and nodded solemnly, but still had doubts. Master, are you sure the local beast tamers here really won't discover me? Don't worry. Wu Daoji shook his head. They're also beast tamers, just possessing something we lack. Tell me, how many beasts do you have now, and have they all evolved? Su Ming honestly reported his contract space situation. 3 evolved, 1 unevolved, and 1 egg that hasn't hatched yet. Wu Daoji had originally remembered him having 4 beasts, so hearing 3 have evolved nearly made him exclaim on the spot. You have 3 evolved beasts? Su Ming scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I got 2 evolution crystals in the trial tower, so I used them on 2 of my beasts directly. Good. Wu Daoji let out a long breath. 3 evolved beasts meant Su Ming had several more trump cards for survival, which put his mind somewhat at ease. The mountain wind swept past again, making their sleeves flutter. Seeing that Wu Daoji was pressed for time, Su Ming decided to ask all his questions at once. Master, is there anything else you need to tell me? Please say it all now. Mainly just those safety matters. Wu Daoji's gaze grew serious. Now remember this. The most precious thing in this world is exactly what I mentioned earlier, the beast tamer's supernatural skills. To obtain these skills, you must join a local sect and learn their secret beast tamer techniques. I hope you can acquire their top-level supernatural techniques. Aside from that, other systems are quite similar to those of Earth's beast tamers. Su Ming's spirits lifted at once, and he nodded in agreement. The alien world, the sects, and the supernatural skills. This journey was undoubtedly becoming more intriguing. The beast tamer's supernatural skills were something truly astonishing. Teacher, have any people on Earth obtained supernatural powers from them? In the twilight, Su Ming's voice was low and urgent. Facing his question, Wu Daoji raised his eyes and nodded in response. Yes. Since I know about it, they've known for a long time too. There are quite a few cases of Earth people secretly learning beast-taming supernatural powers. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly restrained his aura, a hint of urgency appearing in his eyes. The longer my strength is exposed, the easier it becomes for them to detect me. Time is running out. He placed his hand on Su Ming's shoulder, speaking faster. Stop hiding your talent. Unleash it all. Find a way to get to the Tianqing sect immediately. It's one of the top-tier sects in the Tianhua Great World. Their triennial disciple recruitment gathering is about to begin, and their supernatural secret techniques are the strongest I've ever seen. You must get in. Even if you only learn the basics, it will benefit you for life. At this point, Wu Daoji glanced at the horizon, his tone turning cold. After I leave, you must depart immediately. If you're afraid, come back to Earth with me. We can leave right now. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then looked up directly at his teacher. Teacher, I'll stay. I'll find every possible way to learn the supernatural secret techniques you mentioned. Wu Daoji said no more and departed, breaking through the air. As mountain winds howled, Su Ming quickly left the area following instructions, deeply etching the route into his memory. It was his only escape path. But when he stood on the mountain peak, gazing at the endless mountain ranges, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Teacher, did you forget to give me a map? These mountains stretch for thousands of miles. How am I supposed to get out? And how can I find the Tianqing sect? Meanwhile, Wu Daoji, having returned to Subei University, discovered that the sheepskin map was still clutched tightly in his palm. He sighed softly. Damn, I forgot to give the map to Su Ming. If he returned now, the beast-taming masters from the Tianhua Great World would likely have already reached the original location, multiplying the risks. Just as Wu Daoji had predicted, soon after, a group of beast-tamers riding eagles swept low over the mountain ridges. The leader had a magnificent aura, already at the venerable level. Several guards patrolled while conversing. A venerable level presence in our territory will definitely alert the intelligence division. Maybe they're just passing through. They wouldn't be interested in such a remote, small country. Another frowned. With the Tianqing sect's recruitment approaching, beast tamers from across the continent are flocking here. His Majesty ordered us to maintain strict vigilance and prevent enemy infiltration. Someone said self-mockingly. If I weren't over the age limit, I'd want to try too. His companion snorted. You're over 30 and still want to enter the Tianqing sect? Without top-tier beast-taming talent, they wouldn't even glance at you. Hidden in the bushes, Su Ming held his breath and listened carefully, his heart stirring. The Tianqing sect was indeed nearby. After the giant eagles flew away, he quietly followed in the direction they had departed. In the principal's office at Subei University, Ning Beixian slammed the table, wishing he could strangle Wu Daoji immediately. You're too reckless. How could you abandon Su Ming in the Tianhua Great World? The beast tamers there are no joke. What if he dies there? Wu Daoji remained firm. The Tianqing sect is opening for recruitment. This is the only opportunity. In 3 years, Su Ming will be 20. If we delay further, he'll miss his chance. Have you forgotten how Wang Dao died? Ning Beixuan's gaze turned icy cold. Do you want to repeat that tragedy? That was an accident. Wu Daoji gritted his teeth. If that boy from the Jingbei family hadn't interfered, Wang Dao would never have died. Ning Beixian pointed at Wu Daoji, too angry to speak for a long moment. The main reason was the urgent time constraint. Otherwise, the martial Dao master wouldn't have rushed to send Su Ming over so hastily. As the teleportation array's light faded, Su Ming found himself in an unfamiliar mountain range, still completely disoriented. Fortunately, the 2 warriors who had guided him earlier left some crucial information, allowing him to understand that this world had both kingdoms and sects coexisting, though he knew nothing about the technological level and could only guess it might be similar to ancient times. With doubts churning in his mind, he realized that from now on, he must proceed with extreme caution. After all, the master leads you through the door, but cultivation depends on yourself, and this was the kind of cultivation where one could lose their life at any moment. To conceal the teleportation array, the Earth node had been placed deep in the mountains. Relying on the powerful mental strength granted by his nightmare abilities, Su Ming searched for fierce beast auras along the way and detoured in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave these mountains at all. For an entire day, he avoided countless fierce beasts until he finally spotted a rugged official road at dusk. Standing beside the road, he didn't rashly approach strangers, but decided to wait and observe first. His plan was to confirm that any approaching travelers were weaker than himself before following them, to avoid going astray. After waiting for half a day, a convoy of carriages finally appeared on the horizon. The sight of wooden carriages and iron horseshoes kicking up dust confirmed his suspicions about the backward technology. This world was indeed like ancient times. Su Ming crouched low and quietly followed behind the convoy. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. The strongest person in the convoy was only a 7th-tier commander, and his Henin could easily wipe them out. Unfortunately, his vision was still poor, and once the distance increased, he couldn't see clearly, so he had to maintain a gap of about 10 zhong, which quickly exposed his presence. Miss, there's someone following us. The middle-aged commander rode forward, pulled up to the carriage door, and reported in a low voice. The young lady lifted the window curtain, revealing a youthful yet spirited face as she looked in the direction he pointed, indeed seeing a lone figure in the distance. Uncle Lin, has he been following us the whole time? It seems so. He looks young. Perhaps he's returning from exploring those mountains. Commander Lin was middle-aged, and precisely the 7th-tier expert Su Ming had sensed. The young lady pursed her lips. This road isn't safe. Let's wait for him. Uncle Lin reminded her with concern. Miss, our mission is to escort you to Tianqing City for the Tianqing sect's entrance examination. Bringing along a stranger might not be appropriate. The young lady's eyes lit up, becoming even more determined. Maybe he's also going to Tianqing City to take the Tianqing sect exam. We could look out for each other. She casually recounted the rumors about the examination. The first test was for beast-taming talent, with anyone below 6 stars being eliminated immediately. The second involved crossing the Great Mountain in front of the sect, which was filled with fierce beasts raised by Tianqing sect, mostly elite level, with a few reaching commander level. Hearing her description, Uncle Lin recalled the danger of that mountain and couldn't help but nod. Uncle Lin, stop quickly. Let's wait for him. As soon as the young lady called for a halt, Commander Lin had no choice but to stop the convoy and wait for Su Ming. Su Ming noticed the convoy had stopped and realized they had spotted him, so he casually walked over, pretending nothing had happened. However, the young woman's voice rang out behind him. Hey, you've been following us this whole time, haven't you? Why are you still pretending otherwise? Su Ming surveyed his surroundings as the dark mist of the nightmare above his head swirled gently. Within its 500-meter range of mental control, he detected no other beast tamer's presence, and the 10-kilometer surveillance perimeter was equally empty. Ever since the nightmare had undergone 5 enhancements in the soul vortex, These two ranges had multiplied several times over. As its level and soul count continued to grow, its dominion would expand even further. He turned around, and the young woman's face instantly came into view, delicate features and fair skin. In terms of stunning beauty, only Chi Wanner could match her. Beautiful as she was, Su Ming had always been sharp-tongued. "Miss, what makes you think I'm following you?" He shrugged. "I'm just walking down this main road. Just because you're ahead of me makes it stalking? By that logic, if I were walking in front, wouldn't you be following me?" "Miss? Me?" The young woman paused, seemingly surprised that someone would address her this way, given that they appeared to be roughly the same age. Commander Lin Shu was about to step forward to reprimand Su Ming, but the young woman raised her hand to stop him. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she said cheerfully, "Uncle Lin, let's follow him and see which way he plans to go." Su Ming slowed his pace and soon encountered a fork in the road. Unsure which direction to take, he had to reduce his speed, waiting for the convoy to pass him. But the slower he went, the slower the convoy became, always trailing behind him. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I was wrong. Could you please go ahead and lead the way?" Su Ming surrendered helplessly. In this godforsaken place, he truly couldn't figure out the direction. The young woman poked her head out with a triumphant expression. "So tell me, are you heading to the Tianqing sect?" "Yes, yes, yes." Su Ming nodded repeatedly. "I've run out of money and don't know where the Tianqing sect is. I came from elsewhere, and people only told me to keep walking in this direction." He put on a pitiful expression, and even the nightmare above his head seemed to cooperate by letting out soft, whimpering sounds. The young woman glanced at him, then at Uncle Lin beside her, her eyes pleading. Uncle Lin said sternly, "Fine, kid, you can travel with us. But you must stay within my sight at all times." "Yes, yes, thank you so much." Only then did the young woman beam with joy, extending her hand in introduction. "Hello, I'm Bai Ling. What's your name, and where are you from?" "I'm Su Ming, from Huaxia." "Huaxia? Is that a country? I haven't heard of any place like that around here." Bai Ling looked puzzledly at Uncle Lin, as if seeking confirmation. "Yes, it's very far away. I heard that the Tianqing sect's beast-taming divine arts and secret techniques are very powerful, so I came here. But I ran out of money by the time I arrived." Afterward, Su Ming managed to extract quite a bit of information from Commander Lin through subtle questioning. The Tianhua Great World, a vast continent where nations and sects coexisted. The Kanglin Kingdom, where Su Ming currently found himself, was merely a tiny corner of this realm, ranked below the imperial level, with the Holy Light Empire governing above it. Though small, the Kanglin Kingdom had gained widespread fame due to a top-tier sect called the Tianqing sect. The convoy's destination was none other than Tianqing City, directly administered by the Tianqing sect, nominally belonging to the Kanglin Kingdom, yet answering only to the sect's authority. The convoy commander, Lin Kong, served as a retainer of the Bai family, tasked with escorting the young lady Bai Ling to the Tianqing sect. By his calculations, they still had a full day's journey to Tianqing City, requiring the group to camp in the wilderness for one night. As night fell, stifling evening winds swept through the forest. The campfire crackled and popped while most of the convoy gathered around it to rest. The cheerful Bai Ling sat down beside Su Ming, and after a brief chat, they quickly warmed up to each other. Su Ming secretly admired his own talent for spinning tales, having fabricated a Huaxia kingdom and a wealthy family background out of thin air. Given the boundless expanse of the Tianhua Great World, no one could know every corner of it. So Bai Ling naturally found no reason to doubt Su Ming's origins. "Su Ming, what's your beast-taming talent level?" "The Tianqing sect requires at least 6 stars." Bai Ling finally asked what had been on her mind. The moment she looked at him intently, Su Ming turned his head, his gaze making Bai Ling somewhat uncomfortable as she apologized softly. "Sorry, I was just curious." Su Ming smiled slightly. 7-star talent. Nothing special really. As his words fell, everyone around them stood up in unison, shock written across their faces. In the depths of Lin Kang's gaze, a barely perceptible flash of killing intent flickered. 9 stars is the absolute peak, and you're actually 7 stars? I'm 7 stars too. Bai Ling clapped her hands in delight. Su Ming nodded and reminded her, the Tianqing sect doesn't limit the number of disciples they accept as long as you pass their trials. Talent is just a small measure of one's strength. Yes, you're absolutely right. Bai Ling agreed enthusiastically. His battle-hardened instincts allowed Su Ming to detect that thread of murderous intent. He knew its source, and could only hope Lin Kong wouldn't do anything foolish, had no desire to kill such an adorable girl just to protect himself. Perhaps it was his comment about the Tianqing sect having no quota limits that made Lin Kong hesitate, for the night ultimately passed peacefully. The following afternoon, Su Ming finally arrived with the convoy at the so-called Tianqing City. The gates of Tianqing City towered over 30 meters high, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was truly befitting a city under the control of one of this world's most powerful sect forces. Su Ming even suspected that not even the royal capital of the Azure Blue Kingdom could match such grandeur. Today, Tianqing City was more bustling than ever, with cultivators pouring in from all directions, some arriving in convoys like Bai Ling, while many others rode flying spirit beasts, their massive wingspans darkening the very sky and creating complete gridlock outside the city gates. These people had gathered for one purpose: to seek entry into the Tianqing sect. Though the Tianqing sect was among the continent's premier sects, its influence remained primarily concentrated within the Holy Light Empire and its neighboring countries, making long-distance travelers like Su Ming a minority. The sect's triennial recruitment would begin the day after tomorrow, and every inn in the city had long been fully booked. Su Ming knew he couldn't continue following Bai Ling's group indefinitely. After thanking Bai Ling, he arranged to meet everyone at the sect's mountain gate in 2 days, then departed alone. With empty pockets and not a single local coin to his name, he couldn't afford even the simplest lodging, let alone a proper inn. His only option was to head early to the area near the mountain gate, where many other candidates who couldn't find accommodation in the city had already set up camp. The Tianqing sect was built among rolling mountain ranges. Standing before the stone gate carved with the characters Tianqing, Su Ming could see only towering peaks that completely concealed the true sect grounds. According to what he knew, several high mountains stretched between the mountain gate and the sect itself. Those treacherous peaks would serve as the second trial, and only by crossing them could one truly enter the Tianqing sect. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of testing, Su Ming realized how naive he had been. A sea of people, at least 200,000 to 300,000 strong, stretched endlessly before the mountain gate. He was momentarily stunned. Surely not all of these people possessed 6-star talent? The foundation of the Tianhua Great World was truly terrifying. Only after using his detection technique did he breathe a sigh of relief, discovering that many people hadn't actually reached 6-star talent and were simply trying their luck. Su Ming searched for Bai Ling in the crowd, while Bai Ling, who had been pushed toward the front of the human sea, was likewise looking around anxiously. Though the plaza before the mountain gate was spacious, everyone crowded backward, reluctant to be tested early. The frail Bai Ling was jostled and stumbled, nearly falling before Su Ming reached out to steady her in time. Bai Ling turned around, and seeing it was Su Ming, excitedly called out, "Su Ming! All right, let's get in line." Su Ming smiled slightly, leading her to a relatively open area. Just then, 2 massive spirit beasts flew out from within the mountain gate, carrying Tianqing sect disciples on their backs with enormous light stone detection devices secured beside them. A disciple announced the beginning in a loud voice, and tens of thousands of candidates immediately surged forward. From today forward, we begin the first round of talent testing for the Tianqing sect. Those with spirit beast talent below 6 stars or dual talent below 5 stars should leave voluntarily. Do not harbor false hopes. This is the minimum threshold for Tianqing sect recruitment. A white-haired elder stepped forward, his voice infused with spiritual power and reaching directly into everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly half the candidates departed dejectedly. Su Ming was amazed, hadn't expected so many people to be trying their luck without proper qualifications. Su Ming, it's perfectly normal. These people are all from cities near the Tianqing sect, just trying their luck. You never know, they might just make it, Bai Ling said, covering her mouth as she laughed. Watching those who had left but hadn't completely departed, Su Ming knew these people wanted to see the excitement unfold. Good, now let's officially begin. All beast tamers who wish to join the Tianqing sect, please come here. The elder's voice boomed, echoing before the mountain gate. The crowd immediately surged forward, but quickly formed several long lines with remarkable efficiency. The testing process was extremely simple. Place your hand on a black stone. The stone's surface was embedded with 9 grooves, and the number of star lights that illuminated represented your star talent level. If the light extinguished and then lit up a second time, it indicated dual talent, with the second round of stars having to climb sequentially from 1 star upward. At the front of the lines, young beast tamers with 6-star and 7-star talents appeared one after another. Even after eliminating half the candidates, there were still several times more top-tier talents than on Earth, making Su Ming secretly marvel. The level of the Tianhua Great World was indeed countless times higher than Earth. Nearly 30,000 people crowded before the mountain gate. There was no way to test everyone in a single day. Those who passed the examination were led to a rest area behind the mountain gate to wait quietly until all testing was complete before entering the mountains together. Su Ming and Bai Ling's tests were scheduled for the second day, so the two simply sat cross-legged outside the mountain gate, absorbing spiritual energy instead of sleeping, feeling no fatigue throughout the night. After 3 full days and nights, the testing of nearly 30,000 people finally came to an end. Past experience showed that at most 5,000 would ultimately enter the Tianqing sect. The rest would either die along the way or retreat mid-journey. When Su Ming's turn came, the black stone first lit up 7 stars, then the light extinguished and lit up 6 stars again, causing an immediate uproar in the crowd. This round of testing had only a few dozen 8-star talents, just over 1,000 7-star talents, with most others being 6-star or dual talents. As for Su Ming's hidden 9-star qualification, He had quietly held back when the second round of starlight reached 6. The combination of 7-star plus 6-star was already rare enough, and if a third round of starlight appeared, even reaching only 8 stars, it would attract unnecessary storms. After waiting another day, all qualified candidates gathered behind the mountain gate. The elder who had presided over the testing mounted the back of the giant beast he had arrived on and declared loudly, "The Tianqing sect lies beyond these mountains. Cross the mountain range, and you'll be sect disciples. But I must warn you there are many mountain paths, each with different fierce beasts, so those thinking of clustering together on one route had better abandon that idea. The sect assigns academy divisions based on arrival time. The later you arrive, the worse your division, and the fewer divine arts and secret techniques you'll be able to learn." With that, he led several official disciples as they rode their giant beasts into the sky, leaving behind one final remark. "We'll be waiting for you at the Tianqing sect." Bai Ling stood beside Su Ming, looking up at the dozens of crisscrossing mountain paths before them. Su Ming looked at this kind-hearted girl and decided to travel with her. "Su Ming, which path should we take?" she asked. After learning that Su Ming was a dual talent holder, the girl's eyes held even more reverence and trust. Around them, beast mounts roared as many young people had already mounted their rides and galloped off, all vying for higher academy divisions. Su Ming surveyed the numerous branching paths and pointed to one of them. "Let's take this one." Su Ming summoned Henin, whose massive form instantly intimidated everyone around them. What level of monster was this? "Let's go, Bai Ling. Your beast is too slow, so you'll be safer staying with me," Su Ming said gently. "All right." Without hesitation, Bai Ling took a running start and gracefully leaped onto Henin's broad back. Henin powered forward with all 4 limbs, charging into the crowd like a giant war machine. Wherever the massive beast passed, rocks flew and giant trees swayed as it forcibly carved a straight path through the previously congested road. Bai Ling sat steadily behind Su Ming, feeling the fierce wind rush past her ears as an unprecedented sense of security spread through her chest. Su Ming simply focused ahead, thinking nothing more than helping a friend. Their incredible speed caught the attention of the Tianqing sect elders who were secretly observing from distant mountain peaks. "That boy has decent talent, a 7-star beast tamer with an evolved strength-type beast. Our strength academy wants him," declared a burly elder with a voice like thunder, squinting as he assessed them. "Don't be hasty, Elder Su," another gray-robed elder interjected. "That nightmare above his head is a psychic type with an extremely wide detection range, perfect for our spirit academy." The Tianqing sect had 4 academies with different specializations. The Strength Academy focused on power attack beasts, the Spirit Academy on psychic attack beasts, the Elements Academy on spell attack beasts, and the Heaven Academy on multi-discipline cultivation. Since divine techniques were rare and required beast tamers to comprehend them first before passing them to their beasts, most people could only specialize in one discipline. Though the Heaven Academy was inclusive, it had the fewest disciples due to having the least techniques and highest difficulty. At this moment, elders from all 4 academies were secretly competing for their ideal prospects. In the forest, the nightmare's psychic tendrils quietly extended, immediately reporting the mountain observers back to Su Ming. "Bai Ling, summon your beasts too." Su Ming suddenly slowed down. Bai Ling was momentarily confused, thinking Su Ming no longer wanted to protect her. Su Ming smiled and explained, "The Tianqing sect elders are watching, you need to show off." Most contestants were currently at elite level, and the fierce beasts along the route were mostly high-tier elites. Having around 3 beasts shouldn't be too difficult, but in front of the elders, every impressive display meant another opportunity. Okay. Bai Ling understood and became so excited she nearly jumped up. A azure magic circle lit up beneath her feet as 3 water tribute spell-type beasts appeared in succession, instantly enveloping the surrounding air with clear water vapor. Bai Ling specialized in water-based attacks, and her innate talent could enhance water tribute power, so all her beasts were water-type. On the mountain peak, the Spirit Academy elder chuckled. "Well, the boy can actually sense our presence. He's trained that nightmare quite well." His interest grew even stronger. The burly elder, however, kept staring at Henin, his voice deep and powerful. "That boy's tyrant is the real powerhouse. I'd say its combat ability might reach high commander level, or even lord level." The elders from the 4 courtyards were also searching among those fighting and weaving through the forest for disciples they wished to recruit. Above the woods, spiritual light flickered, and sword energy surged between the rocks and mountains as the auras of numerous candidates rose and fell. In comparison, Su Ming's performance remained outstanding, whether in movement techniques, beast control, or on-the-spot judgment. He repeatedly earned approving nods from the elders observing in secret. From the outer mountain gate to the main sect of Tianqing sect, there were 4 or 5 large mountains in between. Each mountain range was divided into dozens of examination routes, all fraught with danger. Only after Su Ming lifted Bai Ling down from Henin's back did he truly witness the strength of this seemingly delicate girl. Her water tribute beast enhancement technique could instantly cloak her beast in a layer of azure water patterns, boosting both offense and defense while dramatically increasing combat power. Su Ming himself didn't deliberately reveal all his trump cards, relying solely on Henin to sweep through the mountain forest. The fierce beasts encountered along the way were mostly low-tier commanders, especially strength-type beasts that had virtually no chance to fight back against Henin's berserk power, often being sent flying several yards with a single impact. To avoid drawing too much attention to himself, Su Ming deliberately gave most opportunities to strike to Bai Ling. Only when he confirmed that Bai Ling temporarily couldn't handle the situation would he flash forward to deliver the finishing blow. Thus, the two fought side by side along the way. In just 2 short days, Su Ming had lost count of how many fierce beasts they had slain. Unfortunately, with elders secretly watching throughout the journey, he couldn't convert those corpses into enhancement points. Otherwise, this trip would have earned him a substantial amount of resources. Finally, they reached the true mountain gate of Tianqing sect. Unlike the previous outer gate, this one was majestic and towering, with the 3 characters, Tianqing sect, written in flowing calligraphy on the gate plaque. Below it, the stone pillars were actually carved with "Heaven moves vigorously. The gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement." Su Ming gazed at that familiar ancient Chinese maxim, slightly startled in his heart. This was clearly a sentence from ancient Earth text. Could it appear in another world? He quietly suppressed his confusion, having no time to investigate further for now. Because they had accommodated Bai Ling's traveling pace, they weren't the fastest to arrive. At this moment, over 10 candidates were already assembled and ready at the mountain gate. Human figures moved within the stone steps, and dozens of immortal-looking elders stepped out one by one, their robes fluttering, followed by disciples wearing sect uniforms. Su Ming's gaze swept over them as he immediately activated his detection technique. The weakest of these disciples were at Lord level, while the strongest was actually at Mythical Realm man. That Mythical Realm cultivator was a woman of stunning beauty. Seeming to sense Su Ming's observation, the woman raised her eyes and glanced back gently. The nightmare perched on Su Ming's head growled softly in response. Along the way, Su Ming had secretly fed the nightmare several fierce beast souls. This creature was extremely picky, not even glancing at anything below commander level, and commander level souls were only worth half a point each. After days of accumulation, the nightmare had only grown by 5 points, totaling just 10 points. The nightmare's call made Su Ming understand that this woman was the one who had been secretly observing them from the mountaintop earlier, and the several elders standing around her were also the proctors who had been monitoring the examination throughout. As time passed, more and more people arrived along the mountain path. Soon after, a team wearing Tianqing sect disciple robes came swooping down from the sky on various colored spirit beasts, stopping before those elders. Reporting to the 4 elders, "We have confirmed that there are no more sect candidates behind us. Approximately 5,000 candidates have finally reached the sect gate this time. 10,000 candidates died during the examination, and all remaining candidates have withdrawn." "All right, understood. Led all these people into the sect." The vast procession followed the Tianqing sect disciples onto the main sect road. From a distance, the Tianqing sect's territory was so expansive it could match 2 Hudu cities combined. Within 100 zhang of the mountain gate, one could see a stone archway entrance carved with 4 characters, Li, Ling, Tian, and Xing, each leading to one of the 4 major branch academies. The disciples guided them along the way, leading over 5,000 newly advanced beast tamers to a massive granite plaza within the sect. The stone surface was hard and smooth, with dark veins gleaming faintly in the setting sun. At the far end of the plaza stood a high platform, where several elders who had previously presided over the examinations had already taken their positions. The white-haired elder from the first round of testing adjusted his sleeves slightly, swept his gaze over the crowd below, and spoke in a clear voice. "Fellow beast tamers, welcome to the Tianqing sect. From this moment forward, you are outer disciples of our sect. Standing behind me are the heads of the 4 outer branch academies. From left to right, we have the Li Academy, which focuses on strength cultivation, the Ling Academy, which specializes in mental attacks, the Xing Academy, which excels in spell casting, and the Tian Academy, which is known for its diverse cultivation methods." He paused briefly, allowing everyone to direct their attention to the 4 academy heads, then gestured for silence again. "You may consider these 4 branch academies at your leisure today. Tonight, all outer disciples may freely choose their quarters within the outer academy compounds to rest. Tomorrow, the Tianqing sect will hold the formal disciple acceptance ceremony, which will be attended by several major neighboring sects, as well as our affiliated sections. Remember, rest well. If you can perform excellently at the ceremony, you might catch an elder's attention and be directly accepted as a personal disciple." That playful "oh" at the end of his last sentence immediately lightened the serious atmosphere, and Su Ming nearly couldn't suppress his laughter. After the gathering dispersed, everyone received keys to their quarters in turn. The vastness of the Tianqing sect was once again revealed. The outer quarters alone numbered in the thousands, nearly allowing two disciples to share a single courtyard compound. Su Ming was secretly amazed. This was just the outer sect. He couldn't imagine how vast the inner courtyards would be after joining a branch academy. When selecting quarters, Bai Ling naturally accompanied Su Ming, and they encountered another male disciple who had arrived earlier. The three of them took a liking to a small courtyard nestled against mountains and facing water, so they decided to stay together. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard, its flames casting their shadows in flickering light and darkness. The rather handsome young man was the first to stand up, cupping his fists and introducing himself. "I am Bu Fei, from the imperial capital of the Holy Light Empire. Huaxia Kingdom, Su Ming. Tonlin Kingdom, Bai Ling." Bu Fei looked at Su Ming with confusion. "Brother Su, you're not from any of the nearby empires?" "No," Su Ming answered with a straightforward smile. "I'm a native of the Huaxia Kingdom under the Dadi Empire. Hearing that the Tianqing sect was accepting disciples, I traveled thousands of li to get here." At this point, he had to repeat the Void Realm background story he had previously fabricated for Bai Ling, which left Bu Fei nodding repeatedly. Their cheerful dispositions quickly warmed them to each other, with conversations ranging from local customs to beast-taming insights, while the aroma of roasted beef leg filled the air. Bu Fei, who had been gnawing on a roasted beef leg, suddenly put down the bone and looked mysteriously at the other two. "Su Ming, Bai Ling. Do you know what that elder's final words really meant?" Su Ming and Bai Ling, each holding a fragrant beef leg, both shook their heads. Bu Fei's lips curved into a smile, adopting the air of a know-it-all, as he picked up another beef leg and sat cross-legged. "All right then, let me enlighten you both. Tomorrow's ceremony is actually the real sect entrance examination. The previous two rounds were just to weed out a bunch of worthless candidates first. Tomorrow is when the real main event begins." Su Ming and Bai Ling looked at Bu Fei like two curious children, waiting for him to continue. Bu Fei was clearly enjoying himself as he continued. "The Tianqing sect indeed possesses numerous mystical arts and secret techniques, but the vast majority are stored in the inner sect. While the outer sect has released quite a few, they're mostly ordinary. True, there are several excellent mystical techniques in the outer sect, but those are all controlled by the academy deans and elders." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly choked on his saliva, coughing until his face turned bright red. Bai Ling quickly handed him a cup of water, which he tilted back and gulped down in one go, finally soothing the burning sensation in his throat before speaking again. "Apart from those techniques held by deans and elders, if you want to obtain mystical arts, you'll need to take on missions. The Tianqing sect's territory is frighteningly vast, with enormous daily expenses, so they can only rely on disciples going out to complete missions for money. Missions are rewarded with sect points based on difficulty, and you can use those points to exchange for various outer sect techniques at the Technique Pavilion. Of course, if you perform exceptionally well in tomorrow's assessment and catch the eye of some dean or elder, that would be absolutely wonderful. You'd become their direct disciple, and your master would naturally stuff all their mystical arts into your arms. No more competing with others for points." After finishing this lengthy explanation in one breath, he downed another large cup of water before finally catching his breath. Su Ming nodded slightly. His knowledge of the sect's inner workings had been limited, but now with Bu Fei, this walking encyclopedia, he only needed to listen more and speak less to avoid making mistakes. Bai Ling listened with great interest, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bu Fei. "Bu Fei, which academy are you planning to enter?" Bu Fei was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "I should go to the Spirit Academy, since I specialize in mental attribute beast taming. Actually, I'd prefer the Heaven Academy because they have an extremely powerful mystical technique according to the 4-tier classification of Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. It's probably Heaven tier." "Heaven tier." Bai Ling shot to her feet, her voice rising in shock. "Bu Fei, do Heaven tier mystical arts really exist in the 4-tier system?" Bu Fei nodded. "It should be lower Heaven tier. The Tianqing sect has deep foundations. They have more than one Heaven tier technique, with several volumes in the inner sect. But in the outer sect, the Heaven Academy only has this one. The problem is this technique is extremely difficult to master, and it's the exclusive mystical art of Heaven Academy's dean, Ji Yuyan. To learn it, you'd first need to become her disciple. I heard she's taken disciples over the years, but not one has successfully mastered it." "What kind of technique is it exactly?" Bai Ling grew more curious, leaning in closer to ask. Bu Fei shrugged. "I'm not sure either. Mixed cultivation techniques work with all attribute beasts, but for those of us who specialize in single attributes, it might not be suitable. Even if it's Heaven tier, it's not necessarily stronger than something tailor-made. Besides, Heaven tier techniques are profound and difficult to learn, requiring enormous investment that often isn't worth the cost." Bai Ling nodded gently, understanding that while mixed cultivation was versatile, it was difficult to unleash its ultimate power, which was why many people avoided it. "I'll probably go to the Movement Academy," she continued. My talents and focus make it the most suitable choice. With that, her gaze fell on Su Ming. What about you, Su Ming? Me? I should be heading to the Celestial Academy. I don't have any particular specialization, so I guess it'll be the General Studies Division. After saying this, Su Ming continued gnawing on his glistening roasted beef leg, casually tearing off a small piece of meat from the bone to feed the nightmare creature perched on his head. The nightmare licked its lips and let out a low purring sound. Bu Fei and Bai Ling exchanged glances before nodding slightly. The two beast companions Su Ming had displayed were remarkable, one representing the pinnacle of physical strength and the other the peak of mental prowess. Logically, both the Strength Academy and the Spirit Academy would be eager to recruit him, but the Celestial Academy, which focused on comprehensive talent development, would be equally interested in securing such a versatile candidate. After a brief discussion, the three returned to their respective rooms to rest and prepare for the next day's competition. The following day, everyone gathered once again in the same plaza. Compared to yesterday, the area was now packed beyond capacity, filled not only with this year's new beast tamers from the Tianqing sect, but also disciples and elders from various other sects who had come to witness the event. On the elevated platform stood over 100 powerful figures, mostly elders from the 4 outer academies, along with the 4 academy heads of Tianqing sect, sect master Lin Tianqing, and other core leadership. Flanking Lin Tianqing were representatives from 2 major powers of equal standing to Tianqing sect, the Vajra sect, which specialized in strength-type beast-taming, and the Nether Soul sect, which focused on mental attributes. These 3 sects were known as the 3 great powers of the Holy Light Empire and neighboring nations. Hu Yanli, the vice sect master of Vajra sect, glanced at the new disciples below and laughed heartily. Sect Master Lin. This year's recruits look promising, each one brimming with vitality. Ming Juyo, the vice sect master of Nether Soul sect, with his profound gaze, smiled faintly in agreement. Indeed, they're all quite impressive. Lin Tianqing knew these two hadn't traveled thousands of miles with their disciples merely to observe the ceremony. They were likely here to test or even disrupt the competition. Nevertheless, he maintained his gentle smile. The outer sect competition followed a tournament format, where any beast tamer could take the stage to demonstrate their abilities, with outstanding performers having the chance to be accepted as personal disciples by the elders. The host was the same white-bearded elder from the previous evening, who cleared his throat as his voice echoed throughout the venue. Su Ming frowned as he listened from below. This old gentleman had been hosting for years, and now he was once again delivering the proceedings with a stern expression, which really made Su Ming unable to hold it in. After the announcement concluded, a burly young man stepped onto the central arena and declared loudly, "I'm Qin Shuaibin, specializing in strength-type beast taming. Please guide me." Su Ming remembered him sevenster talent with decent but unremarkable abilities. Soon after, another beast tamer, who also focused on strength-type creatures, took the stage. The two exchanged respectful bows before summoning their strongest beast companions, a tiger and a lion that clashed and grappled, sending sand and stones flying. Bai Ling watched with wide eyes for a while before whispering, "Su Ming, their beast companions are nowhere near as good as yours. I feel like Han Han could take down both of them with one swipe." Bu Fei, who hadn't witnessed Han Han's true power firsthand, couldn't help but lean in and ask, "Bai Ling, is Su Ming's beast companion really that formidable?" Bai Ling nodded enthusiastically, her braids swaying. "Super powerful. And incredibly fast too. If Su Ming hadn't mentioned that the elders were watching and told us to handle things ourselves, Han Han would have swept away all the obstacles and charged straight to the mountain gate by then. By the way, Han Han is the name of Su Ming's beast companion. So adorable." Bu Fei simply moved closer to Su Ming's shoulder, playfully nudging him with his hip and grinning mischievously. "Su Ming, why don't you go up there and show off a bit?" Su Ming looked at Bu Fei's mischievous grin and shot back, "Why don't you go then?" Bu Fei shrugged, his tone half serious, half joking. "All my spirit beasts are psychic types. What would it look like if I went around bullying those big brutes? Besides, if they managed to land even one punch on my guys, it'd either be death or lying in bed until the semester ends." He wasn't exaggerating. Psychic-type spirit beasts excelled in control and burst damage, but they had virtually no defense. Once an opponent got close, serious injury was almost guaranteed. An all-psychic team was both razor-sharp and fragile. It was hard to say whether that was an advantage or disadvantage. In the center of the arena, the challenger facing Qin Shuaibin was quickly defeated. This immediately sparked a bidding war among several elders from the Strength Academy, while the loser was also taken under the wing of another elder. With this appetizer setting the tone, the subsequent matches grew increasingly intense, and the crowd roared with excitement. Su Ming and his 2 companions remained seated in the back row, quietly observing as one beast tamer after another was selected by academy elders. Some were even courted simultaneously by leaders from all 4 academies. The first day of competition ended as the sun set and crowds dispersed. That evening, during their small gathering, Bu Fei clutched his teacup restlessly. "Tomorrow the 3 of us need to make our move. or there won't be anyone left to fight on stage. Su Ming looked up leisurely. Only half the people have competed. What's the rush? Bu Fei slammed the table, lowering his voice but speaking urgently. Su Ming, buddy, not all elders are willing to take on multiple disciples. Once they've picked enough, you'll be left with nothing. Students without mentors are like lost souls in the academios going to care about you. Only then did Su Ming realize the gravity of the situation. Bai Ling also felt a pang of anxiety. Truth be told, she had wanted to test the waters during the day but felt too embarrassed to be the first in their group to compete, so she spent the entire day on the bench with her companions. She cleared her throat. You two go first tomorrow. I'll observe a bit longer. The third day arrived in a flash. The beast-tamers who had been accepted as disciples the previous day walked with spring in their step and confidence in their stride. Worried about being overlooked if he waited any longer, Bu Fei jumped onto the arena first to defend the ring. He summoned a pitch-black spirit beast that looked like a living doll, the spirit puppet, a pure psychic-type controller. His opponent was a beast-tamer specializing in magical attacks, whose spirit beast was a thunder leopard, supposedly the strongest lightning attribute creature in the magical category. Electricity crackled around its body, and its presence was fierce and intimidating. Yesterday's matches had mostly been between similar types, but today's clash between completely different systems, both of extremely high quality, was rare. In the stands, Bai Ling clenched her fists. Su Ming, that guy looks really strong. Will Bu Fei lose? She could feel the oppressive aura radiating from the opponent, clearly superior to Bu Fei's by more than just a margin. Su Ming shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Bai Ling, don't let Bu Fei's usual chatter fool you. He's not weak. Want to make a bet? What kind of bet? I bet that within 3 minutes, that thunder leopard will start attacking itself. If you lose, you go up next, not against Bu Fei, don't worry. Bai Ling blinked. What if you lose? I'll accept whatever punishment you decide. Deal. Bai Ling immediately focused intently on the match. This bet seemed like a win-win situation for her. She was planning to compete anyway, and she'd be happy even if she lost. In the audience, her bright eyes were fixed on the arena, while Su Ming leaned back leisurely in his seat with a knowing smile. He was certain he never made bets without being sure of the outcome. At that moment, Lei Bao launched fierce attacks against Bu Fei's spirit doll, but each strike missed its mark. To everyone's amazement, Lei Bao's limbs began moving as if controlled by invisible strings, stumbling and crashing around the arena, even repeatedly clawing at itself. See? Little Bai Ling, get ready, Su Ming said, gently pinching her cheek. Bai Ling looked puzzled and whispered, Su Ming, how did you know Bu Fei could make Lei Bao attack itself? Smack. Su Ming lightly tapped her forehead. Did you forget what Bu Fei specializes in? This isn't a mental attack, it's mental control. His level is higher than his opponent's, so seizing control of the enemy's beast is child's play. Bai Ling rubbed her forehead and pouted quietly. Stop hitting my head all the time. You'll make me stupid. On the arena, Bu Fei's performance quickly became the center of attention. Most psychic-type beast tamers focused on directly destroying enemies' souls, but specialists in manipulation like him were rare. Suddenly, an aged yet resonant voice echoed from the high platform. Bu Fei, would you be willing to become my disciple? The speaker was Su Ziqian, the Spirit Academy's vice-chancellor. Though over 70, he had a ruddy complexion and vigorous spirit. Bu Fei didn't answer immediately, was waiting to see if anyone else would speak up. However, with the vice-chancellor personally standing up, none of the nearby elders dared to compete. Seeing his silence, Su Ziqian added, your beast excels at mental control. I possess a lower earth-grade divine technique. If you become my disciple, you may learn it. An earth-grade divine technique could cause bloodshed throughout the Tianhua Great World. Student Bu Fei is willing to become your disciple. Hearing this response, Su Ziqian laughed heartily. Excellent. My ultimate techniques finally have a successor. Child, come here and stand behind your master. Bu Fei obediently walked over and stood behind the vice-chancellor. The surrounding elders offered their congratulations. It wasn't that they didn't want Bu Fei as a disciple, but Su Ziqian, who hadn't chosen a successor in years, was rarely moved like this. No one wanted to offend him. Bu Fei's suppressed opponent wasn't weak, but his performance had been overshadowed. A sharp-eyed vice-chancellor from the Executive Academy took him as a disciple, giving him another opportunity. Seeing the duel concluded, the presiding elder called out loudly, is there anyone else who wishes to compete? I'll go. A voice light as wind chimes rang out, and everyone noticed a fresh, adorable girl standing in a corner of the stands. Bai Ling. Me too. A man jumped down from the opposite side, tall and thin with rather unsightly features. He rubbed his hands together with a leering grin, his gaze glued to Bai Ling. Hello, beautiful. I'm Zhu San. Please go easy on me. Bai Ling nodded politely. I'm Bai Ling. Please guide me as well. Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand to form seals, and a brilliant blue light gathered in her palm. Her strongest beast, the Azure Water Spirit, materialized on the arena. This was a spiritual beast born from rivers, an extremely rare existence. Bai Ling's azure water sprite drew sharp looks from the elders around the arena. Clear water essence surged across the platform, pulling the onlookers' attention to her match. With her natural talent and such a rare water aspect beast, she instantly became a must-have in many elders' eyes. Her opponent was an outer sect jack of all trades. He raised a hand and summoned a beast that looked like a massive emerald clam. Only then did Su Ming realize the creature carried a potent poison attribute. It was his first time seeing a poison-type battle pet on the platform, and he couldn't help feeling curious about how it fought. Begin. As the referee's flag fell, Bai Ling shed her usual calm. She locked onto her foe and commanded the azure water sprite to weave through the arena. The poison clam spat a cloud of inky green miasma. The sprite's form rippled, turning to a stream as it flashed to the flank, evading with ease. Gasps rippled through the crowd. After a dozen exchanges, the sprite's speed kept it safe again and again from the clam's lunges. But agility can't outlast exhaustion forever. In a sudden hard stop, its movement hitched for a beat. The clam vaulted high and slammed its massive body down on the azure water sprite. The water veil burst, and the sprite staggered back several steps, breath ragged. The referee hadn't declared a winner yet, but everyone could see how this would end. When the bout concluded, both competitors were courted as disciples by the elders. Surprisingly, even in defeat, Bai Ling drew the most interest. In the end, she chose a gentle female elder and bowed to formally become her disciple. As the elders announced their new disciples one by one, Su Ming suddenly realized no one had called his name. When it was over, roughly 2,000 beastmasters were left without a sponsor, just like him. The presiding elder of the Council of Elders said mildly, "Those not taken on may choose a branch institute on their own," which left many newcomers crestfallen. Most who failed had at least fought. Few, like Su Ming, had been overlooked without making a single move, so missing out felt almost reasonable. Up in the stands, several elders who had noticed him on the mountain that day since they'd overlooked someone, yet couldn't recall who. Su Ming shrugged and muttered to himself, "If no one wants me, so be it." But he wasn't discouraged. The branch institutes also offered missions and divine arts. As long as he worked hard, he could grow just as strong. He was still thinking about getting back to Earth, had only been in this world for a little over a week, and his university courses were already piling up. He'd have to catch up on his own. Elsewhere, Lin Tianxing sneered inwardly. Those two sects had marched in with a crowd of 7- and 8-star talents, clearly here to cause trouble. Outwardly, he stayed cordial. He rose and called to the newly accepted disciples, Qinghong sect and Minghan sect, wish to test the mettle of our Tianxing sect disciples. Spar to your heart's content, but remember friendship first, competition second. The two vice sect masters nodded in agreement, trading a knowing look. Huyen Li, the vice master of Qinghong sect, waved a hand, and one of their disciples strode to the center of the square. "My name is Manchi. I specialize in strength," he said, voice ringing out. "Does Tianxing sect have a strength-type beastmaster willing to face me?" As he spoke, the air behind him shuddered. A mammoth manifested and crashed to the ground, its thick, towering frame radiating pressure across the plaza, standing roughly 10 meters tall. The moment everyone laid eyes on this beast, they all gasped in shock. The massive steel mammoth crushed the stone pavement beneath its feet, its tusks gleaming like two white blades while its steel armor reflected cold light under the sun. In comparison, the summoned creatures of those so-called strength-type freshman beast tamers from earlier couldn't even serve as proper foils. Among this year's Inner Academy disciples, the spell-type beast tamers were truly outstanding. Yet the opponent specifically challenged only strength types. Leaving Strength Academy, Dean Su Ming frowning deeply, which of his students could possibly face this behemoth heathen? Vice Sect Leader Huyen. "Is this man Chi one of your freshmen?" Su Ming forced himself to remain composed, though his gaze remained fixed on the mammoth. "Indeed." Huyen Li stroked his beard with a smile. 8-star talent, and this steel mammoth has already completed one evolution. To cultivate it to this level is truly remarkable. His phrase, "rather exceptional," was tantamount to a public slap in the face, implying that such a monster wouldn't even rank first within the Diamond Sect. As long as Lin Tianxing admitted defeat, the Diamond Sect's provocative purpose would be achieved. "Teacher, let me go." Su Ming's disciple Hu Yuping stepped forward. He also possessed 8-star talent, though his cultivation resources were far inferior to Manchi's. With no alternative available, Su Ming could only nod. "Be careful. If things look bad, surrender immediately. Don't let your beast suffer serious injury." Hu Yuping nodded and entered the arena. Both cultivators were at elite 7th rank. After the formal announcements, they each released their beasts. Wild giant ape. With a deep roar, a reddish-brown giant ape with bulging muscles pounded its chest as it appeared, yet it stood half a head shorter than the steel mammoth. The evolution gap was obvious, and even the watching disciples held little hope, only concerned whether the ape could escape unscathed. After just one direct collision, the wild giant ape was sent tumbling by the impact force, dust scattering everywhere. Su Ming's heart tightened, but his gaze unconsciously searched through the crowd among the freshmen. Who else could match the steel mammoth? Suddenly, he remembered the consistently low-key Bai Ling and his companion Su Ming. Bai Ling had never participated in the freshman challenge matches, and that tyrant bear had also completed one evolution. Su Ming rushed to Bai Ling in a few strides, startling the youth. Bai Ling, where is Su Ming, who took the entrance exam with you that day? Which elder did he apprentice under? Dean, about Su Ming. He didn't participate in the challenge matches. No elder accepted him, so he had no chance to compete. Bai Ling's tone carried a hint of disappointment. He's very strong, but… What? He didn't participate. Su Ming's eyes widened. Where is he now? Bring him here immediately. Meanwhile, Su Ming was leisurely leaning against the stone railing at the sidelines, watching the duel like a spectator enjoying a show. He nodded slightly in appreciation of Man Xia Steel Mammoth with one evolution. Its defense and strength were simply monstrous among disciples of the same level. Panting heavily, Bai Ling rushed up to Su Ming, still catching her breath as she tried to speak. Seeing the panic on her face, Su Ming frowned and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Bai Ling? You seem so urgent. Take your time." Bai Ling looked up, swallowed hard, and managed to say with difficulty, "Su Ming, the dean of the Strength Academy, is looking for you. He might want to take you as his disciple." Su Ming looked puzzled. Why would the dean of the Strength Academy suddenly want to see him? But Bai Ling didn't have time to explain and simply grabbed his sleeve, pulling him toward the arena. At the edge of the field, Su Ming was frowning as he stared at the fighting platform. When he saw the two running over, he looked surprised at first, then laughed in exasperation. "Kid, you didn't even participate in the challenge tournament? Don't you want a teacher?" Su Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't know when the competition would end. By the time I got here, it was already over. I'm quite helpless about it too." Su Ming had no time to pursue the matter further. His disciple was barely holding on. He asked urgently, "That person," he pointed toward the platform. "Are you confident you can handle him?" Following his gesture, Su Ming immediately understood he was being brought in as a substitute. He nodded, "I should be able to. But as you know, Dean, I have no divine techniques or secret arts, and no one has accepted me as a disciple. My morale is low, so my fighting power has dropped significantly." Su Ming was stunned. This kid was actually trying to negotiate, but his quota for disciples was already full, making it difficult to take on another. After thinking for a moment, he compromised. "All right, kid. How about I find you a teacher?" Su Ming actually didn't want to become anyone's disciple. Too many rules. He waved his hand. "Forget about the teacher. My beast types are varied. Just give me a strength-type divine technique manual." Just as Su Ming was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Ming continued his assault. "Dean, if it's a mystic-grade divine technique, I can barely win. But if you give me an Earth-grade one, I guarantee I'll be full of power throughout and completely crush my opponent." "Crush?" Su Ming stared at him. "Are you certain?" "Yes, as long as I have enough power." Su Ming grinned, and his smile sent chills down Su Ming's spine. "Fine. If you can crush that man Shi, I'll give you an Earth-grade strength-type beast-taming divine technique manual." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ming's spirits lifted. He jumped to the edge of the field and shouted to Hu Yuping, "Brother, surrender. Your teacher wants me to take your place." Hu Yuping looked confused and glanced towards Su Ming, who gestured for him to come over. Reluctantly looking at his injured wild giant ape, he recalled it and left with a parting shot. Give him a good beating before exiting with his beast. On the platform, Man Shi looked at Su Ming in bewilderment. "Why the substitution?" Su Ming clasped his hands and smiled. "You're Man Shi, right? I'm here to be your opponent. Let your beast catch its breath first." In the stands, Hu Yanli, the vice sect master of the Diamond Sect, was also stunned. This Su Ming had never appeared before. Could it be that the Tianqing sect had found some senior disciple to fill in? The Tianqing sect elder immediately responded, "Vice sect master Hu Yan. This Su Ming is a disciple who joined our sect this year. You can verify this. He simply didn't make it in time to participate before the challenge tournament ended." Hu Yanli glanced at Su Ming and nodded, ordering someone to verify the information. The answer confirmed that Su Ming was indeed a new disciple this year, currently 18 years old. After receiving the definitive confirmation, the lingering doubts in everyone's minds finally settled temporarily. During the brief few minutes of rest, Manchi's steel mammoth had clearly recovered its strength, its heavy breathing creating puffs of white mist in the air. Su Ming cast a glance at Su Ming, noticing that a thick spiritual tome had appeared in Su Ming's palm, its metal cover reflecting cold light under the sun. "Come on, brother Manchi," Su Ming called out loudly. Before his words had fully faded, a massive shadow emerged from behind him. Han Han had been summoned. Thud! The dull sound of the giant beast landing instantly silenced the entire arena. In comparison, Manchi's steel mammoth was actually half a head shorter than Han Han. Su Ming of Tianqing sect, commander tier. Su Ming raised his hand in acknowledgement. "I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you attack first 3 times." Huyan Li of the Vajra sect stared intently at the young man in the arena. Had he not personally verified the bone age, he would never have believed this was merely a newly admitted disciple. Manchi swallowed hard with difficulty. The oppressive aura from Su Ming's beast spirit made it almost impossible for him to breathe, but his pride still forced him to roar. I don't need your charity. Come on. Su Ming shrugged. You said it yourself. Then he waved his hand. Han Han, full power. After Su Ming had used enhancement points to push the commander tier Han Han to level 5, the runic patterns on its body surface lit up simultaneously, its overwhelming presence causing some of the lower-tier beast spirits among the spectators to instinctively step back half a pace. Thud. Steel mammoth, maximum defense. Manchi shouted urgently. However, the two giant beasts occupied nearly half the arena, so the distance between them wasn't far to begin with. Han Han stomped its foot and charged forward, reaching the steel mammoth in the blink of an eye. Its raised fist, like a falling meteorite, crashed down heavily on its opponent's head. Boom. Amid the flying dust, a thick tusk spun through the air before hitting the ground, the crisp sound of it breaking piercing everyone's eardrums. The steel mammoth immediately lost consciousness, its massive body crashing to the ground. Su Ming turned to look at the dumbstruck Su Ming, seemingly asking with his eyes. Dean, are you satisfied with this result? Whether the others on the sidelines were satisfied was hard to say, but Tianqing's sect master Lin Tianqing nodded secretly to himself while maintaining a calm expression. Someone, quickly take it down for treatment. Then, he cupped his hands apologetically toward Huyen Li, Vice Sect Master Huyen, my apologies. New students have poor control one punch, and your sect's genius's beast spirit was knocked unconscious. Take that tusk back and glue it on. It should still be usable. These words were truly infuriating yet impossible to refute. Huyen Li's mouth twitched as he suppressed his anger and smiled. It's a competition, after all injuries are common. By the way, Vice Dean Ming Jiuyo, where are your sect's talented disciples? Let us broaden our horizons as well. His narrow gaze clearly urged Ming Jiuyo to quickly make a move to save face. Ming Jiuyo understood perfectly and smiled at Lin Tianqing. Sect Master Lin, Tianqing Sect's spiritual academy has a renowned reputation far and wide. I've brought a few unworthy disciples here precisely to witness the excellence of your academy's new students. Lin Tianqing cursed old dog in his heart while smiling back. Vice Sect Master Ming is too kind. Your sect is the one with spirit attribute beast spirits that stand unrivaled under heaven. We, at Tianqing Sect, should be the ones seeking your guidance. The numerous Tianqing Sect elders and deans around them could only exchange bitter smiles and shake their heads at this overly cordial exchange of pleasantries, sighing quietly that it was indeed too polite. Ming Ming, come out and spar with the talented disciples of the Tianqing Sect. Ming Jiuyo's voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed across the spacious plaza. Beside him stood a young man with refined features and a reserved temperament. This was Ming Ming. Yes, father. Ming Ming bowed slightly in response. The guests from various sects turned their heads in surprise upon hearing this. No one had expected Ming Jiuyo to bring his own son to the exchange competition. Sect Master Lin Tianqing of the Tianqing Sect smiled and cupped his hands. Deputy Sect Master Ming's son is truly a fine young man. I failed to recognize him earlier. Ming Jiuyo returned a courteous smile. Sect Master Lin flatters me. My son's talents are still shallow, and he needs to learn more from the world's outstanding beast tamers. As his words fell, Ming Ming had already stepped forward to the center of the plaza, quietly awaiting his opponent. Lin Tianqing turned around, casting his gaze toward the Spirit Academy's dean. Dean Zhong, who do you think would be suitable to fight? Zhong Muqing stepped forward, scanning the disciples behind each elder, finally settling on Buffet. I think we should let Buffet go up. The named Buffet was momentarily stunned, then quickly composed himself. Lin Tianqing nodded in approval. His spiritual beast possesses rare control attributes, which combined with mental attacks can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lin Tianqing then asked loudly, Buffet, are you willing to represent the Tianqing sect and spar with the prodigy of the Minghun sect? Buffet looked back at his master, and after receiving an affirmative nod, stepped forward. This disciple is willing. Excellent. Lin Tianqing waved his sleeve. If you win, you may enter the scripture pavilion and choose a divine technique manual. The outstanding Su Ming from earlier shall receive the same reward. Buffet's face lit up with joy. Though Su Ming didn't fully understand the preciousness of the reward, he joined Buffet in bowing to thank the sect master. Su Ming's gaze swept over Ming Ningth Minghun sect wouldn't dare send him up without good reason. Just before Buffet entered the arena, Su Ming pulled him aside and whispered a few words in his ear. Buffet's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he nodded solemnly and strode toward Ming Ning. Tianqing Sect's Buffet, Elite 8th Rank Cultivation. Minghun Sect's Ming Ning, Elite 9th Rank Cultivation. The cultivation gap was clear for all to see, and the observing disciples clicked their tongues in amazement. With different talents, losing would simply be accepting fate. Buffet said in a concentrated voice, Ming Ning, let's not hold back. Don't just release one beast, let's summon all our spirit beasts. Ming Ning was momentarily stunned, then raised an eyebrow. Group battles with spiritual attribute beasts suited him perfectly. That suits me perfectly. Outside the arena, Bai Ling sidled up to Su Ming and asked curiously in a low voice, Su Ming, what did you just tell Buffet? Su Ming glanced at her, feigning mystery. Want to know? Bai Ling nodded repeatedly. Su Ming turned his head away. I'm not telling you. Su Ming, you meanie. Bai Ling immediately began chasing him around with claws bared. As the two played around, spiritual forces had already begun their silent clash in the arena. Unlike the visible confrontations of strength-type beasts, mental duels remained invisible, only detectable by those with powerful spiritual perception. Bai Ling stopped in her tracks, looking puzzledly toward the arena. Su Ming, why are they both just standing there motionless? Su Ming didn't answer, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. The nightmare above his head was also using its powerful mental abilities to constantly report the battle situation to Su Ming. Ming Ning from the Nether Soul sect possessed illusion techniques and beast mastery. If Buffet's spirit silk doll could control her, the battle would essentially be over. However, if it failed to control her, Buffet would likely lose. Su Ming had quietly reminded Buffet earlier, to break illusion techniques, one could either overwhelm the caster with superior mental power or directly defeat the caster themselves. However, Buffet's cultivation was a full tier below Ming Ning's, making victory in single combat nearly impossible. Therefore, Su Ming simply had him propose an all-beast battle. The lineups were immediately clear. Buffet had one main attack spirit silk doll plus two control-oriented spirit beasts, while Ming Ning had two main attack spirit beasts and one illusion enchantress skilled in illusion techniques. If the enchantress struck, dividing her mental power into three parts to forcibly seal Buffet's three spirit beasts, Ming Ning's two attack-type beasts could launch mental assaults during that brief opening. At first glance, this seemed like an almost certain victory, but those three divided portions of mental power were precisely the breakthrough Buffet needed for his counterattack. The spirit silk doll only needed to seize the moment to suppress one portion to cause the entire illusion to backfire. Ming Ning clearly hadn't considered this possibility. His entire strategy was seen through by Su Ming at a glance. More crucially, though both possessed 8-star talents, they were worlds apart. 1. Buffet mental balance, allowing his three spirit beasts to instantly concentrate their mental power into any one of them, born for mental combat, and truly miraculous. 2. Ming Ning frenzy, keeping spirit beasts in a state of high excitement to extend combat duration. However, this talent was better suited for strength-type beasts, while mental-type beasts suffered greater post-battle exhaustion. The side effects of 8-star frenzy were severe once activated. It couldn't be easily withdrawn. In the instant of actual combat, the illusion enchantress opened her bewitching eyes, three illusion rays simultaneously locking onto Buffet's three spirit beasts. The spirit silk doll's surface threads exploded outward, and under Buffet's mental guidance, three streams of mental power merged into one, fiercely penetrating the enchantress's core consciousness. The enchantress shrieked, the illusion backfired, and she turned to bind Ming Ning's two attack beasts instead. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation reversed. Ming Ning didn't even have time to activate frenzy before being declared defeated. He stood in the center of the arena, his face paler than paper. Recalling his spirit beasts into their seals, he walked back to the Nether Soul sect group with his head down, not daring to look at anyone. When he finally raised his eyes, he met only his father Ming Juyo's angry gaze. This battle had not only lost his own face, but also brought shame to the entire Nether Soul sect. On the other side, Lin Tianxing was overjoyed. The provocations from both the Nether Soul sect and Vajra sect had completely failed. Congratulations to Sect Master Lin on acquiring such a genius. The Nether Soul sect has been taught a lesson. Ming Juyo cupped his hands, his tone complex. We hope to experience the prowess of Tianxing sect disciples again at the upcoming Southern Province sect competition. The Vajra sect representative also smiled and cupped his fists. Congratulations to Sect Master Lin. Our Vajra sect likewise looks forward to facing the Tianxing sect at the Southern Province sect competition. Farewell. Lin Tianxing laughed heartily and returned the courtesy. Excellent. I too look forward to it. Allow me to see you both off. Sect Master Lin, please don't trouble yourself. Your sect has just recruited so many disciples, so internal affairs must be extremely busy. We can see ourselves out. The triennial disciple recruitment ceremony of the Tianxing sect had finally come to an end, and both Su Ming and Buffet had successfully earned the opportunity to enter the sect's library. As the ceremony concluded and the crowds began to disperse, Su Ming hurried over to Su Ming, the dean of the Strength Academy. He cupped his hands respectfully, his smile polite, yet unable to hide the anticipation in his eyes. Dean Su, what about the divine technique you promised me? Su Ming glanced at him, his mind racing with calculations as he replied coolly. Su Ming, didn't the sect master already grant you access to the library? Hearing the obvious attempt to renege on the deal, Su Ming's heart sank, and his tone immediately turned several degrees colder. Dean Su, that was the sect master's gracious reward, not your promised compensation. You clearly stated that if I publicly crushed Manchi, you would give me an Earth-grade divine technique. Rather than showing anger, Su Ming revealed a meaningful smile. If you're willing to join my Strength Academy, I'll present this divine technique immediately. As he spoke, he produced from his robes the thick, ancient tome that Su Ming had glimpsed from afar on the platform. Clearly, he intended to lure Su Ming into the Strength Academy before discussing further terms. However, before Su Ming could respond, a steady voice suddenly came from behind, causing Su Ming's eyebrow to twitch. Su Ming, going back on promises made to juniors is hardly befitting conduct for an academy dean. The speaker was none other than sect master Lin Tianqing. He had intended to have a casual conversation with Su Ming, but unexpectedly witnessed the standoff. Caught red-handed, Su Ming's expression darkened, but he could only hand over the Earth-grade technique, grumbling. If you can't master it, return it to me. With that, he stormed off. Su Ming accepted the ancient tome, its cover bearing 3 golden characters, metal hardening, solid as cast iron. Lin Tianqing glanced at it and nodded approvingly. This technique perfectly suits strength-type beast tamers. The Strength Academy only has a few top-tier techniques like this. Su Ming was quite generous with you. Upon hearing this, Su Ming carefully stored the book away. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Tianqing casually asked, Su Ming, which academy do you plan to join? Sect Master, I'm still considering my options. That nightmare of yours is just a secondary cultivation, isn't it? The Sect Master glanced at the small beast perched on Su Ming's head. Sect Master, I consider myself a mixed cultivator. Lin Tianqing nodded. Then go to the Heaven Academy. If you can persuade the Heaven Academy's dean, she possesses a divine technique most suitable for mixed cultivators. Should you receive her true teachings, your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. With that, he departed with dignity. Su Ming recalled that Buffet had previously mentioned that the Heaven Academy's dean possessed a heaven-grade technique. At this moment, Buffet and Bai Ling had already been taken away by their respective masters, leaving only him behind. Although several elders had extended olive branches, Su Ming felt their assistance would be limited, so he politely declined and headed alone toward the Heaven Academy. Following the procedures for outer disciples, he received a modest courtyard at the Heaven Academy, officially marking his enrollment. As night fell and bamboo shadows swayed, Su Ming lit a lamp and eagerly opened metal hardening. Just as he turned to the first page, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Earth-grade low-tier divine technique detected. Would you like to spend 5,000 enhancement points to learn it? Could enhancement points be used to learn divine arts and secret techniques? Su Ming didn't hesitate to spend 5,000 points directly. Though it stung a bit, he still had around 10,000 points left after this expenditure, so 5,000 was something he could grit his teeth and afford. The 5,000 points vanished instantly, and his consciousness felt as if a golden torrent had been poured into it. New information and a complete set of methods for teaching divine arts and secret techniques were clearly imprinted in his mind. Su Ming immediately sorted through the knowledge among his tamed beasts. Only the strength-type Henin met the cultivation requirements. The other beasts' aptitudes and attributes were incompatible, so he had to give up on them. Following the guidance, he pressed his palm against Henin's forehead. A faint light flickered as the divine art was branded into Henin's body through invisible patterns. In just moments, a new entry appeared on Henin's status panel. Divine Art, Metal Hardening Beginner. Su Ming immediately pulled up the description. Metal hardening was divided into 4 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, and perfect. 1. Beginner, can only harden limbs. 2. Proficient, can cover the entire body, doubling hardness. 3. Mastery, hardness doubles again. 4. Perfect, hardness reaches the ultimate limit of 8 times. If the beginner level hardness was considered baseline, it would take nearly 100,000 pounds of force to break through the defense. At the perfect stage, it would require over 100 million pounds of force to cause any damage. Even better, the hardening not only enhanced defense, but also dramatically increased strength through the steel body, effect essentially giving Henin a suit of heavy armor while turning his fists into stone-hard weapons. Seeing the number next to the upgrade button, Su Ming's breath caught. Upgrading from beginner directly to perfect would cost only 1 million enhancement points, while reaching proficient level required 10,000. Considering his nearly empty coffers, he decisively suppressed the urge if an emergency arose, and he had no enhancement points to use. He'd become a laughingstock. Furthermore, with his library pass, he could select another divine art manual, which would also require enhancement points to learn. Keeping some reserves was the wiser choice. Thinking of this, Su Ming worried about enhancement points again. If he could convert this divine art manual into enhancement points, it would surely be a fortune, but reality wouldn't allow items he tried. Su Ming would definitely skin him alive. Copy it. He'd tried that before. Copies lacked the mysterious essence of the original and couldn't trigger the learning process. Su Ming's confidence in lending him the original probably stemmed from this very fact. Buffet had once reminded him that the higher the level of divine arts and secret techniques, the greater the difficulty of comprehension. Understanding it in one day? Too absurd. So Su Ming decided to delay returning the original, at least for a few more days. The next morning, he headed to the Spirit Academy and immediately sought out Bu Fei. Each held a pass granted by Lin Tianqing, allowing them to enter the library and select one divine art manual. Thinking of the legendary Tianqing sect library, both their hearts pounded with excitement as they stepped forward almost simultaneously. Both Su Ming and Bu Fei were eager to see the legendary Tianqing sect library. Su Ming, I heard from Bai Ling that you managed to get an Earth-grade divine technique from Su Ming. That's quite impressive. Heh, not bad, not bad. Since I don't have a master, I've got to get myself some divine techniques to use. Su Ming scratched his nose tip, his laughter carrying a hint of pride. Compared to those disciples who had guidance, his only disadvantage was having no teacher, but he had the shortcut of enhancement points, allowing him to learn far faster than ordinary people. If Bu Fei knew he had already mastered that Earth-grade technique to the beginner level, he'd probably cough up blood on the spot. The scripture pavilion stood majestically at the boundary between the outer and inner gates. Aside from the private collections of the peak elders, it contained virtually all the sect's divine techniques. Entry required only points, a certain number of points for techniques of corresponding grades. However, Lin Tianqing had given Su Ming and Bu Fei a special access pass. They could freely choose any divine technique below heaven grade. This treatment was equivalent to opening the sect's treasure vault to them both, considering that the points required for just one Earth-grade technique were astronomical. Of course, if they took them back and couldn't learn them, that would truly be a joke. The afternoon sunlight slanted across the stone steps of the scripture pavilion. Su Ming and Bu Fei stood side by side at the entrance, watching the hurried disciples of Tianqing's sect coming and going. After exchanging glances, they handed their access passes to the pavilion guardian elder. The elder took the jade tokens, his voice deep. First floor to fifth floor, choose one from each. Each technique is protected by a barrier. You can only view their effects, not read the contents. Go. Thank you, elder. The two cupped their fists in salute, then turned and headed straight for the fifth floor. Earth-grade techniques were rarely free, so even if they couldn't learn them, they had to get their hands on them first. The fifth floor was dimly lit, with Earth-grade techniques few and far between on the rows of jade shelves. Su Ming knew what he needed, something that could enhance spell attacks, usable by both his sacred dragon and phoenix, to maximize benefits. Bu Fei was single-mindedly searching for mental-type divine techniques. The two split up to search, the crisp sound of jade slips being turned clearly audible. After quickly going through the dozen or so Earth-grade spells, Su Ming narrowed it down to 3-inch Sacred Light Technique, Meteor Fire Rain, and Runic Shield. Sacred Light Technique was support-oriented, exclusive to light attributes. Meteor Fire Rain focused on large area fire bombardment. Runic Shield had the strongest versatility. Any beast capable of spell attacks could condense runic shields around their body, with shield strength varying based on the beast's own power and proficiency level. After weighing his options, Su Ming finally chose Runic Shield. Though Henin was tough enough, battlefields changed in an instant. Who could guarantee the opponent didn't have assassins? Jade slip in hand, he turned to go downstairs and ran into Bu Fei. Made your choice? What did you pick? Divine Thought Technique, mid-level Earth grade. It can transform mental attacks into various forms, significantly boosting damage. Bu Fei shook the jade slip in his hand. What about you? Runic Shield, lower-level Earth grade. Any spell-type beast can shield itself. Both techniques had their merits. The two came to the pavilion entrance, where the guardian elder removed the barriers from the jade slips, his tone flat, yet brooking no argument. 1-month loan period, for self-study only, no lending to others. If discovered divine techniques will be directly abolished, and you'll be expelled from the sect. Indeed, without that rule, a bunch of people could just pool their points and trade up to the heaven tier whenever they wanted. After leaving the library pavilion, Bu Fei grew increasingly anxious. He tugged on Su Ming's sleeve and blurted, "What do we do, Su Ming? I forgot this technique only has a 1-month borrowing period, but I still have to study what my teacher assigned. There's no way I can finish in a month. I'm doomed. Su Ming patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Learn this one first. The technique from your teacher isn't going anywhere." Only then did Bu Fei snap out of it, his eyes lighting up. Right, why didn't I think of that? The three of them were already used to living together, and the Spirit Institute had no rule about returning to one's own dorm. So Bu Fei and Bai Ling simply followed Su Ming back to his place, tossed their luggage into a corner, and settled in. Over the next few days, Su Ming shut himself in the courtyard, practicing the newly learned Sigil Energy Shield while sorting through Tianqing Sect's task system. All missions were posted at the task hall, and points were shared sect-wide. After spending 5,000 enhancement points to master the Sigil Energy Shield, he was down to 5,000 in reserve and needed to replenish them quickly. At dawn that day, he went alone to the task hall. The broad hall bustled with people who took their missions and hurried straight for the mountain gate. As Bu Fei had explained, missions were ranked in 5 tiers: heaven, earth, black, yellow, and human heaven, corresponding to above the transcendent apex, with each lower tier aligning to progressively lower recommended Beastmaster levels. Although Su Ming held the title of commander, his combat strength was enough to handle some simple lower tier assignments. Still, as a newcomer to this world, he chose caution. He stepped into the black tier section. The wall's-eyes light screens were crammed with listings, hunts for fugitives, culls of savage beasts, even private bounties from disciples. His gaze paused on a high black tier mission. Travel to a designated area to gather ironwood hearts for a reward of 1,000 points. Ironwood hearts grew where iron rhinox congregated. Iron rhinox fed on ironwood trees and nested in ironwood groves, usually in groups of 3 to 5. The posted location currently had 4 iron rhinox, all at commander 7th rank. For an ordinary commander, that setup was too dangerous. For a lower tier powerhouse, the points were too meager. So the posting had languished untouched. For Su Ming, though, it was just right slaying beasts yielded enhancement points, while arresting fugitives did not. Given his current priorities, points were secondary. The key was enhancement points. He did a quick calculation. A single divine art could cost 1,000,000 enhancement points. From 7th rank commander beasts, he could get at most 5,000 per kill, meaning he would need to take down 200 to barely scrape enough together. These 4 iron rhinox would make a solid start. Su Ming walked to the counter and said, steady and firm, "Hello, I'd like to take this mission." "Certainly. Please present your identity token. If you fail to complete the mission, you'll need to compensate 10% of its point value. Pay compensation too." Su Ming was dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't have a single point to his name right now. As soon as these words left his mouth, the mission hall fell silent for half a breath. Disciples around him turned their heads one after another, studying this ordinary-looking newcomer with curious gazes. "I don't even have any points yet. Can I still take it?" Su Ming rubbed his nose tip, confirming once more. The sect disciple in charge of registration raised an eyebrow, looking him up and down with a tone full of doubt. "Are you a newly admitted disciple?" Su Ming nodded. The disciple was stunned, then showed an expression caught between laughter and tears, patting the jade slip in his hand. "Junior brother, do you know what level this mission is? I advise you to go look at yellow grade or human grade missions first. Don't just rush in blindly because you see high point rewards." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Su Ming persisted. "So, can I take it? You really want to take it?" "Yes." The young man's tone was calm, yet carried a stubborn determination. Seeing this, the disciple had no choice but to hand over the mission jade slip. "Fine then, but I must warn you, if anything happens, the sect takes no responsibility. This mission is close to Lord level." "Understood. Thank you, senior brother." Su Ming took the jade slip without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, the registration disciple could only record the information from Su Ming's identity token, then took out a finger-wide silver ring from his robes and handed it to him. "The mission briefing includes a detailed map. Just bring back the specified item. This is a spatial ring, provided free by the sect." Su Ming cupped his hands in thanks, put away the ring and mission briefing, then turned to leave. Watching that retreating figure, the registration disciple shook his head and sighed softly. Another youngster getting ahead of himself because of a bit of talent. He'd seen plenty of those. He'd done his duty in warning him if the boy wanted to throw his life away. That was no one else's fault. Not long after Su Ming took the mission, in a small hut surrounded by clouds and mist deep within the inner sect of Tianqing sect, a delicate young woman lightly knocked on the door. "Senior sister, the mission we posted has been taken, but..." "But what?" came a voice as melodious as a nightingale from inside the room. "The one who took the mission is a newly admitted disciple." Sigh. The woman inside sighed softly. "Let's hope he can return safely. No need for him to pay compensation points. Go repost the mission with restrictions. No one below Commander 5th stage may take it." "Yes." The delicate woman left to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Su Ming had arrived at the sect's scripture pavilion, respectfully returning the Earth Grade Talisman Energy Shield secret technique to its original place. Only 10 days had passed since he first borrowed it. The pavilion elder glanced up at the young man's figure and asked with interest, "Boy, you've learned it?" Reporting to elder, "I've more or less grasped the basics. This disciple must go out on a mission, so I'm returning it first." As his words fell, he had already swept out of the hall. The elder stroked his long beard, looking at the thin register in his hand, chuckling softly. "Learning an Earth-grade divine technique in 10 days. Interesting, very interesting." Leaving the scripture pavilion, Su Ming took out the sheepskin map from the mission briefing, carefully comparing directions. The destination was quite far, but fortunately his spirit beasts, his once-evolved phoenix, Little Fire, and the simple-minded Hanhankald serve as mounts. He formed hand seals with one hand. Profound energy surging as flames suddenly blazed up in the plaza. A crimson-feathered phoenix, 7 to 8 meters tall, spread wings spanning over 10 meters, wreathed in fierce flames, yet radiating no heat whatsoever. Su Ming leaped onto its back, his robes fluttering in the thermal currents without showing the slightest sign of scorching. "Little Fire, let's go!" Accompanied by a phoenix cry, Su Ming and Little Fire were about to begin their first true adventure in this world. Shortly after Su Ming's departure, at the residence of Shi Tingyi, the dean of the Heavenly Academy, sect master Lin Tianxing stood before her. Junior sister, how rare that no one has come to seek you out today. Lin Tianxing surveyed the quiet courtyard, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. I find it strange as well. Shi Tingyi set down her documents, her gaze gentle. Senior brother, your sudden visit today, is there someone who should have come but hasn't? It's that Su Ming. Lin Tianxing spoke directly. Hasn't he come to see you? Shi Tingyi shook her head. Among the 4 academy deans, she alone had taken no disciples this time, partly because her mystical arts were too difficult, and partly because no student had truly caught her eye. No. What's the matter, senior brother? Do you remember the talisman energy shield? Of course I do. Shi Tingyi smiled softly, recalling the past. A lower earth grade mystical art. Senior brother, when you learned it back then, you mastered it in just 1 month. Master even praised you as an Ancient Century talent. The Ancient Century talent was me. Lin Tianxing waved his hand. But Ancient Millennium would be more fitting for you. But that's not the point. When we rewarded Su Ming and Bu Fei with a trip to the scripture pavilion to choose a mystical art, Su Ming picked exactly that one. Shi Tingyi's eyebrows rose slightly. Could it be that Su Ming, having learned the same lineage of techniques as senior brother, wishes to take me as his master? But what does that have to do with either of us? I never learned the talisman energy shield. If anyone were to teach it, it would have to be you. Lin Tianxing sighed. He never intended to have me teach him. The pavilion elder said he learned it in just 10 days, and that might not even be the exact number. As his words fell, Shi Tingyi shot to her feet, the chair legs scraping against the stone floor. 10 days to master an earth-grade mystical art? Even I wouldn't have dared imagine such a thing back then. Senior brother, where is he now? My mystical arts may finally have found an heir. Her eyes blazed with excitement, as if she wanted to drag the young man before her immediately. Lin Tianxing spread his hands helplessly. He's gone on a mission. I have no idea when he'll return. The boy's only been here a few days, and he's already taking missions? Shi Tingyi frowned. What kind of mission? How could I properly investigate? Lin Tianxing smiled bitterly. What would it look like for a sect master to be monitoring disciple records? You can ask him when he returns. That day I told him to come find you, but he showed no interest. Having such talent is one thing. Lin Tianxing grumbled inwardly, but when I told him junior sister had even stronger mystical arts here, he couldn't even be bothered to make the effort. Shi Tingyi sighed softly and could only nod. Then we'll wait for him. Had the two known that Su Ming had chosen a lord-level mission, they would have likely dragged him back and confined him immediately. At this moment, Su Ming had already left the Tianxing sect's territory, riding Little Fire and cutting through the wind straight toward Heavenly Stairs Mountain. This was the mountainous region deeper beyond where the teleportation array had been, and he was nearly there. Little Fire's wings beat powerfully, its fiery trail cutting across the sky, compressing what should have been a 2-day journey into one. Along the way, he passed the teleportation array, glanced at it briefly, and continued forward without any interest in stopping. Heavenly Stairs Mountain was not a single peak, but rather a mountain range that rose in undulating waves from the horizon. In this realm of countless peaks, such a formation was considered a minor range, yet it remained treacherous. Consulting the simple map provided by the sect, Su Ming navigated between forest seas and stone walls, sometimes ascending to survey from above, sometimes descending to check landmarks, circling for nearly half a day. As evening light filtered through thin mist, the distinctive dark gold branches of the ironwood heart trees finally came into view, with the ironwood rhinoceros that guarded them lurking nearby following the map's directions. Su Ming had wandered through Heavenly Stairs Mountain for some time, before finally locating the ironwood heart trees depicted in the mission scroll, along with the ironwood rhinoceros guarding them. The ironheart tree is essentially a tree that contains iron elements within its core, making it significantly harder than ordinary trees. It has numerous uses, particularly as an evolutionary material for beast companions. According to his mission requirements, he needed to bring back exactly 3 trees, and this clearing contained only 3, guarded by 4 mountain-sized iron rhinoceros. These rhinoceros fed on ironheart trees and never strayed far, making theft nearly impossible. Su Ming determined that a direct confrontation was the only option, but with the 4 beasts currently agitated and highly energetic, attacking now would be counterproductive and ambush was the best choice. He first recalled Little Fire, then summoned Nightmare to monitor the surroundings through the mental realm. Climbing up a nearby tree, he waited patiently for the iron rhinoceros to tire. During the long vigil from the first day to the second, he remained hidden among the dense foliage. Finally, 2 rhinoceros left to drink from a distant stream. Just as Su Ming prepared to strike, the fluffy nightmare above his head suddenly twitched its ears. Something was approaching. He immediately stopped and climbed higher, observing the ground from above. Moments later, a young woman emerged through the bushes with 4 beast companions, arriving beneath Su Ming's tree. She was clearly after the ironheart trees as well, But unlike Su Ming's patient approach, she spotted the remaining 2 iron rhinoceros and immediately commanded her team to attack. The girl was a first-tier beast master specializing in magic, with 4 light attribute beast companions. Light and dark attributes typically outperform the 5 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but iron rhinoceros were known for their defense. The light spells striking their thick horns only produced sparks. The 2 rhinoceros charged through the light beams, lowering their heads and roaring as they rushed toward the girl. One of her 4 beasts was a support healer, meaning only 3 provided actual combat output. Standing in the treetop, Su Ming's brow furrowed with helplessness. The opponent was clearly an inexperienced novice. This fighting style would disadvantage even the strongest beasts, not to mention the level gap between them. Worse still, the 2 rhinoceros that had gone to drink heard the commotion and thundered back to the battlefield, creating a 4-beast encirclement. The girl panicked. Her commands became chaotic, and light beams scattered wildly. Sigh. Su Ming dropped through the branches. The moment his feet touched ground, Little Fire and Han Han split left and right, while Nightmare expanded its mental domain. A psychic shockwave erupted, stunning the 4 iron rhinoceros and freezing them momentarily. Roar! Han Han bellowed as it leaped over the girl's head, its muscular arms hardening midair. Its dark, iron-like fist seemed encased in steel gauntlets, and with the enhancement of all level 5 skills, it delivered a punch with nearly 1,000,000 pounds of force, leaving the iron rhinoceros half dead. Little Fire wasn't about to back down either. Despite being outclassed by more than a full tier, its ability to fly and cast spells kept the 2 beasts from even touching it. After learning the runic shield technique, Little Fire would cast a magical barrier on itself every time it unleashed a flame attack. As the fire spells rained down one after another, the shield stacked layer upon layer, forming a burning, translucent wall almost instantly. Meanwhile, Henin had already turned the tide completely in their favor. The Nightmare's psychic shockwaves sliced through the consciousness of the 2 iron rhinoceros like invisible blades, making even lifting their heads sluggish. The beast's roars shattered through the mountain forest, finally causing the sleeping girl on the ground to flutter her eyelashes and slowly open her eyes. Miss, with skills like yours, you dare come to Heavenly Tier Mountain to hunt monsters. Su Ming walked over to her side, shrouded in the Nightmare's shadow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you tired of living? Or do you think you've been alive too long? He glanced at the girl's 4 spirit beasts, all impressively powerful, yet their battle formation looked like beginner's practice, lined up in a rigid row for direct confrontation. Having magical-type spirit beasts engage in close combat with strength-type fierce beasts was like handing the enemy a knife. The girl's large eyes blinked, filled with confusion that seemed to say, how am I still alive? And who is this person? Who are you? Were the first words out of her mouth. Your lifesaver. As Su Ming's words fell, the battle came to an end. For massive iron rhinoceros corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Su Ming walked over and waved his hand, causing the bodies to transform into light and disappear into his spatial ring, convert them to enhancement points later when no one was around. He then led Henin to several nearby iron heart trees, having Henin snap them by hand, completing 3 quest items in one go. After cleaning up, Su Ming had no intention of returning to the sect immediately. Heavenly Path sect disciples who returned without missions or exit permits would find it difficult to leave again freely. So he needed to take this opportunity to farm more enhancement points. Could I ask you for directions? The girl quietly approached Su Ming from behind. Where do you need to go? He answered instinctively, then silently complained to himself. He'd only been in this world for a few days, and he was already giving directions. The girl blushed and fidgeted for a moment. Su Ming studied her, puzzled. Cultivation did generally enhance one's appearance, but someone at Chi Wanner's level would be extremely rare, even on Earth. Yet since arriving in this world, he'd first encountered Bai Ling, then the Heavenly Academy's dean, and now this girl was in the same league. Big eyes and a figure that was particularly impressive. He struggled to keep his gaze on her face, silently chanting, big chest, small brain, to steady his emotions. I wanted to ask where the Heavenly Path sect is. I'm lost. You're looking for the Heavenly Path sect? I'm a disciple there. What do you need there for? To join the sect and study. Isn't it time for the Heavenly Path sect's triennial recruitment? Su Ming was stunned. This girl had even gotten the timing wrong? He told her honestly. That already ended. I'm one of the new disciples. Didn't you know? The girl was clearly shocked, but quickly mustered her courage again. That's okay. I have someone who recommended me. It doesn't matter if it's over. She looked up at Su Ming with hopeful eyes. You're a Heavenly Path sect disciple. Could you take me there? I could, but I'm not planning to head back just yet. How about I tell you the way and you go ahead first? Su Ming handed the folded beast hide map to the girl, thinking to himself that he had already memorized the route perfectly. One less piece of paper wouldn't matter. The girl gently shook her head and flicked her slender fingers. A new map materialized from her spatial ring of delicate silk made from demon beast sinews. Every mountain and valley was marked in exquisite detail. even showing the hidden passages around the Tianqing sect's perimeter. It was far superior to Su Ming's crude version. And you still managed to get lost with that? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his questioning gaze almost tangible. How could anyone lose their way with such a detailed map? The girl remained silent, head down, awkwardly twirling her hair between her fingers. Only then did Su Ming realize the truth. She was completely directionally challenged, a hopeless case when it came to navigation. He thought to himself, who in their right mind would let someone like this wander around alone? He put away his own map and decided to escort her to the Tianqing sect's gates first. I'm Su Ming. What's your name? Are you traveling alone? The girl looked up, her voice soft yet tinged with reluctance. No, I'm Qin Shuani. I came with others, but I snuck away on my own. Now I can't find them. So you saw those iron rhinoceros and just attacked? Didn't you know you couldn't handle them? And how did you end up in the Tianjin Mountains? Su Ming continued his questioning. I got lost yesterday. It was too dark to tell directions, so my spirit beast brought me here to rest. When I saw those rhinoceros, I wanted to test my abilities. I've never been in a real fight before. Qin Shuani spoke with conviction, though she seemed somewhat guilty. Su Ming nodded, mentally cataloging her traits. Idealistic, completely directionally challenged, pampered rich girl. Despite being a first-tier beast commander with zero combat experience, her 4 spirit beasts were equally lacking in battle instincts. When the leader is incompetent, the whole team suffers. All right, I'll escort you. Su Ming began packing his belongings, preparing to take Qin Shuani down the mountain. Suddenly, his nightmare beast overhead let out a low warning growl, danger approaching. In the next instant, a sharp light sword shot from the treetops with precise aim, seemingly targeting the area beside Su Ming. Henin lightning quick threw itself in front of Su Ming, using its sturdy body to block the sword energy, sending sparks flying everywhere. Qin Shuani snapped to attention and quickly turned to shout at the sky. Stop, stop, stop. Don't attack. Through the rushing wind, 5 figures descended from above. For were older, with only one young man around Su Ming's age. Qin Shuani hurried to the middle-aged man's side. Uncle Qin, you've misunderstood. This is a Tianqing sect disciple is escorting me to the sect. The middle-aged man frowned and cautioned. Shuani, not everyone out here has good intentions. You need to be more careful. Before he could finish, the young man beside him scoffed. Zhao Gaoi, what are you talking about? If Su Ming hadn't saved me, I'd be dead already. Qin Shuani scolded protectively. Su Ming's gaze locked onto Zhao Gaoi with icy coldness, the chill in his eyes like sharp blades piercing straight into the other's soul. If this self-appointed protector dared to venture alone into the Tianjin Mountains, Su Ming would ensure he never made it out. Zhao Gaoi caught sight of Su Ming's expression, and that bone-chilling coldness sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Zhao Gaoi was about to speak again, but the man called Uncle Qin stopped him. Su Ming observed everyone with an expressionless face as his detection technique flashed across his vision. Uncle Qin was the strongest at Transcendent 3rd tier. The other 3 elders were all at Lord High tier. Zhao Gaoi was at Commander 3rd tier. I'm sorry, young brother, we misunderstood you. Uncle Qin cupped his hands in apology while offering several golden banknotes. Please accept this as compensation. This is Xiener's first time away from home, so we were worried about her safety. Those banknotes were the highest denomination currency of the Holy Light Empire, by Earth's exchange rate. Each was worth about 100 million. Su Ming sighed inwardly. What a generous gesture. This Qin Shuani was indeed a true wealthy heiress. Uncle Qin continued, since you're a disciple of the Tianqing sect and need to return to your sect, why don't you come with us? No, thank you. Su Ming waved his hand. I wasn't planning to go back anyway. I only helped because I saw she had the wrong map and was heading in the same direction. Since you're here now, I won't delay any longer. With that, he mounted Henin, and the beast leaped into the forest with a powerful bound, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Uncle Qin didn't insist on making him stay. Su Ming's outer disciple robes of the Tianqing sect were explanation enough. Let's go. Time is pressing, we can't delay any longer, Uncle Qin urged. Qin Shuani and Zhao Gaoi gazed reluctantly in the direction Su Ming had gone, then mounted their spirit beasts with the 2 guards and flew toward the Tianqing sect. Su Ming watched them depart with a calm mind. Gaining 10,000 enhancement points for free was decent enough. Combined with the 30,000 converted from the 4 ironwood rhinos earlier, he now had 40,000 points total. Without hesitation, he spent 30,000 points to upgrade the divine ability proficiency of Henin, the Holy Dragon, and the Phoenix to proficient level. 5,000 points to learn one divine ability, and each spirit beast needs separate point investments to improve proficiency. Su Ming rubbed his aching chest. His account was down to just 10,000 points again. No way, I need to farm enhancement points, lots and lots of them. The combat power boost from divine abilities far exceeded that of skills, and now each upgrade cost 5,000 points. Enhancement points were never enough. The next day, Qin Shuani's group arrived at the Tianqing sect's mountain gate, where Sect Master Lin Tianqing and Academy Dean Lian Zhengqiu personally welcomed them. Sect Master Lin, we entrust them to your care, Uncle Qin said with cupped hands. Rest assured, they will receive the best training at the Tianqing sect, Lin Tianqing replied with a smile, while Lien Zhengqiu nodded in agreement. Xuani, we're leaving now. Study hard, and Uncle Qin will come pick you up at year's end. Uncle Qin, I don't want you to go, Qin Xuani said with tears in her eyes as she threw herself into his arms. Zhao Gaoi patted his chest nearby. Don't worry, Uncle Qin. I'm here, and I'll protect Xuani well. Who asked for your protection? Humph. Qin Xuani rolled her eyes at him. Before leaving, Uncle Qin suddenly remembered something. Oh, Sect Master Lin, Xuani's safe arrival at your sect was thanks to one of your disciples. Oh, which one? Lin Tianqing raised an eyebrow curiously. Su Ming, Qin Xuani answered quickly. I was almost killed by some rhinos, and he saved me. He was originally going to escort me here, but after you found us, he didn't follow along. Su Ming. Lin Tianqing's expression immediately became quite interesting. After properly settling Qin Xuani and Zhao Gaoi, Lin Tianqing rushed urgently to the mission hall. The previously noisy disciples in the hall instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on their usually aloof sect master. Sect master, you. Why have you come here personally? A duty disciple couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Show me the mission slip for Su Ming, the outer sect heavenly court disciple. Lin Tianqing spoke rapidly. The disciple was stunned and took quite a while to snap back to reality, fumbling frantically through the scrolls. Lin Tianqing frowned, his tone becoming more forceful. I said, bring me Su Ming's mission slip. Hearing the sect master's impatience, the disciple hurriedly handed over the scroll. Sect master, I did warn him about the severity of the mission, but he insisted on taking it. I really couldn't stop him. He thought Lin Tianqing would hold him accountable, but instead saw the sect master quickly scan through the mission content, turn around, and leave without asking another question. After leaving the mission hall, Lin Tianqing went straight to his junior sister, Shurtingi's residence. Pushing the door open, Shurtingi looked up and teased. Senior brother, you've been quite free as sect master lately, running here 3 times a day these past few days. Lin Tianqing smiled bitterly, picking up a teacup to mask his embarrassment. Running around so much, my aloof image is completely ruined. Junior sister, do you know what mission Su Ming took? At his level, it should be a mystic grade mission at most. Commander level would still be too dangerous for them. Shurtingi replied casually. Well, he did take a mystic grade mission, but can you guess the difficulty? Lin Tianqing deliberately kept her in suspense. Shurtingi frowned. Senior brother, stop being mysterious and just tell me. Nearly Lord level difficulty. The target was 4 Commander 7th rank Iron Osmanthus beasts. What? Shurtingi shot up from her seat, stepping toward the door. Is that boy trying to get himself killed? Lin Tianqing quickly grabbed his hot-tempered junior sister. The key point-ish one, and even rescued Qin Xuani in the process. Qin Xuani? That princess from the Holy Light. Shurtingi sat back down in surprise. Lin Tianqing nodded, sipping his tea to moisten his throat. Displaying such strength right after joining the sect is truly extraordinary. What's his talent level? 6 plus 7. That's just average then. The two exchanged glances, both reading the same assessment in each other's eyes. Lin Tianqing suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! That little fellow Su Ming nearly fooled us all. Shurtingi looked thoughtful. 3-element talent. Then even the weakest would have to be 7th grade? Exactly, the child is teachable. Junior sister, our master's ultimate techniques mustn't be lost. At this, Shurtingi suddenly remembered something and looked up. If Su Ming completed his mission, why hasn't he returned? Qin Xuani said he wanted to continue training for a while, so he didn't return to the sect with her. At that very moment, Su Ming, who was supposedly training, was eating roasted meat in the Heavenly Steppes Mountains, leisurely enjoying this blissful time. Well, 100,000 enhancement points in 3 days isn't exactly amazing, but it's not bad either. Just need to grind another 100,000, and I can head back. Su Ming chewed on the tender, juicy barbarian beef while leisurely leaning against Henin's warm, sturdy body, his gaze wandering idly between the firelight and the night. Another week passed. The courtyard was bathed in cool evening air as Bai Ling and Bu Fei sat at the wooden table where the 3 of them usually chatted and grilled meat. The bonfire had long since died out, leaving only a few wisps of warmth in the ashes. Bai Ling sighed, resting her chin on her hand as she muttered, Bu Fei, why has Su Ming been gone for so many days? It's been 11 days now. What kind of mission takes this long? Bu Fei shook his head, his brow furrowed with worry. I'm almost at the threshold of mastering the divine sense technique, but there are only 9 days left until the 1-month deadline. If I can't learn it, who knows when I'll be able to save enough points to exchange for an Earth-grade divine ability. Bai Ling glanced at him. If all else fails, you could ask your teacher. He might have studied it before. That's right. Bu Fei's eyes lit up as he jumped to his feet. How could I forget about my teacher, the ultimate cheat code? Bai Ling, great idea. With that, he pushed open the door and ran off. Just as the courtyard gate closed, and Bai Ling was about to practice the divine arts her own teacher had taught her, there came a sudden knock dong dong dong. Excuse me, is this Su Ming's courtyard? A delicate face peeked through the door crack. It was Qin Xuani. Bai Ling instinctively straightened her back as her feminine sixth sense started ringing alarm bells. This girl definitely has something going on with Su Ming. She lifted her chin, adopting the air of a half-hostess. Yes, it is. What do you want with him? Upon receiving confirmation, Qin Shuani explained softly, My name is Qin Shuani. I wanted to ask if Su Ming has returned yet. Bai Ling glanced at the other woman's slender figure, then looked down at herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of defeat. No, he hasn't. I'm waiting for him too. Her tone couldn't help but carry a sharp edge. Oh, all right then, I'll come back another day. Qin Shuani looked somewhat disappointed as she turned to leave with her head down. Creak. The courtyard gate was pushed open again, accompanied by a familiar voice. Bai Ling, your big brother Su Ming is back. Aren't you coming out to welcome me? It was indeed Su Ming. Originally planning to return after grinding another 100,000 enhancement points, he had impulsively decided to grind yet another 100,000 after completing his plan, pushing his 3 Spirit Beasts Divine Ability proficiency to Mastery level, while also maxing out the remaining Spirit Beast skills to LV5. His points were once again nearly depleted, with only tens of thousands remaining, though he figured he wouldn't need them in the short term anyway. Hearing his voice, both Bai Ling and Qin Shuani's eyes lit up simultaneously, and the two graceful figures rushed to Su Ming almost at the same time. Finding himself blocked by two radiant faces, Su Ming could only chant silently to himself. Qi Waner is still waiting for me at home. Stay calm, stay calm. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Qi Waner was completely unaware of Su Ming's situation. Despite making several trips to ask Wu Daoji about it, she only ever received the same response. Su Ming is undergoing training. The first semester of university was about to end, and Su Ming had been in the Tianhua Great World for over 2 months now. Even Su Ming's parents had started calling frequently to inquire about his whereabouts. In the dimly lit principal's office at Subei University, a stack of documents sat beside the principal, whose face was dark with anger. A top-tier genius, and you just let him disappear, Wu Daoji. I want an explanation. Don't worry, old Ning. Su Ming is perfectly safe. The crystal he left behind shows he's doing just fine. With his talent, he should have already entered the Tianqing sect by now. Those are divine arts and secret techniques we're talking about. You've become this powerful with just one of them, so imagine what he could achieve. Ning Beixian rubbed his temples, still unable to hide his concern. Divine arts and secret techniques can indeed greatly enhance beast-taming abilities, but how could Su Ming just vanish without a trace? He's a rare genius. If something happens to him, it won't just be Subei University that suffers, all of China will feel the loss. Wu Daoji spread his hands helplessly and sighed. I have no idea when he'll return. Communication devices between our two worlds are completely incompatible. Unless we personally make the trip to bring him back, but that would be suicide. Once he's learned what he needs, he'll naturally find a way to come back, Wu Daoji said reassuringly, though he felt uncertain inside. Ning Beixian could only shake his head and wait alongside him for Su Ming's return. Meanwhile, Su Ming was equally eager to return to Earth, but the allure of divine arts and secret techniques was too strong. Compared to Earth, this place was far better suited for rapidly improving his strength, so his plans to return kept getting postponed. At this moment, he found himself cornered in the middle of his small courtyard by Bai Ling and Qin Shuani, feeling his scalp tingle with nervousness. Qin Shuani, how did you find where I live? A little investigation was all it took, Qin Shuani replied with a mischievous smile. Bai Ling also approached curiously. Su Ming, what mission did you take this time? Why were you gone so long? And how do you know her? Su Ming gestured toward Qin Shuani with his chin. I happened to save her during a mission. As for the mission details, well, there's nothing worth mentioning. I need to go submit my mission report. You two can chat. With that, he fled the courtyard like a man escaping danger. Staying with these two enchantresses was too much of a test for maintaining his masculine virtue. In the mission hall, the disciple responsible for registration looked as if he'd seen a ghost when Su Ming produced the ironwood heart tree. After verification, he obediently handed over the 1,000 points. Su Ming pocketed his jade token and was about to leave when he heard the disciple muttering behind him. Hey, senior brother, why is there still an ironwood heart mission on the board? The other disciple looked up with a helpless smile. Who would have thought he'd come back alive? The mission poster even said that as long as the person returned safely, they wouldn't pursue the points even if the mission wasn't completed. Hearing this, Su Ming simply shrugged. As long as he got his points, that was all that mattered. Soon after, a young woman hurried into the hall. Sister Yang, Sister Lu's mission has been completed. Wasn't that mission left unaccepted? How was it completed? The girl asked in confusion. An outer sect disciple completed it. Look, sister, both the ironwood heart and the mission slip are here. Yang Lungin was momentarily stunned, then waved her hand. Give me the ironwood heart and remove the mission from the board. I'll take it to my senior sister. She hurried along the mountain path to a tranquil cottage. Pushing open the door, she saw Lu Xening sitting beside her bed with a small white beast bouncing on the covers. The woman wore no makeup yet possessed a naturally elegant and ethereal beauty. Senior sister, the mission is complete. It was done by a newly admitted outer sect disciple. A new outer sect disciple? Lu Xiening looked up with slight surprise. A mission nearly at Lord level, and he managed it? What's his name? Oh no, I forgot to ask. Yang Lungan slapped her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Xiening smiled gently. Never mind, just give me the ironwood heart quickly. This little one is almost out of food. If no one had taken the mission, I would have gone myself. When he returned, Bai Ling and Qin Shuani were no longer in his small courtyard. Su Ming pushed open the courtyard gate to find complete silence within. It was understandable that Qin Shuani had left, but Bai Ling's absence surprised him. That girl and Bu Fei had been living here for a full month. This made him wonder about Bu Fei's whereabouts as well. He hadn't seen the guy since returning, so he was probably in seclusion studying mystical techniques. 1 month was indeed tight. Disciples with lesser talent simply couldn't master everything in time. He stretched lazily, preparing to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Though Henin's back was as soft as cotton, Su Ming still preferred his hard wooden bed, which felt more reassuring to lie on. Just as he removed his outer robe and was about to head inside, a voice suddenly thundered in his ear. Su Ming, this dean is sitting right here. Can't you see me? Su Ming jumped in fright and looked up to see someone seated in the pavilion at the center of his small courtyard. Under the moonlight, he immediately recognized that cold yet smiling facete was Shurtingi, the dean of the Heavenly Academy. Dean, how did you come to be here? Su Ming asked in bewilderment, wondering why such a distinguished dean would visit his humble dwelling. Shurtingi nearly rolled her eyes. This boy really treated her like thin air. However, she merely smiled faintly. I was waiting for you. That smile sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. It was identical to the one Wu Daoji had given him before. That smile had directly forced him to leave his homeland. Su Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Please don't tease me, Dean. There are tens of thousands of outer disciples. Why would you specifically wait for a newcomer like me? Did I cause some trouble? Shurtingi paused for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, you did. You're the one who saved that Qin Shuani. Su Ming nodded honestly, cursing inwardly as expected. That girl was trouble, even alarming the dean. Shurtingi's power was second only to Lin Tianqing's. The latter was at the 9th tier of the mythical realm, while she was at the 8th, just one step behind. Do you know who Qin Shuani is? Su Ming shook his head. How had saving someone become a mistake? Shurtingi smiled lightly, her gaze piercing through the night. She happens to be the most beloved little princess of the Holy Light Empire's emperor. Now do you understand what you've done wrong? Dean, I saved her. I didn't harm her. What exactly did I do wrong? Su Ming looked completely baffled. Shurtingi shook her head with a sigh. I thought you might recognize your mistake, but it seems you have no remorse whatsoever. Su Ming was even more confused. What exactly had he done? In the next moment, Shurtingi rose abruptly. Her movement carried the intimidating presence of a superior, causing Su Ming to retreat repeatedly. Come along. When you make a mistake, you must face the consequences. Before she finished speaking, the void behind Su Ming twisted, and a giant dragon materialized from thin air. The dragon opened its maw and snatched him up entirely, stirring up a fierce wind. Meanwhile, Bai Ling stood in her own small courtyard, unaware of what was happening on Su Ming's side. Earlier, when Shurtingi had arrived there and told both of them to return to their own quarters, she and Qin Shuani had no choice but to comply. Su Ming was held in the dragon's jaws, completely powerless to resist. Against a mythical-level dragon, even the slightest exertion of its strength would mean his death, so staying still was his safest option. Dragon wings stirred up hurricanes as the massive creature carried him through the air above the inner courtyard, its scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. Throughout the journey, Su Ming could only keep his body rigid, passively enduring the howling airflow. Soon, the dragon soared over rows of palace halls and turned toward the back mountain. Su Ming, this is the boundary mountain of the inner courtyard, came Shurtingi's voice clearly through the wind from the dragon's back. The front side houses inner disciples who can choose their cave dwellings on the mountain. You're going to the backside where the Tianqing sect keeps its fierce beasts. With your current strength, you should head to the commander zone. As soon as she finished speaking, she unhesitatingly dropped Su Ming. The sensation of weightlessness engulfed his entire body as he cried out in alarm, but just before hitting the ground, the dragon's tail gave him a gentle flick, allowing him to land steadily. Looking up, he saw the massive dragon already carrying Shurtingi away into the sky, leaving only an echoing voice. If you can walk out on your own, then walk. If you can't wait, then wait for me to come get you. Su Ming stood dazedly among the wild grass, his eyes vacant. What exactly did I do to deserve this treatment? In his self-mockery, he looked down to discover a golden manual had somehow appeared in his hands, with 4 characters inscribed on the cover mirror image clone. Dean, how can you force a sail like this? He shouted toward the heavens. Su Ming was certain this heaven-tier intermediate divine technique came from Shurtingi. Either master it, and she'd come for him, or break out on his own. As for where the exit was, heaven only knew. At that moment, Shurtingi was hiding in the high clouds, covering her lips as she chuckled softly. As the dean, it wasn't appropriate for her to personally seek disciples, so she could only use this method to find a successor for the secret technique. Since Su Ming could slay 4 commander-level 7th-tier Ironwood Rhinoceros, placing him in the commander zone shouldn't pose much of a problem, and she didn't have time to constantly watch over him. Su Ming collected his emotions and summoned Henin and his other contracted beasts, first setting up a perimeter. A system notification exploded in his mind. Heaven-tier intermediate divine technique, mirror image clone detected. Spend 50,000 enhancement points to learn. 50,000. Su Ming smiled bitterly. He had previously invested all his earned enhancement points into skill and divine technique proficiency, leaving him with only about 30,000. After a moment's hesitation, he chose, not learning for now. I'll save up enough first. He ordered Nightmare to scout around, searching for beasts he could handle. Before long, a commander-level fire mane wolf burst from the forest, which he and his contracted beasts killed together. Soon after, several more commander-level spirit beasts fell in succession. The smell of blood mixed with the acrid scent of scorched vegetation filled the air as enhancement points rapidly accumulated. With 50,000 enhancement points in hand, he confirmed the learning without hesitation. Golden light poured from the manual, merging with his consciousness. The moment he grasped the basics, Su Ming understood the terrifying nature of this divine technique. Even at the foundational stage, it could manifest a mirror image with nearly identical combat power to the original body during battle. Information continued to flow. Reaching proficient mastery would allow 3 simultaneous bodies. Expert level would enable 7 bodies. And perfect mastery could incredibly manifest 10 bodies, each with combat power equal to the original. Su Ming's heart pounded wildly. What kind of insane divine technique is this? 10 clones with the same combat power as the original body. This is practically a godly skill. Su Ming guessed this must be the heaven-tier divine technique that Buffet had mentioned, the one in the hands of Shirtingi, the dean of the Heavenly Academy. It was indeed god level for miscellaneous cultivators. If ordinary cultivators tried to study it, they would probably struggle to even grasp the basics in their entire lifetime. Fortunately, he had his golden finger. As long as he had enough enhancement points, he could directly purchase mastery. Su Ming looked at the exchange interface and smiled softly. Anything that enhancement points could buy wasn't really a problem. Without hesitation, he transmitted this heaven-tier intermediate secret technique mirror clone along with 2 earth-tier, low-grade divine techniques to all 4 of his spirit beasts. All the spirit beasts instantly reached the beginner level. However, advancing mirror clone from beginner to proficient required 150,000 enhancement points per beast. That meant 150,000 for one beast, and a whopping 600,000 for all 4. To push directly from beginner to perfect mastery would cost a staggering 5 million enhancement points. Adding the 2 earth-tier techniques on top of that, he suddenly felt like a golden mountain had been placed on his shoulders, with the tens of millions of enhancement points needed making his scalp tingle. What made it even more terrifying was that the higher the proficiency of mirror clone, the shorter the time needed to recondense a clone after it was destroyed. Beginner level required 3 days, while perfect mastery only needed 3 hours, meaning the clones would be virtually inexhaustible. Su Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. It was powerful indeed, but this thing was clearly a gold-devouring beast. With this thought, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Whatever, time to farm enhancement points. Leading his 4 spirit beasts and guided by Nightmare's perception, he charged into the commander zone and began a frenzied slaughter. Within just a few days, the fierce beasts in the commander zone would flee in terror at the sight of Han Han and the other spirit beasts, fearing they'd be slain in a single encounter. For a full 15 days, Su Ming deliberately slowed his pace to avoid raising suspicion about his heaven-tier technique improving too quickly. By now, Mirror Clone had stabilized at beginner proficiency, sufficient for extended use. Even more surprising was that Mirror Clone actually copied all the divine techniques mastered by the original body, meaning 3 Han Hans could simultaneously wield all techniques, explosively increasing their killing power. Dean, I misjudged you. You're the best Dean in the world. Su Ming exclaimed with infinite emotion as he watched the 3 clones fighting alongside the original. By the 20th day, fierce beasts above Commander Tier 3 in the Commander Zone had been almost completely cleared out by him. Su Ming calculated that to leave Boundary Mountain, he would need to pass through the Lord Zone. Based on his speculation, Boundary Mountain most likely didn't house Transcendent-level fierce beasts since most disciples remained at High-Tier Lord level or Low-Tier Transcendent. There really wasn't any need to place stronger monsters there. Still, he couldn't rule out potential dangers. Currently, his 4 spirit beasts' combat power breakdown was 1. 1 Commander Tier 3. 2. 1 Commander Tier 1. 3. 1 Elite Tier 7. 4. 1 Elite Tier 5. Combined with Mirror Clone and 2 Earth Tier Divine Techniques, Su Ming was confident he could sweep through any fierce beast below Lord Tier 5. The sheer numerical advantage alone would be enough to overwhelm opponents. Not to mention Su Ming had two other divine techniques at his disposal. He led Hanin and the others straight into the territory of Lord-level beasts. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Tianxing had no idea that Shurtingi had already thrown Su Ming into the back mountains of Jian Mountain to learn the mirror clone technique. Junior sister, how is Su Ming progressing with the mirror clone technique? What are the results like? I don't know. Shurtingi shook her head, her brow furrowed with barely concealed hesitation. Indeed, she hadn't set foot on the back mountains of Jian Mountain even once these past days, so naturally she had no idea about Su Ming's progress. The mirror clone technique was a secret art passed down through generations of the Tianqing sect. Back in the day, Lin Tianqing had focused on spell cultivation, and his talent was slightly inferior to his current junior sisters, so this divine ability naturally fell to Shurtingi to inherit. Over the years, she had taken disciples before, but none had succeeded in learning it, wasting both time and talent. Those disciples had abandoned the mirror clone technique, and soon after entered the inner sect with great success. This dealt her a heavy blow. If she let this divine technique die in her hands, she would become a sinner to the entire Tianqing sect. Thinking of that genius disciple from years past who had been delayed for a whole year, Shurtingi's heart still ached. If she hadn't let go in time, that disciple's achievements today would surely have been even greater. You didn't go find that boy and teach him personally? Lin Tianqing pressed. No. I gave him all the incantations and mental cultivation methods for the mirror clone technique and let him figure it out himself. I want to see what level he can reach without guidance. Shurtingi's voice was low, yet carried a hint of severity. She had set Su Ming a 1-month deadline. If there was no significant progress within a month, she would stop teaching him. Lin Tianqing sighed. Junior sister, don't set your expectations too high. In all your years, only 3 of your spirit beasts have mastered the mirror clone technique to proficiency, while the rest are either skilled or just beginners. But even just reaching the beginner level is enough to dominate all rivals in Nanzhou. He paused and gestured with his hand. The most terrifying aspect of the mirror clone technique is that the clone is identical to the original body, same strength, aura, and spells with no difference whatsoever. Even if the clone is destroyed and cannot be reformed for a short time, it won't harm the original body. Shurtingi responded softly. Senior brother, let's wait a bit longer. Su Ming's strength is completely sufficient for the commander zone. After 1 month, I'll bring him out, and then we can test him together. If you think he can learn it, you can explain the pros and cons to him. All right. Lin Tianqing nodded firmly. He understood what kind of shadow that previous disciple had left on Shurtingi. If it weren't for that child's exceptional talent and early liberation, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At this moment, Su Ming was not in the commander zone, but had ventured deep into the lord zone. Battle traces extended all along the path, with several massive lord-level beast corpses lying behind him. Blood flowed down the rock walls in thin streams, and the air was thick with the sweet, metallic scent of rust. With just this level of strength, you thought you could stop me? Su Ming brushed the blood from his shoulder, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. His judgment had been correct. If he continued forward and circled around this territory, he would reach the front face of Jian Mountain. Over the past 20+ days, he had consecutively slain commander-level and lord-level beasts, accumulating a total of 700,000 enhancement points. A single 5th-tier lord-level beast could provide at least 10,000 enhancement points, with higher tiers yielding even more. At this moment, his entire body was wrapped in thick blood qi, standing atop Jian Mountain like he was wearing a crimson battle robe. From this commanding height, the entire Tianqing sect spread out before his eyes. The 4 outer courtyards occupied nearly 3/5 of the sect's land, yet housed 9/10 of the disciples, while this Jian Mountain was where the outstanding inner sect disciples lived. At this point, Henin and the others had already been recalled by Su Ming into his beast-taming space, leaving only a nightmare perched on his head. Su Ming didn't store the nightmare in the space either. For a simple reason, the nightmare's mental power had become extremely formidable after absorbing 50 soul points, and its psychic detection could now cover the entire inner courtyard. Should any disturbance arise, it would be the first to sense it and protect its master. Originally, Su Ming had planned to ride the phoenix and fly directly out of the inner courtyard, but since he rarely had the chance to openly wander through the sect's core territory, he decided to walk and take in the scenery. Arriving at the front face of Boundary Mountain, he stepped onto the winding path and slowly descended. Along the way, he noticed many small courtyards built against the cliffs, scattered throughout the mountain forest. Boundary Mountain boasted an excellent location. Not only did it overlook the entire Tianqing sect, but the spiritual energy here was much denser than at the mountain's base. Combined with its tranquil, undisturbed environment, it was recognized as a treasured cultivation site. However, most disciples still spent their time away on missions year-round. The reason was practical. Divine arts and secret techniques were shockingly expensive, especially Earth-grade and Heaven-grade ones. Renting them for just a month within the sect wasn't nearly enough time to master them. It was more cost-effective to earn more points and borrow them for several months, or even half a year at once. Points had other uses too. They could be spent to audit lectures by elders, or even the academy head, or to pay for private instruction. For the elders themselves, accessing high-level divine arts in the scripture pavilion also required points, which kept the point system circulating. Wow, the spiritual energy is really abundant here, Su Ming murmured softly. At the end of the path stood a bamboo house, perfectly positioned at the spot on Boundary Mountain, where spiritual energy was most concentrated, situated at mid-slope to avoid both the cold and thin spiritual energy of the peak, while being more abundant than at the mountain's base. He felt a twinge of envy for this dwelling. Abundant spiritual energy not only enhanced cultivation speed, but also accelerated beast growth. Though anywhere in Tianqing sect was superior to the outside world, Boundary Mountain remained the sect's premier cultivation sanctuary. As he watched, the bamboo house door creaked open. A woman in a white dress emerged, cradling a snow-white small beast that was gnawing on an ironwood hearth, the same type Su Ming had brought back before. Su Ming recognized her as Lu Zining. Their gazes briefly met, and Su Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Anyone who could live in such a prime location was likely an inner sect elite, and Lu Zining gave him the impression of being a true powerhouse, extraordinary in strength and not to be underestimated. Lu Zining responded with a gentle nod of her own. An outer sect disciple at the early commanding realm appearing on Boundary Mountain was somewhat unexpected, but she didn't probe further. However, the pink nightmare atop Su Ming's head caught her interest, perhaps due to a woman's natural affinity for cute things. Her gaze lingered on the nightmare for an extra moment or two. The nightmare looked up, first at Lu Zining, then at the small beast in her arms, thinking to itself, "This lady doesn't seem like good news." Su Ming didn't linger and continued down the mountain path. The nightmare crouched on his head, and looking back to find Lu Zining still watching, immediately made a funny face. Uffed. Lu Zining hadn't expected a male cultivator's beast to be so adorable. As she watched Su Ming's figure about to disappear into the forest, the nightmare suddenly split into 3 pink duplicates, all turning to make silly expressions, trying to startle her. Lu Zining froze in place. This clone technique was all too familiar to her. She stood there in a daze, watching Su Ming's figure disappear into the distance, and it took her a long while to snap back to reality. Shortly after Su Ming left, the sound of light, cheerful footsteps came from where he had vanished. Yang Lungen came bouncing over. Seeing Lu Zining staring ahead motionlessly for so long, Yang Lungen tilted her head curiously and asked, "Senior sister, what are you staring at so intently?" Only then did Lu Zining notice it was Yang Lungen. She quickly composed herself and replied with an embarrassed smile, "Nothing much. I just saw a junior brother." The moment she heard junior brother, Yang Lungen's eyes instantly turned mischievous. She wiggled her eyebrows and leaned in closer. "Oh my, so even the legendary senior sister Lu takes interest in junior brothers? Do you know him? Should I turn the entire Tianqing sect upside down to dig him out for you?" Lu Zining chuckled and shook her head, then asked in return, "Junior sister, do you know if my master has taken any new disciples recently?" Yang Lungen paused. Lu Zining's master could only be Tingyi, the dean of the Outer Sect's Heavenly Academy. After thinking for a moment, she frowned and said, "I don't think so. The dean suffered quite a blow because of what happened with you back then. I haven't heard of her taking any new disciples." Lu Zining sighed softly. "Sigh, master is too hard on herself. My failure to learn that divine technique was my own problem, but she took all the responsibility upon herself. Back then, I was too confident in my talent and insisted on learning that heaven-grade divine technique. This matter had greatly affected both master and disciple, and Yang Lungen had never dared to bring it up." Looking at Lu Zining, she asked carefully, "Senior sister, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Lu Zining's smile faded as she said in a low voice, "The junior brother, I just saw his spirit beast seem to know master's mirror clone technique, though I can't be certain whether it's the beast's own innate skill." "Then I'll go investigate for you." Yang Lungen immediately became eager to help. "No need," Lu Zining waved her hand. "If it's true, then master's burden will be lifted, and I'll be at peace too. Come on, I made something delicious. Let's go inside and eat." "Sounds great," Yang Lungen readily agreed. Meanwhile, Su Ming had descended from Boundary Mountain to its base and made his way through the inner sect, heading straight for the outer sect's Heavenly Academy. In the small courtyard of the academy, Tingyi was arguing with her senior brother Lin Tianqing about when to personally go retrieve Su Ming. Suddenly, gentle knocking came from outside the courtyard gate. The two Tianqing sect powerhouses immediately stopped their dispute and sat up straight. "Come in," Tingyi said in a steady voice. The door was pushed open, and Su Ming stepped inside. Both Lin Tianqing and Tingyi rose to their feet simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. "Su Ming, how did you get back?" Tingyi blurted out. Su Ming pulled out the mirror clone divine technique manual from his robes and respectfully returned it with both hands. "Dean, didn't you say so yourself? Either learn it and make my way down, or wait there for you to come get me." Lin Tianqing's eyes widened. Boundary Mountain's back slopes were crawling with Lord-level fierce beasts surviving, and getting out alive was already a miracle. Yet Su Ming had actually mastered the technique and brought the book back? You learned it. Shirtingi looked down at the manual, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, it was a bit difficult, but I managed to learn it. Su Ming nodded gently. Really learned it? Show me. Lin Tianxing couldn't believe it. Mirror clone wasn't just any ordinary runic shield technique. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. The nightmare beast beside him shook its head, also seeming to find it troublesome, but still fluttered its four wings and instantly performed mirror clone. A faint light flashed, and two identical little nightmares landed on Su Ming's shoulders, settling down peacefully and immediately falling asleep. The two clones also dropped onto Su Ming's shoulders, lying there fast asleep. Has he mastered it? Lin Tianxing craned his neck, staring at the three nightmares perched on Su Ming's shoulders, and back the three little black creatures were lounging comfortably there, tails swaying leisurely, as content as if they were napping in their own den. Shirtingi's eyes widened too, her mind filled with nothing but disbelief. What she was witnessing defied all logic. Yes. Su Ming nodded in confirmation, then tugged at his bloodstained and dusty robes before cupping his fists toward the two of them. Sectmaster, Dean, may I return now? I haven't bathed in a whole month, and I reek of blood. This statement finally snapped Lin Tianxing and Shirtingi back to reality from their shock. The two had been so amazed that Su Ming had comprehended the mystical arts that they had completely ignored the overwhelming stench rolling off him. Of course, go ahead and return. Lin Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. Faced with Su Ming's talent, both he and Shirtingi suddenly felt redundant teachers were supposed to clear obstacles in mystical arts for their disciples. Yet before Su Ming, all obstacles seemed as fragile as paper. The Tianxing sect divided its outer disciples into 4 academies precisely to prevent beast tamers from being greedy for quick progress and becoming jack of all trades but master of none, ultimately achieving nothing. But Su Ming's emergence seemed to render this entire system meaningless in an instant. Su Ming turned and left, his steps somewhat weary yet still steady. Once his figure disappeared, Lin Tianxing and Shirtingi exchanged glances before simultaneously launching into the air, flying rapidly toward Boundary Mountain. Upon reaching the back of Boundary Mountain, the commander zone was almost devoid of life, with the lingering smell of blood in the air nauseating. The Lord zone was in slightly better condition though the ground was scarred. There was no evidence of widespread slaughter, clearly because Su Ming found it too troublesome to pursue those high-tier Lord beasts. Looking at the scattered remains everywhere, Lin Tianxing and Shirtingi's eyes showed not only shock, but also heartache. These were all fierce beasts the Tianxing sect had raised for years, now nearly extinct after Su Ming's rampage. Junior sister, the Southern Province Sect Assembly is starting soon, isn't it? Lin Tianxing suddenly looked up, his gaze burning with intensity. 1 more year. Shirtingi nodded. The assembly happens every 7 years, and next year is the time. What about the outer disciple examination for inner sect admission? About half a year. Why do you ask? Lin Tianxing's breathing quickened. Su Ming has already mastered mirror image division. As long as his cultivation keeps up, our Tianxing sect can definitely achieve a good ranking at next year's Southern Province Sect Assembly. We've been mediocre all these years. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The scene of his junior sister using mirror image division to terrorize all the sects at the assembly years ago surged through his mind. Shirtingi frowned. Senior brother, are you dreaming? Disciples participating in the Southern Province Sect Assembly are at minimum high-tier Lord level, and at most might even be high-tier Transcendent. Expecting Su Ming to advance from low-tier Commander to high-tier Transcendent in 1 year? That's practically fantasy. Even if he did manage it, he only has 1 contracted beast, and his other contract beasts couldn't keep up. It would ruin his talent. Lin Tianxing didn't back down. Don't we still have that place? We send a group there every year anyway. This time, let's see if Su Ming has what it takes. Shirtingi looked at Lin Tianxing. She naturally knew what place her senior brother was referring to, and she also understood why he was so eager to achieve results at the Southern Province Assembly. His senior brother had only been the sect master for a few years, and at the last Southern Province Sect Assembly, the Tianxing sect had nearly finished at the bottom. To a large extent, this was because of him. His disciple Lu Zining had spent an entire year learning only the mirror clone technique under his guidance, missing out on other divine arts and secret methods, which put her at a disadvantage during the assembly. Thinking of this, Shirtingi gazed out at the sea of clouds beyond the window, his heart heavy with worry. If this year's results remained poor, the Council of Elders would inevitably propose replacing the sect master, with Lin Tianxing bearing the brunt of responsibility. The power structure of Tianxing sect was clear. The sect master held ultimate authority, but the Council of Elders could check his power at any time. The two sides monitored each other to ensure the sect's long-term prosperity. Poor performance would naturally lead the council to hold Lin Tianxing accountable. Everyone understood this. Senior brother wants Su Ming to take the inner sect examination early? Shirtingi asked in a low voice. Yes. Lin Tianxing nodded. Normally, Outer sect disciples had to wait at least 3 years before taking the examination, as most needed this time to break through to the Lord level. Without Lord level strength, entering the inner sect was impossible. But there were always exceptional talents. Su Ming was one of them. However, early examination required joint recommendation from the dean and elder level figures. Lin Tianqing pondered. There are still 6 months left. Let's see how quickly he progresses. Understood. Shurtingyi agreed, watching the sect master leave while secretly making plans. Meanwhile, Su Ming was unaware of the conversation between these two powerful figures. He pushed open his courtyard gate to find 4 people already standing inside: Bai Ling, Buffet, along with Qin Shuani and Zhao Gaoi. Seeing him, Buffet couldn't contain himself. Su Ming, where have you been running off to this past month? Even disciples who've been here 3 years aren't as busy as you. Except for that trip to the library together, we haven't seen each other since. Su Ming sighed. Don't even ask, it's a long story full of tears. He glanced at Qin Shuani and Zhao Gaoi. What brings you two here? He didn't mind Qin Shuani, but the only eyesore was that lapdog beside her. Remembering Zhao Gaoi's past behavior, his palms itched with irritation. Zhao Gaoi lifted his chin arrogantly. Su Ming, we come when we want to, worry, doing you a favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the air instantly tensed. Buffet rolled up his sleeves, his gaze sharp. Zhao Gaoi, I think you're asking for a beating. This isn't the capital of the Holy Light, and Perino one here can protect you. Both being from the capital, Buffet knew Zhao Gaoi's background inside and out. Seeing the two on the verge of conflict, Qin Shuani quickly stepped between them. Buffet, Su Ming, don't get worked up. She turned to glare at Zhao Gaoi. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Why are you still here? Zhao Gaoi looked aggrieved. Shuani, I was worried you'd be bullied. Look at this Su Ming's trying to kick us out the moment we arrive. Su Ming couldn't be bothered to explain, pointing directly at Zhao Gaoi. Qin Shuani, I don't welcome him, but that has nothing to do with you. Qin Shuani looked at Su Ming apologetically. I'm sorry, I just wanted to thank you for saving me that day. Su Ming waved dismissively, smiling casually. It was nothing. We're fellow disciplinary, welcome to visit anytime. Qin Shuani's eyes curved into crescents, clearly pleased. She tugged at Zhao Gaoi's sleeve, signaling to leave. After all, she wasn't stupid. With Zhao Gaoi here, they would definitely end up fighting. Buffet, do you know them? Su Ming watched as Qin Shuani and Zhao Gaoi's figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, casually asking Buffet. Bai Ling, who had been listening nearby, bounced out like a little deer and answered before Buffet could speak. Su Ming, don't you know what kind of background Buffet's family has? Su Ming blinked, confusion written across his face. Should I know? Bai Ling spread her hands with a wry smile. Well, I almost forgot you're not originally from the Holy Light Empire. The Holy Light Empire has 9 great clans. Qin is the imperial family's surname, while Bu and Zhao are 2 of the other 9 great clans. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately turned around and looked Buffet up and down. Well, I never would have guessed you're from a privileged family. Tell me, what exactly does your family do? I know. Bai Ling raised her hand, eager to speak like a student answering a question. Su Ming smiled and stepped aside. All right, you tell us. Bai Ling nodded proudly. The Bu family controls the empire's economic lifeline. Their beast-taming pavilions are spread throughout every city in the Holy Light Empire, and their business is frighteningly large. Su Ming turned his gaze back to Buffet. Feeling somewhat shy under the scrutiny, Buffet scratched his head. We're not that wealthy, just a tiny bit rich. Su Ming thought to himself. Everyone he knew seemed to be loaded. Qian Duo was already wealthy enough, and now Buffet turned out to be rich too. So he casually asked, what about Zhao Gaoi? What's his family background like? Buffet thought for a moment and answered honestly. His father is the empire's prime minister, and he's determined to have his son marry a princess. Qin Shuani is the emperor's most beloved little princess, and she's beautiful too. Zhao Gaoi keeps trying to win her over, but unfortunately, she doesn't pay him any attention. Serves him right. Su Ming chuckled. This catchphrase was something he had taught Buffet. After laughing, Su Ming turned back with concern. How's your divine sense technique coming along? Still need a little more work. Buffet shook his head with a light sigh. I need to accumulate more points. I estimate it'll take about a month to master it. Su Ming shared his frustration. I'm also short on points. I don't have specialized techniques for mental attribute beast taming, so I need to exchange for another manual. Bai Ling leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. Su Ming, how many divine techniques and secret arts have you mastered now? Seeing her inquisitive expression, Su Ming grinned mischievously. Wanna know? I'm not telling you. The next morning, the 3 walked into the mission hall together. Bai Ling chattered like a lark. Su Ming, Buffet, what level missions are you choosing? Buffet pondered for a moment. I'm currently at the high-tier commander level, so I plan to take on mystic-level missions for higher safety. When you're alone out there, if something really goes wrong, there's no one to rescue you. Su Ming said in surprise. Your family is comfortable letting you go out alone? Although the Bu family's foundation may not match the Tianqing sect, they're still a great clan. They don't send guards with you. Bu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head with a sigh. The old man at home says you can't become strong without experiencing storms. If someone follows me around, I'll become dependent. Only by walking the edge between life and death can one truly become powerful. I've never experienced the pampered lifestyle that children of great families should have. The three had originally planned to do missions together, but unfortunately, due to the gap in their abilities, Su Ming had no interest in missions below the Lord level. Bai Ling watched as Su Ming's gaze swept through the Earth-level missions and said with some concern, Su Ming, maybe you should pick a Mystic level one instead. The Earth-level ones are too dangerous. The mission hall was brightly lit, with jade stone walls reflecting the busy silhouettes of numerous disciples. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a warmth in his ear that truly needed enhancement points, and without taking on Lord-level Earth missions, he had no idea when he could accumulate enough points to push his divine ability proficiency to perfection. He smiled and turned back. Don't worry, Bai Ling. I value my life greatly and never do anything I'm not confident about. You two should also pick something safer, preferably closer to the sect. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Moments later, the missions on the light screen finished refreshing, and Bu Fei and Bai Ling simultaneously confirmed their respective mystic-level commissions. Su Ming glanced over, judged the danger level to be low, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the most prominent Earth-level mission on the screen marked with 4 golden characters, no limit on personnel. Senior brother, what does this mission mean? The duty senior brother followed his pointing finger. Ah, that's a capture mission. Li Luming, a 5th-tier Lord beast-tamer from the Evil Moon Empire, stole a divine ability from their royal family. The Evil Moon Empire has posted a bounty. Anyone who brings back the divine technique can enter the royal treasury and choose any treasure. However, this mission offers no sect points. Though there are no points, the Empire's reward is extremely generous. The rare items in their treasury might not even exist in our Tianqing sect. The light screen expanded further, displaying rolling mission intelligence. Target: Evil Moon Empire Beast Tamer Li Luming. Cultivation: 5th-tier Lord. Spirit Beasts: Magic Light Lizard, White Star Rhinoceros, Swift Wind Soul Wolf, unknown others. Mastered Divine Ability, Magic Energy Cannon. Mission requirements: retrieve the stolen divine technique. Capture Li Luming, dead or alive. Su Ming stared at the intelligence, reading carefully. Mental type primary attack, 3 spirit beasts. The Evil Moon Empire was located in the southern border of the Holy Light Empire, neighboring Holy Light. The Nether Soul Empire delegation that visited Tianqing sect last time had passed through there. The entire Evil Moon Nation excelled in mental attribute spirit beasts. And Li Luming was currently hiding in the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains stretched across the entire Tianhua continent. Though called 100,000, the actual number of peaks far exceeded that. Finding one beast tamer in this vast mountain range would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But Su Ming's goal wasn't just the person, but also enhancement points. Even if he couldn't find Li Luming, he could accumulate points by hunting monsters along the way. I'll take it. Senior brother, do you have a map? Su Ming said decisively. Yes, we have detailed maps of the 100,000 mountains and route maps to the Evil Moon Imperial capital. Junior brother, are you really taking this? Yes, I mainly want to gain experience. If I encounter him, great. If not, I'll still accumulate experience. Good, I wish junior brother success. Thank you, senior brother. Su Ming took the mission scroll and stored it in his spatial ring, then turned and walked out of the hall. Outside, Bu Fei and Bai Ling had been waiting for some time. Su Ming, what's your mission? The two immediately surrounded him as he emerged. Su Ming showed them the mission jade slip. Bai Ling's spirits fell upon seeing it. Oh no, I thought we could do missions together. Bu Fei and I are going east, but you're heading south to the 100,000 mountains. Bu Fei felt somewhat dissatisfied hearing this and quickly asked, what's wrong, Bai Ling? Are you disappointed to be with me? No, I just thought the 3 of us could travel together, Bai Ling pouted. Su Ming chuckled and gently ruffled Bai Ling's hair. It's fine, we'll team up when we have the chance later. The 3 chatted and laughed as they left Tianqing City, waving goodbye at the fork in the road and agreeing on a return date. Then Su Ming mounted his crimson flame spirit horse, Little Fire, and patted its mane. The spirit horse neighed once, its fiery red hooves kicking up dust. Su Ming rode Little Fire southward, heading straight for the 100,000 mountains. The phoenix was incredibly fast, yet even at Xiaohua's speed, the journey from the 100,000 mountains to the Tianqing sect would take nearly 2 days of flight. Throughout the journey, phoenix feathers cut through the vast sky as clouds rolled beneath their feet, but the distance between the endless mountain range and the sect remained daunting. The sect wouldn't interfere with Su Ming's unsupervised trials since he lacked a master's protection, while Bai Ling and Bu Fei were permitted to leave because they had submitted applications early and received approval. Meanwhile, within the Tianqing sect, Shi Tingyi once again stepped into Su Ming's small courtyard. The gate stood ajar, and the yard was completely empty except for a few withered leaves swirling in the wind. Her intuition told her that Guy had run off to take on another mission. She swept her sleeves and hurried to the mission hall, pulling up Su Ming's task records. A single glance at those small characters left her momentarily stunned. High-risk hunting mission. Is this kid tired of living? She muttered softly, wondering if Su Ming had a preference for dancing on the edge of death. But upon reflection, Su Ming had always been cautious in his actions. As a fifth-tier Lord-level beast tamer who had mastered mirror clone abilities, he could retreat even if things went wrong. For this reason, she didn't pursue him. In fact, Shirtingi had intended to take Su Ming as her disciple, but seeing this, perhaps growing without constraints was the most suitable path for him. 2 days later, Su Ming arrived at the foot of the 100,000 Mountains. He retrieved his mission scroll and compared it with the ink markings. The target area was located at the border between the Holy Light Empire and the Evil Moon Empire. According to intelligence, the rogue beast tamer Li Luming hadn't ventured deep into the interior, but remained on the periphery. After all, this mountain range was filled with venerable-level fierce beasts, and the depths were rumored to harbor kings beyond mythical grade. Based on previous casualty locations, Li Luming was likely holed up within a 100-kilometer radius. Putting away the mission scroll, Su Ming leaped onto the phoenix's back and plunged into the dense forest. Before long, a tall black shadow raced through the woodsit was Henin. Despite its massive frame moving like the wind, it didn't even brush against the branches. Su Ming sat steadily on its back, searching for half a day but finding only traces of battles left by beast tamers, though he couldn't determine if they were Li Luming's handiwork. Dusk fell quickly in the 100,000 mountains. With layers upon layers of branches and leaves, once the sunlight weakened, the forest floor immediately became dark as night. Seeing the late hour, Su Ming directed Henin to turn back toward a cave they had discovered earlier, clearly inhabited by a fierce beast. He planned to stay the night, hoping the cave's owner would be good-tempered. At the cave entrance, Su Ming raised his hand in signal, and Xiaohua breathed out a blazing flame, instantly dispelling the darkness. In the depths where firelight couldn't reach, a pair of gleaming beast eyes stared intently at the visitor. "Brother, I just want to stay for one night. I wonder if..." Before Su Ming could finish speaking, a deafening roar echoed from within the cave. Roar! In the firelight, Xiaohua and the Holy Dragon had already swept out side by side, protecting their master. Only then could Su Ming clearly see what approached. It was a large brown bear with cultivation at the 6th tier of commander level. In the outer regions of these 100,000 mountains, such strength would make it a local tyrant. Su Ming hadn't given the sacred dragon many opportunities to fight, since it was contracted late, and its level always ranked last among his 4 beast companions. In battles of this caliber, Su Ming typically wouldn't deploy it. At this moment, however, its instinctive battle spirit was completely ignited when the massive brown bear roared and charged out. The sacred dragon rushed forward without hesitation. Its claws gleamed faintly, cold light flickering as they swept across the bear's chest with fierce wind. High above, the phoenix spread its flaming wings, diving down while continuously raining down blazing fire, forcing the bear into frustrated roars. The 2 elite-grade beast companions worked in perfect coordination, appearing effortless even against a commander-level fierce beast, treating this battle as mere practice. Su Ming yawned and casually patted Henin beside him, telling it to watch the scene while he walked around the battle circle into the cave. Along the way, he signaled the phoenix to drop a fireball for illumination, instantly bathing the rock walls in red light. After about half an hour, the battle ended with 2 crisp, decisive combined attacks. The bear's corpse lay at the cave entrance, its fur burned to ash by the phoenix's flames, its thick hide carved with deep grooves by the sacred dragon's claws. Su Ming stood nearby, shaking his head with a light sigh. "I just wanted to stay the night, but you insisted on not giving way. What was the point?" The nightmare had long since perched on his head like a plump, round hat. Though not heavy, it could use its psychic power to create a safe reconnaissance circle around them. If any beast tamers intruded, Su Ming would immediately detect them, and might even catch that Li Luming in the process. With this reassurance, he leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes, and quickly entered light sleep. Suddenly, the azure ring grew slightly warm. Su Ming's consciousness turned inward, and he saw the beast egg he'd obtained from the trial tower last time, showing fine cracks. Is it about to hatch? His heart tightened as he took out the egg, placed it before him, and casually sent Henin outside to stand guard. This was his 5th beast companion, and no mistakes could be allowed. Crack! A small foot covered in mucus emerged from the shell, followed quickly by another. Su Ming held his breath, watching intently as tension and excitement rose simultaneously. A beast egg that even his inspection technique couldn't analyze must be of extraordinary quality. When the shell finished breaking apart, the young creature's full form appeared. Su Ming's mood plummeted from elation to despair. The thing before him was soaking wet with a flat beak and bulging cheeks, looking for all the world like an ugly toad. He quickly used his inspection technique. Beast, heaven-devouring toad. Attribute, space. Quality, supreme. Level, common first tier. Growth years, none. Evolution progress, none. Evolution count, none. Divine ability, heaven devouring, earth consuming 099 999 9999. Skills, none. For knowns, Su Ming was stunned. No growth years, no evolution progress, no evolution count, no skills, leaving only one divine ability. How could it level up or fight like this? While he puzzled over this, the heaven-devouring toad opened its mouth and crunched through the eggshell, devouring it completely. The data immediately changed. Level, common second tier. Divine ability, heaven-devouring, earth-consuming 1009999999999. Only then did Su Ming understand devouring everything was its path to growth. Moreover, after eating the eggshell, the heaven-devouring toad's body had grown an entire size larger than when it was first born. So the more it eats, the bigger it grows? Su Ming stared at the panel in confusion, rapidly tapping the plus sign. At first, nothing seemed to happen, so he let his finger fly across the screen, dragging the number all the way up to 10,000. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring toad's body swelled dramatically, growing to match Henin's size and directly ascending to Elite Tier 9. The violent energy fluctuations hit him like a punch to the chest, leaving him gasping for air. This skill was practically cheating. As long as he could afford to feed it, the creature could level up indefinitely. Checking the data again, he saw that the previously blank skill slot had finally lit up. Spatial displacement can swallow creatures into its belly and transport them through space. Current radius 10 kilometers. Su Ming's eye twitched as he glanced at the bottom of the panel, where the row of numbers had plummeted. 100,000 enhancement points had vanished in an instant. His hard-earned 700,000 had dropped to 600,000, and his heart felt like it had been whipped raw. Heaven-devouring toad, full power strike slammed the ground. With a deep hiss, the toad's massive palm crashed down. Boom. With the impact point as the center, the solid ground cracked like a spider web, and a 5-meter deep fissure extended nearly a kilometer. Su Ming swallowed hard. This kind of power could only be matched by Henin at full throttle. After the initial shock wore off, he nearly burst out laughing. This wasn't some money-devouring beast, it was a top-tier companion that could instantly boost his combat power. With enough enhancement points, he could even push it straight to mythical level. But thinking about the terrifying consumption rate, his spirits immediately deflated. Divine technique cultivation required points. The heaven-devouring toad's upgrades required points. The gap was frighteningly large. Su Ming could only wish he had an entire field of fierce beasts to slaughter for points. He turned his attention back to the skill panel, gritting his teeth as he continued adding points, extending the spatial displacement range from 10 kilometers to 100 kilometers, instantly burning through another 90,000 enhancement points. At least 100 kilometers should be enough, he consoled himself. Even a phoenix would need quite a while to fly that distance. When he tried to recall the heaven-devouring toad, a soft poof sound emerged as the massive creature instantly shrank to a palm-sized blue-green frog that hopped lightly onto his shoulder. Since it could control its own size and didn't need the beast space enhancement, Su Ming decided to keep it by his side permanently. As for Nightmare, this companion relied mainly on its mental black hole ability for power. Though its level was low, its role was crucial, so Su Ming also kept it nearby for emergencies. After a peaceful night's sleep, the cool morning air lifted his spirits. Today's goal was clear: continue searching for Li Luming. The strategy was simple. Whenever Nightmare detected the mental signature of a human beast tamer, he would rush over and use his investigation technique to confirm their identity. He spent another entire day searching this way, didn't find his target, and nearly got into fights with other beast tamers. He was mainly worried that the beast tamer he discovered might be Li Luming, so he rushed over at full speed. However, since all beast tamers were traveling alone in these 100,000 mountains, everyone had their own special abilities. When someone noticed another person charging toward them at high speed, it was natural to be on high alert. Fortunately, Su Ming reined in Henin at the last moment. Otherwise, both sides would have started fighting on the spot. That night, he decided to rest in place for another night. Over the course of 2 days, he encountered at least 80 solo beast tamers within a 100-kilometer radius. While it couldn't be called a sea of people, he had indeed screened everyone he could find. After regrouping, Su Ming decided to expand his search radius whenever Nightmare detected a beast tamer's mental fluctuations. Regardless of their number or level, he would rush over immediately to investigate. To avoid repetition, he had already given Nightmare a command. Any mental fluctuations that had already been ruled out need not be reported again. This way, even if he had to turn the entire 100,000 mountains upside down, he would drag Li Luming out. As the saying goes, Buddha fights for a stick of incense. Man fights for his dignity. Su Ming had to let out this frustration no matter what. He sat upright on Henin's broad back, speeding in the direction Nightmare indicated. When Nightmare made low, warning sounds, it meant the target was nearby. Su Ming didn't hesitate and ordered Henin to sprint at full speed. Better to wrongly strike 100 than let one escape. Bushes were forcibly smashed apart by the massive canine body, branches whipping against Su Ming and making him sway, nearly causing him to fall. The next second, Henin's roar shook the forest birds into flight. Su Ming coldly watched the figure fleeing in panic ahead, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It was indeed Li Luming. A beast tamer who specialized in mental attacks. Thinking he could outrun him in speed was simply wishful thinking. In the blink of an eye, he used Henin's charge to block the escape route. Su Ming looked down from his elevated position, his gaze locking onto his opponent. There's no escape for you now. You're Li Luming, aren't you? Li Luming clearly hadn't expected to be intercepted by a commander-level beast tamer. He was startled at first, then his gaze turned cold. Are you here to steal my divine ability? Noticing the Tianqing sect emblem on Su Ming's chest, the 5 beast companions beside him immediately formed a defensive formation. Su Ming gently patted Henin's thick neck and smiled. The sight of a Lord-level beast tamer being suppressed by a commander-level one was quite rare. Will you hand it over yourself, or shall I take it by force? Li Luming burst into maniacal laughter, his expression turning fierce. Haha, being hunted for days has indeed made me paranoid. But you're just a commander, where do you get the nerve to threaten me? Su Ming didn't bother arguing further. Sensing the unfamiliar Soul Devour ability in his divine power list, his heart sank slightly. The name resembled Nightmare's mental black hole, but its specific effects remained unknown. He simply amplified his aura, and all 5 of his beast companions appeared simultaneously. Mirror image instantly copied each one, suddenly adding 10 phantoms with auras identical to the originals on the battlefield. What? Li Luming cried out in shock. The duplicates' auras were indistinguishable from the originals, meaning they likely possessed equal combat power. Nightmare hovered in the air, black mist churning, becoming the focal point of the entire confrontation. Facing a mental-type beast tamer 1 rank higher than himself, Su Ming wouldn't dare be so bold in accepting this mission without mirror image to provide interference. The opposing side had only 5 beast companions, while Su Ming's side had 15 forces operating at full capacity across land, sea, and air. Li Luming could only resort to lucky guessing, trying to distinguish between real and fake, then look for weaknesses. But the duplicates were indistinguishable from the originals, their auras layered and overlapping, creating confusion. Therefore, identifying the real body was extremely difficult for Li Luming. Su Ming wouldn't give him any time to react. The heaven-devouring toad struck first, slapping down with its massive palm. As long as they could disrupt the rhythm of the psychic beast tamer's attacks, it would be difficult for them to gather their focus and launch another assault. The enormous toad palm created a thunderous roar, causing the ground to crack and split. Su Ming's other beasts also charged forward, and in an instant, 15 overlapping figures unleashed the terrifying firepower of mirror clones, all pressing down on Li Luming. Young master, spare my life. I'll give you the divine technique. Just let me go. Realizing the tide had turned, Li Luming immediately knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Su Ming looked down at him with a half-smile. Let you go? Would you really offer up the divine technique? Yes. The evil Moon royal family only wants the divine technique. Li Luming nodded frantically. Young master, I'll give you everything I have. Just spare my life and my beast's lives. His heart was bitter to think that a sect disciple could now crush a lord-level opponent at the commander level was something he never would have dared imagine back in the day. Kill you, and yours becomes mine anyway. Su Ming's tone was flat, yet it sounded like a death sentence. Li Luming's pupils contracted sharply, and the next moment Su Ming beheaded him with a single sword strike. The heaven-devouring toad opened its mouth to devour the beasts, but Su Ming raised his hand to stop it. Feeding them directly to fierce beasts was far less profitable than converting them to enhancement points. 5 lord-level beasts were instantly converted into 50,000 enhancement points, and Su Ming's lips curved into a satisfied smile. The heaven-devouring toad's newly learned mirror clone and metal hardening were still at beginner level. He first spent 100,000 points to upgrade metal hardening to proficient level, keeping the remaining 400,000 as reserve energy. Next, he searched Li Luming's spatial ring. The useless miscellaneous items yielded another 10,000 enhancement points, and he also found 2 divine technique manuals. The first was Spirit Devour, an Earth-grade high-tier technique that could absorb enemy souls to strengthen oneself. Its effect was similar to Nightmare's Psychic Black Hole, though slightly inferior. However, for psychic beast tamers, it was practically a divine skill. The second was Demon Cannon, an early mystic-grade offensive technique that could condense psychic power into a focused blast, instantly dealing massive psychic damage. Su Ming spent over 10,000 enhancement points to record both techniques completely. He gave Demon Cannon directly to Nightmare to practice. Upgrading from beginner to perfect required only 200,000 enhancement points, which Su Ming invested without hesitation. As for Spirit Devour, he didn't teach it to Nightmare for now. Psychic Black Hole was both more effective and cost-efficient, so he'd save this one for future psychic-type beasts. A sudden sense of danger arose, and Su Ming jerked his head up to see a black-clothed woman hovering in midair. Nightmare had only just detected her presence. The woman ignored Su Ming, floating down to Li Luming's corpse and searching through it before walking over to Su Ming. She was strikingly beautiful, yet stirred no ripples in Su Ming's heart. Having experienced life and death, he had long become immune to beauty. What truly made his heart tighten was her strength, third-tier lord level. More importantly, this woman had mastered 5 divine techniques, even more than he had. Give me the divine technique. Su Ming looked up with a smile, showing no fear as he faced the black-robed girl whose cultivation surpassed his own. Why should I give it to you? His tone was indifferent. It belongs to my family, so naturally you must hand it over. The girl's voice was cold and distant. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Are you from the Evil Moon royal family? The girl nodded slightly. In the next moment, Su Ming directly stored the divine technique in his spatial ring. The sect mission scroll clearly states in black and white that I can enter the Evil Moon royal treasury and choose any treasure I want. I haven't claimed it yet, so how could I possibly give you the divine technique? Besides, what proof do you have of your identity? The black-robed girl remained expressionless. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Su Ming spun around like a top, looking her up and down. You don't even have Qin Shuani's presence, so why should I hand anything over to you? I easily crushed Li Luming, a 5th-tier lord. So what makes you think you can threaten me? With those words, he mounted Henin and turned his back to the girl, though his nerves remained taut. Ji Ruxin watched his retreating figure, then mounted her own spirit beast to follow, her tone finally softening. What will it take for you to return the divine technique to me? I'm going to the Evil Moon Empire to claim my reward. Su Ming smiled lightly, calculating that it would only take 7 days to reach the imperial capital from here. Plenty of time. Hearing that he truly intended to enter royal territory, Ji Ruxin panicked and rushed ahead to block his path. Give me the divine technique first. I promise, as long as you enter the capital, I'll allow you to enter the treasury and pick one treasure. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Why should I trust you? I can take something from the treasury myself. Fine, 2 items then. She clenched her fists, clearly growing more agitated. Henin stopped, and Su Ming shrugged. Lady, since they're all treasures from your royal family anyway, isn't it the same if I hand it over when I get back? No, you must give it to me now. Crazy. Su Ming muttered under his breath, summoning his phoenix and preparing to leave her behind entirely. Then promise me these as long as I prove my identity. You'll give me the divine technique. Sure. Su Ming replied dismissively, leaping onto the phoenix's back. He stored his other spirit beast in the ring and soared toward the Evil Moon Empire. He thought he'd finally shaken her off, but Ji Ruxin stuck to him like a persistent plaster. 2 days later, in the windswept desert, Ji Ruxin had finally learned Su Ming's name, but remained relentlessly persistent. Su Ming, please trust me. Give me the divine technique, or you'll be in mortal danger. What danger? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. My imperial brothers will kill you. Su Ming looked at her with amusement. My mission was taken from the Tianqing sect's mission hall. If I die in your Evil Moon Empire, how will you explain that to my sect? Though the empire was powerful, if Su Ming truly died in the Evil Moon Empire, the Tianqing sect's fury would be more than the empire could bear. This concerned not only the sect's reputation, but also the authority of its mission hall. The sky was overcast, and mountain winds howled. Ji Ruxin followed beside Su Ming, her eyes flickering before she finally spoke. The divine technique in your possession is our royal family's inherited secret art. My father said whoever retrieves it first will claim the crown prince position. For that throne, my royal brothers might very well attack you directly. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Then what use am I to you? Do you want to become crown prince yourself? Or simply empress? He looked her up and down, thinking to himself. This girl does have the bearing of an empress, though she's a bit lacking in figure. Ji Ruxin's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she could only stiffen her neck and say, if you give it to me, my brothers surely wouldn't kill me too. Su Ming shrugged, though he had already decided absolutely not. Ji Ruxin saw his attitude, her palms tightening slightly, clearly considering snatching it directly, but Su Ming's fearless demeanor left her hesitant. The meal ended hastily, and Su Ming returned to the inn to rest. Afraid he might slip away, Ji Ruxin simply booked the adjacent room. Su Ming couldn't be bothered even if everything the girl said was true. He wasn't worried. If they wanted the divine technique, they could bring sufficient compensation to trade for it. He had always been pragmatic. The next morning, Su Ming patted the phoenix's feathered back and set off directly. Ji Ruxin, who hadn't slept all night, chased after him with dark circles under her eyes. Miss, Su Ming said helplessly with a smile. If you really want this divine technique, bring a proper offer. Don't just make empty promises. How am I supposed to give it to you? I left in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Ji Ruxin explained awkwardly in a low voice. But I promise you, I would never deceive you. Before she finished speaking, the nightmare circling above Su Ming's head suddenly let out urgent shrieks. Su Ming turned back to see 2 beast tamers riding spirit birds, closing in rapidly. He raised an eyebrow and asked Ji Ruxin, "Don't tell me those are people sent by your royal brothers?" Ji Ruxin recognized the emblems immediately, her face changing drastically. Their second brother's men, fourth brother and ninth brother's people must be right behind them. Su Ming cursed inwardly. The evil Moon Empire's royal family was truly ruthless. Even their robbery was so direct. Worse still, they were all at the transcendent level. He quickly considered escape routes, but Ji Ruxin suddenly stopped, turned to face the approaching beast tamers, her voice carrying through spiritual power and echoing in the air. "I am Ji Ruxin. Retreat immediately." However, the rain of arrows and spiritual techniques continued without pause, blasting directly toward her. This foolish woman. Su Ming cursed under his breath as his carefully planned retreat route instantly became useless. Those people were clearly attacking indiscriminately, yet she kept announcing her identity. "Foolish woman, can't you see? They're trying to kill you too." Su Ming shouted, and the phoenix dove down. His figure flashed like lightning to Ji Ruxin's side, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her directly onto the phoenix's back. "Recall your beast." Su Ming swept Ji Ruxin into his arms and dove downward like lightning. Only by hiding in the forest could he unleash his full combat power and use the heaven-devouring toad's spatial teleportation to buy time for their escape. Behind them, two transcendent beast tamers pursued relentlessly, their speed so fast they were practically breathing down Su Ming's neck. With no time to think, Su Ming summoned the heaven-devouring toad midair. "Heaven-devouring toad, get us out of here." In the next instant, the heaven-devouring toad's body swelled into a moving mountain. Without hesitation, Su Ming poured all his remaining 400,000 enhancement points into it, desperate for this one chance at survival. Ji Ruxin stared at the massive maw capable of swallowing the heavens and screamed in terror. "Su Ming, no. I'd rather die than go into its belly." How could Su Ming care about her delicate sensibilities? The transcendent beast tamers were closing in within the blink of an eye. He grabbed Ji Ruxin and leaped inside. The giant mouth closed, and both human and beast vanished from their original location. After a moment of sudden darkness, 400 kilometers away in some forest, Su Ming and Ji Ruxin were gently expelled. The heaven-devouring toad's belly wasn't as filthy as imagined. Instead, it was spacious like an alternate dimension. When they landed, their clothes were intact, and they were completely unharmed. Yet Ji Ruxin still wore a disgusted expression, brushing off her clothes while avoiding the heaven-devouring toad, which made Su Ming's chest burn with anger. This trip had nearly cost him everything, and she had almost gotten him killed. "Su Ming, where are we?" She looked around at the unfamiliar forest sea, her voice trembling. "How would I know? This is your evil Moon Empire's territory. Why are you asking me?" Su Ming rolled his eyes. He was certain the heaven-devouring toad hadn't teleported backward. 400 kilometers was enough to shake off those pursuers, but that didn't guarantee absolute safety. Worse yet, the heaven-devouring toad's spatial teleportation needed 3 days to cool down. He had no enhancement points left, and the map was useless. Ji Ruxin continued brushing her clothes. Su Ming said impatiently, "What are you brushing off? The heaven-devouring toad's belly is cleaner than the outside. But I can't get over it psychologically." Ji Ruxin mumbled quietly. Seeing her like this, Su Ming simply sneered coldly. "Didn't you say your imperial brother would never kill you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Ruxin's eyes instantly reddened, and she crouched down sobbing. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Their surroundings were unclear. Pursuers could appear at any moment, yet they couldn't even figure out their bearings. "Miss, could you please stop crying? If we keep dawdling, those people will catch up, and my beast can't take us away again." Ji Ruxin continued sobbing. Su Ming helplessly glanced at the heaven-devouring toad beside them and threatened loudly. "If you don't start moving, I'll have the heaven-devouring toad swallow you again." Sure enough, this threat was more effective than any comfort. Ji Ruxin sprang up like a startled rabbit, glaring at him with red eyes. Su Ming could only shrug and smile bitterly. If he weren't dragging her along, he would have reached the evil Moon Empire's heartland long ago. The urgent priority now was to find their exact location and avoid those pursuing killers. Mounting Henin with Ji Ruxin, the two swiftly weaved through the forest. Thick tree trunks flashed past their eyes at breakneck speed, while damp branches slapped against Henin's sturdy shell, producing a series of muffled thuds. Su Ming crouched low on the beast's back, his eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings as cold wind carrying the sweet, earthy scent of vegetation rushed toward them. Several moments after Su Ming and Ji Ruxin had suddenly vanished from their original location, the two pursuing beast tamers stood dumbfounded in the center of the clearing. They had never witnessed such teleportation-like beast-taming abilities before, unable to determine whether it was a divine technique or an ordinary skill. After a brief pause, one of them coldly commanded, "Expand the search perimeter." Whether it's a divine technique or skill, they can't have gone far. That boy is a disciple of the Tianxing sect. Immediately send people to pursue them toward the sect's direction. We absolutely cannot let him return to his sect. Their judgment wasn't entirely wrong. With Su Ming's mere commander-level cultivation, even if he mastered divine techniques, the distance would be limited. However, the two couldn't have imagined that Su Ming had already taken the princess 400 kilometers away. Trying to find just two commander and lord-level beast tamers in this dense forest spanning a 400-kilometer radius would be like finding a needle in a haystack. After all, when they had previously searched for Li Luming in the 100,000 mountains, Su Ming had intercepted them, which was proof enough that their detection methods weren't particularly sophisticated. At this moment, Su Ming couldn't care less about his opponent's capability-ish was hesitating whether to continue toward the evil Moon Empire. Going there might be equivalent to walking into a trap, but if they turned back, they'd likely encounter ambushes along the way. Hey, silly girl, do you think there'll still be danger if we return to your evil Moon Empire? He turned to look at Ji Ruxin behind him. After this journey of escape, Ji Ruxin's complexion had finally regained some color. Having grown up in an imperial family, she had her own methods for managing her emotions. Hearing Su Ming's form of address, Ji Ruxin's temper immediately flared as she glared at him. Su Ming, who are you calling a silly girl? I'm older than you, so by seniority, you should call me sister. Su Ming rolled his eyes. This woman hadn't even said a word of thanks from beginning to end, and now she wanted to claim seniority over him. For a moment, he genuinely wanted to kick her off Henin's back to attract some of the pursuers' attention. Hey, I'm asking you, would it be safe for us to return to your evil Moon Empire now? Su Ming steered the conversation back on track. Ji Ruxin pondered for a moment before answering. Yes. They've already seen your Tianqing sect disciple robes, so they'll definitely set up ambushes on your route back to the sect. But once we enter the imperial capital, I can guarantee our safety. Su Ming shot her a disdainful glance, making Ji Ruxin's ears turn slightly red. She couldn't help but question him. What's with that look, Su Ming? Don't you trust me? I'm a princess. After all, can I even make this simple guarantee? In Su Ming's eyes, this princess was still just a silly girl, but with no other options available, he could only take a deep breath and say, fine, I don't care anymore. I guess we'll just go back and die then. Seeing his complete lack of trust, Ji Ruxin simply gave up, crossing her arms and falling silent. Only then did Su Ming realize he had already entered Evil Moon Empire territory. Unfamiliar with the area, he couldn't possibly find the imperial capital's location without relying on Ji Ruxin. He quickly put on an apologetic smile. Sorry, my dear sister Ji. So where are we now, and which direction should we head? I can't guarantee those transcendent beast tamers won't catch up to us in the next second. Ji Ruxin took the map and looked around. The dense canopy blocked out the sunlight, and occasional cries from unknown demonic birds echoed in the distance. She frowned as she compared the map, finally stopping her finger at a mountainous region marked with circles and dots. Our position should be roughly in this area. Su Ming glanced at the map spread before them. Based on the distribution shown, they were still at least 2 days away from the capital of the Xiaoyu Empire. Frowning, he looked up and asked, if we can't take the main road, are there any inconspicuous side paths? Ji Ruxin spread the folded map across her arm guard, her slender fingers tracing back and forth between the contour lines and rivers. After a brief moment of contemplation, she tapped a winding gray-green area. We can go around here, follow the mountain ridge to avoid 2 checkpoints, then cut through the dense forest to approach the capital from the side. Su Ming glanced over, confirmed the direction, and nodded in agreement. They had roughly pinpointed their coordinates, and as long as they maintained this direction, they would hardly need to stop to correct their route. An hour later, dust still lingered in the small hollow where they had previously taken shelter when a 13-man search squad arrived, trampling through fallen leaves. The captain crouched down, using his dagger to examine fresh scratches on the ground, then sniffed the air for traces of beast sweat, his expression growing increasingly grim. The 2 extraordinary warriors following closely behind were the very ones who had initially pursued Su Ming. They looked around and coldly ordered, set up an ambush outside the capital. The moment there's any movement, kill them on the spot. We absolutely cannot let anyone step foot inside those city walls. The rest of you spread out and search. I want them found, dead or alive. Boss. But what about the princess? Someone in the group whispered a reminder. Before he could finish speaking, the lead extraordinary warrior shot him a look. A gleaming wind blade flashed, blood erupted from the questioner's throat, and he collapsed to the ground. What princess? There are only 2 thieves who stole divine arts. He flicked the blood from his blade, his gaze cold as ice. If word gets out, none of us will survive. The others fell silent as cicadas, quickly dispersing to search. Meanwhile, on the other side, the thick-backed brown wilderness bear Han Han was steadily making its way through the dense forest on 4 sturdy paws. Ji Ruxin sat on its thick, furry back, her arms wrapped around the waist of the young man in front of her to avoid being thrown off. She had no land-based spirit beast fast enough and didn't dare expose herself in the air, so she could only rely on this wilderness bear. Tree branches brushed past their faces as fragments of sunlight fell on the young man's shoulders, giving her an unprecedented sense of security even though he was only a year younger than herself. Su Ming was completely unaware of the girl's thoughts behind him, focusing solely on determining their route. Su Ming, why do you insist on going to the capital? It's a dragon's den and tiger's lair. Ji Ruxin finally couldn't help but speak up. The young man turned his head, his expression serious yet slightly mischievous. To collect the reward, of course. I've been tracking that guy for 3 whole days, and this mission doesn't even count toward academy credits. I've got to get my hard work fee back, right? Otherwise, I'll just burn the original copy of your inherited divine arts and send it back in a package. As he spoke, he pursed his lips with a carefree attitude. In truth, entering the capital was actually the safest option. Major sects like the Tianqing sect would establish embassy-like outposts in the capitals of various nations, both to promote their sect and recruit promising beast tamers, as well as to provide protection for their own disciples. This very mission had been issued from the Xiaoyu Empire's capital outpost, so once he slipped into the city, he could actually take refuge at his own sect's doorstep. You can't burn it. Ji Ruxin suddenly straightened up, looking indignant. If you dare burn it, I'll burn you first. Upon hearing that Su Ming intended to destroy their inherited divine arts, Ji Ruxin immediately stood up, puffed with anger and ready to fight him to the death. Su Ming sighed. How had Ji Ruxin managed to survive over 20 years in the imperial family? It truly baffled him. Standing on a low hillside, he followed the path she had indicated earlier, carefully avoiding patrols and hidden sentries until they finally stood side by side, gazing at the distant evil moon imperial capital. The towering walls loomed like an iron-gray beast crouching on the earth under the setting sun, its gates clamped shut like steel teeth, with killing intent seeping through the cracks. Su Ming, that's our empire's capital. Ji Ruxin pointed at the city's silhouette, her eyes bright with excitement. Once we're inside the capital, we'll be safe. She stepped forward, about to rush down the slope, when Su Ming grabbed her wrist. The girl looked back in confusion. They were less than 5 li from the city gates. Why was he stopping her? We can't go out there, Su Ming said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the dark figures moving faintly outside the city walls. Do you really think those people will let us waltz right in? Forget entering the gates, we'd probably be captured halfway there. Then what do we do? Ji Ruxin suppressed her excitement, trying to keep her voice steady. We wait for my spirit beast. Su Ming pointed to the spirit beast pouch at his waist, his tone resolute. The sky-swallowing toad's spatial teleportation is almost ready. Once the skill cools down, we'll jump directly into the city without anyone knowing. At the mention of entering the sky-swallowing toad's belly again, Ji Ruxin immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. No, Su Ming. Tears even began to glisten in the corners of her eyes. Su Ming sighed and patted her shoulder reassuringly. If we don't do this, we'll never make it into the city alive. Bear with it one more time. Be good. With that, he simply lay back in the grass, waiting for the sky-swallowing toad's final moments of cool-down. Meanwhile, several groups hunting Su Ming and Ji Ruxin had been searching the surrounding forest for 3 full days without success. Pressed for time, they had all converged around the imperial capital. Now, the official roads, valleys, and way stations outside the evil moon imperial capital were filled with agents of the various princes of the Ji family, all with one goal: to seize the Ji family's secret divine arts before their rivals could. The leaders under each prince infiltrated the city to report to their masters first. In several princely mansions, the sound of shattering teacups rang out almost simultaneously, porcelain fragments scattering like a prearranged signal. Master, we haven't been exposed. It was the second prince's men who struck first. The princess only saw them. Oh, how interesting. In one mansion, a prince gently stroked his teacup, his gaze dark. Send more men. We must obtain those secret divine arts. Nearly identical words echoed in another mansion, quickly drowned out by the sound of guards' footsteps. But in the second Prince Ji Xuanwei's Gong Prince mansion, the air was cold as frozen ice. In the center of the great hall, the team leader knelt trembling. You let Ji Ruxin see your face? Ji Xianwei narrowed his eyes, anger in his tone. This subordinate. The man stammered. Enough. Ji Xianwei waved his hand. Leave first. Don't return to the mansion, await my orders. All assassins whose faces the princess saw are to withdraw from the capital immediately. The leader felt as if he'd received a great pardon, kowtowing before retreating. However, the moment he stepped out of the side hall, he collapsed in the ebony corridor, an arrow through his throat, dead without a sound. Servants from the Gong Prince mansion filed out, dragging away the corpse and quickly cleaning up every trace of blood. Since assassins were meant to be dead men, once they were actually dead, there could be no testimony against anyone. Moreover, other princes had participated in this ambush, making it perfect for muddying the waters. Ji Xianwei stood at the window with his hands behind his back, giving orders in a calm voice. Post men to guard all 4 city gates strictly. The moment you spot my sister, detain her secretly. Also, position elite forces in ambush outside the city. Don't let her enter, but don't let her escape either. As the command fell, Candlelight flickered. In the darkness, a voice responded, yes, before vanishing without a trace. Outside the city, Su Ming had been lying in wait and finally saw his sky-devouring toad's skill cooldown complete. He glanced back at Ji Ruxin, who still wore a look of resistance, then steeled himself and stuffed her directly into the toad's translucent belly pouch. Target inside the imperial capital. You'd better jump well. Though his words sounded casual, Su Ming's heart was pounding. If they could land directly in the imperial palace, that would be ideal, but if they teleported right in front of enemies, they'd be walking straight into a trap. The sky-devouring toad opened its mouth and croaked twice, as if patting its chest in assurance. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. Su Ming took a deep breath and also crawled into the toad's belly. The next moment, in a quiet courtyard within the Evil Moon imperial capital, the air suddenly twisted, and an enormously oversized sky-devouring toad crashed down from nowhere, instantly shattering an ornamental rock garden into several pieces. The thunderous crash alerted the guards within the residence, and lanterns immediately blazed to life, surrounding the sky-devouring toad. Who dares to be so audacious as to break into a prince's residence at night? The sky-devouring toad couldn't keep the two hidden in its belly indefinitely, so with a loud croak, it spat out Su Ming and Ji Ruxin. Just like last time, even though Ji Ruxin knew the toad's belly was odorless and clean, she still felt psychologically repulsed and frowned the moment she steadied herself. Ruxin, what are you doing here? A familiar male voice rang out. She jerked her head up, and upon seeing who it was, tears immediately burst forth like a dam breaking. Third brother, I finally found you. She leaped forward and threw herself at the man, clinging to him entirely. Su Ming also got up from the ground, and he and the man sized each other upon wary, the other scrutinizing. The man patted his sister's shoulder. All right, you're safe now that you're with third brother. Come down first, let's go inside to talk. Yes. Ji Ruxin released her grip and dropped down, following her brother toward the main hall. The sky-devouring toad shrank to palm size with a whoosh and hopped along beside Su Ming's feet. The man led them into a secluded small room. Though the lamplight was gentle, it couldn't dispel the wariness in Su Ming's heart. His palm unconsciously pressed against the door frame, ready to flee at any moment. Ruxin, what's going on with you suddenly appearing in my courtyard? And who is this young man? Ji Ruxin took a deep breath and pointed at Su Ming with solemn introduction. Third brother, his name is Su Ming, and he helped us get back our inherited divine technique. Hearing the word back, Su Ming's heart sank. If this third brother decided to fight, where could he run? His toes quietly shifted back half an inch. However, Ji Xuanqi simply smiled warmly. Su Ming, you're a disciple of the Tianqing sect, aren't you? Don't worry, I won't steal from you, nor will I kill you. Seeing this, Ji Ruxin burst into giggles. Su Ming, he really won't hurt you. He has no interest in the throne. But Su Ming thought to himself, bullshit. Who wouldn't be tempted by power? This is the throne of an entire empire. Ji Xuanqi didn't explain further and instead asked his sister, so how did you suddenly end up at my residence? At this point, Ji Ruxin's eyes reddened again, and she sobbed as she poured out the whole story. Third brother, second brother, and the others wanted to steal the divine technique, and they even wanted to kill me. Bang! The table split with a crash as Ji Xuanqi slammed his palm down, his gaze turning ice cold as he stared out the window. Must a single throne really drive siblings to kill each other? In Ji Xuanqi's eyes, Su Ming saw not a trace of impurity, only regret and the sorrow of heartbreak. After a long moment, Ji Xuanqi turned to look at Ji Ruxin and said, don't worry, you'll be safe once you're with third brother. Although I don't have much real power, protecting you two shouldn't be a problem. He pressed his hand on the table, signaling everyone in the room to relax, then continued, we'll enter the palace tomorrow. As long as Su Ming hands over that inherited divine technique to Father Emperor, this storm will pass. Unfortunately, 3 days after you left the palace, Father Emperor fell ill again. The previous severe injury dealt him too heavy a blow. Now, Big Brother has resumed his role as regent. What? Has Big Brother been reinstated? Ji Ruxin shot up, her face filled with shock. Ji Xuanqi nodded, speaking more slowly. Yes, but Father Emperor only appointed him temporarily. The rule now is simple: whoever retrieves the inherited divine technique becomes the crown prince. Father Emperor's injuries are severe, so we don't have much time left. Su Ming stood quietly in the corner of the room, his fingertips secretly brushing over his spatial ring. The jade slip emitting a faint glow lay peacefully inside the very divine technique that could determine the succession to the throne. Listening to the siblings' conversation, he finally understood why these princes would rather force their own sister to death than lose this treasure. This thing was practically another imperial jade seal. Whoever held it essentially held the next emperor's position. Su Ming harbored another doubt. How had a mere lord-level beast-tamer like Li Luming managed to steal such a precious treasure? Ji Ruxin asked in a low voice, so what should we do? Su Ming couldn't help but interrupt, raising his hand awkwardly. Excuse me, I can't really interfere in your family matters. Could I perhaps exchange for my reward first? Ji Xuanqi turned to him with a smile, gentle yet refusing. No. If you enter the palace now, it's a death sentence. My big brother is waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps and a servant's announcement came from outside. Master, the second prince has arrived. The second prince? Ji Ruxin sprang to her feet, fury blazing in her eyes. Ji Xuanqi raised his hand to stop her. Ruxin, you and Su Ming stay in the room. Don't come out. I'll handle second brother. Su Ming, please watch over her. If your location is exposed, even I won't be able to protect you. Su Ming nodded in agreement, but his heart remained unsettled. If the third prince and second prince were working together, he and Ji Ruxin would have no escape. Once the footsteps in the courtyard faded, he quickly lowered his voice and asked Ji Ruxin, can we trust your third brother? If he's working with your second brother, we're both dead. Even if you survive, I definitely won't. Ji Ruxin shook her head, her tone certain. Third brother won't do that. He has no interest in the throne, and besides, his birth status is too low, could never become emperor. Su Ming scoffed. That's supposed to be a reason? Ruxin, are you leaving or not? If you won't go, I'm running. My life is precious, and I absolutely won't wait here to die. Seeing Su Ming's eagerness to leave, Ji Ruxin had no choice but to tell him everything she knew, trying to put his mind at ease. Meanwhile, outside the third prince's residence in the Evil Moon Empire, night winds stirred the wind chimes under the eaves, creating crisp sounds. The second Prince Gong Jizun stood with a large contingent of guards blocking the mansion's entrance, the torchlight making his wide crimson python-patterned cloak appear particularly striking. Before the mansion gate, only Ji Xuanqi stood quietly alone, the great doors closed behind him, his toes touching the threshold as if ready to repel any intruders at any moment. He smiled slightly, his voice calm, yet distant. Second brother, what brings you suddenly to my remote little courtyard? I don't have anything valuable here. Ji Xianwei narrowed his eyes, studying this neglected yet remarkably talented third brother. When it came to cultivation talent, none among the princes could surpass him. Third brother, second brother is just worried about you. I heard something strange fell into your residence, and since your estate doesn't have many guards, second brother thought he'd bring some men over. Ji Xuanqi looked up, listening with an impassive expression, though a hint of mockery flickered across his brow. Second brother, my place is a good 6 miles from your Prince Gong's mansion. With such a distance between us, your ears can still hear so clearly? The two men locked eyes, the air taut as a drawn bowstring. After a moment of silence, Ji Xuanqi burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand to cut through the awkwardness. Thank you for your concern, second brother. It was just a decorative rock formation in the courtyard that collapsed. You know my abilities well. I didn't control my strength properly for a moment, and it ended up like this. I'm truly ashamed to have worried second brother. Ji Xuanwei's pupils contracted slightly. Third brother had subtly laid his power on the table without batting an eye. After a brief consideration, he also smiled and gracefully retreated. It seems second brother has been too paranoid. With father emperor gravely ill, we are both sons and subjects. Guarding the imperial capital is demanded by circumstances. Second brother has worked hard. Then I won't delay third brother any longer. I still have patrols to conduct. Very well, second brother, take care. Watching Ji Xianwei depart, the smile on Ji Xuanqi's face instantly froze, his aura turning cold as sudden frost. He was well aware that other princes had planted spies in his residence, and even father emperor had his people among them, had simply been too lazy to deal with it. But today's lightning-fast intelligence transmission forced him to be vigilant. Su Ming had barely stepped through the front gate before second brother arrived at his heels. Meanwhile, having left the residence, Ji Xianwei gave stern orders to his personal guards. Watch the Prince Qin's mansion like hawks. If even a bird flies out, catch it for me. Yes. He gazed toward the imperial palace, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Intelligence confirmed that Su Ming and Ji Ruxin were in Prince Qin's mansion. Not only did he know this, but the other princes, and even the crown prince far away in the eastern palace who had just been reinstated, had all received the news. Yet none dared force their way in. His was Prince Qin Ji Xuanqi's territory. His battlefield-earned reputation commanded absolute loyalty from the military, and even though Ji Xianwei controlled the imperial capital's garrison, there was no guarantee they wouldn't switch sides. Heavy troops were now stationed inside and outside the imperial capital, ready for what could become a bloody struggle between the princes the moment the emperor passed away. Ji Xuanqi was reluctant to see such a scene unfold, yet he found it difficult to decide who should inherit the divine powers. For now, Ji Xuanqi tolerated the little spies in his residence. Since all the princes were convinced that Su Ming and Ji Ruxin were here, they might take desperate risks at any moment. His urgent priority was to quickly send the two to a truly safe place. Pushing open the door, he released his beast-taming spiritual power, fine as a net, enveloping the entire royal mansion to confirm no one was passing information or eavesdropping before entering the room. At this moment, Su Ming finally understood why Ji Ruxin was certain that third brother would neither compete for the throne nor have any possibility of inheriting it. Watching Ji Xuanqi return, Ji Ruxin was filled with anxiety, wondering what kind of news her third brother would bring. Sai, they already know you're here with me. The urgent priority now is to protect your safety. While they don't dare to forcibly take you from my place for the time being, there's no guarantee they won't resort to desperate measures. Ji Xuanqi sighed and sat down, speaking directly. His gaze fell on the young man across from him, his expression grave. Third prince, is there truly no way to save your father? Su Ming looked up, worry flashing in his eyes. From Ji Ruxin's scattered words, he had pieced together Ji Xuanqi's background. This prince, known for his integrity, was the son of the emperor and a princess from the Black Dragon Empire, given in marriage. The current emperor now hung between life and death, wounded by the Black Dragon Empire's ruler. Ji Xuanqi's position was awkward, widely considered to have no claim to the throne. Worse still, Li Luming had been able to steal the inherited divine technique simply because he was originally responsible for guarding it, ultimately betraying his trust. Facing Su Ming's inquiry, Ji Xuanqi shook his head. I'm not sure. The imperial physicians say father is severely injured. I haven't seen him in a long time. Little sister, have you? Ji Ruxin gently waved her hand. I haven't either. After father fell ill, the physicians only said he needed rest and wouldn't allow anyone to visit. The room fell into brief silence. Ji Xuanqi's thoughts raced currently. The most important thing was to protect Su Ming and the divine technique that represented the inherited imperial seal. Suddenly, he noticed the Tianqing sect embroidery on Su Ming's chest and stood up abruptly. Su Ming, you're a disciple of the Tianqing sect? Yes, why? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Ji Xuanqi stepped forward half a pace, lowering his voice. Then you can have the elders of the Tianqing sect come to rescue you. As long as the sect intervenes and this divine technique is given to father, perhaps we can avoid a bloody fraternal conflict. Su Ming smiled bitterly. Third prince, the sect has always avoided interfering in imperial affairs, and this is still the territory of the Netherworld Soul sect. True, but your life is threatened, and you were forced into this situation while carrying out a sect mission. Under these circumstances, the sect has the right to intervene and demand the imperial family's cooperation to safely take you away. Su Ming sighed. Even so, I can't contact the elders now. Besides, even if everything goes smoothly as you say, won't the empire still be plunged into bloodshed when your father passes away? Ji Xuanqi and Ji Ruxin exchanged glances, helplessly sitting back in their chairs. They understood the allure of the throne better than anyone. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming suddenly spoke. I do have a method that might ensure you brothers don't kill each other. Ji Xuanqi's eyes lit up. What method? Choose one prince. Have him carry the divine technique to your father and establish the crown prince position. This would immediately stabilize the situation. Ji Xuanqi sighed and shook his head. If there were truly a suitable candidate, I would have advised you to give the divine technique to him long ago. Su Ming's lips curved upward. I think you're quite suitable. Ji Ruxin's eyes immediately brightened, excitedly grabbing her brother's arm. Yes, third brother. Father said whoever retrieves the divine technique becomes the crown prince, and he didn't exclude you. Ji Xuanqi's expression was resolute as he shook his head in refusal. I will not become emperor. Regardless of the outcome, leave the matter of getting word to the Tianqing sect to methods not difficult for me. Su Ming and Ji Ruxin wanted to persuade him further, but he raised his hand to stop them. All right, Su Ming, little sister. There are plenty of spies from my brothers planted throughout my residence, but it doesn't matter. We're playing with our cards on the table now, and even if they had the nerve, they wouldn't dare storm my Prince Qin's mansion. You can stay here without worry. With those words, Ji Xuanqi turned and left with decisive steps, the door closing behind him, leaving Su Ming and Ji Ruxin staring at each other in the room. The next morning, Ji Xuanqi sent word to the Tianqing sect, and the process went surprisingly smoothly without any complications. This alone demonstrated that among all the princes, he truly stood in a league of his own. If he genuinely intended to claim the throne, he need only wait for the current emperor's death and raise his army. Prince Qin's mansion had become the safest place for Su Ming. In just one day, countless princes attempted to enter the mansion under various pretenses, bringing gifts, visiting the sick, and other creative excuses, but each time, Ji Xuanqi sent them retreating with just a word or a single glance. Su Ming waited peacefully in the mansion for his heaven-devouring toad skill to cool down, confident that once the time came, he could survive even if the sky fell. Meanwhile, far away at the Tianqing sect, Shirtingi and the others were restless with anxiety. Bai Ling and Buffet had returned to the sect early, but Su Ming had been away for over half a month without any word. At this critical moment, the mission hall received a task letter from the Shiyue Empire. When the outer disciple on duty opened it, his face immediately changed, and he reported it at once. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lin Tianqing rushed to Shirtingi's courtyard in the outer sect's Tianyuan. Bursting through the door, his expression was grave. Seeing this, Shirtingi teased, "Senior brother, you haven't visited for over half a month. What brings you here today?" Lin Tianqing didn't engage in small talk and got straight to the point. "It's about Su Ming." "Hmm? What's happened to him now?" Shirtingi shot to her feet, worry evident in her voice. Lin Tianqing handed over the mission letter. "This is the latest task just delivered from the Shiyue Emperito rescue. Tianqing sect disciple Su Ming. It's been 3 days since this was issued, and the situation there is unclear." After scanning the contents, Shirtingi's expression darkened. "I'll go. That place is Minghun's sect territory. Sending just one elder might not be enough to handle the situation. I'll take people with me." Lin Tianqing nodded. "My thoughts exactly. Choose your team and bring Su Ming back safely. If he's been innocently dragged into royal power struggles, feel free to kill a few people to teach them a lesson, or they'll really think our Tianqing sect is just for show." "What if the Minghun sect interferes?" Shirtingi fixed her gaze on him. "The Minghun sect? If they dare reach out their hand, we'll chop it off." Lin Tianqing's tone was ice cold. Hearing these words, Shirtingi felt her blood surge with excitement, as if that legendary killing god senior brother of old had returned. The Tianqing sect had profound foundations and ranked among the top powers in the southern province. Though the Minghun sect was a rising super sect, it still fell short in terms of heritage. At this moment, Shirtingi was already calculating personnel and routes, determined to bring Su Ming back to the sect completely intact. The Minghun sect was merely a super sect that had risen to power recently. When it came to true foundations, the Tianqing sect remained a force that could dominate the entire southern province. Before long, Master Shirtingi led several elders from the Heavenly Academy and flew toward the evil Moon Empire. Watching the streaks of rainbow light tear across the sky, Lin Tianqing withdrew his gaze and turned to step onto the bluestone walkway leading to the back mountain. There lay the forbidden grounds of the Tianqing sect, the true cultivation sanctuary of the Elder Council. If Su Ming met with misfortune in the evil Moon Empire, the Tianqing sect would lose all face and forfeit a once-in-a-century genius. Lin Tianqing would never allow such an outcome. In mere moments, he stood before the cliff of the forbidden grounds. The bottomless abyss was shrouded in thin mist, and the cliff face gaped like a giant beast's maw. Lin Tianqing bowed deeply and called out, "The current sect master of Tianqing sect pays respects to the honored elders." Those he sought to honor were not the ordinary elders of the inner and outer courts, but the true pillars who had supported the Tianqing sect for thousands of years. "Tianqing, what brings you here? It's been quite some time since your last visit." A familiar voice echoed from the cliff walls. Lin Tianqing's nose tingled with emotion. It was his master's voice, the previous sect master. According to sect rules, once someone stepped into the mythical realm, they would retreat to the forbidden grounds for secluded cultivation. His master had done exactly that, passing the position of sect master to him. This disciple is incompetent, unable to elevate the sect to its peak. Lin Tianqing took a deep breath and recounted everything. Su Ming's talent, how his mirror clone had achieved the ability to command Lord-tier high-level combat power in less than a month since joining the sect. He explained that Su Ming was now trapped in the evil Moon Empire with conflict potentially erupting at any moment, and requested permission to mobilize the sect's deepest resources for a rescue. Before he could finish speaking, those within the forbidden grounds had already grasped the situation. In the silence, an aged yet powerful voice slowly emerged. "Go then. Act boldly. Our Tianqing sect has not fallen so low as to be bullied by anyone. If we cannot even protect our own disciples, what right do we have to establish and maintain a sect?" Having received his answer, Lin Tianqing kowtowed solemnly before leaving the back mountain. The outside world had no idea how many old monsters truly slumbered within the forbidden grounds, nor could they fathom the real combat power of these mythical realm experts. Once a beast tamer stepped into the mythical realm, their lifespan was measured in millennia. This was precisely why the Tianqing sect's foundation struck fear into the hearts of all. At this moment, Su Ming remained completely unaware of his sect's movements, but he had already restored the heaven-devouring toad's teleportation abilities. Should the situation turn dire, he could escape at any time without the slightest fear. 3 days passed, and the patience of several princes wore thin, while Ji Xuanqi found it increasingly difficult to withstand pressure from his siblings. During this time, representatives from the Tianqing sect's branch in the evil Moon Empire came to negotiate, but their limited strength ultimately proved insufficient to influence the situation in the power struggles of royalty. Only absolute strength served as the ultimate truth. Within Prince Qin's mansion, Ji Xuanqi paced restlessly, his brow deeply furrowed, unable to make a decision. "Your Highness, just forget it. All they want are the divine techniques and secret arts. Just throw them out and let them fight over them." Su Ming leaned against the doorframe, spreading his hands with a bitter smile. He understood in his heart that this mission had yielded nothing but 2 divine techniques, and now he might even lose his life in the bargain. "Su Ming, wait a little longer." Ji Xuanqi lowered his voice. "By all rights, the Tianqing sect should have received your distress call by now. They may be on their way." Just then, someone suddenly rushed into the main hall. Your Highness, Prince Qin, Your Majesty, His Majesty is dying. The imperial physicians have issued their final notice. His Majesty may not survive the night. What? Ji Xuanqi shot to his feet. The guard before him was still gasping for breath. But he already understood the situation. Father had never formally appointed a crown prince, and the final imperial edict he would leave behind was that divine manual. Whoever possessed the divine manual would essentially hold the succession decree. Crash. The gates of Prince Qin's mansion were smashed to pieces, wooden fragments flying everywhere. Several princes charged in with their retainers, the sounds of clashing armor and unsheathing blades filling the air. Everyone's eyes burned with desire. Whoever obtained the divine manual would be recognized throughout the realm as the legitimate heir. Each prince already commanded considerable power. Now victory hinged on this final gambit. Facing his approaching brothers, Su Ming appeared relaxed. He had already passed the divine manual to Ji Xuanqi. After spending these past few days together, whether the Prince of Qin's character was genuine or feigned, at least in Su Ming's eyes, he was indeed the most suitable for the dragon throne. I've already passed on the divine manual's inheritance, Su Ming thought to himself, while the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. The second prince, Ji Xianwei, was first to charge forward, his face twisted with fury and desire. Su Ming met his gaze with a smile. Want the divine manual? I've already burned it. What exactly are you planning to steal? These words struck like lightning, leaving everyone's minds reeling, except for Ji Xuanqi, who remained silent. You're seeking death. That was our evil Moon Empire's inherited divine manual. Ji Xuanwei's features contorted with rage. In the distance, the first prince, the current crown prince, watched with calculating eyes. If the divine manual was truly destroyed, the throne would naturally fall to him. So he held back his forces, only fearing his brothers might seize it first. At that moment, a gray-robed elder stepped forward. Su Mingjia, the Tianqing sect's elder stationed in the imperial capital. He warned sternly. Prince Gong, Su Ming is a disciple of our Tianqing sect. You cannot kill him, nor even harm him. A lazy laugh echoed from the crowd. Su Mingjia, your Tianqing sect disciple Su Ming has willfully destroyed the mission objective, the divine manual. The evil Moon Empire has every right to execute him. The speaker was Li Yin from the Netherworld Soul sect. Ji Xuanqi was about to speak when Su Ming pressed him back. Unexpectedly, he chose to trust Su Ming. Su Mingjia's gaze turned wary. Li Yin of the Netherworld Soul sect, what brings you here? Li Yin shrugged. Su Mingjia, if you can come, why can't I? This place isn't far from our Netherworld Soul sect's territory. Perfect opportunity to remove this thorn in our side. Ji Xianwei pressed closer through gritted teeth. Su Ming, did you really burn the divine manual? Before he finished speaking, the heaven-devouring toad on Su Ming's shoulder suddenly expanded to over 10 feet tall. He stepped onto its back, towering above everyone. So what if I burned it? Your evil Moon Empire broke faith with the mission terms. First you hunted me on my way to the capital, then you cornered me at Prince Qin's mansion. If I hadn't burned it, what then? Ji Xianwei suddenly turned. Third brother, did he give the divine manual to you? He suspected that if it wasn't destroyed, it must have fallen into Ji Xuanqi's hands. Su Ming sneered coldly, pulling from his robes a manual with a dark, coverly looming demon cannon. Due to the distance, no one could clearly see the writing on the cover before flames from little fire beside him instantly reduced it to ashes. You're dead. Kill him. Furious roars erupted from all sides. The scene had already been on a knife's edge, and this fire completely ignited it. Su Mingjia again stepped in front of Su Ming. Your Highnesses, Su Ming is a disciple of our Tianqing sect. If you kill our sect's disciple, aren't you afraid of the Tianqing sect's retaliation? Li Yin scoffed. Ridiculous. A Tianqing sect disciple destroying another nation's inherited divine manual, such a crime deserves death. He pressed forward with a sinister smile. Su Mingjia, don't think your Tianqing sect is still the old hegemon. We of the Netherworld Soul sect shall uphold justice. Su Mingjia cursed under his breath, knowing that the Nether Soul sect would indeed seize any opportunity they could find. He looked up to see Li Yin standing at the center of the crowd, surrounded by a circle of Nether Soul sect experts, each radiating murderous intent. They were clearly planning to use the chaos in the evil Moon Empire as an opportunity to completely uproot the Heavenly Path sect's foundation that had been built in the imperial capital over many years. Su Ming, you go first. I'll hold them off. Su Mingjia lowered his voice, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Elder Su, you must leave quickly. They don't dare kill me, but since you destroyed their divine arts, they'll definitely dare kill you. Su Ming suddenly turned around and shouted. Ji Xuanqi, who was nearby, had originally planned to pass his inherited divine arts to Su Ming on the spot, but Su Ming shook his head first. Brother Ji, thank you for taking me in these past days. Until we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven-devouring toad's massive mouth opened like a black hole, and Ji Xuanwei's followers immediately followed suit, launching an overwhelming barrage of attacks. Both Su Mingjie and Ji Xuanqi were forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to break free. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, Su Ming's figure suddenly flickered as if torn into the void, disappearing without a trace in an instant. His fate unknown. Did we kill him? Ji Xuanwei's face was ashen. Your Highness, our final strike did hit him, but he forcibly escaped. If he's still alive, he must be severely injured. Pursue him. I want to see him alive or see his corpse. Just as the pursuers were about to scatter, the sky above the city defenses was suddenly shrouded by a massive shadow and ice. Frost-purple emperor dragon descended from the sky, its ice scales reflecting cold light in the sunlight, its wings stirring up hurricanes. On the dragon's back, Shurtingi's long dress fluttered in the wind, her expression ice-cold. The several Heavenly Path sect elders accompanying her summoned their spirit beasts. An overwhelming pressure descended like a collapsing mountain, making everyone's breath catch. Who are you trying to capture? Shurtingi looked down at the crowd, her voice sharp as a blade. Su Mingjie's heart leaped with joy. Reinforcements had arrived. The Evil Moon Empire's mythical-level beast tamers rushed to the scene, blocking their path in midair. Although the emperor was dying, the imperial capital still housed multiple mythical-level powerhouses, not to mention the nearby Nether Soul sect. Dean sure honors us with your presence. How would the Evil Moon Empire dare oppose the Heavenly Path sect? However, may we ask what brings you here with so many elders? The leading powerhouse clasped his fists, his tone respectful yet probing. Shurtingi raised her head, cold light flashing in her eyes. My sect's disciples completed the mission you issued, yet they're trapped in the imperial capital. Where are Su Mingjie and Su Ming? Reporting to Dean Shi, Su Ming was injured by them and has already escaped. His life or death is unknown. Su Mingjie immediately reported truthfully. As soon as the words fell, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure mixed with intense fury. A bone-chilling cold swept down from above as the frost-purple emperor dragon beneath Shurtingi's feet gazed down upon all living beings, its vertical pupils locking onto the ground. Those eyes, filled with imperial might, struck terror into hearts with just a single glance. Ji Xianwei, the second prince of the Evil Moon Empire, felt his heart suddenly turn cold, his legs gave way, and he collapsed with a thud in the center of the plaza. He knew all too well that if Shurtingi willed it, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture by dragon's breath in an instant. Second prince of the Evil Moon Empire, Ji Xianwei. Shurtingi spoke indifferently, her voice like a cold blade scraping bone. As the atmosphere in the plaza neared collapse, Elder Li Yin of the Nether Soul sect rushed forward, bowing repeatedly. Dean Shi, I am Li Yin of the Nether Soul sect. Su Ming burned the Evil Moon Empire's inherited divine technique first, so the second prince's furious retaliation is understandable after all. Su Ming destroyed another nation's divine technique first. Before he could finish speaking, a cold light flashed. Li Yin was swept up by an icy wind and sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing to the ground with his chest caved in and blood steaming, his spirit beast unable to even attempt a rescue. Seeing this, Su Mingjie added gravely, Dean, the Nether Soul sect cannot escape responsibility for Su Ming's ordeal. If they hadn't instigated trouble, Su Ming wouldn't have been besieged. Shurtingi's gaze swept toward the Nether Soul sect members once more. The elders of the Tianqing sect behind her understood immediately and acted, restraining all the Nether Soul sect disciples. Li Yin lay half-conscious, barely breathing, still bound by frost, and unable to move. Sensing the killing intent, a mythical-level beast master accompanying the Evil Moon Empire quickly stepped in front of Ji Xianwei, steeling himself to plead. Dean Shi, please remain calm. The truth still needs to be investigated. Whether emboldened by being protected or relying on his princely status, Ji Xianwei suddenly slammed his hand down and roared. Su Ming publicly burned my empire's inherited divine technique. His death is well-deserved. At these words, even the mythical beast master turned back in fury. To speak such madness before Shurtingi was pure insanity. The sky suddenly darkened as 5 frost-purple emperor dragons appeared side by side in the air, their wings stirring up freezing mist. Even the mythical beast master couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the legendary emperor dragon mirror image technique, which he was witnessing firsthand for the first time. Shurtingi, a deep shout came from above. This is the Evil Moon Empire, not your Tianqing sect. Be too presumptuous. Accompanying the shout, a large force of beast masters surged from the distant horizon. Dark purple banners fluttering Nether Soul sect reinforcements had arrived, led by Ming Jiyo. Shurtingi remained expressionless, her eyes cold as ice. The Nether Soul sect wants to interfere? Ming Jiyo stood with hands behind his back, replying coolly, only to uphold justice. In the next instant, the mirror images fully deployed. Over 70 spirit beasts filled the sky, blotting out the sun with their overwhelming presence. Ming Jiyo's face immediately turned to Shen. Hadn't expected Shurtingi to actually dare make a move in the Evil Moon capital, much less that she would carry such terrifying combat power. Su Ming burned the divine technique. Violating mission rules as death was justified. Shirtingi, don't act rashly. Ming Jiuyo's confidence was clearly lacking, though his voice still maintained forced composure. The inherited divine technique is here. Su Ming did not violate the mission. From the crowd, Ji Xuanqi raised his hand and retrieved the divine technique manual that Su Ming had given him from his spatial ring, holding it high. Looking at the mystical art scroll in Ji Xuanqi's hands, everyone from the Nether Soul sect turned pale. A cold wind swept down from above, chilling everyone to the bone. Below, Ji Xianwei was the first to lose his composure. If the scroll in Ji Xuanqi's grasp was real, then what had Su Ming publicly burned earlier? The elders of Tianqing sect bear witness. Su Ming had already given me the true inheritance. Ji Xuanqi gripped the scroll tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. What he burned was merely Li Luming's own mystical arts. At this moment, all eyes focused on him once again. He had held back until now just to ensure Su Ming's sacrifice wouldn't be misunderstood. Ji Xuanqi, you're lying. Absolutely impossible. Ji Xianwei shouted in refutation, but as he looked up, he met the cold vertical pupils of the frost-purple emperor dragon in the sky. The massive beast bared its fangs and claws, ready to pounce at any moment. Without reasonable justification, he dared not mention killing Su Ming again. Kill. Shirtingi uttered a single word coldly, yet her killing intent surged like a tide. Before anyone could react, the frost-purple emperor dragon spread its wings and dove down, instantly engulfing everything in freezing air. Ji Xianwei, his subordinates, and those Nether Soul sect followers who had incited him to act were transformed into crystalline ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Shirtingi, Ming Jiuyo was furious. Shirtingi had not only killed people from the Evil Moon Empire, but now hadn't spared even the Nether Soul sect disciples. What? Do you want to step forward? Shirtingi's gaze was icy, as if looking at an insect she could crush at will. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, several figures flew in from the Nether Soul sect's direction. Ming Jiuyo thought reinforcements had arrived, but after hearing a few whispered words, his face completely froze. The messenger had only said a few sentences. The Nether Soul sect headquarters was under attack, and the attacker was none other than Shirtingi's senior brother. Ming Jiuyo stared blankly at the ice sculptures on the ground. With his companion's deaths and this terrible news weighing down on him simultaneously, he took a deep breath. Take their bodies back with us. We're leaving. Shirtingi didn't stop them. She knew very well that without the Nether Soul sect's backing, how could a mere empire resist a dominant sect? Dean Shi, you've already killed them. Shouldn't your anger be appeased? The mission is complete, and Su Ming's deserved rewards should be honored. A Tianqing sect elder spoke up, his tone calm, yet brooking no refusal. Shirtingi had no desire to continue a bloodbath with Su Ming's fate unknown. She could only trust that his abilities were sufficient for self-preservation. I promised Su Ming he could enter the imperial treasury and choose any two treasures. The Evil Moon Empire's Grand Elder stepped into the center. If he appears, he may claim them at any time. If he's not present, please let Dean Shi take them on his behalf. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Xuanqi stepped forward holding the inheritance scroll. According to the imperial edict, he was now the crown prince. The first prince, who had been watching from the sidelines, could only glare helplessly. With 3 mythical-level beast tamers present, any attempt at robbery would be futile. Moreover, with the Tianqing sect members as witnesses to this scroll, anyone harboring ulterior motives would be destroying their own future. Very well. Shirtingi nodded. The frost-purple emperor dragon spread its wings and departed. The icy mist dispersed, and only then did the crowd dare to breathe freely. Meanwhile, the real Su Ming was riding Xiaohua, flying swiftly toward Tianqing sect. The so-called severe injuries were entirely fabricated by Ji Xuanwei's subordinates. He had used this opportunity to slip away in order to return to Earth. Having been away from home for so long, he needed to report that he was safe before returning to this realm for cultivation. Compared to Earth, this place was far more suitable for breakthroughs. Xiaohua's speed was remarkable. 3 days later, the familiar teleportation array appeared at the edge of his vision. With his nightmare mental detection fully activated, he confirmed no one was lurking in the vicinity. Su Ming stepped into the array's center and produced that specially crafted crystal. He inserted the crystal Wu Daoji had given him into the slot. The next moment, when Su Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the teleportation array at Subei University. It was winter break, and the campus was nearly deserted. Most students had gone home for the new year. Only the array guardian remained beside the massive teleportation circle. As Su Ming stepped out from the dimming formation, cold wind carrying snow slipped into his sleeves, but he paid no attention. He immediately reached into his spatial ring for his communicator and dialed Wu Daoji. At that moment, Wu Daoji sat in his office, surrounded by thick stacks of files all concerning the aftermath of Su Ming's disappearance. Ever since Su Ming's parents had called repeatedly asking for updates, nearly everyone at the academy knew he had lost Su Ming. When his phone suddenly vibrated and Su Ming's name appeared on the screen, Wu Daoji's hands trembled slightly, afraid that answering might not bring the familiar voice he hoped for. Hello? Hello, teacher, I'm back. Those four simple words struck like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering the enormous weight that had pressed on Wu Daoji's heart. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Good," 3 times in succession. Su Ming could hear his excitement and explained that he could only stay for a week before returning to the Tianhua Greater World. The cultivation efficiency there was extremely high, and missing the opportunity would be regrettable. Within 10 minutes, the two had met in the office. When Su Ming pushed open the door, he saw a teacher who looked more weathered than he remembered, while Wu Daoji confirmed at a glance that his disciple was safe and sound, his wrinkles filled with smiles and relief. "Teacher, I rushed back to see you and also to ask for a few more spirit stones," Su Ming said cheerfully. "I might stay there even longer this time." "No problem. Safety is most important." Wu Daoji wiped the moisture from his eyes and quickly agreed. Before he finished speaking, the office door opened again, and Principal Ning Beixian walked in. Su Ming had never met him, so Wu Daoji hurried to make introductions. "Greetings, Principal. Thank you for the spirit beast you bestowed upon me," Su Ming said with a respectful bow, then retrieved a palm-sized ancient tome from his ring. If Ji Xuanqi and the others had been present, they would have immediately recognized it as the magic cannon manual stolen from Li Luming. Su Ming had deliberately preserved it rather than destroying it. "Is this a divine technique exclusive to beast tamers from the Tianhua Greater World?" Ning Beixian and Wu Daoji exchanged glances, both so shocked their hands trembled. Divine techniques could only be recorded on those otherworldly mystical books. Copying was ineffective, and direct transmission was impossible. Earth had secretly sent infiltrators multiple times, but ordinary cultivators lacked such inheritances, while major sects had protective restrictions, making divine techniques extremely rare on Earth. "Principal, teacher, I obtained this scroll by defeating a cultivator," Su Ming said frankly. "I cannot bring out orthodox sect techniques, so I can only offer this mystic-grade elementary manual for now. It's suitable for psychic attribute spirit beasts, and I've already mastered it. If the school has corresponding beasts, you can study and comprehend it during my 7-day stay. The scroll will self-destruct 7 days after leaving my possession, so time is crucial. I came in haste and couldn't bring more, but I'll try to bring additional materials next time." "Mice? Mystic grade elementary." Ning Beixuan's breathing became erratic. "Yes, it's not particularly advanced, but it's serviceable," Su Ming nodded. Gulp. Ning Beixian involuntarily swallowed. "How many divine techniques do you currently master?" 5. "My comprehension is decent, so I'm doing fairly well at the Tianqing sect." Su Ming grinned without false modesty. Wu Daoji finally burst into laughter, patting Ning Beixuan's shoulder. "I told you sending Su Ming there was the right decision. Su Ming, this value far exceeds what the school originally gave you," the principal said solemnly. "I thank you on behalf of Subei University." "Please don't be so formal. Principality making me embarrassed." Su Ming scratched the back of his head. "I am a student of Subei University after all. If I can leave something behind, I will. This is about all I can contribute." Su Ming touched his head, feeling somewhat bashful himself. Su Ming left that very night, flying toward home at full speed. Though the organization had granted him 7 days of leave, he chose to travel without delay. His figure cut through the darkness like a streak of light, heading straight for Linjiang City. At that moment in Linjiang City, Qi Wan'er stood on her balcony, gazing up at the starless night sky, her heart heavy with lingering melancholy. Her phone suddenly chimed, and she instinctively reached for it. The caller ID showed Su Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiped to answer. "Hello." Her voice trembled slightly. "Wan'er, I'm almost at Linjiang City. Are you home?" Su Ming's voice came through the speaker, somewhat hurried, yet reassuring. "I'm here." "Good. Then come downstairs. I'm at your building in trance." Beep. The call ended. Qi Wan'er didn't spare another thought and rushed out the door. Under the dim streetlights, Su Ming stood quietly by the building entrance. The moment he saw her, his expression softened. They smiled at each other, neither saying unnecessary words, and walked side by side into the Qi family home as if sharing an unspoken understanding. After brief pleasantries, Su Ming led Qi Wan'er back to his own home. His parents' eyes were rimmed red from days of worry, exhaustion etched across their faces. Su Ming's heart ached, grateful he could return safely this time. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what state his loved ones would be in. As the night deepened, he accompanied Qi Wan'er to the park where they'd had their first date. Dew still clung to the grass, and moonlight stretched their shadows long and thin. "Su Ming, you have to leave again, don't you?" Qi Wan'er gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. "Yes. I'm sorry." Su Ming's tone was heavy. "Don't apologize. I understand." She took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. "Go and grow stronger with peace of mind. I'll wait for you on Earth." "Wait for me." Su Ming gazed at her, emotions surging within him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Under the silvery moonlight, her shyness made her even more captivating as she gently buried her head against his chest. After a moment, Qi Wan'er's voice was barely a whisper. "Su Ming, I want to give myself to you. Wana, what did you say? Su Ming looked down, his face filled with disbelief. I want to give myself to you. Her face flushed crimson to her ears, tears welling in her eyes. Only then did Su Ming understand she lacked security and wanted to keep him with her in the most direct way possible. He didn't act on impulse, but held her tightly instead. Warner, wait for me to return, okay? Trust me. Warner looked into his eyes and nodded firmly. They embraced in silence. For the next 3 days, Su Ming devoted all his time to his parents, Warner, and his closest friends. This departure would last at least half a year, possibly much longer. Everyone's parting words were the same. No matter what, he must return alive. When the time came to leave, he was equally reluctant, but to survive in this mysterious and cruel multiverse, to protect his beloved, his family, and Earth itself, he had no choice but to continue growing stronger. If the Tianhua Great World was already so terrifying, what would Earth do if other worlds suddenly launched an invasion? Carrying these thoughts, Su Ming returned to Subei University. Ning Beixian, Wu Daoji, and others were already waiting at the martial arts field, clutching thick stacks of notes, their faces practically screaming questions. For them, learning divine abilities remained frustratingly difficult. So Su Ming spent the entire day in the training room, patiently explaining everything from runic structures to true essence circulation, methodically addressing their difficulties in mastering divine abilities. Principal, teacher, this divine art only suits beasts with mental attributes, and it's best taught to students who are gifted and specialize in the mental attribute at the academy. Don't worry, we understand. Ning Baixuan's eyes were blazing. The shock of the demonic energy cannon still echoing in his mind. Its power was practically like giving a beast 3 extra skills for free. Su Ming scratched his head and offered an embarrassed smile. Seeing this, Wu Daoji spoke plainly. Su Ming, if you're facing any difficulties, just say the word. We'll do our best to help. Ning Beixian nodded in agreement, signaling Su Ming to speak freely. Su Ming drew a deep breath and said solemnly, Principal, teacher, Qi Weiner is my girlfriend. She majors in mental attribute beasts. Please teach her this divine art as well when the time comes. The two elders were stunned for a beat, then burst into laughter. Haha, Qi Weiner is already one of the academy's key students. Even if you hadn't brought it up, we plan to teach her. When the laughter faded, Ning Beixian handed over 2 crystal stones. Su Ming took them and headed straight for the teleportation array. Safety first. If there's danger, come back immediately, Wu Daoji reminded him, still uneasy. Please don't worry, Principal, teacher, Su Ming replied. He slotted the crystals into the grooves. Light flared from the array, and Su Ming's figure began to blur. In truth, aside from Ning Beixian and Wu Daoji, no one knew his destination was the Tianhua Great World. Even Qi Weiner had been deliberately kept in the dark for safety. An instant later, the bitter wind of the Tianhua Great World hit him in the face. Su Ming cloaked himself once more and slipped out of the teleportation zone. Half a day later, he stood before the mountain gate of Tianqing sect. By his count, he had been away for 7 full days. That might not sound long to others, but cross-world teleportation was costly, and the crystals were precious. He would return to Earth as little as possible. The gate disciples checked his identity token and were about to make small talk when they looked up and realized Su Ming was already a speck at the end of the mountain path. As for the turmoil in the Shiyue Empire while he was gone, Su Ming knew nothing. Shi Tingyi later led a force straight into the Shiyue Empire, causing quite a stir. Rumors said the sect master ventured alone into Minghun's sect and left unscathed soon after, forcing Minghun's sect to back down. A looming war quietly subsided, and the super sects of Nanzhou got a first-hand look at Tianqing sect's heritage and resolve built over 10 millennia. Back at his small courtyard, Su Ming pushed open the door to find Bai Ling, Bu Fei, Qin Shuani, and Zhao Gaoi gathered there. Zhao Gaoi threw up his hands and groused with a snide tone. Forget it. We've practically turned the Shiyue Empire upside down. If Su Ming were alive, had it been back by now. It's been 7 days. Standing at the threshold, Su Ming felt a warmth in his chest, so the sect had gone all out to find him. Zhao Gaoi, don't make me hit you. Bu Fei jerked his head up, and Zhao Gaoi snapped his mouth shut in a hurry. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani also looked at Zhao Gaoi with disdain. Zhao Gaoi stuck to Qin Shuani like a persistent plaster, and no matter how she waved him away, she couldn't shake him off. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open, and Su Ming strode into the small yard. All 4 pairs of eyes fell on the newcomer. Seeing Su Ming standing before them unharmed, their expressions froze in disbelief for several moments. Su Ming curved his lips into a smile. What? Don't believe I'm still alive. Bai Ling screamed as she rushed towards Su Ming. Moving so fast, she looked like a white shadow. Qin Shuani snapped back to reality and secretly cursed under her breath. That girl beat me to it again. Su Ming reached out to steady Bai Ling. All right, I'm back alive. Bu Fei also approached, eyes wide with disbelief. Su Ming, why are you only returning now? Master Dean has led people to practically turn the evil Moon Empire upside down. Su Ming showed a bitter smile and delivered his prepared explanation. After I escaped, I got lost. Being able to make it back now is already my best effort. Wait, Buffet, did you just say Master Dean went looking for me? Zhao Gaoi snorted coldly from the side, adding with some disdain, not just Master Dean, even the sect master personally took action. In her fury, Master Dean killed the evil Moon Empire's second prince and wiped out people from the Nether Soul sect. The sect master even single-handedly stormed into the Nether Soul sect, shocking those guys into silence. After hearing this, Su Ming turned to Buffet for confirmation, who helplessly shrugged. That's pretty much how it went. Before the words had finished, the courtyard side door was pushed open again. Sect Master Lin Tianqing strode in quickly, his gaze roaming over Su Ming as if to confirm whether the person before him was real. Good lad. How did you manage to come back alive? I'm sorry, Sect Master, for making you worry. I got lost and only managed to return now. Su Ming's face was full of guilt, hadn't expected the entire sect to cause such a commotion for his sake. Lin Tianqing waved his hand, showing a rare relaxed smile. It's good that you're back. I'll write a letter immediately to have your master return to the sect quickly. These past days she's been going crazy with worry in the evil Moon Empire. If she couldn't find you much longer, she probably would have really attacked the Nether Soul sect. Mentioning the Nether Soul sect, Lin Tianqing snorted coldly. Who told them to be so blind as to dare provoke the Tianqing sect? We've already killed one Imperial Prince, wouldn't be appropriate to act again, so we could only take our anger out on the Nether Soul sect. Everyone hadn't expected the lofty sect master to speak in such down-to-earth terms, and their sense of closeness to him instantly increased. Su Ming inwardly cheered. Tianqing sect is awesome. 2 days later, Master Shurtingi returned with her team. Su Ming had long been kneeling in wait outside the mountain gate after all. Everything had started because of him, and failing to show proper attitude would inevitably displease people. All right, Su Ming, it's fine. Shurtingi helped him up, her voice cheerful. How can Tianqing sect disciples be bullied by just anyone? Besides, you were carrying out a mission when this happened. Tianqing sect has even more reason to intervene. The assembled elders quickly pulled Su Ming to his feet, their faces showing relief. Shurtingi glanced at Su Ming. Come with me. The elders exchanged looks, understanding that Shurtingi valued Su Ming highly. Su Ming's talent was well known to all, mastering Mirror Clone in less than a month was truly monstrous ability. Who wouldn't be moved by such potential? Su Ming quietly followed behind Shurtingi, returning to her small courtyard. Shurtingi took her seat, sipped some tea, and let out a gentle sigh. These past days, she had even sent out her beast avatar to search for Su Ming, yet hadn't found even a trace of him. Su Ming dropped to his knees with a thud and called out to Master Shurtingi. Master, your disciple Su Ming pays his respects. The sudden word disciple sent a shock through Shurtingi's heart. It had been so long since anyone had addressed her this way. While she was still in a daze, Lin Tianqing stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. He has already mastered Mirror Clone. Don't worry, his talents won't go to waste. The higher the proficiency in this inherited divine technique, the more astounding its amplification effects. Shurtingi came to her senses and slowly nodded, formally accepting Su Ming as her disciple. Following the ceremony taught by Lin Tianqing, Su Ming offered hot tea, performed 3 kowtows and 9 bows, and the entire sect rang the ceremonial bells, officially establishing a new disciple. Mirror Clone was one of only 3 remaining inherited divine techniques of the Tianqing sect, and inheritors were extremely rare. Su Ming had heard that another technique was in Lin Tianqing's possession, while the last one's whereabouts remained unknown, though it definitely existed within the sect. Over the following months, he shuttled between sect missions, managing to accumulate over 10,000 points, yet never exchanged them for new divine techniques. His current abilities were sufficient, and he valued proficiency more. Especially his strongest trump card, Mirror Clone. Heaven-tier divine techniques cost at least 1,000,000 points, so he decided to go all in. Wait until he had enough points to directly exchange for the strongest technique, then use enhancement points to master it instantly, giving himself no chance to fail to learn. His movements were so elusive that even Shurtingi often couldn't find him. For months later, deep in the 10,000 mountains, mountain winds howled with frost, and beneath Su Ming's feet lay the still warm corpse of a third-tier, transcendent ice, crystal saber-toothed tiger. His 5 spirit beasts had grown in synchronization. 1. Henin, the heaven-devouring toad 9th-tier commander. 2. Night Marie's 11th-tier commander. 3. Phoenix 1st-tier commander. 4. Sacred Dragon about to enter commander tier. The Phoenix and Sacred Dragon had longer growth cycles due to having undergone evolution once, which was the price for cross-tier compatibility. Regarding skills, Su Ming discovered that all abilities couldn't advance beyond level 6. Except for the heaven-devouring toad, all other spirit beast skills had been maxed out. He obsessively maintained consistent divine technique proficiency. Each spirit beast Mirror Clone was at proficient level. To achieve this result, he had already invested millions of enhancement points. Just upgrading 5 spirit beasts to proficient cost 5 million, and to push them all to perfect would require another 5 million each. He looked down at the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger and chuckled. If he had encountered this a year ago, he would have been scared out of his wits. Now he simply placed his hand on the corpse, converted it into 90,000 enhancement points, dusted himself off, and prepared to head back. During these 4 months, he had also made time for a trip to the evil Moon Empire. Ji Xuanqi had successfully ascended to the throne. Su Ming obtained 3 treasures from the royal treasury as promised. An expandable battle armor, which he gave to Henin without hesitation, greatly boosting its defense. The other 2 were divine technique scrolls. Su Ming didn't cultivate them immediately, planning to bring them back to Earth, and decide later based on whether his enhancement points would be sufficient. Whether he could learn them would depend on his future enhancement point reserves. Su Ming stood up and mounted Xiaohua. His flying speed was currently the fastest available, and while the Holy Dragon could also fly, it still couldn't match Xiaohua's velocity. The night wind, carrying the scent of mountain forests, swept past his ears as Su Ming glanced down slightly. The dense, wave-like expanse of the 100,000 mountains flickered in and out of view through the clouds and mist. Originally, he had planned to search for a few more demon beast lairs in the mountains, but remembering his master Shurtingi's words from her last return to the sect, 1 month at most this time, he decided to abandon the idea. Today was exactly the final day of their agreement, and if he didn't return now, who knew what punishment Shurtingi might impose? Meanwhile, the Tianqing sect was already bustling with excitement. In just 1 month, the outer disciples would undergo their examination to advance to the inner sect. The inner sect not only concentrated resources and provided superior cultivation venues, but also allowed disciples free access to Earth-grade divine techniques once per month, the nearly irresistible temptation for everyone. According to sect regulations, to qualify for the examination, one must either complete 3 years in the outer sect or reach the Lord level personally. Among this year's new students, Su Ming had the highest level, yet due to the time requirement, he nominally lacked qualification. The qualified senior outer disciples had been eagerly preparing during this period. The opportunity to learn mysterious grade divine techniques for free wasn't something anyone could easily encounter. Xiaohua landed in the sect's plaza, and Su Ming went directly to Shurtingi's courtyard. Pushing open the door, he found the courtyard shrouded in swirling mist, with the ice frost purple emperor dragon lazily resting on a blue stone, its scales reflecting pale purple cold light. Like the heaven-swallowing toad, it could freely adjust its size, and though currently only slightly larger than a nightmare beast, Su Ming still felt compelled to show respect. After all, it was his master's spirit beast, holding an extraordinary position. "Master, I have returned." Su Ming clasped his fists in salute. Shurtingi glanced up at him briefly, merely nodding lightly, though her expression didn't look particularly pleased. Su Ming sighed inwardly, knowing he had indeed been quite perfunctory as a disciple. He had received formal guidance only a handful of times, and his proficiency in the mirror image clone beast-taming secret technique had long since quietly surpassed his master's. He dared not reveal this, maintaining only the superficial progress of several spirit beasts just entering the proficient level. If Shurtingi truly knew the reality, their master-disciple roles would be completely reversed. "So you do know to come back? Those who don't know better might think you're some wild disciple from another sect." Shurtingi's voice was cold. Su Ming quickly approached with a flattering smile. "Teacher, I am your prized disciple. Without your guidance, how could I have mastered the mirror image clone technique so quickly?" This compliment softened Shurtingi's expression somewhat. After a moment, she asked, "Tell me, what is your current strength?" Su Ming was slightly startled. His master had barely concerned herself with his cultivation these past months, yet now she asked about this first. "Teacher, my highest spirit beast level is Commander 9th rank. As for comprehensive strength, I haven't tested it." Shurtingi rolled her eyes at him. Su Ming now mastered nearly as many divine techniques as she did, and had even casually taken 3 extremely rare body cultivation manuals from the evil Moon Empire's treasury. Despite her extensive experience, she had never seen anyone learn divine techniques as easily as drinking water. She withdrew her gaze, her tone becoming calm. "The outer sect examination is approaching. Do you want to enter the inner sect?" Shurtingi got straight to the point. Su Ming was slightly stunned, then asked in a low voice, "Inner sect? Don't I need to advance my beast to Lord level, or stay in the outer sect for 3 years before I can take the exam? I don't meet either requirement." "The outer sect examination is in 1 month." Shurtingi stood up, her expression more serious than ever before. "Within 1 month, advance your strongest beast to Lord level. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Su Ming nodded repeatedly, having never seen Shurtingi speak to him in such a tone. He steeled himself and spoke up. "Teacher, you know that advancing from commander to Lord level is quite difficult. I heard the sect has a type of spiritual fruit, the 100 spirit fruit, that can greatly shorten a beast's growth period. If I could have a few, I should be able to break through." As he spoke, he kept glancing at Shurtingi's expression from the corner of his eye. Shirtingi inwardly chuckled but kept a stern face. You certainly know when to ask for favors. Free fruits, take them. The 100 spirit fruit is indeed highly effective for commander-level beasts, but don't come back still unable to reach lord level after eating them. Mission guaranteed. Su Ming snapped to attention and gave a standard military salute, leaving Shirtingi stunned. No one in the Tianqing Great World used such gestures. Walking out of the courtyard, he gripped the 3 snow-white 100 spirit fruits, secretly delighted. Each one cost 10,000 points and could forcibly reduce growth time by 1,000 years. In fact, his enhancement points were sufficient to directly push the heaven-devouring toad to Lord 9th tier, but he needed to keep enhancement points in Reservino need to spend them all at once. Moreover, he had already verified that the heaven-devouring toad would awaken a new skill with each major tier advancement. The new skill, spatial compression, gained at commander stage could instantly push the pressure in an independent space to over 10,000 pascals, turning ordinary low-tier lord beasts into powder instantly. After careful consideration, Su Ming still spent 100,000 enhancement points to first advance the heaven-devouring toad to Lord First tier. Each subsequent level would cost even more, so he had to budget carefully. As for the 300 spirit fruits, he prioritized feeding them to the Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon had the lowest level but was one of his core weapons. He hoped the 2 true dragons and phoenixes would soon catch up with Henin and the heaven-devouring toad. In the evening, he returned to his cottage. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Bai Ling and Qin Shuani concentrating on their cultivation in the corner. Since returning to the sect last time, Qin Shuani had moved in under some pretext, and her follower Zhao Gaoi had also wanted to live there, but didn't dare act presumptuously due to Su Ming's intimidating presence. Now that Su Ming had legitimately become Shirtingi's disciple, Zhao Gaoi dared even less to show his face. Su Ming didn't disturb the two, as their cultivation levels were still relatively low. When he participated in the outer sect examination and entered the inner sect, he would rarely return to this small courtyard. At night, the 4 of them sat around a campfire. The flickering flames cast alternating light and shadow across their faces as Su Ming poked at the logs with a stick, sending sparks crackling into the air, yet he remained silent. Su Ming, you called us here and tell me it's just to watch the fire? Buffet asked, unable to resist speaking first as he held up a piece of meat dripping with grease. Yeah, if you have something to say, just say it, Bai Ling urged, blinking her eyes, while Qin Shuani nodded repeatedly. After a moment of silence, Su Ming finally looked directly at the 3 of them. I'm going to take the outer sect examination. I plan to enter the inner sect. The moment he finished speaking, all 3 froze. Buffet reacted first, nearly dropping his meat into the fire. Wait, you said the outer sect examination? You've already reached the lord level. They had all joined the sect at the same time just 6 months ago, and Buffet and the 2 girls were still stuck at the mid-tier commander level, a full major realm behind. Su Ming simply nodded. Hiss, the 3 gasped, then broke into knowing smiles. Buffet was the first to regain his composure, immediately switching to his sarcastic mode. Don't get cocky. The outer sect examination is incredibly difficult. Being at the lord level doesn't guarantee entry into the inner sect, haha. Su Ming glanced at him, knowing this guy was just talking nonsense. Bai Ling patted Su Ming's shoulder. You go ahead and pave the way for us. We'll be counting on you from now on. Qin Shuani's eyes sparkled. Exactly. Scout out the path for us. Their playful teasing instantly dissolved Su Ming's nervousness, and he joined in the banter. I was worried you'd miss me too much, so I gave you advance notice. But seeing your attitude, you've really broken my heart. Oh, we'll definitely come cheer you on during the examination, Qin Shuani said earnestly, scooting closer to Su Ming. Not to be outdone, Bai Ling also moved closer. Watching this scene, Buffet shook his head and sighed. Despite being a handsome rich guy, no one was chasing after him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Around the massive arena at the center of the 4 courtyards, voices buzzed with excitement as inner and outer sect disciples packed the stands. Above them sat the elders from both sections. The sect had no dedicated teachers, but whenever disciples encountered confusion in their cultivation, they could always seek guidance from the elders, who would provide answers. The path of beast-taming ultimately depended on one's own comprehension and resources, and what the sect could offer was a platform and vast collections of texts. Su Ming stood to one side of the crowd, with Buffet, Bai Ling, and Qin Shuani beside him. He had passed the first round of strength testing and successfully advanced to the second round. Only 100 inner sect spots were available each year, quality over quantity, making the competition extremely brutal. According to tradition, before the final ranking battles, there would be a secret realm trial where participants had to capture and return with specified level fierce beasts from the Tianqing sect's secret realm within a limited time. The usual standard required killing a lord level 7th tier or higher fierce beast from Boundary Mountain, and this stage typically eliminated nearly half the participants. However, due to Su Ming's previous massacre in the back mountains of Boundary Mountain, few high-tier lord-level fierce beasts remained there. Lin Tianxing stood up, looking at the nearly 10,000 outer sect disciples prepared for the competition, and announced, "Enter the secret realm for one day. The requirement is 3 7th-tier, Lord-level fierce beasts. The more you slay, the fewer battles you'll need in the ranking tournament." As his words fell, a massive whirlpool-shaped teleportation portal, towering 100 zhang high, suddenly materialized in the center of the arena. Deep blue radiance leaked from the portal's edges, undulating like tides. The supreme masters of Tianqing sect had used their divine powers to forcibly draw a small world into the sect's interior, transforming it into a training ground for disciples' daily cultivation and trials, though it still harbored a considerable number of extraordinary-level fierce beasts. "Su Ming, go for it," his three friends shouted in unison from below the platform. Su Ming raised his hand in response and stepped into the whirlpool with the crowd. Simultaneously, several venerable-level beast tamers positioned themselves at the portal's exit, standing ready to prevent any fierce beasts from escaping into the sect. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqing flicked his wrist, raising a spiritual mirror into the air that projected real-time images of the small world for all disciples and elders to observe. The moment they entered the small world, tens of thousands of outer sect disciples almost simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts, transforming into countless figures racing in all directions. With only one day to hunt 3 7th-tier Lord-level fierce beasts, the difficulty was unimaginable. Crimson flames rose beneath Su Ming's feet as Xiaohua spread its wings to carry its master. Above his head, Meng Yan floated in midair, its pitch-black pupils gleaming faintly as it searched for powerful auras. Having devoured over 100 soul points, Meng Yan's perception range had become so vast that even Su Ming found it incredible. If it truly reached 10,000 points, the entire Tianqing Great World would fall under its surveillance, though the enhancement points required were far beyond his current means. Stop! Meng Yan sent a subtle warning, and Su Ming immediately commanded Xiaohua to dive and land, then summoned both Henin and Tonlin Toad. The surrounding forest was dim, with rotting leaves and withered branches covering their feet. The group moved stealthily through the heavy darkness. Suddenly, Meng Yan's soul fluctuation pointed ahead. Having cooperated with Meng Yan the longest, Henin's battle armor automatically covered its entire body, resembling a miniature tyrant as it charged toward the netherfire saber-toothed tiger lurking in the shadows. Roar! The dual roars shook leaves from the trees. In an instant, the aura of a 9th-tier lord exploded forth. No wonder this fierce beast dared to ambush directly. Su Ming's lips curved slightly upward. There was no need for command Xiaohua, and the holy dragon were already casting spells alternately behind Henin, their fire and holy light continuously compressing the saber-toothed tiger's range of movement, while Tonlin Toad guarded the flank, waiting for the perfect moment to seal it within its spatial cavity. Fully armored Henin reminded Su Ming of the Thunder Lord from games at a streak of lightning, and they'd be nearly identical. Unable to find a suitable sealing angle, Tonlin Toad simply joined the assault, its heavy forelimbs cracking the ground with each strike. Though nether fire still burned on the saber-toothed tiger's fur, it had clearly dimmed, a sign of rapidly depleting stamina. This type of fierce beast was known for explosive attacks. Failing to succeed in one strike left them vulnerable to prolonged combat. Moreover, Meng Yan's intermittent mental assaults left the saber-toothed tiger dazed, forcing it to take heavy blows from both Henin and Tonlin Toad. As the flames on the netherfire saber-tooth gradually weakened, the heaven-devouring toad seized the opportunity to unleash its spatial compression skill. An oval-shaped independent space instantly separated from reality, trapping the entire saber-tooth firmly within. It rampaged frantically, roaring and clawing, its marks and flames dancing wildly against the translucent barrier, yet unable to tear open even the slightest crack. The heaven-devouring toad's skill silently tightened, and the pressure within the space gradually increased. The air became like an invisible sledgehammer, repeatedly crushing down on the netherfire saber-tooth's spine. Within mere dozens of breaths, the fierce beast was already trembling in all four limbs, barely managing to crouch low on the ground. Given the significant level difference between the heaven-devouring toad and its opponent, it couldn't deliver an instant kill and could only slowly wear down its adversary through continuous compression. As time passed minute by minute, the independent space finally reached its limit. With a thunderous muffled crash, the skill collapsed on its own. By this point, the netherfire saber-tooth had lost all traces of flame, its blood soaking through the pitch-black fur, its entire skeletal structure seemingly shattered by heavy hammers, utterly wretched. Su Ming sighed and stored the dying saber-tooth into his spatial ring. This is the law of nature, survival of the fittest. From his discovery of this fierce beast to its actual defeat, the entire process had taken a full 2 to 3 hours. After recalling several of his tamed beasts, he mounted Xiaohua and sped like lightning toward the direction indicated by Nightmare. Before long, a deep blue lake came into view. Nightmare's mental suggestion was crystal clear. Something even more ferocious lurked beneath the lake's surface. Su Ming frowned. He wanted to dive down and hunt, but among his tamed beasts, Only the heaven-devouring toad was truly suited for underwater combat. If the others entered the water, their fighting power would drastically decrease, making victory uncertain. Humwo goes there. Sharp sound waves emanated from Nightmare, a warning that a beast tamer was approaching. Su Ming immediately mounted Xiaohua's back, spread his wings, and rose above the lake's surface, his cold gaze locking onto the dense forest behind him. Moments later, a man emerged from the bushes. Su Ming's detection technique revealed that the opponent was merely at the 5th tier of Lord rank, quite old in age, and still remained in the outer sect after 3 or 4 years of training. Well, a youngster who just advanced to Lord rank. The man surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with predatory excitement. Kid, have you slain any fierce beasts? I have. What of it? Su Ming's voice was calm, his attention still focused on the rippling light across the lake's surface. A 5th-tier lord couldn't muster any interest. Whoosh. Suddenly, an energy wave grazed past his shoulder. Had Xiaohuan not reacted quickly enough, this strike, while not fatal, would have been sufficient to injure him. Hand over your fierce beasts, kid. Su Ming raised his head, his gaze bone-chilling. So robbery is allowed? The man sneered. The sect doesn't encourage it, but surely you understand the principle of survival of the fittest. If you can't win, just hand them over obediently. Su Ming's lips curved into a mocking smile. No wonder you've been stuck for so many years without advancing to the inner sect. Got completely robbed in the second round, and now you want to recover some dignity today. His words struck like sharp blades, hitting right at the mark. The man's expression darkened, and he roared commands for his tamed beasts to attack. Su Ming sneered coldly. With a flick of his finger, Xiaohua instantly split into multiple forms. 1 became 2, 2 became 3. In the blink of an eye, 3 blazing feather flame birds circled side by side. Seeing Su Ming's tamed beast's divine ability, the man's heart trembled, and he immediately realized whom he had provoked. Everyone in the Tianqing sect knew that Shurtingi's mirror clone technique had been learned by a newly admitted disciple. Are you Su Ming? The man in the purple-patterned robe landed on a tree branch, raising his eyebrows as he sized him up. Su Ming withdrew his aura and looked up with a calm response. So you know me too? The man burst into laughter, his voice shaking the leaves. Haha, junior brother is too modest. Your reputation has spread throughout the entire sect. I heard about your talent and felt admiration, so my hands got itchy and I decided to test you. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Su Ming nodded. I see. So what does senior brother think of this junior's abilities? Not bad, really not bad. The man rubbed his hands together and looked into the distance. By the way, I still need to hunt fierce beasts, so I won't disturb you any longer. Before he finished speaking, he made to turn around. However, Su Ming stepped forward to block him, his gaze fixed on the man's back like cold stars. Senior brother, you can leave, but please leave behind the fierce beasts you've captured. The man's expression darkened. Junior brother, what do you mean? In terms of seniority within the Tianqing sect, he was the senior, and his cultivation was higher than Su Ming's. How could he tolerate such arrogance from a newly admitted disciple? Isn't this obvious? Junior brother's strength is weak, so you want to borrow my fierce beasts to pass the test. His words were sharp, but they were interrupted by a roar. Su Ming's 5 giant beasts' 5 loyal companions had somehow bared their fangs and closed in together. The intense bloody aura hit them heated, instantly crushing the man's momentum to pieces. Finding himself in an impossible situation, the man could only leave with these words. Junior brother, don't be too arrogant. Thank you for senior brother's assistance. This junior is deeply grateful. Su Ming raised his hand and collected the man's 2 7th-tier Lord-class fierce beasts into his storage ring, thinking to himself, it seems this is the most efficient way to collect fierce beasts. As for that warning, he treated it as wind passing by his ears. A day passed in the blink of an eye. At the exit of the passage, the disciples gathered to prepare for departure, but Su Ming was the last to appear. His clothes were stained with blood, yet his expression was relaxed. Many people, upon seeing him, had flames of hatred burning in their eyes, but they dared not act on it. Su Ming paid no attention and followed the group back to the outer sect. In the outer sect's competition arena, tens of thousands of outer and inner sect disciples gathered again, surrounding the platform like a tide. Elder Lin Tianqing stepped onto the high platform, his sleeves fluttering. Now, we count the fierce beasts. Those with fewer than 3 7th-tier Lord-class beasts eliminated. The counting session was always the most anticipated, with each announcement causing waves of exclamation. When it was Su Ming's turn, the elder responsible for recording looked at the jade slip and held his breath for a moment. Su Ming, 27th-tier fierce beasts, 9 8th-tier fierce beasts, 3 9th-tier fierce beasts. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings erupted. In the stands, spectators looked at him like they were seeing a fierce beast that had emerged from nowhere. Many participating disciples wished they could devour Su Ming alive. On the high platform, the sect master and the elders exchanged glances, all understanding. This young man who had been in the sect for less than a year had obviously robbed most of the well-established senior brothers and sisters of the outer sect. Both strength and courage were indispensable. Su Ming leisurely walked back to Buffet and the other two. Because his results were too outstanding, he was directly skipped in the first few rounds of competition. Buffet's eyes lit up with curiosity. How did you manage to kill so many top-tier Lord-class fierce beasts in just one day? Su Ming shrugged, his tone innocent, deliberately raising his voice. The senior brothers are so good to me. Seeing that I'm only at the first tier of Lord class, yet participating in the assessment, they insisted on giving me fierce beasts. I said I didn't want them, but they threw the beasts on the ground and ran away. Sigh, the Tianqing sect is really wonderful. The senior brothers truly take care of their junior brothers. Several disciples around who had been robbed by Su Ming turned green and pale alternately, but could only hold it in. Would want to admit they were robbed by a first-tier Lord-class junior? Wouldn't that be slapping themselves in the face? Hearing this, Buffet could guess what Su Ming had done even with his toes, but what shocked him more was Su Ming's terrifying current strength. He could actually threaten Lord-class high-tier beast tamers. However, the fact that Su Ming's strength had reached the level of threatening Lord-class high-tier beast tamers made Buffet admire him even more. Su Ming wasn't particularly worried, since he'd already done it. What was there to fear? Besides, he was the victim here. That guy had taught him how to rob people in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how. Standing in the crowd, he grumbled to himself. He'd finally memorized that person's name and used it as a shield every time he robbed someone, but now he couldn't find the guy anywhere. Beside the arena, Lin Tianqing frowned and asked his companion in a low voice, "Junior sister, what exactly did you tell Su Ming? Your disciple has nearly offended everyone here." Su Ming's talent was undeniable, but the Tianqing sect would never accept an arrogant and conceited disciple. Shirtingi stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words in Lin Tianqing's ear, which made him burst into laughter before she even finished speaking. Several elders and academy heads heard the laughter and looked over curiously. "Sect master, what's so amusing?" Lin Tianqing quickly waved his hands. "Nothing, nothing. Everyone should focus on spotting promising talents. Since I became sect master, our performance in the Southern Province sect competition has declined year after year. The pressure is enormous. If we don't get good results this year, I might have to step down." Despite poor performance, the Tianqing sect had deep foundations, so even changing sect masters wouldn't be devastating. The elders quickly offered comfort. "Sect master, don't be so hard on yourself. We've only fallen to this state because those newly risen super sects have joined forces against us. This year will surely break through their blockade." "That's right, sect master. You're everyone's pillar of strength. If even you lose heart, how can you inspire these young ones?" Listening to the elders' encouragement, Lin Tianqing felt his nose tingle with emotion. He held back tears and couldn't help but smile. The previous sect master had brought him back from outside when he was young and given him the name Tianqing. These elders were both his seniors and elder brothers who had watched him grow up. How could they bear to see him fall? On the other side of the arena, the selection was nearing its end. Only those who made it into the top 100 could enter the inner academy. Su Ming's score was extremely high. He only needed one more victory. Looking up at the high platform, he met Shirtingi's gaze directly. The thread in her eyes clearly said, "Try getting a low ranking and see what happens." Su Ming grimaced, thinking to himself that if he didn't achieve a good ranking, he definitely wouldn't escape his master's settling of accounts. "Su Ming, you're up soon." Bai Ling came over to him, reminding him in a small but excited voice, "Win this match, and you'll enter the inner sect. I think getting into the inner sect isn't that hard. Just catch more fierce beasts in the second round to avoid direct confrontation with the strong opponents." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned toward them, all wearing expressions that said, "This girl must be dreaming." Buffet quickly pulled Bai Ling back and lowered his voice. "My dear lady, how can you be so naive? Su Ming didn't kill all those fierce beasts himself." Bai Ling froze and turned to look at Su Ming. Su Ming happened to turn around at the same moment, wearing that infuriating smile as he silently admitted everything. Su Ming, you robbed them." Bai Ling's voice was so loud that nearly the entire plaza could hear it. Su Ming rolled his eyes, and Buffet beside him was also exasperated by Bai Ling's cluelessness. All eyes turned to Su Ming, who gave an awkward smile. In the stands, several white-beard elders teased Shirtingi. "Little he, your disciple is just like you were back in the day. You certainly had your share of borrowing other people's hard-earned contracted beasts." A rare blush crept across Shirtingi's face as she coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment. The sect had always turned a blind eye to competition between disciples as long as no one died. Everything was considered acceptable training. "Su Ming, get up here. Let your senior brother teach you what keeping a low profile means," someone jeered from below. On the dueling platform, Yao Yangxia's face was ashen. Who was one of the unlucky ones who'd had his beasts borrowed by Su Ming. With the crowd roaring around him, backing down now would cost him both face and dignity. Su Ming rubbed his nose and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother, I'm truly innocent. Others started taking mine first, and they said we could freely exchange. Who? Who exactly unleashed this demon upon us? In the crowd, many disciples who had been victimized by Su Ming wailed in despair. Truth be told, they weren't afraid of fighting Su Ming unknown, but the thought of his beast's mirror clone technique, those overwhelming dozens of duplicates, made many hearts tremble. Who in the entire Tianqing sect didn't want to learn Master Shirtingi's signature divine ability, mirror clone? Yet in recent years, only Su Ming had managed to master it. Even the current intersect senior sister had wasted a year trying to learn this technique, only to fail. Yao Yangxia took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Fine, what you can steal is yours by skill. But on this dueling ground, you can't just rely on intimidation. This junior understands. Please guide me, senior brother." Su Ming bowed respectfully. Before his words finished, both raised their hands simultaneously, spiritual energy surging as their respective beasts materialized. Yao Yangxia spoke first. "Release all your beasts, or I'll truly be bullying the weak." His cultivation was at the 7th tier of Lord Realm. When his beasts were stolen that day, he'd assumed he'd encountered some peerless master and hadn't fought back. Su Ming nodded, though confident. He didn't dare underestimate a 7th tier lord. The next second, 5 imposing or sacred figures landed beside him. Henin stood sturdy as an iron tower. The sky-devouring toad opened its mouth to release a black hole-like vortex. The flame phoenix and holy light dragon, one fire and one light, circled behind him. The nightmare beast perched on Su Ming's head, its dark eyes flickering in and out of visibility. The 5 beasts lined up, their presence so overwhelming that the watching disciples collectively gasped. This was the advantage of mixed cultivation. Formations could be freely combined, with fire, light, darkness, devouring, and brute force attributes complementing each other. However, the drawback was obvious. Specialized techniques could hardly accommodate all beasts simultaneously. In contrast, Yao Yangxia's 8 beasts were uniformly colored, all earth attribute, with formidable armor. He himself resembled an armored giant turtle, his defense ranking among the strongest in the Lord tier. Henin, full power. Don't hold back. Su Ming raised his arm and commanded. To break through Yao Yangxia's defense, he first had to crack this turtle shell. Once the outer armor collapsed, the soft flesh inside would be most vulnerable. Boom. Henin roared, and in a flash of movement, 4 identical tyrant clones appeared with bang 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 bang. 5 tyrants struck together, their combined punches tearing the air into visible ripples, their stacked force approaching 10 million pounds. Under such heavy blows, even Yao Yangxia couldn't help but grit his teeth. Was this really the power a first-tier Lord Beast should possess? His own beast nearly suffered internal bleeding from the impact. The battle was raging intensely, and the growing crowd of spectators began to notice something remarkable about Su Ming's beast companions. Their abilities seemed inexhaustible, with each beast possessing an average of 2 supernatural powers. Su Ming, do you learn supernatural abilities like drinking water? How do you never run out? Yao Yangxia gritted his teeth and glanced up at the sky, where a psychic-type beast companion hovered above, surveying the entire battlefield. Its massive mental power pressed down like an invisible net, tightly suppressing his 8 beast companions. On the surface, it appeared to be close combat, but the real determinant of victory was that nightmare-type beast companion. It silently dismantled the communication between Yao Yangxia's beast companions, leaving their defensive line riddled with gaps. Su Ming smiled gently, his tone warm yet confident. This is exactly why we now have several mainstream beast-taming systems. Supernatural abilities are indeed difficult for beast tamers to learn, but we can communicate with our beast companions, while the beasts themselves cannot directly comprehend the supernatural powers we create. To teach them, we must do it personally. As he spoke, in the center of the hunting ground, the berserker markings on the 5 hulking beasts suddenly blazed to life level 6. Violent power surged into their muscles as one swung its fist downward. The thick earth shield shattered like it had been struck by a giant hammer, crumbling into dust that filled the air. The beast companion behind the shield had no time to react before finding itself exposed to the encirclement of Su Ming's full 25 beast companions. Yao Yangxia's heart sank. He had lost. The mirror clone ability was too overwhelming. Su Ming's beast companions had already achieved proficiency in maintaining 5 clones simultaneously. If they advanced to 10 clones, it would be utterly crushing. Outside the arena, the watching dean and elders buzzed with discussion. Dean Sure, your disciple has mastered mirror cloning to such perfection, truly a case of an excellent teacher producing an outstanding student. Indeed, little Sure, when you swept through your peers in Nanzhou back in the day, it seems Su Ming's talent surpasses even yours. The dean of the Strength Academy joked half seriously. Really? Dean Sure was an existence that suppressed all others back, then Su Ming can achieve that too. As the words left his mouth, he found himself stunned. That spirited young man on the arena made it impossible for him to deny the possibility. Several elders exchanged glances, their gazes unanimously falling upon Su Ming. Sect Master Lin Tianxing, seeing through their thoughts, nodded slightly. I do indeed want Su Ming to participate in this year's Nanzhou sect competition. However, whether he can go depends on his strength. I won't show favoritism. The elders voiced their concerns in unison. Sect Master, though Su Ming's talent is strong, he still needs time to grow. Yes, we still have little Lu this year. She should be able to handle the competition quota. Lin Tianxing raised his hand for silence and responded calmly. I understand your concerns. I have already discussed with the Elder Council and plan to open the Tianxing secret realm, first selecting inner disciples to enter. If Su Ming's strength proves insufficient at that time, or if he still doesn't meet the standards after entering the secret realm, then. His tone grew firm. I won't let him participate either. Everyone present was struck speechless by the Tianxing secret realm. This was one of the most important secret realms within the Tianxing sect, and it could be said that the sect's ability to cultivate generation after generation of talented disciples depended largely on this very realm. The conditions for opening the secret realm were extremely stringent. Both the sect master and the Council of Elders had to give their unanimous approval. Once opened, the next activation would require at least 4 years, possibly even longer. Because of this, unless there was a top-tier genius or a matter concerning the sect's very survival, no one dared to casually open this gate. Anyone permitted to enter the secret realm had to swear an oath to the sect. No matter how far they might travel, they must immediately return whenever the sect called upon them. The sect master had originally planned to announce this later, but now decided to inform everyone in advance, asking them to compile a list of worthy candidates for the secret realm, which would be reviewed one by one afterward. While the sect master and elders were discussing, the duel between Su Ming and Yao Yangxia finally came to an end. The presiding elder immediately announced, Su Ming, your strength qualifies you for admission to the inner sect. However, don't be satisfied with just this challenge, more powerful opponents. Below the stage, Yao Yangxia smiled bitterly. My luck was terrible, running into Su Ming. Otherwise, with my strength, entering the inner sect would have been a sure thing. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Su Ming said with a respectful bow, recalling his beast avatar as spiritual light flashed, and the avatar returned to his beast space. As Su Ming stepped down from the stage, Buffet and the other 3 could barely close their jaws, and even Zhao Gaoi, who had originally wanted to cause trouble, now looked at him as if he were some kind of monster. Buffet grabbed Su Ming's arm. Learning divine techniques so quickly is one thing, but your spirit beasts are ridiculously smart too. Come on, tell us, did you train them? Hand over your secret manual, no holding back. There really isn't any secret manual. Su Ming could only shrug. I just keep taking them into battle. Through constant fighting, they naturally became skilled. Buffet pondered this. Indeed, every time Su Ming went out on missions, he would be gone for extended periods, constantly leading his spirit beasts in combat against fierce beasts. Seeing the mood was right, Su Ming added, good talent is no match for hard work. Practice makes perfect. You guys barely use your divine techniques. How could your spirit beasts possibly remember them? He finished by glancing at Zhao Gaoi, still thoroughly annoyed by this treacherous minister face. That makes sense. Buffet had a sudden realization. I've only used my divine technique twice since learning it. No wonder my progress is so slow. Su Ming nodded. Regular practice is the key. After settling everyone's emotions, Su Ming turned his attention to the strongest outer sect disciples of this batch. Almost all of them were at the 8th or 9th tier of the Lord Realm, and each had mastered at least 2 divine techniques. In comparison, Yao Yangxia was completely outmatched in terms of divine techniques, having yet to master even one. He had hoped to win through sheer numbers of spirit beasts, but this was virtually impossible when facing opponents with divine techniques. Su Ming was feeling quite relaxed at the moment, having already secured a spot in the top 100, which guaranteed his entry into the inner sect. There was no need to worry about qualification anymore, though he suspected his teacher hoped he would show off a bit more. The arena buzzed with excitement. A female disciple in a blue battle dress raised her hand slightly, her voice crisp and clear. Junior brother Su Ming, come up for a match. This is a rare opportunity, and even if you lose, you're guaranteed a place in the inner sect. I'd like to see your mirror clone technique. Su Ming glanced at her, and interface data immediately appeared. Lord Tier 9, possessing 3 divine abilities, specializing in spell attacks, bloodline marked as suspected werewolf. He shrugged. Senior sister, with your level fighting me would be pure bullying. I'm not doing it. He turned to leave. From below, Shirtingi slammed her chair back, her voice carrying through spiritual power across the entire venue. Su Ming, get up there. When did I ever teach you to be such a coward? The crowd erupted in laughter. Su Ming quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, master. I'm going up. Applause and whistles rose one after another. With intersect spots already decided, these matches were purely for show, allowing the disciples to watch with ease and act more freely. Outside the arena, 2 women wrapped up tightly stood among the crowd, their movements still carrying an unmistakable elegance. Yang Lungin covered her mouth, laughing. Senior sister, look at your junior brother and your master the Re, absolutely precious. Lu Zining kept her eyes fixed on the arena, her gaze barely leaving Su Ming for an instant. Yang Lungin shook her head helplessly. Mirror cloning had always been Lu Zining's obsession, her inability to master it a constant source of pain, which was why she had been half coaxed, half dragged here to watch the matches. At the center of the arena, Su Ming bowed. Senior sister, I am Su Ming, Lord Tier 1. Please go easy on me. Uft. Mu Yitong couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother Su Ming, you certainly didn't hold back against senior brother Yao earlier. I know his strength while not the strongest, he's no weakling either, yet you defeated him effortlessly. How dare I hold back? Yao Yangxia covered his face and shouted from below. Old Mu, get revenge for me. Laughter once again engulfed the area around the arena. The atmosphere was lively, but Mu Yitong's eyes suddenly turned sharp, her fighting spirit spreading like ripples. Su Ming's heart tightened, knowing she was getting serious. Fine. He stopped being polite. With a casual wave, 5 spirit beasts appeared, and in a flash of light, they split into 20 mirror clonus. 25 spirit beasts with undiminished auras filled the arena magnificently, causing gasps from the audience. Senior sister, you shouldn't hold back either. Haha, excellent. Mu Yitong's sleeves billowed as 6 water tribute spirit beasts leaped forth, mist rising as their scales reflected the silver light of the arena's spirit lamps. Below, Buffet gently nudged the girl beside him. Bai Ling, she's a water tribute beast master like you. Watch carefully how she fights. Yes, I will. Bai Ling clenched her small fists, not daring to blink. Yang Lungin glanced at Lu Zining beside him, who was practically drooling as she stared at Su Ming's mirror clones. Senior sister, this divine technique is impressive, but isn't it basically just a numbers advantage? You still have that heaven-tier divine technique passed down by the sect master, which is no weaker than the mirror clone ability. He sidled up to Lu Zining and whispered. Lu Zining nodded slightly, then shook her head, her gaze still fixed on Su Ming. I know, but the terrifying aspect of Su Ming's mirror clones is that the cloned spirit beasts are identical to the originals in every way. You've never truly fought against him, so you can't understand. With his kind of talent, this divine technique truly gives him wings like a tiger. It suits him better than it would me. Yang Lungin was stunned. Lu Zining rarely praised anyone, yet she gave Su Ming such high evaluation. For a moment, he didn't know what to say and could only blink coquettishly. Then senior sister, praise me too. You haven't praised me in so long. Lu Zining couldn't be bothered with him and turned her attention back to the arena. At the center of the platform, Su Ming and Mu Yitong faced each other with tension in the air. Mu Yitong was formidable, having mastered 3 water tribute divine techniques. Water's breath, which instantly boosted water-type combat power, 9 cascading waves for stacking attacks, and the defensive water armor. At this moment, her ace spirit beast Bai Ling, her only water tribute beast that had learned divine techniques, struck first. Water's breath, activated, causing water mist to surge around its body. Then, 9 cascading waves thundered forth, each wave stronger than the last. Even at beginner level, it could stack up to 5 layers. Finally, water armor manifested, like blue crystal armor covering its surface. Henin, smash that water spout first. Mu Yitong commanded her water cannon turtle to charge. The cannon ports on the giant turtle's shell glowed with aqua light as it faced Su Ming's 5 Henins Heaton. But the combined brute force of the 5 Henins far exceeded expectations, forcibly pushing the water cannon turtle back repeatedly as its water armor shattered into fragments under the heavy blows. Junior brother, with such powerful strength-type spirit beasts, it's such a waste that you didn't join the Strength Academy. Mu Yitong retreated passively while still finding time to chat. Su Ming looked up, gesturing to the Netherfire Phoenix and Holy Dragon in the air. Senior sister, my other spirit beasts are quite strong too. As his words fell, 10 blazing fire rays crisscrossed down from the sky, tearing through the air. Mu Yitong hastily summoned water walls, with water mist rolling into thick curtains, but they still couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of fire rays as cracks quickly appeared in her defenses. 9 cascading waves. Mu Yitong shouted. Behind the water walls, waves surged like a rushing river, layer upon layer building momentum. Su Ming's lips curved into a wicked smile. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Following his command, all 5 sky-swallowing toads opened their mouths simultaneously. Space ripples twisted and spread, spatial compression formed instantly. Mu Yitong's 6 spirit beasts were immediately isolated, each trapped in cramped spaces. The surging 9 cascading waves had nowhere to vent and instead rebounded against themselves. In the stands, the elders exchanged glances with surprise in their eyes. Those are spatial attribute spirit beasts? Su Ming actually had this trump card. During his fight with Yao Yangxiao last time, we couldn't tell the sky-swallowing toad's attribute at all. One elder stroked his beard. So his escape from the Evil Moon Empire was also thanks to this spatial spirit beast, wasn't it, Dinshir? Faced with the curious inquiries from many elders, Shirtingi smiled slightly, and nodded gently. Mu Yitong watched as the space had already formed surging waves, with the powerful water pressure about to crush her spirit beast. Her heart sank suddenly, and she hurriedly shouted, Su Ming, I surrender. Release it quickly. On the other side of the arena, Su Ming spoke calmly, having been waiting for this exact moment. In a direct confrontation, he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying water pressure either, but he had set up an independent space beforehand, trapping Mu Yitong's divine ability within it, forcing her spirit beast to bear the full backlash, turning her own technique against her, cleanly avoiding direct damage. The moment the heaven-devouring toad released its spatial compression, the massive torrent Mu Yitong had just unleashed burst forth like a dam breaking, sweeping across the arena. Lin Tianqing had been ready and waiting. He leaped up, and a spirit beast too quick to see clearly opened its mouth and swallowed all the water completely, instantly calming the arena. Senior sister, I yield to your skill, Su Ming said with a cupped fist salute. Junior brother is too modest, Mu Yitong replied with a bitter smile and shake of her head. Su Ming, I'm completely outmatched by your strength and talent. She knew clearly that her defeat lay in that terrifying mirror clone technique. Unfortunately, she couldn't learn it, nor could she counter it. Su Ming stepped down from the arena and met his master's gaze, seeing the man's expression had softened. Only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief, meaning he wouldn't have to continue fighting his other senior brothers and sisters. In the subsequent matches, no one else challenged Su Ming. His strength had firmly established him in the first tier, even showing signs of being the top disciple. Below the stage, Lu Zining turned to leave upon seeing this. Yang Lingan, who had originally wanted to keep watching, hurriedly followed. Senior sister, why aren't we watching anymore? They're about to enter the inner academy soon. You can spar with them anytime then. Lu Zining replied coolly. The inner academy is different from the outer academy. Spirit Beast Master sparring is commonplace there. She left it at that, and Yang Lingan stopped asking questions, following Lu Zining as they left the outer sect. Soon after, Lin Tianqing publicly announced the list of those entering the inner sect, with Su Ming's name unsurprisingly among them. The next day, at the Heavenly Academy's small courtyard, Bai Ling's eyes were brimming with tears, and Qin Shuani also looked at Su Ming with complex emotions. Come on, I'm just going to the inner academy, not departing forever. Su Ming comforted them both. If you want to keep living with me, then cultivate diligently and enter the inner sect next year, understand? Bai Ling and Qin Shuani nodded vigorously. Su Ming turned his gaze to Bu Fei nearby, opened his arms, and pulled his good friend into a tight embrace. Thanks for taking care of everything during this time. If I don't see you in the inner academy next year, that would be truly embarrassing. Bu Fei laughed heartily. Come on, I'll definitely be there next year. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani protested. Su Ming, you're playing favorites. Why do you only hug Bu Fei and not us? Su Ming rolled his eyes at them. Bu Fei is male, are you? Stop fooling around. Just as the group was about to say more, a man wearing inner sect disciple robes descended from above the small courtyard. Su Ming, the sect master orders you to report to the inner sect immediately. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Su Ming replied with a cupped fist salute. After the man flew away, Su Ming took a deep breath and looked at the three. All right, it's time to go. Cultivate well, and I'll see you in the inner sect. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Su Ming quickly made his way to the inner sect. Led by an inner sect disciple, he arrived at his assigned quarters. Pushing open the courtyard gate, the first thing that struck him was the spaciousness. It was 3 to 4 times larger than his previous small courtyard. A main path paved with crushed stone led straight to the main house, with flower beds and wooden fences on both sides, and even a small spiritual spring about 10 feet tall, standing in the corner. Su Ming secretly swallowed, thinking to himself, with amenities like these, who wouldn't want to join the inner sect? The inner sect senior brother who had guided him pointed to the courtyard and said, Junior brother, this is your territory now. Don't think that entering the inner sect means everything will be smooth sailing. The real competition is just beginning. Su Ming was curious and immediately asked, Senior brother, I'm not very familiar with the inner sect rules yet. What kind of competition are you referring to? Seeing his sincere attitude, the senior brother was in no hurry to leave and explained. The inner sect has 2 ranking lists, the heaven list and the earth list. The top 3 on the earth list each month can cultivate on Boundary Mountain, while only the senior brothers and sisters stationed at Boundary Mountain can compete for the heaven list. Su Ming listened attentively and asked again, what benefits come from competing for these 2 lists? The benefits are enormous. The senior brother smiled, lowering his voice. You've heard of the Southern Province sect competition, right? The Tianqing sect mostly selects people from the heaven list. If you can't make it onto the heaven list, don't dream of participating in the Southern Province competition. Of course, the Earth list has its perks too. Anyone who makes the Earth list can borrow Earth-grade divine techniques once a month, while the Heaven list corresponds to Heaven-grade divine techniques. Tell me, isn't that tempting? Su Ming's heart burned with excitement. If one's strength was sufficient, wouldn't it be possible to learn all the Heaven and Earth-grade divine techniques in the sect? There would be no need to run around taking missions like in the outer sect. So he asked again, "Senior brother, how does one get on the Earth list? How many spots are there?" Hearing this, the senior brother looked him up and down with suspicion. "You're not thinking of challenging someone right now, are you? Don't seek death without transcendent level strength. But if you want to try, go ahead. There's a large area below Boundary Mountain in the intersect where all the Earth List senior brothers and sisters live. They don't have independent courtyards, only numbered quarters. If you want to challenge someone, go find them directly. As for the Heaven List, you must first ascend Boundary Mountain. I've never heard of anyone successfully challenging across levels." Su Ming nodded repeatedly, already calculating in his mind. It seems that to obtain resources, one ultimately has to rely on strength. He cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Cultivate well and don't aim too high." The senior brother patted his shoulder before departing. After seeing off the senior brother, Su Ming carefully toured the small courtyard. Behind the main house, there was actually an independent beast combat arena, large enough for two spiritual beasts to fight without interference. An alchemy room, library, and spiritual herb garden were all complete. Pushing open the bedroom door, he discovered a brand new spatial ring on the wooden table. Scanning it with his divine consciousness, he found neatly arranged spiritual fruits emitting a clear fragrance. Yesterday, Lin Tianxing had mentioned that this was the welcoming gift the sect gave to each newly promoted inner sect disciple. After finishing his arrangements, he closed the door and left the courtyard, heading toward the outer sect. Outer sect instructor Ting, he had said that once he entered the inner sect, he should return to find her. She probably had some matters to discuss with him. In Shurtingi's small courtyard, Shurtingi was leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, looking quite content. "Teacher, this rocking chair is pretty nice, isn't it?" Su Ming grinned beside her. Boldly seeking credit, had crafted this rocking chair with his own hands, and seeing Shurtingi lying so comfortably made him feel proud. Shurtingi gently waved her small sandalwood fan, enjoying the cool breeze on her face with a smile. "Su Ming, you performed well in the outer sect examination." The praised Su Ming immediately scratched his head, modestly waving his hand. "Not really, teacher. It was just normal performance, all thanks to my senior brothers and sisters making me look good." Smack! The fan struck his forehead without mercy. Su Ming covered his head, his innocent eyes full of confusion. "How dare you talk back? When I told you to go compete, I had to beg you 3 or 4 times. Teacher, I was just trying to conserve my energy. There's no ranking anyway, and if my spirit beast got injured, I'd feel terrible." Hearing this, Shurtingi waved her fan even more vigorously. If not for her and senior brother Lin Tianxing keeping watch, this boy indeed wouldn't need to rush, but with the sect's pressure mounting, she could only give him an early warning. After a moment, she restrained her anger and softened her tone. "Su Ming, do you have confidence in making it to the heaven rankings within a month?" Su Ming spun around abruptly, staring at her with wide eyes so intensely that even Shurtingi, a mythical level powerhouse, felt somewhat guilty. "Teacher, even the donkey in the production team isn't pushed this hard. Making the heaven rankings in 1 month, are you trying to exhaust me to death or get me killed on the challenge path? Am I really your student?" He spoke with tears in his voice. If senior brother hadn't revealed the details about the heaven and earth rankings beforehand, he probably would have agreed in confusion. Now being forced to reach the top in a month was simply too rushed. Shurtingi looked at him and sighed helplessly. If not for silencing the gossips, how could she bear to make her student work so hard? "Su Ming, do you know why I want you to enter the inner sect so early and compete for the heaven rankings so soon?" "Because I'm not your biological child," Su Ming replied resentfully, earning another beating from Shurtingi's fan. "Su Ming, do you know about the Southern Province sect competition?" Su Ming nodded. "Once every 3 years, an exchange tournament among all the top sects in the Southern Province." Shurtingi nodded and continued. "Our sect has performed poorly for several competitions, and the sect master is under tremendous pressure. Do you understand?" Su Ming nodded again, then suddenly realized and looked at her in shock. "Teacher, the sect master wants me to participate?" Shurtingi nodded solemnly. Su Ming stood there stunned. "Why me? I've only been in the sect for less than a year." "Because you've learned the mirror divine technique and have the qualifications. Moreover, all the divine techniques you practice are sect methods. Are you really reluctant to bring glory to the sect?" "Not reluctant, just feels a bit too rushed." Seeing his attitude, Shurtingi knew his habit of not acting without seeing benefits was acting up again, so she could only sigh. "All right then, your teacher won't make things difficult for you. However, the sect master is already preparing to open the Tianxing secret realm. You've been at the Tianxing sect for quite some time now, so you must have heard of it. It's our sect's exclusive secret realm, containing not only spirit beasts but also divine techniques, and it can rapidly enhance the power of spirit beasts. It's the very foundation of our sect. Once this opportunity passes, who knows how many years it will be before it opens again." Master Shurtingi stood with her hands clasped behind her back under the corridor, speaking at a steady pace while discreetly observing Su Ming's reaction. Sure enough, In the next breath, the young man's eyes suddenly lit up like ignited sparks. Shurtingi secretly gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "You little rascal, if I can't handle you, how can I call myself your master?" Sai, the outstanding performers in the Southern Province sect competition can even represent the Southern Province in the Central Province. That's the paradise for beast tamers in the Tianhua Great World, where venerables are as common as dogs and legendary figures walk everywhere. Her tone seemed both wistful and casually reminiscent. What a pity. The Southern Province has always provided additional rewards to winners. Last time, each winner received at least one heaven-grade divine technique, plus several heavenly treasures and compatible spirit beasts. At this point, Shurtingi seemed to suddenly come to her senses and slapped her forehead. "Oh my, Su Ming, you're still here. You should return to the inner courtyard and cultivate properly. You can always participate in 3 years." How could Su Ming not realize she was deliberately whetting his appetite? He immediately rushed forward and grabbed her sleeve, his voice ringing with determination. "Master, rest assured. Even if it means not sleeping for a month, or staying awake for 10 days and nights, I must repay the kindness you and the sect master have shown me. The sect's grace is as heavy as mountains. Without the sect, there would be no Su Ming today. For the honor of our sect, I will dedicate myself completely until my dying breath." Shurtingi maintained a somewhat stern expression on her face, though her tone softened. "Su Ming, this won't be too difficult for you, will it? You've been working so hard lately that even I feel sorry for you. Perhaps you should rest instead?" Su Ming immediately straightened his back and spoke righteously. "Master, rest is for those who are useless to the sect. I'm not forcing myself at all. I will represent our sect and claim first place in this Southern Province competition. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard?" "Not in the slightest." Su Ming bowed and turned around. "Well then, Master, I need to go study the profiles of the senior brothers and sisters on the heaven rankings." Shurtingi casually reminded him. "Don't be like an old lady picking persimmons, only choosing the softest ones. The sect master might be easy to deal with, but those elders won't be so easily fooled." "Understood. I'll come see you again after I make it onto the heaven rankings." Su Ming threw out this parting line and pushed through the door, his steps swift as the wind. The moment he left, Lin Tianqing, who had been hiding in the room, revealed himself. Shurtingi glanced at him, unable to suppress her smile. Lin Tianqing shook his head and sighed. "If Su Ming saw you looking like this, his heart would probably break." Shurtingi chuckled softly and explained in a low voice. "Senior brother, you don't understand, that boy is quite cunning. If I don't lay out the benefits clearly, he'll never give his all. He's the type who won't release the hawk until he sees the rabbit, always looking to slack off when possible." Lin Tianqing frowned. But making it onto the heaven rankings in just 1 month is indeed rushed. Even Ruan Fei, who's in last place, is at the first level of the transcendent realm. Shurtingi raised her eyes, her gaze filled with certainty. Trust in Su Ming. If he doesn't have sufficient combat power, those elders won't feel comfortable letting him participate in the competition. Besides, he's learned the mirror image divine technique and has exceptional talent. Few doubt that he'll lead the Tianqing sect to victory before he turns 30. Lin Tianqing sighed softly, but there's still considerable opposition to his participation this time. There's no choice. Shurtingi shrugged. His achievements speak for themselves, can only prove himself through performance. After leaving Shurtingi's courtyard, Su Ming headed straight for the outer disciple quarters. Since he had already transferred to the inner sect, Bu Fei and the others had moved back to their original residence. To find the 3 of them, Su Ming ran to 3 different locations. By the time he reached the final spot, he was gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat, thoroughly exhausted. The next day, Su Ming set out to find an opponent from the heavenly rankings. As for his teacher's advice to not pick on easy targets, he chuckled inwardly. Yon who made it onto the heavenly rankings was hardly a pushover. The morning breeze was pleasant in the martial arts plaza, where the heavenly and earthly rankings were displayed on towering stone walls. Many disciples gathered below, pointing and discussing. Su Ming immediately spotted several familiar faces, including Mu Yitong. "Junior brother Su Ming, are you here to check the heavenly rankings too?" Mu Yitong waved in greeting. "Senior sister Yitong, hello. I heard the sect recently divided the rankings into heavenly and earthly lists, so I came to take a look." Su Ming followed her gesture and stood before the stone wall, scanning the names and cultivation levels on both rankings. "Would you like me to explain things to you, junior brother?" Mu Yitong smiled gently. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and couldn't help teasing. "Didn't you enter the inner sect at the same time as me? And now you're already a senior. I entered a few months before you, so I should know more than you do." Su Ming nodded readily. "Then I'll trouble senior sister to enlighten me." Mu Yitong moved to stand beside Su Ming and pointed toward the stone wall. "I don't need to explain the heavenly and earthly rankings themselves. You're here because you want to gauge the strength of the senior brothers and sisters on the lists, right?" Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Yitong chuckled softly. "Almost every new disciple wants to challenge the masters on the rankings. Who doesn't want fame and glory? Currently, The last place on the heavenly rankings is senior brother Ruan Fei. Though he's only at the first stage of the transcendent realm, he made it into the top 100 thanks to his 2 Earth-grade divine techniques. In the inner sect, his combination of techniques and cultivation makes his killing moves extremely difficult to defend against. What about the earthly rankings? Su Ming followed up naturally. Most on the earthly rankings are also at the transcendent realm, but they're distinguished by their divine techniques. With similar cultivation levels, it comes down to trump cards. Su Ming had a clear picture now. His target was the heavenly rankings, and he wasn't particularly concerned with the earthly rankings for the moment. With voices chattering around them, Mu Yitong suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Su Ming, there's something you might not know." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Had this senior sister spent the entire year gathering gossip? What is it? She pursed her lips in a smile, playfully challenging him. "Call me senior sister first." Su Ming rolled his eyes and turned to leave while browsing the rankings earlier. He had already locked onto his first target, Yang Lungen, ranked 88th on the heavenly rankings, a senior sister who specialized in strength-based attacks. He was most confident about facing a beast tamer who relied on raw power. Mu Yitong quickly grabbed his sleeve. All right, I'll tell you. Don't be such a spoilsport." She pulled Su Ming to a corner and whispered, "Do you know who's currently first on the heavenly rankings?" Lu Xening. Su Ming remained calm. "How is that news?" "Don't rush, let me finish." Mu Yitong brushed the hair from her forehead and continued in a low voice. "Do you know who Lu Xening's teacher is? Just like you, it's Master Shirtingi. Years ago, she spent an entire year struggling to learn mirror image division, but never succeeded. Eventually, she gave up and switched to practicing the sect master's primary lineage techniques. Now, she's become our Tianqing sect's foremost senior sister." Mu Yitong paused, her tone becoming serious. "This year's Southern Province Grand Competition depends entirely on her." Su Ming immediately rushed to the heavenly rankings and stared at Lu Xening's name at the top, shocked to see her cultivation had already reached the 7th stage of the transcendent realm. In that instant, he couldn't help but recall the white-robed woman he had encountered on the mountain path when returning from the Boundary Mountains. His intuition told him that person was most likely Lu Xening. Su Ming rubbed his temples, pushing the thought aside, and quickly focused on the third line of the rankings, Yang Lungen, 3rd stage of the transcendent realm. In terms of pure brute strength alone, this fellow disciple wouldn't pose much of a challenge to him. However, the combination of female, violent, and Strength Academy was particularly striking. The Strength Academy had always been jokingly called the Monk Academy due to its overwhelming male population, and women who chose the path of strength-based beast taming were extremely rare. With his target decided, he bid farewell to Mu Yitong and headed straight out of the sect. "I only have just over 1,000,000 enhancement points left. To max out Henin and the Heaven-Devouring Toad's metal-hardening abilities, I need at least another 2,000,000. Su Ming calculated on his fingers. With the sect's monthly competition approaching, he needed to return 10 days early to challenge Yang Lungen, leaving him only 20 days to farm points. The 100,000 Mountains was the only place where he could obtain massive amounts of enhancement points in a short time. Based on an average of 50,000 points per Lord-level Fierce Beast, he needed to slay 40 beasts in 20 days. 2 per day was the minimum requirement. He patted his storage ring, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "The sooner I finish, the stronger my trump cards will be." Less than half an hour after he left, 2 women appeared in the inner disciples' quarters. Lu Xening stood before Su Ming's courtyard gate, her hand raised but hesitating to knock. Yang Lungen, exasperated, pushed her forward. "Stop hesitating." The knocking continued for a long while, but the courtyard remained silent. "Lungen, could it be that Su Ming isn't home?" Lu Xening asked softly. "He's just a newly promoted inner disciple. What could he possibly be busy with?" Yang Lungen frowned, though she wasn't entirely certain either. Just then, Mu Yitong passed by carrying several cultivation manuals. Seeing them, she stopped. "Are you 2 senior sisters looking for Su Ming? He left the sect early this morning and didn't say what he was going to do." Lu Xening and Yang Lungen exchanged glances and nodded their thanks. Mu Yitong watched the 2 depart, feeling their retreating figures seemed familiar somehow, though she couldn't quite place them. She shrugged and muttered to herself, "Inner disciples can learn mystic-grade divine abilities for free. Why isn't that guy staying in the scripture pavilion instead of running off to mess around?" Thinking of how Su Ming had been in the sect for less than a year, yet possessed more divine abilities than she could count, Mu Yitong felt both envious and amazed. Comparing yourself to others really is infuriating. He's probably secretly preparing some big move to charge up the heaven and earth rankings. After grumbling, she skipped off toward the scripture pavilion. At the same time, deep within the 100,000 Mountains, Blade Light accompanied by Toad calls rose and fell in succession. Su Ming specifically targeted 5th stage Lord-level Fierce Beasts, slaying them one by one and collecting their cores. After several bloody battles, he had gained over a dozen new blade wounds, yet his black iron armor plates gleamed even more brilliantly. To accumulate more enhancement points, he barely rested, pushing deeper into the mountains. As Su Ming ventured further, Even he didn't realize that he had already penetrated deep into the heart of the 100,000 mountains. Whoa, let's take a break, take a break. Su Ming waved his hand, signaling Henin to stop. Once this guy started fighting, the Qiyu bloodline in his body would immediately boil, and the more he fought, the more energetic he became. He could literally exhaust himself to death. He removed the nightmare mask from his head and sat down with his back against a massive tree that would take 2 people to wrap their arms around. It had been nearly 10 days since arriving at the 100,000 mountains, and their progress was much faster than originally planned. He was planning to take a short rest. The nightmare suddenly vibrated silently, warning of approaching enemies. Su Ming instantly recalled his beast and leaped up, landing steadily on the treetop. Mountain wind hit his face as a deafening dragon's roar rolled across the valley. An earth dragon over 30 meters long kicked up debris and sand, its presence so heavy it compressed the air into visible ripples. It was charging in pursuit while a human beast tamer fled frantically ahead. Judging by its size and aura, this earth dragon had reached the high extraordinary tier. If it wasn't coming for him, Su Ming really couldn't be bothered to care. Bang! The earth dragon's massive claw struck down, sending the woman and her beast flying in a perfect arc. The trajectory was precise, and she landed right in front of Su Ming. That aim is just ridiculous. The woman looked up and met Su Ming's eyes. Before she could speak, she rolled her eyes back and fainted. The earth dragon roared closer, the ground trembling. Fine, you're forcing me to save you. Su Ming snapped his fingers. The heaven-devouring toad opened its mouth and swallowed the woman, her injured beast, and Su Ming himself in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring toad leaped with everyone to a dense forest 400 kilometers away. The earth dragon struck empty air and roared furiously, but Su Ming was already beyond knowing. In the dense forest, he looked at the unconscious woman and beast on the ground and shook his head with a sigh. I don't have time to watch over you two. He dragged the 2 injured beings into a natural cave. After checking that no demonic beasts were around, he sealed the entrance with rocks, leaving only a gap that the woman could break through once she woke up. After finishing this, Su Ming turned back to examine the unconscious woman. She was stunningly beautiful with skin like congealed cream. When his fingertip touched her cheek, the delicate texture made him press a couple more times. For saving your life, taking a little interest isn't too much, right? He glanced sideways and removed a crescent-shaped jade pendant, casually stuffing it into his chest before leaving. After a long while, the woman slowly awakened, covering her throbbing head as she sat up. Her beast remained unconscious from the earlier blow, still severely injured. She summoned another small beast for illumination and could finally see she was in a damp, dark cave. After simply bandaging her injured beast's wounds, she stored it in her beast space. In her memory, only the blurry silhouette of a man standing on a treetop remained, followed by complete blankness. She guessed that person had saved her, but couldn't recall his face no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, she looked down sharply. Her jade pendant was missing. Everything else remained intact. Only the pendant was gone. Dare to take my things? Then don't blame me for coming after you. The woman's name was Lung Yuanhan. She patted the rock wall and mounted her beast. With a low shout, the massive creature smashed through the stone seal. Lung Yuanhan first searched the surrounding area, but after finding no trace of Su Ming, she could only temporarily give up. With his spirit beast severely injured and his purpose in the 100,000 mountains already fulfilled, the jade pendant was indeed important. But now was not the time to linger in these treacherous peaks. Su Ming stood deep in the dense forest, with Henin and the heaven-devouring toad fighting fiercely against several lord-level fierce beasts beside him. To him, these snarling and clawing giant beasts weren't threats, but walking bags of enhancement points. After 10 days of brutal combat, with blood and roars intertwining, he had practically swept the entire battlefield clean. 20 days later, Su Ming returned to the Tianqing sect. Tallying his gains along the way, he had accumulated 3 million enhancement points, pushing both Henin's and the heaven-devouring toad's metal-hardening abilities to their maximum level. According to the divine technique's description, once the 2 beasts activated metal hardening, their defensive power would surge 30-fold. Combined with the miraculous armor Henin wore, Su Ming felt confident enough to boast that among the Tianqing sect disciples, his defense could definitely rank among the top. He hurried back to the inner courtyard, hastily washed up, and slept deeply through the night. At dawn, only one thought remained in his mind: challenge Yang Lungin. At that moment, Yang Lungin was sitting in Lu Xining's small courtyard, and their casual conversation inevitably turned to Su Ming. Senior sister, that junior brother of yours really comes and goes like a ghost. Haven't seen him for 20 straight days, Yang Lungin said, sipping her tea with a puzzled expression. Lu Xining pondered for a moment. He's probably off training in the 100,000 mountains again. I heard he likes to clash heat-in with fierce beasts, and his divine techniques improve at a frightening pace. Influenced by Su Ming, many Tianqing sect disciples had begun following suit, venturing down the mountain to battle fierce beasts, hoping to improve their divine technique proficiency through real combat or master secret arts more quickly. However, Yang Lungin had no idea she had already caught Su Ming's attention. The next morning, Su Ming prepared himself and headed straight to Boundary Mountain, where the heaven-ranking disciples cultivated. Outside cave dwelling number 88, a wooden plaque bearing the three characters, Yang Lungin, swayed gently in the wind. Knock knock. Who is it? Came an inquiring voice from within. Senior sister Yang Lungin. I'm Su Ming, a newly promoted inner sect disciple. Yang Lungin inside was startled. She and Lu Xening had sought out Su Ming several times, but had never revealed their identities. How did he find her directly? Despite her confusion, she still opened the door to welcome him. Junior brother Su Ming, please come in. Thank you, senior sister. Su Ming entered and took a seat, cupping his hands in salute. Inner sect disciple Su Ming has come specifically to challenge senior sister Yang Lungin. Fee tea she had just sipped sprayed out entirely as Yang Lungin's eyes widened. You want to challenge me? Are you serious? I am. Su Ming nodded calmly. I humbly request your guidance. Before his words had finished, he was already standing. Senior sister, I'll wait for you at the inner sect dueling platform first. Leaving behind the sound of the closing door, his figure quickly disappeared. Only after the footsteps faded outside did Yang Lungin snap back to reality, hurriedly running toward Lu Xening's small courtyard. Meanwhile, news of Su Ming challenging Yang Lungin spread like wildfire throughout the inner sect, even causing a stir among the outer sect disciples. After all, Su Ming was just a newly promoted inner sect disciple, while Yang Lungin had long been a celebrity on the heaven ranking, and she was famously known as a tyrannical force specializing in raw power. Senior sister, please keep your junior brother in line. Yang Lungin burst through the door into Lu Xening's elegant chamber. The spiritual energy in the room had not yet fully dissipated, clearly indicating that Lu Xening had just emerged from cultivation. She raised her hand to offer a cup of spiritual spring water and asked gently, Lungin, what's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? Senior sister, that junior brother of yours, Su Mingi, actually wants to challenge me. Yang Lungin said it all in one breath, her voice filled with disbelief. Lu Xening froze in place, blinked, thinking she had misheard, and confirmed once more. Yang Lungin nodded with a bitter smile. Su Ming is already waiting for me at the dueling arena. If you don't believe me, come with me and see. According to the inner sect rules, regardless of who initiated a challenge, those on the rankings must accept the battle. But in Yang Lungin's view, given Su Ming's qualifications, this was purely a waste of her cultivation time. Meanwhile, at the dueling arena, news of a newly admitted inner sect disciple challenging a heavenly ranking powerhouse spread like wildfire. Inner sect disciples flocked to the scene, and even several steward elders were alarmed. In a distant pavilion, sect master Lin Tianxing and Shurtingi stood side by side, observing from afar. Shurtingi was slightly surprised Su Ming hadn't picked an easy target, but had directly chosen Yang Lungin. Below the dueling platform, numerous masters from the heavenly and earth rankings arrived upon hearing the news. Most people were convinced that Su Ming was getting too cocky. After all, every name on the heavenly ranking represented someone who had mastered 2 or 3 supreme divine techniques and could fight above their level. Su Ming stood with his hands behind his back at the center of the platform, his expression unmoved despite the surrounding voices of doubt. Yang Lungin had not yet appeared, but a stern-faced young man had already stepped onto the platform, glaring at him menacingly. Junior brother, the heavenly ranking isn't like those alternates from the outer sect assessment. Don't get complacent just because you have some talent. Su Ming looked up to size up the newcomer and asked indifferently. Senior brother, are you on the heavenly ranking? Earth ranking, 35th place. Su Ming shook his head. I only want to challenge senior sister Yang Lungin. If I lose, I will naturally admit defeat. The young man snorted coldly. Where would senior sister Yang Lungin find the time to indulge your antics? If everyone could challenge at will, what would the senior brothers and sisters on the heavenly and earth rankings cultivate for? Would they just wait around to be called out all day? I won't lose. Su Ming raised his head with unwavering confidence. Since awakening his beast-taming talent, he had never entered a battle without certainty of victory. Moreover, having just seen Yang Lungin, he was even more determined in this decision. Just with your Lord 3rd stage cultivation? Do you know that senior sister Yang Lungin is already at transcendent 3rd stage? I know. Su Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable certainty. Before his words had finished, the crowd in the distance parted, and Yang Lungin appeared alongside Lu Xening. Su Ming turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xening, and his detection technique once again confirmed his judgment. Su Ming, do you really want to challenge me? On the dueling platform, I won't go easy on you. Yang Lungin walked up the steps, her long hair lifted by the breeze, battle intent flashing in her eyes. Please enlighten me, senior sister. Su Ming cupped his fists respectfully. At this moment, with the sect master and various elders watching from the pavilion above, it was impossible for Yang Lungin to refuse the challenge. Very well. She accepted softly and stepped into the arena. The young man ranked 35th on the Earth ranking had no choice but to step down awkwardly, his attempt to protect the beauty having failed. Junior brother, I never imagined our first formal meeting would be under these circumstances. Yang Lungin smiled bitterly to herself, who could have thought that she would be challenged by senior sister's direct disciple junior brother, and that he had directly bypassed the Earth ranking. Junior brother, I'm quite curious why you chose me as your opponent. There are plenty of people ranked lower than me on the heavenly rankings. Because senior sister specializes in strength type beast taming, and my strongest beast is also strength focused, so I can unleash my full power, Su Ming replied calmly. As soon as this exchange ended, the circle of watching inner disciples burst into laughter. Everyone knew that although Yang Lungin had a cute, doll-like face, she was the infamous female Tyrannosaurus of the inner sect. Each punch from her tame beasts could shatter mountains and split the earth. Lu Zining stood in the crowd, her gaze shifting between the two. She had an inexplicable trust in this newly accepted junior brother with their teacher's discerning eye. If Su Ming were an arrogant and reckless person, he would never have been accepted as a disciple. Yet for this challenge, Su Ming dared to face Yang Lungin directly, so he must have something to rely on. However, given the apparent gap in their strength, mirror clones alone would clearly be insufficient to bridge the difference, and Lu Zining couldn't figure out the answer for the moment. Junior brother, fight with everything you've got, I won't be holding back, Yang Lungin said as her 7 tame beasts took their positions in midair, with a dragon-shaped beast and an ape-shaped beast looking particularly fierce, their auras overwhelming. Su Ming stopped being polite, and his 5 tame beasts appeared simultaneously. The moment Henin and the heaven-devouring toad's massive forms appeared, many Earth Rankings disciples felt their hearts sink. These two alone were enough to give them a premonition of certain defeat. Junior brother has also learned the metal-hardening divine technique, hasn't he? Yang Lungin squinted to confirm. Su Ming nodded. He understood that Yang Lungin had also mastered this technique, and her proficiency was considerable. She had probably reached the mastery level. Henin, heaven-devouring toad, metal hardening. As soon as the words fell, both giant beast shells were instantly covered with a layer of deep, cold light as they thunderously charged toward their opponents. Having followed Su Ming in slaying countless fierce beasts, they could coordinate perfectly without their master's commands. Perfect mastery. Yang Lungin's eye sharpened. Having cultivated the same divine technique, she could naturally see that Henin and the heaven-devouring toad's metal hardening had reached flawless perfection. Although her own beasts were higher level and could barely compensate with raw power, it still shocked her. Su Ming had been in the sect for less than a year, yet his mastery of secret arts had already surpassed her 4 years of arduous cultivation. High in the air, the phoenix and holy dragon weaved and soared, with flames and holy light bombarding in turns. Su Ming's mirror clones continuously disrupted the battle, making it impossible for Yang Lungin's 7 beasts to break free and suppress the nightmare. Mental attacks came wave after wave, causing them to wail continuously. This is a newly promoted inner disciple. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded, watching as Yang Lungin was repeatedly forced back, while Su Ming's beasts seemed like indestructible cockroaches, charging fearlessly again and again after taking damage. Su Ming, can't your beasts feel pain? Yang Lungin finally asked in disbelief. Senior sister, my beasts possess special bloodlines. They grow stronger in battle. As long as they don't die, they'll keep fighting, Su Ming explained calmly. Before his words finished, Henin's eyes turned blood red as the Julie bloodline and blood rage domain erupted simultaneously. Overwhelming bloody killing intent swept across the arena, making everyone's hearts tremble. Just how many fierce beasts has Su Ming's tame beast slain to accumulate such bloodthirsty aura? The elders watching from afar gasped. Lin Tianxing was secretly delighted, his eyes gleaming. Su Ming's name was now a sure thing for the heavenly rankings list. The Tunshin toad was different from Henin. It relied purely on its thick hide and brute force to deal damage, while Henin, with all its level 6 skills activated, could actually go toe-to-toe with Yang Lungin's dragon form beast. It's worth noting that aside from Su Ming, no one else in the world could upgrade skill levels, which automatically gave Su Ming the upper hand in any battle. Tunshin Toad, Void Wave Punch. This was a brand new skill that emerged after the Tunshin Toad advanced to Lord level with a single punch. The space in front of its fist shattered like a lake's surface being struck, sending ripple-like spatial waves cascading endlessly toward Yang Lungin's beasts. The Void Wave Punch didn't target the creatures themselves, but rather the space itself, forcibly detonating localized areas and dealing unavoidable impact damage to any beasts within range. All 7 beasts simultaneously activated metal hardening, yet the spatial waves still cracked 1 or 2 of the weaker defenders. Before they could catch their breath, the phoenix high above dove down with stored momentum, its phoenix impact transforming into a blazing fireball that slammed into the injured beast. The holy dragon immediately followed up, clasping its hands together to form a brilliant light sword that made nearby spectators squint from the intense glare as its 3-hit, Divine Light Judgment, combo struck the same target. Yang Lungin cursed inwardly. Su Ming was clearly targeting her weakness, specifically hunting down her lowest level, most vulnerable beast. What frustrated her even more was how those 5 tyrant bears kept her 2 main fighters locked in combat. And while the stalemate wasn't in their favor, it prevented her from breaking free to help. Junior sister, it looks like Lungin is heading for defeat. This Su Ming has truly inherited the dean's teachings. A clear voice suddenly spoke beside Lu Xining's ear. Senior brother Du had appeared at her side without notice, his tone carrying a leisurely, analytical air. Senior brother Du, Lu Xining's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unenthusiastic about this senior's appearance, though she felt helpless to do anything about it. On the battlefield, Yang Lungin was down to just 4 beasts, each bearing injuries. Though many of Su Ming's clones had been destroyed, the nightmare continued its relentless mental domain attacks on the remaining beasts with its 4 surviving duplicates. This is so annoying. Ravager Dragon, destroy that irritating beast. Wave after wave of mental assaults pushed Yang Lungin to the breaking point. She furiously commanded her strongest Ravager Dragon to forcibly break through the combined defense of the 2 Henins, charging towards Su Ming's nightmare despite its wounds. Su Ming's lips curved upward to defeat a stronger opponent. You first had to make them lose their composure. Once Yang Lungin's mindset became unbalanced, openings would naturally appear. At this moment, he only had Henin and his main body left as combat forces. Though the Tunshin Toad still maintained 4 clones, the level gap was undeniable, and Su Ming couldn't afford to be careless. Even a dying camel was bigger than a horse, so he could only chip away gradually. The Ravager Dragon roared as it smashed through the defensive line, blood streaming from its wounds, yet it fearlessly charged toward the nightmare. In the spectator's stance, Lu Xining clenched her sleeves, anxious inside, though she understood that any intervention now would disrespect both fighters. Nightmare, sleep spell. Su Ming spoke softly. Sleep spell was the nightmare's hidden ultimate technique, rarely used due to its enormous energy consumption and strict casting conditions. After all, this ability was quite demanding to execute, requiring close-range deployment. Now the tyrant dragon charged forward, giving the nightmares the perfect opportunity to cast their sleep spell. The mental waves from all 5 nightmares instantly wove together into a net, crashing down hard on the nearly 20-meter-long beast's mind. Even an extraordinary-level tyrant dragon couldn't withstand such concentrated psychic bombardment. Boom. A muffled crash echoed as the ground trembled slightly, and the massive creature collapsed right in the center of the arena, snoring peacefully under the stunned gazes of over 1,000 inner disciples. In the stands, Yang Lungin was nearly brought to tears of frustration. She had never fought such a stifling battle. Every ounce of her strength was completely countered by Su Ming's spirit beasts, leaving her without even a chance to strike back. Those mirror clones were simply monstrous, their numbers overwhelming to the point of despair. If only I knew that divine technique. She thought bitterly, though she knew clearly that having missed learning it years ago, mastering it now was nearly impossible. Around the arena, many disciples felt equally sick with regret. Back then, they had avoided studying it because it seemed time-consuming and difficult, but now seeing the power of the mirror technique, they realized what an incredible opportunity they had missed. In a distant pavilion, Lin Tianxing summoned the observing elders and spoke with a smile. Fellow elders, regarding allowing Su Ming to participate in this Nanzhou sect competition, who agrees and who objects? In truth, he had deliberately invited the elders to witness this. Su Ming's displayed combat power was approaching Yang Lungin's level, and he clearly had strength to spare. Let him try. Someone agreed, though cautiously adding. He's only equivalent to a disciple from the lower ranks of the heaven list after all. It's still too early to draw conclusions. I think he shouldn't have much trouble entering the Tianxing secret realm, Lin Tianxing said, his smile unwavering. Even if he can't make it this time, 2 more years of growth will certainly make it secure. What do you all think? An elder with white hair and beard looked around at everyone and declared loudly, I agree. This elder was a generation senior to Lin Tianxing, having fought alongside the previous sect master, and many elders had received his guidance. His words carried natural weight. I have no objections. Neither do I. Me neither. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shurtingi glanced at Lin Tianxing, seeing the plan proceeding smoothly, and smiled with satisfaction. However, she didn't yet know that in the future, because of Su Ming, the threshold of her small courtyard would be nearly worn down by disciples seeking to learn the mirror technique. Senior sister, I yield to your superiority, Su Ming said with a cupped fist salute as the match ended. Yang Lungin glared at him fiercely, recalled her spirit beasts, and headed toward the sect's beast medical hall. Lu Xining and Su Ming exchanged glances, each nodding slightly before looking away. The disciples below the arena remained in shock, but Su Ming had already calmly left. According to inner sect rules, the victor could move into the defeated party's cave dwelling, so Su Ming had to relocate to Yang Lungin's residence, while her ranking dropped accordingly. As for Ruan Fei at the bottom of the heaven list, regardless of whether Su Ming challenged him or not, The rules destined him to be pushed off the rankings. Another regulation stated that recently battled opponents could refuse any challenges for 1 month, giving both Su Ming and Yang Lungan temporary peace. Su Ming traveled light and arrived empty-handed at Boundary Mountain. Under the setting sun, he happened to encounter Yang Lungan packing up her cave dwelling. "Senior sister, my apologies, master's orders cannot be disobeyed," he said straightforwardly. "My teacher required me to challenge a Heaven List senior within 1 month. Oh, so you chose me? You didn't pick someone ranked below me?" "Master said I couldn't pick on soft targets, or I'd get scolded," Su Ming said with a helpless shrug and smile. As he spoke, he retrieved a blue porcelain gourd from his spatial ring and offered it to Yang Lungan. "Senior sister, this is spirit milk I obtained in the 100,000 mountains. It can rapidly heal spirit beast injuries, please keep it." With those words, he gently set down the gourd and turned to leave. Yang Lungan stared at the gourd of spirit milk beside her, lost in thought. After leaving Yang Lungan's residence, Su Ming immediately felt heartbroken and didn't know what to do. Those were the benefits he had painstakingly obtained, yet he had personally given them away, making him feel as if his pockets had been emptied. Fortunately, his position on the heavenly rankings had stabilized, and now as a proper heavenly rankings disciple, he could finally enjoy the various benefits the sect provided with confidence. He hurried all the way to the scripture pavilion of the Tianqing sect. Bluestone steps led directly to the 3-story tower, with wind chimes hanging from the eaves swaying gently in the breeze. The elderly guardian at the entrance still sat half asleep in his bamboo chair, motionless like a statue. Su Ming's mind stirred as he cast his detection technique. In the next instant, the old man's eyelids suddenly lifted, his peaceful smile carrying a hint of teasing. "Young man, staring at people like that isn't very polite." Caught red-handed, Su Ming could only bow awkwardly in apology, secretly marveling at the vast gap in their abilities. He presented his heavenly rankings disciple token and, after receiving permission, entered the pavilion. The sect's rules were clear. Heaven-grade divine techniques were strictly forbidden from leaving the scripture pavilion, and disciples could only study them here daily. For others, this regulation was quite harsh, but Su Ming had his system's assistancy only needed to touch the books and use enhancement points to forcibly master them, making time restrictions no obstacle at all. Climbing the spiral wooden stairs to the highest floor, he could see from afar 4 heavenly rankings inner disciples sitting around a table, each with an ancient yellowed tome spread before them. The entire scripture pavilion contained only 5 heaven-grade divine techniques, and the remaining one lay lonely in a corner, its cover covered with a thin layer of dust. Su Ming reached out and picked it up, thick dust scattering a title read Supergrowth. As he silently recited the title, the system notifications sounded in his mind. Enhancement points were consumed, and the divine technique was fully comprehended. Su Ming closed his eyes and sat quietly, contemplating its mysteries. Supergrowth was oriented toward beast companions like Henin with large physiques, though other contracted beasts could use it as well, albeit with reduced effectiveness. The technique could rapidly enlarge a beast's body in a short time, with matching strength increasing proportionally. Such simple and crude effects puzzled Su Ming. How could merely growing larger warrant a heaven-grade classification? At that moment, a tall young man at the adjacent table closed his scroll and kindly reminded him, "Junior brother, don't waste your time on this divine technique. Heaven-grade techniques are already difficult to learn, yet its power doesn't even match many mystic-grade secret methods. Take my advice and give up." Su Ming looked up and cupped his fists. "Thank you for senior brother's guidance. But since the other 4 are currently occupied, I can only examine this one for now." The young man shrugged, said no more, and headed downstairs. The pavilion returned to silence, with dust motes floating in the streaming sunlight. Su Ming continued to delve deeper into the underlying information of supergrowth. Sect disciples dismissed it for simple reasons: it was difficult to learn and considered useless, which was why it had gathered dust for years. However, as his analysis deepened, he suddenly caught a key detail that had been overlooked. The dramatic size increase was merely superficial. The true core was its ability to enhance a beast's growth rate in an extremely short time, truly a shortcut across cultivation stages. This secret had escaped the notice of even many elders in the Tianqing sect. The rapid enlargement of body size and supergrowth was a surface phenomenon, while its greatest strength lay in its ability to accelerate a beast's growth speed. Simply put, entry-level supergrowth provides a 2x growth speed boost, while achieving perfect mastery would grant beast companions a 16x growth acceleration equivalent to adding another 6-star talent. Su Ming's fingertips trembled as he read this passage, his breathing noticeably quickening. By this calculation, his group of simple-minded companions, who previously needed to endure a full year to advance just 1 tier in the Lord Realm, could theoretically complete their transformation within a month. Unlike others, Su Ming's beast companions possessed high-level skills and exceptional combat power, but this also meant extraordinarily long growth cycle. Supergrowth was truly a godsend. With this thought, he closed the jade slip took a deep breath, and placed the divine technique talisman inscribed with super growth back on the shelf. Enhancement points remained painfully scarce. He could only manage to upgrade his companion's techniques to entry level for now. A rough calculation revealed that advancing a heaven-tier divine technique from entry to perfect mastery would cost 8 million enhancement points per beast. This astronomical figure made Su Ming's vision blur with golden stars, as he had no idea where to accumulate such resources. Junior brother, do you have time to chat? A clear female voice pulled him back from these overwhelming numbers. Su Ming looked up to see Lu Zining approaching. Sure. The two left the scripture pavilion, registered Su Ming's learned techniques, and walked side by side down the steps, through winding corridors, until they reached a lakeside pavilion in the sect's back mountains. Spring willows swayed by the water's edge, gentle breezes creating rippling reflections. This was Su Ming's first visit here, and he looked around curiously. Please sit, junior brother. He took a seat across from Lu Zining. You must be senior sister Lu Zining? Lu Zining looked momentarily surprised, then smiled. How did you recognize me? Intuition, I suppose. She nodded gently. Then you should know we share the same lineage. Su Ming hummed in acknowledgement, uncertain of her intentions. I wanted to ask about mirror clone. Lu Zining got straight to the point. You mastered it in a month, while I've been practicing for a year without even reaching entry level. How did you manage it? Su Ming felt nervous but could only piece together his understanding of the technique, discussing concepts like instantaneous spiritual energy condensation and clone framework deconstruction. They sat in the pavilion all afternoon, shadows shifting westward across the lake as he spoke until his throat was dry, while Lu Zining nodded frequently, occasionally her eyes lighting up with apparent insight. As evening approached, Lu Zining became so excited she nearly jumped up. Junior brother, thank you so much. I feel like I'll master mirror clone very soon. In her emotional moment, she wrapped her arms around Su Ming in an embrace. Su Ming froze in place, and the next moment Lu Zining realized what she'd done, her face flushing crimson as she quickly released him. The air suddenly filled with awkward tension. What divine technique did you study in the pavilion today, junior brother? Perhaps I could help. Oh, I was looking at super growth. Why did you choose that? It's time-consuming, with limited benefits. No one in the sect bothers investing effort to learn it. Su Ming looked at Lu Zining and smiled slightly. Senior sister, super growth actually offers more than what you all perceive. What do you mean by that, junior brother? Lu Zining looked up, her face full of confusion as she gazed at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't rush to explain, but smiled slightly with a calm look in his eyes. Senior sister, what super growth truly enhances isn't the instant combat power of spirit beasts, but their growth speed. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of mystery. Lu Zining frowned, still reluctant to believe easily. Junior brother, you're not joking, are you? If there really were such miraculous effects, how could the sect elders not have discovered it? Perhaps they never thought this heaven-grade divine technique had deeper applications. Plus, learning heaven-grade divine techniques is inherently time-consuming and demanding. Su Ming shrugged, as if stating the most ordinary matter. Lu Zining was stunned by his casual attitude, her voice trembling slightly. Could it be? You've already mastered it? Su Ming nodded, his expression still calm. However, Lu Zining's heart was in turmoil. This was a heaven-grade divine technique that even many elders needed years to grasp. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, is this your natural talent? Su Ming thought for a moment and smiled. Perhaps. I can't really say for sure myself. Well then, thank you for enlightening me today, junior brother. Lu Zining composed herself and expressed her gratitude solemnly. You're welcome, senior sister. Su Ming suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard that senior sister also cultivates a heaven-grade divine technique personally taught by the sect master. Could you tell me its name? You don't know? Lu Zining simply sat down on the stone bench in the lakeside pavilion and explained, I'm learning the heavenly god formula. Its greatest effect is enhancing the instant explosive power when spirit beasts cast spells extremely powerful. Su Ming understood, yet felt somewhat dejected in comparison. His own phoenix and sacred dragon mainly excelled in defensive techniques. Their offensive methods were indeed quite ordinary. He followed up with another question. Can it only be learned under the sect master's guidance? Lu Zining nodded. This is the inheritance of the sect master's lineage. Only 2 people in the entire academy know it. Who's the other one? Su Ming leaned in curiously. The sect master's disciple, the current eldest senior brother of Tianxing sect Jinyu. Su Ming revealed a mischievous smile, lowering his voice. Senior sister, who's stronger between you two? Lu Zining opened her mouth as if to explain. But Su Ming grinned mischievously and waved his hand. Don't say it. I bet it's definitely you, senior sister. Could it be that guy wants to pursue you? How did you know? Lu Zining blurted out, then immediately realized her slip of tongue and quickly covered her face with her hands, her ears turning slightly red. Su Ming nodded seriously. Of course. Senior sister, you could rank among the top beauties in the inner sect. Plus, you're the eldest senior sister, and he's the eldest senior brother. What a perfect match. Seeing his cheeky expression, Lu Zining finally couldn't hold back and scolded. Su Ming, how dare you tease your senior sister? No, no, I really wouldn't dare. Su Ming waved his hands repeatedly, begging for mercy. Just then, a slightly aggrieved shout came from the distance. Senior sister. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yang Lingon standing at the end of the stone steps, looking at them cautiously like a wronged child. Junior brother, I'll take my leave now. We'll chat again later. Lu Zining nodded to Su Ming and stepped away. All right, senior sister. Su Ming watched her figure disappear at the end of the corridor, then turned to lean against the pavilion railing, quietly admiring the lake scenery. On the other side, Yang Lingon quickly caught up with Lu Zining, his tone sulky. Senior sister, how come you were walking with Su Ming? Humph. Lu Zining didn't answer, only looked at him with a smile. Seeing this, Yang Lingon became even more petulant, puffing his cheeks as he asked, Senior sister, you're still smiling. I'm not mocking you. Junior brother Su Ming truly has real skills and didn't earn his reputation for nothing. Your defeat was well-deserved. What skills does he have? If he hadn't relied on his mirror clone technique, using numbers against me, how could he possibly have won? Yang Lungin curled her lips, her tone full of indignation. Lu Zining gently raised her hand and asked with a half-smile. Then why don't you go learn from my teacher? Su Ming's ability to master the mirror clone technique is his skill. And she deliberately lowered her voice. He also told me a secret, one that the entire sect doesn't know. Do you want to hear it? Yang Lungin's heart was already tickled by the word secret, but she stubbornly maintained. Who wants to know Su Ming's secrets? I couldn't care less. Lu Zining looked at this stubborn display, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes as she sighed deeply. Ah, what a pity. If Su Ming reports this directly to the sect master, you won't even get a chance when the time comes. Just then, Su Ming, having completed his assessment, returned along the corridor and passed by the two of them. Junior brother, is what you just said true? Lu Zining called out first. Su Ming was slightly stunned, but from the corner of his eye, he caught Yang Lungin turning her head away while secretly perking up her ears. He instantly understood Lu Zining's little scheme and cooperatively nodded. Yes, senior sister, you should go learn it soon. I'll report to the sect master and my teacher shortly. What exactly are you talking about? Yang Lungin finally couldn't hold back, staring wide-eyed as she demanded an answer. Junior sister, didn't you say you didn't want to know? Lu Zining countered. Yang Lungin, having her thoughts exposed, immediately became flustered and simply pointed at Su Ming to forcibly redirect. Su Ming took my room. So can I know his secret? Tell your senior sister quickly. Su Ming smiled bitterly and looked inquiringly at Lu Zining. Seeing her nod, he explained in detail the hidden uses of the heaven-grade technique, supergrowth. Su Ming, you're not making this up, are you? If this effect really exists, how could the sect master and others not know about it? Yang Lungin remained skeptical. She understood that cultivation level was fundamental to beast-taming strength. Su Ming had completely overwhelmed her in both techniques and level, yet still lost so many clones, which proved the importance of cultivation level. Su Ming shrugged and replied helplessly, Senior sister, believe it or not, it's up to you. But I have to report this to the sect. When the whole sect knows about it, this technique will be fought over like crazy, and I won't care. Yang Lungin turned to exchange glances with Lu Zining. Among the three of them, she was the only one who hadn't mastered a heaven-grade technique, and what a suitable heaven-grade technique meant to her was crystal clear. She had considered super growth before the sect had plenty of earth-grade techniques focused on strength, but the only heaven-grade technique truly suitable for strength-type beasts was this one. However, it seemed to merely enlarge and strengthen, and compared to other heaven-grade techniques, its enhancement was mediocre, so she had hesitated to learn it. Lu Zining nodded again in encouragement. Only then did Yang Lungin completely drop her pretense, waving her fist and making a threat. Su Ming, you wait. Once I learn super growth, I'll take back my courtyard. With those words, she leaped up and rushed toward the scripture pavilion like the wind. Watching Yang Lungin's figure disappear into the distance, Su Ming and Lu Zining finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, exchanging amused glances. Junior brother, are you really going to report to the sect? Lu Zining restrained her laughter, still somewhat worried after all. Yang Lungin's comprehension ability was what it was, and she couldn't possibly master a heaven-grade technique in a short time like Su Ming had. Su Ming frowned slightly and asked back, Senior sister, what are you talking about? What do I need to report to the sect? With that, he gestured. Oh right, senior sister, I've taken on a mission from the outer sect and need to go out for a while. I'll be leaving now. Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Lu Zining also kept a faint smile on her lips. In the grand meeting hall of the Tianqing sect, Lin Tianqing sat at the head position, surrounded by the outer academy deans and numerous elders. On the spacious bluestone table, incense burners released wisps of smoke, and chairs made of golden silk wood were arranged in neat rows. Though the elders' robes brushed against each other, no one spoke, and the air was thick with suppressed anticipation. Everyone, do you have any objections to opening the Tianqing secret realm? Lin Tianqing's gaze swept across the hall, his voice steady as a bell. His natural sect master's aura surged like mighty waves, instantly causing everyone present to hold their breath. He paused for a moment, and seeing no one respond, raised an eyebrow slightly. Good. Since no one speaks, I'll take that as your agreement. The main reason I've gathered you all today is to discuss the selection of 50 disciples to enter the Tianqing secret realm. The Tianqing secret realm is the foundation of our sect's establishment. The chosen disciples must possess both excellent character and outstanding talent and strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously still hall immediately erupted. The elders began exchanging opinions in low voices, the rustling of their sleeves rising and falling. The opportunity to enter the secret realm was a fatal temptation for everyone, as they all wanted to secure spots for their own disciples and personal students. Sect Master, I believe we should prioritize talent. Elder Su cupped his hands respectfully, his tone firm. Once the secret realm opens, it cannot be opened again for several years. We should look toward the future. Sect Master, I cannot agree with Elder Su. Another gray-robed elder stood up. If we only select those with talent, they still need time to grow. What about the Southern Province sect competition in the coming years? That relates to our sect's reputation and resources. Indeed, Sect Master, a third elder chimed in. The Tianqing sect hasn't achieved good results in years. If we delay further, we'll fall out of the top-tier sections. Arguments rose and fell. Lin Tianqing lowered his eyes in contemplation, lightly tapping the table with his palm, the crisp sound cutting through the debates. He stood and raised his hand, speaking in an unhurried tone. 50 people. 40 will be directly selected from the top 40 of the heavenly rankings. The remaining 10 will be decided by unanimous vote from all elders and deans. The crowd exchanged glances, most nodding slightly without raising further objections. Lin Tianqing's gaze swept across each face, and after confirming no dissent, he spoke again. Since that's settled, we'll proceed accordingly. The secret realm will open in 1 month. The rankings of the top 40 will be based on the final day's results. Sect Master, how should we select the other 10? Someone asked from the corner. Each elder and dean will write down their list of 10 candidates. The top 10 vote-getters will be selected. This matter must not be leaked. Lin Tianqing's tone was decisive. Yes, we obey the sect master's command. The elders responded in unison, and the matter was settled. Soon after, all inner academy disciples received the news. The top 40 beast tamers on the heavenly rankings could directly enter the Tianqing secret realm. The news pierced through every corner like a sharp sword, and the disciples on Boundary Mountain quickly became excited. While they dared not dream of the top 10 positions, those ranked around 30 suddenly became secret realm tickets in everyone's eyes. In the 88th courtyard on Boundary Mountain, Yang Lungin had long prepared the finest meditation room, yet the expected resident had not appeared. Shirtingi paced back and forth in the courtyard, anxious beyond measure. Su Ming's quota had been unanimously agreed upon by all elders, but more than half a month had passed without a trace of him. The secret realm's opening would not be delayed for him, and if Su Ming's absence disrupted Lin Tianqing's plans, she would have no face to meet her fellow masters again. At this moment, Su Ming had been struggling through the depths of the 100,000 mountains for many days. With insufficient enhancement points and the appearance of the heaven-defying skill supergrowth, he had to seize the opportunity to push his proficiency to the extreme. In the dense forest, birds of prey circled overhead while beast tracks crisscrossed the ground. He had traversed mountain streams and valleys, long since leaving the territory of the Azure Kingdom, having no idea where he had wandered. Su Ming didn't really want to travel this far, but he had nearly wiped out all the Lord-level fierce beasts in the 100,000 mountains within the Azure Kingdom's territory. If he continued his extermination campaign, it wouldn't be long before venerable-level beasts would personally emerge from the mountains to suppress him. Despite this, he never forgot about the Tianqing secret realm had competed for a ranking on the heavenly list specifically for this secret realm, even sacrificing a precious bottle of spiritual milk in the process. That spiritual milk was extremely beneficial for beast taming, not only strengthening the body, but also accelerating growth. It's about time to leave. If I delay any longer and miss the secret realm, my teacher will skin me alive. He muttered to himself while quickening his pace. 5 days later, with only 10 days remaining until the Tianqing secret realm opened, Shirtingi still hadn't seen any sign of Su Ming within the Tianqing sect. Junior sister, are you certain you don't know where Su Ming went? Lin Tianqing's brow furrowed deeply. We finally have a disciple who can perform mirror clone techniques, and if he misses the secret realm, the grand competition will be hopeless. I looked for him right after the meeting that day, but he had already left the sect. Did he go to the 100,000 mountains? I searched there but couldn't find him. Just as the two were fretting like ants on a hot pan, someone knocked on the door of Shirtingi's courtyard. Master, it's Su Ming. A familiar voice came from outside. The two exchanged glances, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tianqing chuckled softly and tactfully left through the back door. Shirtingi put on a stern expression, deciding to properly discipline this troublesome disciple. Su Ming pushed open the door and entered, seeing Shirtingi still lying in the rocking chair he had made for her, swaying leisurely. Master, your disciple has returned. What are you doing back here? Her voice was languid. Su Ming was taken aback. Didn't you mention the Tianqing secret realm, Master? It's already opened. You're too late. She secretly observed his reaction from the corner of her eye. Unexpectedly, Su Ming merely sighed softly. So I really did miss it. Then I'll go back to cultivation. He actually started to turn around. Shirtingi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stopped him. All right, it hasn't opened yet. Su Ming stopped and turned back, gazing at her calmly. Under that gaze, Shirtingi's ears turned slightly red, and she coughed to maintain her master's dignity. Don't just stand there. Go back and pack your things. The secret realm isn't free for the taking without sufficient strength. You won't gain anything worthwhile, even if you enter. Yes, this disciple obeys. As his words fell, he pulled out a jade-green gourd from his spatial ring and presented it with both hands. Master, this is spiritual milk I found anew in the 100,000 mountains. Please accept it as a token of filial respect, and don't be angry. You found spiritual milk again? Shirtingi was momentarily stunned. Su Ming scratched his head. I wanted to give you the last bottle, but the senior sister from the heavenly list whom I defeated took it. Fortunately, I encountered another spring source this time. Shirtingi accepted the gourd. While spiritual milk wasn't particularly rare for her, this was her disciple's thoughtful gesture, so she naturally wouldn't refuse it. After presenting his gift, Su Ming turned to head back to Boundary Mountain. I wonder if senior sister Yang Lungen has moved out yet. He worried to himself. After all, he had already returned his original residence to the sect, and if Yang Lungen hadn't moved out, he would truly have to ask Buffet for lodging. Su Ming pushed open the courtyard gate. Since Nightmare remained silent, Yang Lungen must have left. The gate creaked open, and a wave of soft pink greeted his eyes. This had been Yang Lungen's usual residence, and the air still carried traces of that sweet, delicate fragrance unique to young women. The walls were painted in gentle pink, and in the corner sat a modest bed covered with light-colored sheets. The uneven painted marks beside the bed were clearly her casual doodles from idle moments. The room was surprisingly spacious. Su Ming guessed that Yang Lungen probably often summoned her spirit beasts to sleep alongside her for comfort and security. After all, living alone in such a large courtyard would naturally feel unsettling for a young woman. As he pondered this, familiar footsteps and voices suddenly came from outside the gate, pulling him from his observations. Su Ming hurried to the entrance and indeed saw Yang Lungen and Lu Zining standing side by side at the door. Both wore flowing robes, each with distinctly different expressions. Yang Lungen, hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow with little courtesy. Su Ming, what's this about? Not going to let us in? Is this how you welcome the former owner of this courtyard? I wouldn't dare. Please come in, senior sister. Su Ming quickly stepped aside to usher them in, adding with an apologetic smile. I'm just curious what brings both senior sisters to visit me so suddenly. By the stone table in the courtyard, he retrieved a can of dark, fizzy drink from his storage ring. The pop of the tab and the immediate hissing of bubbles instantly captured both senior sisters' complete attention. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Yang Lungen stared at the can in his hands, her eyes full of curiosity. A specialty from my hometown. Su Ming poured 3 cups of the dark brown liquid with bubbles continuously rising to the surface, explaining. As you both know, I'm not from Nanzhou. I came to Tianqing sect because of its reputation. I didn't bring much from home, but this drink has some unique character. Quick, let me try it. The curious Yang Lungen was already eager. The strange-looking black fizzy drink made Yang Lungen hesitate as she held the cup, eyeing Su Ming suspiciously. This isn't poison, is it? Are you trying to poison us? Senior sister, what would I gain from poisoning you? If you don't trust it, I'll drink first. With that, Su Ming lifted his cup and took a gulp. The cool, sharp sensation flowed down his throat, and he couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh, his eyes crinkling with contentment. Seeing this, Lu Zining smiled softly and gently nudged Yang Lungen's elbow, signaling her not to overthink. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Lungen finally took a small sip. The sweetness and bubbles intertwined, and her eyes immediately lit up like 2 dark grapes. Senior sister, this is absolutely delicious. Lu Zining, who wasn't particularly picky about food and drink, saw that both their expressions remained normal and took a gentle sip herself, then nodded gracefully. Su Ming watched as both women drained their cups completely, and couldn't help but smile indeed. No one could resist carbonated drinks unless they were allergic. Yang Lungen set down her empty cup and simply reached out her hand. More. Before long, Yang Lungen had swept through all of Su Ming's remaining stock. Only after drinking to her heart's content did she remember the actual purpose of their visit. Oh right, we came to find you quite by chance. I saw you returning to the courtyard from afar and called Lu senior sister to come check on you together. Lu Zining smiled gently. At this moment, Yang Lungen picked up the conversation and asked Su Ming. Su Ming, Have you already qualified to enter the Tianqing secret realm? Su Ming suddenly looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Senior sister, how did you know? Come on, I've been here for 4 years now. Do you think something like this could slip past me? Yang Lungin curled her lips, then suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to the side. By the way, senior sister Lu, how many years have you been here? Su Ming followed her gaze to Lu Zining, his tone inquiring. What about you, senior sister Lu? Me? It's been 6 years now. I suppose I'm barely considered a senior sister. Lu Zining smiled with a hint of self-mockery. Su Ming nodded. In this world, spending over a decade cultivating in a sect wasn't unusual. If one truly wanted to become stronger, the sect was virtually the only path. Only those beast tamers who saw no hope of advancement would choose to return to the secular world. A question crossed his mind, and he continued asking, does entering the Tianqing secret realm require a quota? This news had been announced after he left the sect, and his qualification to enter had come directly from his master's words. Yang Lungin gently tapped the table. You didn't know? The Tianqing secret realm has 50 spots total. The first 40 go to the top 40 on the heavenly rankings, and the remaining 10 are for rising stars favored by the sect's elders like you. Senior sisters, have you both qualified to enter? The moment the words left his mouth, Su Ming instinctively covered his mouth. Based on rankings, Yang Lungin was in the 80s, theoretically impossible to get a spot. Yang Lungin immediately caught his expression and shot to her feet, standing ramrod straight. Su Ming, what's with that look? I can get in too. But senior sister, aren't you ranked 89th? How did you suddenly jump into the top 40? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Lu Zining explained for her companion. Lungin didn't participate in ranking matches before because she didn't want to leave this courtyard. In terms of actual strength, she's been top 40 material for a while now. Su Ming was stunned. Then couldn't I also be considered top 40? Understanding his own formidable abilities, he vaguely felt this wasn't mere boasting. Both women nodded simultaneously. Yang Lungin turned her face away, unwilling to admit it, but the facts were clear with Su Ming's trump cards. He could indeed contend with the top 40 of the heavenly rankings. Su Ming turned his attention to Lu Zining. Senior sister, you've been here 6 years. Have you entered the Tianqing secret realm before? I'm still quite unfamiliar with it. Lu Zining shook her head. The secret realm opened the year I joined, but as a newcomer, I had no chance to enter. Over these 6 years, I've gathered quite a bit of information about the Tianqing secret realm. She gestured with her hands, her tone serious. The Tianqing secret realm is a space unique to our Tianqing sect. It's a world unto itself not particularly large, but rumored to contain a divine temple. Completing temple missions yields corresponding rewards. Additionally, the spiritual energy concentration inside is dozens of times denser than the outside world, making cultivation there far more efficient. Dozens of times. Su Ming was flabbergasted. Wouldn't that mean the air itself is pure spiritual energy? Would it be raining spiritual energy in there? Lu Zining shook her head. That's what the rumors say, but I can't guarantee it. The person who truly knows the situation would be our senior brother. Senior brother. This was the second time Su Ming had heard this title. He instinctively looked toward Yang Lungin, his eyes full of questions. Yang Lungin, however, acted as if she hadn't seen anything, turning her head away and completely ignoring him. Lu Zining smiled gently and stood up, smoothing her sleeves. All right, junior brother, we won't disturb you any longer. Rest well. After seeing off Lu Zining and Yang Lungin, Su Ming was about to take a rest. Just as he lifted his foot to step inside, that familiar voice rang out again from beyond the courtyard gate. He pushed open the door to find Bu Fei, Qin Shuani, and Bai Ling standing shoulder to shoulder at the entrance, each wearing different expressions. Bu Fei, what brings you three here? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He indeed hadn't visited these three friends for over a month, and truly hadn't expected them to suddenly appear. What's wrong, Su Ming? Don't we feel welcome? Bu Fei chuckled lightly, his eyes carrying a teasing glint. Of course not. Su Ming stepped aside to let them in. Come in quickly. I just want to know how you found out I live here. The three entered the small courtyard. Bai Ling looked around admiringly. Su Ming, this courtyard of yours is really spacious. Too bad outer court disciples aren't allowed to freely enter the inner court, otherwise I'd move right in to keep you company. Su Ming smiled. I just moved in myself. So tell me, how exactly did you find me? Bu Fei spread his hands. You challenged a heaven-ranking disciple as a newly admitted inner court disciple. The whole sect is practically in an uproar. How could we not know? Bai Ling chimed in. Exactly, Su Ming. You've been hiding your abilities too well. Now no one can figure out your true strength. Su Ming didn't respond directly, only silently estimating that his cultivation was roughly at the mid-tier transcendent level. He changed the subject. You came all this way, surely it's not just to catch up? Bai Ling grinned and spoke rapidly. Bu Fei and Qin Shuani got approved to enter the Tianqing secret realm. As soon as the words left her mouth, the corners of her lips drooped slightly. Su Ming noticed and reached out to ruffle her soft hair. Don't worry, your turn will definitely come next time. Bai Ling nodded vigorously. Though she knew it was just comfort, she still forced out a smile. Qin Shuani had barely spoken since entering. Su Ming turned to her. Shuani, why aren't you saying anything? The usually quite active member of their small group was now fidgeting nervously, twisting her fingers together. I don't know what to say. Su Ming shook his head with amusement, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed that Qin Shuani seemed to have grown, a bit more though of course, he wasn't referring to her age. Just then, Buffet suddenly stood up with a serious expression. Su Ming, spar with me. I want to see with my own eyes what the gap between us is, but you can't use your mirror clone technique. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Tell me your cultivation level first. What tier are you at now? Commander 8th tier shouldn't be too far from you, right? Buffet's tone carried both confidence and anticipation. Su Ming sighed softly. I'm already at Lord 4th tier. Do you still want to fight? I don't want to discourage you too much. Buffet froze, but quickly gritted his teeth. Yes, I need to know how much I'm still lacking. Su Ming studied him for several seconds before finally nodding. He understood that Buffet saw him as a target. Refusing to fight would actually leave his friend without direction. He needed to give Buffet a clear goal that was both visible and achievable. Let's go to my back courtyard. The inner court disciples' quarters all have small combat arenas for beast tamers to battle. Wow, really? No wonder everyone wants to join the inner court. I heard that inner court disciples can access the divine techniques in the scripture pavilion. Su Ming, is that true? Bai Ling pulled the shy Qin Shuani along while closely following behind Su Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement. More or less, but not everything. Su Ming walked steadily, each sentence seeming to outline the hierarchy for them. Only heaven-ranking disciples can access all scrolls. Earth-ranking disciples can only view Earth-grade techniques and below, while ordinary inner court disciples can only learn profound-grade divine techniques. That's still pretty amazing. Bai Ling pumped her fist. I've only mastered one Earth-grade divine technique so far. Divine techniques are really hard to learn, right, Shuani? She turned to seek Qin Shuani's agreement, only to find her companion looking completely composed. Bai Ling sighed. Ugh, you already know 2 divine techniques, leaving me as the only one with just one. Qin Shuani quickly waved her hands, her voice gentle yet sincere. That's not true, Bai Ling. You practice Earth-grade divine techniques, I might not even be able to beat you. Despite these words, Bai Ling remained dejected, her mood not fully recovering. Su Ming noticed, but said nothing, knowing that such matters ultimately required Bai Ling to work through them herself, as others' comfort often proved ineffective. The 4 of them walked around the front courtyard to reach the sparring grounds in the back. The spacious area was neatly paved with the hardest granite, designed to prevent disciples from demolishing the back mountain during their outbursts. Su Ming continued walking without pause, surveying the grounds while adding. These stone slabs can somewhat cushion the destructive power of spirit beasts. Go Buffet! Go Buffet! From the sidelines, 2 female disciples cheered for Buffet with clear, crisp voices, which made Su Ming feel somewhat displeased. He turned his head and asked, Hey, aren't you 2 going to cheer for me? I need encouragement too. Bai Ling replied matter-of-factly. Su Ming, what do you need encouragement for? Buffet can't beat you anyway. If we cheer for you too, wouldn't he lose even faster? Buffet raised an eyebrow at Bai Ling, half puzzled and half complaining. You're not secretly working for Su Ming to demoralize me, are you? Meeting his gaze, Bai Ling quickly changed her tune. Buffet, you're the best. Su Ming just relies on that mirror clone technique to cheat, but now he can't use it anymore. No more ganging up on opponents. You specialize in the mental domain, so you can definitely defeat him. I'll do my best. Buffet nodded with a calm tone. Su Ming walked over and suggested in a lowered voice. How about we just don't command our spirit beasts, so it doesn't look like I'm bullying you? Buffet knew Su Ming was famous as a battle maniac who constantly ventured into the 100,000 mountains, where he had hunted the Lord-level fierce beasts to near extinction. He smiled wryly and shook his head. No good. Your spirit beasts have extensive combat experience, while I usually split my attention studying divine techniques, and mostly just spar with Bai Ling and the others. If you don't command while I can, that would put me at too much of a disadvantage. Fine. Su Ming agreed readily, then raised his hand to summon the Phoenix, Holy Dragon, and Nightmare. The aura of 3 commander-level spirit beasts instantly filled the sparring grounds. Buffet looked at the 3 figures in the arena and couldn't help asking, Su Ming, where are your other 2 spirit beasts? Just fighting with 3 today? Su Ming's tone was peaceful yet measured. They're all still at commander level, not yet lord level. Your spirit beasts can't all be commander 8th rank either, right? This way is more fair. Buffet pondered for a moment and found this reasonable only by both sides using spirit beasts of the same level could he truly see how much he lagged behind Su Ming in divine techniques. Buffet thought about it and indeed realized that using spirit beasts of the same level as Su Ming would better reveal how much he fell short of Su Ming in divine techniques. Buffet summoned his 3 strongest spirit beasts, the Lingluo doll, the demon spirit, and the dream eater. This dream eater bore a resemblance to Su Ming's nightmare in appearance. Yet they were fundamentally different creatures. While nightmares excelled at creating dreams, dream eaters survived by devouring them. It raised its black scythe high like the grim reaper descending, releasing an aura that even seemed to slightly overshadow the nightmare. In comparison, though Su Ming's phoenix and sacred dragon were also at the ninth tier of leadership rank, the nightmare had long surpassed these two flying spirit beasts in growth speed after devouring over 200 soul fragments. When it came to psychic-type spirit beasts, Buffet ranked among the strongest of his generation. His three beasts differed only marginally from Su Ming's in quality, and psychic attacks were more likely to injure opponents. So Su Ming didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. Su Ming, we agreed you can't give commands, Buffet said with wary eyes. Su Ming smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't. Buffet had originally intended this as a friendly sparring match with Su Ming, but now that they stood in battle positions, his mind had already shifted to thinking, how can I defeat Su Ming? Mirror clones were off-limits. Su Ming's phoenix and sacred dragon each had only one energy shield remaining, and the nightmare could only use one magic cannon blast. Su Ming's only advantage lay in his skill levels and mastery of techniques. The last entrance tournament had left Buffet with a deep impression of the Lingluo doll's powerful control abilities. Had to be on guard. Then there was the demon spirit, which could invade a spirit beast's mental space and drop a devastatingly powerful psychic bomb. If mental strength proved insufficient, the beast could suffer complete mental collapse on the spot, leading to loss of control at best, death at worst. However, Su Ming felt no real concern. The nightmare now commanded over 200 souls. The combined mental power of Buffet's three spirit beasts couldn't match it. As long as the nightmare launched a psychic assault, the opposing beasts wouldn't last long. But such a disparity would deal Buffet a crushing blow that would be hard to bear, and Su Ming didn't want to completely overwhelm his friend in a casual sparring match. The nightmare understood as well as the second brother to the phoenix and sacred dragon, and having experienced countless battles, it had developed muscle memory to use its vast consciousness to protect its allies before enemy beasts could attack. Lingluodal, control those two flying ones. Su Ming, what are your two beasts called again? Buffet began issuing commands, but couldn't remember their names halfway through. Just call them Phoenix and Sacred Dragon, Su Ming reminded him casually. Alright, okay. Buffet immediately continued. Lingluodal, target the Phoenix and Sacred Dragon. Their mental power is weaker. As soon as he finished the command, he turned back to Su Ming with a somewhat provocative look. Su Ming, how about that? Once your Phoenix and Sacred Dragon are controlled, the nightmare will be left to fight alone. You're definitely going to lose. Su Ming simply smiled without responding. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani, watching from the side, were the first to notice something amiss. Buffet, look at your Lingluodal. What's wrong with it? It doesn't seem to have controlled Su Ming's two beasts. Bai Ling blinked. Qin Shuani also leaned in. Yeah, and your two beasts that were supposed to keep the nightmare in check seem to be counter-controlled instead. Why do they look like they're about to fall asleep? Everyone's gaze focused on the scene, where the Lingluodal was staggering on its feet, and the demon spirit and dream eater appeared dazed and confused, as if they might collapse at any moment. That overwhelming sense of impending breakdown made Buffet's heart sink. How could this be? Buffet stared at his spirit beasts in disbelief, then turned to look at Su Ming, asking with difficulty accepting the reality. Su Ming, just how high is your nightmare's mental power? You managed to counter my three spirit beasts with just one contracted beast. Just a little bit. Su Ming shrugged casually, his tone as light as if he were making small talk. A few shouts from you, and they'll wake up. If we really fought, your spirit beasts would get hurt. As he spoke, he pointed upward. The flame phoenix and holy light dragon circled in the clouds above, looking down at everyone with overwhelming presence. Buffet snorted coldly, knowing that Su Ming was holding back, and immediately raised his voice. Spirit doll, demon spirit, dream eater, wake up. When the words dream eater left his mouth, even he felt his cheeks burning. For a mighty dream eater to be hypnotized by someone else's spirit beast was simply humiliating. Dream eater death scythe. He gritted his teeth and activated his strongest skill. A black scythe shadow instantly condensed, radiating chilling malice. But the next second, that scythe shadow vanished like it had fallen into the deep sea, disappearing without even a splash. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani exchanged glances, then quickly ran to Buffet's side to pat his shoulder comfortingly. Buffet, don't compare yourself to Su Ming. He's not human. Su Ming nodded repeatedly, but felt puzzled inside. Are they praising me or insulting me? Bai Ling and Qin Shuani kept winking at him, and only then did he understand. After a moment of standoff, Buffet suddenly raised his head, his gaze so intense it startled Bai Ling. Su Ming, don't worry, I won't lose confidence. I will definitely defeat you. Su Ming was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. I'll be waiting. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Bai Ling raised her hand and called out. All right, we haven't seen each other in so long. Let's go eat barbecue. Su Ming, I want to drink cola. Me too. Qin Shuani chimed in, both pairs of eyes sparkling as they stared at Su Ming. Su Ming spread his hands. I'm out of cola. You'll have to wait until I return from the Tianqing secret realm. Then, I'll just eat barbecue first. Bai Ling mumbled quietly, looking down and kicking at pebbles. You still have barbecue ingredients, right? Yes, I have them all. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Let's eat at my place. Stay the night, he writes, spacious, and we won't be discovered. Hearing stay the night, both girls' eyes immediately lit up. Great. Then you two go set up the fire. I'll call 2 more people, our senior sisters. Su Ming gave them instructions and walked out of the courtyard. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani watched his retreating figure, whispering. He hasn't been in the inner sect long, and he's already gotten involved with senior sisters? Su Ming first came to Lu Xining's small courtyard. As the top of the heaven rankings, Lu Xining's residence was easy to find. As for Yang Lungen, he wasn't sure where she lived and could only hope she happened to be here. Bang, bang. He knocked on the door. A clear response came from inside the courtyard. Moments later, the gate creaked open, and Lu Xining leaned against the doorframe with moonlight draped over her shoulders. Junior brother? Why did you suddenly come? She and Yang Lungen had just left Su Ming's place not long ago, so naturally she was puzzled. Senior sister, my junior brothers and sisters from the outer sect came to find me. We're planning to have barbecue. Would you and senior sister Yang Lungen like to join us? Su Ming looked at Lu Xining, asking with some anticipation. Barbecue? Lu Xining looked at Su Ming with confusion. That's right. Don't you like barbecue, senior sister? I've prepared plenty, all hunted by my own hands when I went to the 100,000 mountains. Su Ming nodded with a smile, thinking to himself that although fierce beasts were formidable, their meat was universally acknowledged as delicious. I'm not sure. Lu Xining pondered briefly. Let me go ask Lungen if she wants to come. With that, she turned to leave. Su Ming had originally wanted to accompany her, but she waved him off. If Yang Lungen wasn't willing, there would be no point in him going along, so he could only return to the small courtyard first. Back at the courtyard, Buffet, Bai Ling, and Qin Shuani had already set up the stone rack early, with the bonfire crackling loudly. Su Ming, what took you so long? We're just waiting for your meat. Where are the senior sisters you want to find? Bai Ling was guarding the entrance, and as soon as she saw Su Ming returning alone, she started complaining. It's still uncertain whether the senior sisters will come or not. Let's start grilling first. Su Ming shrugged. It was truly bizarre that someone in this world could refuse barbecue. He reached into his spatial ring, and several large chunks of fierce beast meat radiating spiritual energy fluctuations landed on the cutting board with thuds, their texture lustrous and blood crystal bright. Bai Ling, who could never hide her thoughts, immediately lit up. Let me grill. Let me grill. She practically lunged forward. Su Ming was stunned by her enthusiasm. Can you handle it? This requires skill. Of course I can. I've eaten it so many times, I am not an idiot. Su Ming looked up at the other two. Should we give her the grilling authority? Bai Ling looked hopefully at Buffet and Qin Shuani. Buffet cleared his throat lightly. Bai Ling, I think Su Ming should do it. He spent years in the wilderness and is more professional at grilling. Bai Ling then looked toward Qin Shuani. Qin Shuani smiled helplessly. Buffet is right, Su Ming is the professional. Bai Ling, you just focus on eating. Shuani, even you're rejecting me. Bai Ling pouted and stamped her feet. As everyone was laughing and joking, knock knock knock, there came a knocking sound from outside the door. Su Ming opened the door to find Lu Xining and Yang Lungen standing side by side. Su Ming, senior sister told me you're grilling meat? Wow, it smells amazing. Move aside quickly, I am starving. Yang Lungen boldly pushed past Su Ming and barged directly into the courtyard. Seeing the two senior sisters arrive, Bai Ling immediately became well-behaved and stood up. Greetings to both senior sisters. Su Ming quickly made introductions. These are my 3 friends from the outer sect. Buffet and Qin Shuani will also be entering the Tianqing secret realm together. Yang Lungen nodded heartily. So you're this brat's friends. This little courtyard used to be mine. Lu Xining smiled gracefully. Hello, everyone. Greetings, senior sisters. Buffet and Qin Shuani cupped their hands in unison. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, so Su Ming quickly gestured. Please sit. There's plenty of meat to eat, as much as you like. As night deepened, the bonfire cast a red glow on everyone's faces. The marinated meat skewers sizzled on the flames, fat spattering and filling the air with an almost tangible aroma. Bai Ling repeatedly reached out only to have her hand slapped away by Su Ming. Yang Lungen drank heartily from her spiritual wine. Buffet was responsible for adding firewood. Qin Shuani passed seasonings from the side, and Lu Xining quietly watched the dancing flames with a gentle expression. Several hours later, Yang Lungen, Bai Ling, Buffet, Qin Shuani, and Su Ming were all clutching their round bellies, too lazy to care whether the ground was clean as they lay flat in the courtyard, the charred fragrance of beast meat still lingering in their nostrils. Su Ming, you rascal, why didn't you mention this skill earlier? It seems your trip to the 100,000 mountains wasn't completely useless after all. Yang Lungen gazed at the starry sky, burping contentedly. If senior sister likes it, You can come often. I have plenty of meat in my spatial ring." At that moment, Su Ming turned his head and looked at Lu Zining, who seemed ethereal and otherworldly, asking, "Senior sister, don't you like grilled meat? I haven't seen you eating much." Lu Zining shook her head gently, her voice like wind rustling through bamboo leaves. "No, I'm just full. Unlike you all, who keep stuffing yourselves even when you're already satisfied." The hot oil sizzled around the campfire, and the charcoal flames cast a red glow on everyone's faces. Su Ming scratched his head and sheepishly looked away. As night deepened, Yang Lungin took Bai Ling and Qin Shuani to her own courtyard, claiming that girls shouldn't be staying with boys. Everyone teased them a bit before dispersing. The following days flew by quickly, with everyone making the most of their remaining time to adjust their condition. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived for the Tianqing secret realm to open. The morning mist had not yet cleared when Su Ming walked shoulder to shoulder with Bu Fei, positioned at the rear of the mighty procession as they made their way to the forbidden grounds behind Tianqing Sect's mountain. Gray-white cliffs stood like knife-carved monuments, with rolling mists swirling around them. Sect Master Lin Tianqing turned around, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 50 disciples in the formation, and spoke slowly. "Behind me lies the only entrance to our Tianqing Sect's secret realm. You are the most promising and strongest beast-tamers of this generation. The future of our sect rests entirely upon your shoulders." As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest senior brother Du Fengwei at the front raised his fist high. "We pledge to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to Tianqing Sect, unto death." The other disciples' blood surged with excitement as they shouted in unison. "We pledge to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to Tianqing Sect, unto death. We pledge to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to Tianqing Sect, unto death." Their roaring voices caused the spiritual mists above the forbidden grounds to churn. Lin Tianqing raised his hand, signaling for quiet, and the clamor instantly fell to silence. The Tianqing secret realm is the foundation of our sect's establishment. Fighting is not permitted within the realm, nor may any experiences be revealed to outsiders. Violators will face endless pursuit by the sect. He methodically explained all the precautions, while the disciples listened with bated breath. After a long while, Lin Tianqing removed an ancient bronze token from his waist and channeled his spiritual power into it with his fingertips. Hum! A brilliant beam of light shot toward the cliff face, and a light gate over 10 feet tall thunderously opened, like the maw of an ancient beast. "Go forth. Opportunities await within. You have only 1 month, after which you will be automatically transported out. Make the most of it." The 50 disciples almost simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts. Flying creatures spread their wings. Exotic beasts roared as they mounted their companions and charged toward the light gate. Su Ming was in no hurry, still following the main group, knowing that caution was paramount. A flash of white light, and he felt the world spinning. Intense warmth instantly enveloped his entire body, and an unprecedented sense of comfort made his bones and blood hum with pleasure. When the dazzling light faded, he slowly opened his eyes to find his companions nowhere in sight as expected. While the realm's entrance was singular, the interior randomly transported entrance. Before him stretched an endless emerald grassland, with wind-blown waves of grass and spiritual energy so dense it nearly formed a light mist. Such dense spiritual energy. Su Ming took a deep breath, his chest burning with warmth. He immediately sat cross-legged, and after a moment's calculation, felt secretly delighted. If he could cultivate here for a month, both he and his spirit beast would likely advance an entire major realm. However, as his gaze swept across the grassland, there wasn't even a trace of birds or beasts. It was eerily empty. He raised his hand to summon his nightmare. The black shadow had barely touched the ground when its limbs went soft, squinting with such contentment that it couldn't be bothered to acknowledge its master. Su Ming was both amused and exasperated, knowing that nightmare was always drowsy, and now with such abundant spiritual energy, it was practically overfed. He had no choice but to return it to the spirit beast spacey in the secret realm. Keeping spirit beasts in their spaces for cultivation would actually allow them to rapidly improve using the rich spiritual energy. After some consideration, he decided to use the heaven-devouring toad as his mount. This creature was reliable in movement and could switch between combat and transportation at any time. More importantly, as long as he had sufficient enhancement points, he could increase his level. 1 day later, Su Ming was still on the grassland. 3 days later, Su Ming remained on the grassland. As far as his eyes could see, there was still an endless expanse of green. The monotonous scenery day after day made his heart itch with restlessness. Finally, he patted the broad shell of the heaven-swallowing toad and commanded, "Take me to the farthest place you can teleport to, forward." With that, he leaped into the toad's belly. The soft inner walls closed, and his figure vanished without a trace. Moments later, ripples spread across the lake's surface as the massive form of the heaven-swallowing toad suddenly emerged from the water, settling steadily beside an island in the center of the lake. The toad's belly opened, and Su Ming slowly crawled out. The first thing he saw were several old trees standing tall on the shore. That long-missed touch of green made him breathe a sigh of relief instantly. Finally, trees. After days with only grassland for company, he had nearly reached his breaking point. Nightmare materialized, hovering above his head, but this time Su Ming grabbed its ears to prevent it from sleeping again. Countless battles had trained him to develop reflexive vigilance. Nightmare was always his vanguard for detecting danger, which was also why he could escape from the jaws of death in the 100,000 mountains. Nightmare quietly surveyed the surroundings without making a sound, indicating that this place was absolutely safe for now. Having received confirmation, Su Ming raised his hand to summon Phoenix. Take me up for a look. Phoenix cried out melodiously, spread its golden feathers, and in the blink of an eye carried him to a height of 100 meters. Looking down at the surrounding area, he discovered he was indeed at the center of the lake island. The lake was astonishingly vast, with the grassland that had tormented him for days vaguely forming a ring in the distance, while on the other side of the lake stretched an endless forest. After assessing the terrain, he commanded Phoenix to return to the island. The heaven-swallowing toad needed to wait 3 days for its next teleportation, and with the vast lake waters potentially harboring countless terrifying creatures, he decided to stay on the island and observe quietly. After landing, Su Ming led the heaven-swallowing toad and his other spirit beasts in a thorough patrol of the lake island from edge to center, only relaxing after confirming everything was safe. The quality of fierce beasts in the Tianqing secret realm was astounding. The lowest grade he had encountered was superior quality. Just as he was preparing to lie down for a brief rest, Nightmare above his head suddenly issued 2 low, urgent warnings. Su Ming's hair stood on end as he looked around, but saw no fierce beasts. However, since Nightmare had issued a warning, danger must be approaching. He retreated to the lakeside and lowered his voice. Nightmare, is it this direction? Nightmare responded again, pointing toward the mirror-like calm lake surface. Su Ming cursed inwardly and immediately retreated several steps back to the center of the island. Just as he steadied himself, Nightmare suddenly let out sharp, urgent cries, this time pointing toward the sky. Su Ming jerked his head up and saw in the distance, beneath the cloud layer, a person and beast engaged in fierce combat. That cool, aloof figure was all too familiar to him. Senior sister Lu Zining. At this moment, she was entangled with a flying demon-winged tiger, their battlefield suspended in midair. This fierce beast. Su Ming didn't believe that Lu Zining could lose to a mere 7th-tier extraordinary beast. The only explanation was that Lu Zining had few flying spirit beasts, and her other creatures posed no threat to the flying demon-winged tiger while grounded. The overwhelming advantage of aerial dominance was clear, yet Su Ming was still secretly surprised that Lu Zining had been forced into such a passive position. As he pondered this, the distant lake surface suddenly rippled violently from powerful air currents. Lu Zining was riding her only flying spirit beast, skimming the water at full speed toward the island in the center of the lake. She clearly understood that engaging in aerial combat, while carrying herself, would only limit her options. She needed to land to give her other spirit beasts a chance to join the battle. The flying demon-winged tiger circled high above, and seeing her determined descent, immediately turned and fled at high speed. The massive black shadow shrank to a thin line in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the clouds. Having advanced to the 7th tier of the extraordinary realm, it possessed considerable intelligence and knew well that if it didn't retreat in time, once Lu Zining's other spirit beasts arrived, the situation would completely reverse. Lu Zining watched the retreating black shadow and snorted coldly. Lucky you ran fast. She had intended to patrol leisurely but hadn't expected a sudden ambush. Now wanting to pursue but reluctant to let her only flying spirit beast leave her side, she felt frustrated and stood with hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Just then, a faint presence approached from behind. With her keen perception, she spun around sharply, her gaze piercing. Who's there? As her words fell, she saw Su Ming standing on the green stones at the island's edge, awkwardly waving his hand in greeting. Senior sister, it's me. Su Ming scratched his head with a wry smile. In such a vast Tianqing secret realm, I never thought I'd run into you here. Su Ming, what are you doing here? Lu Zining scanned the surroundings with some suspicion. This is the island in the center of the lake. The fierce beasts lurking in the surrounding waters keep other disciples from daring to approach. Were you teleported here? No, I came here on my own, Su Ming shrugged. But what about you, senior sister? How did you end up being chased by a flying demon-winged tiger? I was just passing through. Lu Zining pointed toward the horizon. That beast suddenly burst out of nowhere. I only have this one flying spirit beast, and it has to carry me too, so it couldn't perform at its best. I wanted it to put me down first, and then fight back, but that demon-winged tiger is cunning. As soon as it saw the situation turning against it, it fled. Speaking of this, she defiantly placed her hands on her hips, pouting. Suddenly remembering something, she looked at Su Ming. By the way, Su Ming, aren't you looking for the temples? Temples? Su Ming was stunned. clearly having never heard of them. There's more than one temple in the Tianqing secret realm. I heard that some senior brothers and sisters have already found them, but no one can say for certain where they're located. I'm looking for them too, Lu Zining explained. If there are temples, why didn't the sect master and the others mention them beforehand? Su Ming looked annoyed, feeling like he'd been wasting his time these past few days. Lu Zining chuckled softly. The temples are about fate and destiny. If they told you all in advance, everyone would swarm toward them, which would only be counterproductive. The temples don't have legs, how could they get farther away the more you look for them? Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Their locations are not fixed. They might even appear in the sky someday, Lu Zining said seriously. Su Ming was even more puzzled. Then how do you know about them, senior sister? And aren't you looking for them too? I've been in the sect for many years. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. Lu Zining spread her hands. Look, I haven't found them either, have I? I suspect that saying is true. The more you want to find them, the less likely you are to succeed. Watching Lu Zining's appearance when angry hands on hips with puffed cheeks, Su Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Su Ming, what are you laughing at? Lu Zining asked, puzzled. Nothing, senior sister. I just feel like you've changed somehow. Changed? What do you mean I've changed? Lu Zining instinctively touched her cheek, thinking she might have accidentally gotten something on her face. Su Ming didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, your personality. When you were at Boundary Mountain, senior sister, you were always so gentle and graceful. But now, there's a coldness to you, somewhat like senior sister Yang Longan. Huh. Lu Zining was stunned. Su Ming smiled slightly and added, but you've also gained a touch of cuteness. This version of Lu Zining had less of that icy demeanor than before, making her seem more vibrant. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zining's face flushed bright red, and the air seemed to fill with a hint of romantic tension. Woo! The nightmare hovering above Su Ming's head suddenly let out a piercing shriek, shattering the intimate moment. Su Ming, what's wrong with your spirit beast? Lu Zining collected herself, her expression quickly returning to calm. Senior sister, there might be danger nearby. Anything that can frighten a nightmare like this is definitely not something to mess with. This was the first time Su Ming had heard his nightmare scream so persistently. Lu Zining hesitated no longer and summoned 3 spirit beasts to guard her sides. What's the minimum level of something that could make a nightmare afraid? Transcendent 7th rank or higher? Su Ming clenched his fists. He wasn't entirely certain, as his nightmare had never shown such a fearful reaction before. Unless it was completely outclassed in power, or its mental energy was being thoroughly suppressed, but even Lu Zining's spirit beasts couldn't match his nightmare psychic abilities. The next moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. Let's go. Su Ming raised his hand to summon his phoenix and grabbed Lu Zining as they shot into the sky. The moment their feet left the ground, the center of the lake island cracked open with a loud crack, revealing a bottomless fissure that rapidly spread outward. Senior sister, how is this possible? Even Henin at full power couldn't cause this kind of destruction. Su Ming spoke rapidly. Lu Zining's heart also tightened. If it's a fierce beast, it's at least transcendent 9th rank. Let's get some distance and be ready to retreat at any moment. 2 streaks of light shot toward the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake island collapsed into the water, leaving only churning waves. Immediately after, concentric ripples erupted from where the island had been, spreading rapidly outward. The lake's surface bulged upward as a massive azure palace slowly broke through the water's surface. A divine temple, Lu Zining exclaimed. Talk about finding something when you least expect it. Who would have thought the divine temple was hidden at the bottom of the lake, and it literally burst right through the island. Su Ming stared at the palace, finally convinced that the divine temple wasn't just a legend. Come on, let's go take a look. The two flew to the front of the temple, finally getting a clear view of the massive stone doors that seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Inside the doorway was pitch black, emanating an oppressive aura that made Su Ming's heart tremble slightly. Senior sister, is this the divine temple? It should bite matches all the records. Lu Zining glanced at Su Ming and was the first to step onto the stairs. While people rarely truly died in the Tianqing secret realm, Su Ming remained vigilant as he followed closely behind into the darkness. The stone doors slammed shut behind them with a dull thud, the deep echo reverberating throughout the hall. Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister, are you still there? Su Ming groped through the darkness, with only a faint glimmer from the phoenix to guide him. Suddenly, a cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Challenger Su Ming, do you wish to begin the challenge? Challenge? What challenge? Su Ming asked in confusion. The response remained cold and monotonous. Challenger Su Ming, do you wish to begin the challenge? Su Ming muttered under his breath. If I don't accept the challenge, will I be teleported out? Yes. Then I accept the challenge. Having finally encountered a divine temple, he didn't want to leave empty-handed, especially since he'd never heard of anyone being truly killed in the Tianqing secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly. The next second, Su Ming was thrown into a sealed stone chamber. The walls carried a damp, cold moisture that chilled him to the bone. The air trembled, the stone chamber rapidly crumbled away, and his vision suddenly opened up as a dense forest materialized before him. Tree branches swayed, and wind howled. Directly in front of Su Ming, a mass of blue-gray mist condensed into the phantom of a giant wolf with razor-sharp claws and gleaming white fangs. Text information appeared simultaneously. Beast, howling moon gray wolf. Attribute, wind. Quality, superior grade. Level, Lord 9th tier. Evolution stage, first evolution. Evolution count, twice. Skills, roar, wind blade, spirit light cloak, iron hide. Roar. The wolf's howl was deafening as the phantom suddenly became real. Its spirit light cloak flashing as fierce winds carrying sharp energy rushed straight at Su Ming. A white flash appeared, followed by a dull bang, as a massive collision thundered. Henin's enormous figure stood before Su Ming, forcibly blocking this deadly strike. Henin, finish him off. This was the first time Su Ming had encountered a beast that dared to charge at him so brazenly, and he immediately gave the order. His response came in the form of Henin's fully unleashed fury domain. Giant palms swept across, tearing the air into shrieks. The howling moon gray wolf tried to retreat, but Henin's speed was no less impressive. He seized it in one grasp and brought down his heavy palm. The giant wolf didn't even have time to cry out before being crushed into nothingness. This is the challenge. Su Ming shrugged. This level of beast wasn't even worthy of making Henin use his divine abilities, let alone requiring his other spirit beasts to enter the fray. However, just as the howling moon gray wolf's remnant shadow faded, 3 brand new howling moon gray wolves had already materialized before him, growling continuously with even greater momentum. The corner of Su Ming's mouth curved upward. Things are getting more interesting. Henin, don't hold back. Quick battle, quick victory. Meanwhile, on another side, Lu Zining was also drawn into the same challenge, though her starting difficulty was Transcendent 9th tier, a level higher than Su Ming's. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. With broken wolf shadows scattered everywhere at his feet, had just fought through 30 howling moon gray wolves before reaching a temporary respite, ultimately requiring both the heaven-devouring toad and Henin to fight side by side to suppress the overwhelming wolf tide. New information light appeared once again. Spirit beast, flying demon wing tiger. Attribute, wind. Quality, premium grade. Level, transcendent 1st tier. Evolution stage, first evolution. Evolution count, twice. Skills, brute force, flying tiger bloodline, fury, gale roar. This time, 5 transcendent 1st tier flying demon wing tigers appeared all at once. Crossing major tiers, their strength had increased more than tenfold. Lord 9th tier and transcendent 1st tier might seem like only one small tier apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Su Ming no longer underestimated them, his gaze growing focused. Nightmare, sleep spell. He directly activated Nightmare's mental suppression. The 5 flying demon wing tigers had lower mental power than Nightmare, their eyes instantly becoming unfocused and their steps staggering. The opportunity lasted only an instant. Henin and the heaven-devouring toad pounced out like lightning, brute force and massive maw alternating, claws and poisonous tongue striking together. In the blink of an eye, the phantoms shattered once more. Is this trial ever going to end? Su Ming surveyed his surroundings as the phantoms of flying demon wing tigers multiplied out of thin air once again. Though mere projections, they possessed the same devastating power as their originals. Henin's 2 mirror images had just been torn into fragments of light. Combined with the 3 images destroyed during his earlier battle with Yang Lungyan, a month's worth of painstaking accumulation had been wiped out in an instant. If the fighting continued, his remaining images would inevitably meet the same fate. While the images could be reformed within a day once his proficiency improved, every bit of combat strength mattered in this secret realm, and any gap in power could prove fatal. Around him, the flying demon wing tigers growled incessantly, as if reminding him that the battle was far from over. Su Ming dared not give up easily. He wasn't sure what the true cost of failure would be, but experience told him that the later the trial, the richer the rewards. If he lost, his spirit beasts might perish on the spot. His teacher and sect master would never allow him to blindly charge into unknown high-risk situations, yet they hadn't warned him, which suggested that the temple trials might truly have no end. Henin, don't hold back. Destroy those fakes. Roar. Henin responded, its massive paw crashing down and shattering the tiger phantoms into scattered spiritual light. 3 days passed in a flash. Su Ming's opponents had escalated from flying demon wing tigers to war elephants twice the size of Henin. Transcendent 9th tier war elephants? They really think I'm some kind of boss? He smiled bitterly. Starting with the howling moon wolf, then the flying demon wing tigers, hellflame lions, aquatic bears, and now the war elephants before him. The trial seemed to stretch endlessly like a bottomless abyss. The mirror images of Henin and the heaven-devouring toad were repeatedly shattered and reformed. The newly condensed duplicates now numbered 10 in total. Nightmare hovered in midair, letting out weary sounds, its vast spiritual power nearly depleted. Nightmare, hang in there. Let's take down one more. Su Ming gritted his teeth. Henin's remaining 2 duplicates plus its main body lunged at the war elephant's back, fists raining down like meteors. The heaven-devouring toad deployed spatial compression, forcibly constraining the elephant's movement to less than 10 feet. Phoenix spread its wings, casting down blazing divine fire with meteor strikes following in succession. Holy Dragon provided support from behind, bathing all companions in crystalline healing light. Su Ming held an absolute numerical advantage, yet the relentless battles had pushed even the most resilient spirit beasts to their limits. Outside the temple, more and more disciples of the Tianqing sect gathered, gazing up at the stone door that remained stubbornly closed. Senior brother, why hasn't the temple door opened? Someone asked impatiently. Du Fenghui explained gravely. Someone has already entered. Unless that person comes out, no one else can go in. Someone beat us to it. My master said the items in the temple are limited theory gifts the divine realm bestows upon our sect each year. If everything gets taken, there'll be nothing left for us. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged worried glances, their expressions immediately falling. Items from the divine realm, even a single piece, could cause one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If someone took everything, they would have wasted their time here for nothing. Du Feng pondered for a moment, then turned around and said, forget it. The sect elders mentioned there are 3 temples in total within this secret realm, and this is just one of them. With 20 days remaining, I'll see if I can find the other temples. I'll leave this opportunity to you, junior brothers. As his words faded, he gently patted his mount's scales. The spirit beast spread its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Trailing spiritual light streaked across the heavens like a comet's tail before vanishing beyond the horizon. The remaining disciples exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately not daring to gamble with time any longer, and departed one by Onino. One could predict when the challenger inside the temple would emerge, and waiting further might cost them other opportunities. The next morning, mist hung among the treetops as a familiar figure stealthily infiltrated the dense forest outside the temple. He chose a leafy ancient tree and climbed to its crown. Through the gaps in the foliage, the entire temple came into view. Temples aren't so easy to find when you encounter one. You must keep a close watch. Du Feng gripped the branch tightly, his gaze burning with intensity. 6 years. It took 6 years for the Tianqing secret realm to open again. There are at least 6 treasures inside, so how could there be none left? Besides, the rewards are clearly tiered without reaching the proper cultivation level. You simply can't obtain the best ones. Junior brothers, if your senior brother doesn't employ some cunning, there's truly no chance to grow stronger. It turned out he had made a wide circle only to secretly return. Just as his mind wandered, calculating gains and losses, the temple's massive stone doors opened with a thunderous boom, bursting forth with radiant light. Someone has completed the trial. The opportunity has come. Du Feng hesitated no longer. He leaped from the treetop as his spirit beast caught him midair, carrying him in a straight line toward the entrance. Challenger Du Feng, do you wish to begin the challenge? Yes. He practically roared the word. His chest trembling with excitement, had waited years for this chance at the Tianqing secret realm. Meanwhile, deep in the forest on the other side of the temple, Lu Xining's figure materialized from thin air. The entire landscape has changed. This must be a random teleportation point. She surveyed the woods around her, murmuring to herself. I wonder how many treasures junior brother obtained. She looked down at her spatial ring, where 3 items lay quietly, the complete harvest from persisting to the end in the Water Army Bear Challenge. Lu Xining frowned, thinking again of Su Ming, wondering just how far that junior brother had managed to progress. At this moment, Su Ming lay flat on his back on the stone platform inside the hall, his clothes soaked with sweat as he gasped for air. He had been defeated. The charging force of 10 war elephants had nearly crushed every bone in his body. Challenger Su Ming, you have completed the challenges of the Howling Moon Wolf and Flying Demon Wing Tiger. Please claim your rewards. A cold prompt echoed in his mind. Su Ming bolted upright to find 5 fist-sized orbs of light floating before him, their gentle radiance flowing. Are they all mine? Yes. He examined them closely. 2 spirit beast eggs, 2 divine technique manuals, and 3 purple crystals. Wow, 2 spirit beast eggs and 2 divine technique manuals. My enhancement points won't be nearly enough. Joy and distress flooded his heart simultaneously. By rough calculation, these resources would cost at least tens of millions of enhancement points, and he had no idea where to gather such an amount. His gaze fell upon the 3 purple crystals, and Su Ming immediately activated his identification technique. Evolution purple crystal when consumed by a spirit beast enables 1 evolution. Holy cow! 1 evolution? That means my Henin can undergo a 2nd evolution. He turned to look at Henin, who lay sprawled nearby, still panting, and his heart burned with excitement. And there's Phoenix and Sacred Dragon. They can also complete their second evolution with these purple crystals. Nightmare will have to wait for now. Using such precious second evolution materials for a first evolution would be too wasteful. The abundance of his harvest instantly dispelled the fatigue from days of relentless battle. This really makes all those days of non-stop fighting worthwhile. The prompt sounded again. Challenger Su Ming, you will now be teleported out of the temple to a random location. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1 inch. As the voice faded, Su Ming and his rewards instantly dissolved into points of light. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself 10,000 meters above the ground. Holy crap, is the temple messing with me? Phoenix, come quickly. The howling winds roared past his eardrums as Su Ming was hurled into the sky over 1,000 meters above ground, feeling completely disheveled. Could it be that the temple was deliberately messing with him because he had taken something from it? Without time to think further, he urgently summoned his phoenix. Days of fierce battles had dimmed the phoenix's feathers, yet it still struggled to carry Su Ming in a diving descent. Upon landing, its talons were already trembling slightly. Su Ming gently stroked the brilliant red plumage and whispered, "You've worked hard. Rest now." Gripping 3 evolution purple crystals, his gaze swept across the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. With nearly 20 days left in the secret realm and such abundant environment, his 3 main beasts could very well complete their evolution here. Without hesitation, Su Ming summoned Henin again, that mighty golden-armored war beast. In terms of raw power, the heaven-devouring toad slightly surpassed it. In explosive force, the phoenix and holy dragon were evenly matched, but for endurance and fighting spirit, Henin still reigned supreme among all beasts, having once been a war god's mount. Using Henin's keen sense of smell, they found a dry, secluded cave. Su Ming decided to spend the remaining time focused on recovery. Even if they encountered another temple, he would absolutely not force his way through. Self-awareness was a virtue. After a full year of intense battles, his beasts were nearly exhausted and desperately needed to catch their breath. At the cave entrance, he took out the 3 purple crystals, with Henin, the phoenix, and the holy dragon standing before him in turn. Swallow these and get some good sleep. The 3 spirit beasts' eyes showed such longing it nearly turned to drool, yet they remained perfectly still and obedient. Su Ming personally fed the crystals into their mouths, then recalled them into his spirit beast space. Moments later, 3 fist-sized purple orbs of light formed within the space, pulsing quietly as they awaited their transformation into kings. With everything arranged, Su Ming lazily leaned against the stone wall. His remaining external combat power now consisted only of Nightmare and the heaven-devouring toad. As for the 2 newly acquired spirit beast eggs, though still unhatched, he could see their basic information. Spirit beast, holy war angel. Attribute, light. Quality, divine grade. Level, none. Spirit beast, netherworld messenger. Attribute, darkwada. Quality, divine grade. Level, none. Divine grade. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Were all temple products divine grade? He was both surprised and puzzled, though not overly shocked. Anything bearing the word divine must surely surpass supreme quality, but exactly how powerful they were remained uncertain. What exactly is this temple's background? Why would they establish their headquarters in the Tianqing secret realm? He planned to consult his teacher after leaving the secret realm. If each person could obtain just 1 temple reward and dominate everywhere, having received 5 items himself, keeping a low profile would be impossible. However, divine grade meant terrifyingly high enhancement point consumption. Su Ming rubbed his temples, his scalp tingling. It felt like carrying astronomical debt. Troubles aside, he still pulled out the 2 divine technique manuals from his spatial ring. Divine grade Holy Light Judgment Holy War Angel exclusive. Divine grade Netherworld Funeral Song Netherworld Messenger exclusive. Looking at them, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh and curse. Well damn, this trip to the Tianqing secret realm has certainly been worthwhile. Divine grade spirit beasts and divine grade mystical arts. No wonder the Tianqing sect has stood firm in this Tianhua great world for 1,000 years. With such a temple, wouldn't they have access to anything they desired? At that moment, inside the temple Su Ming had previously challenged, Du Fenghui's spirit beast collapsed from exhaustion. He found himself blocked before the infernal flame lion, unable to take another step forward. Challenger Du Fenghui will be teleported out of the temple shortly. Destination uncertain. Please prepare accordingly. The mechanical, cold voice echoed in his ears. Du Fenghui nodded unsteadily, but suddenly heard something outside the usual protocol. Wait, where are my rewards? All rewards have been distributed. You have no additional rewards. 3, 2, 1 inch. Before he could finish his question, blinding light swallowed his words. The temple ignored his shouts and forcibly ejected him through the teleportation channel. As the dazzling light faded, he crashed heavily onto soft grass. Had Su Ming been present, he would have surely exclaimed, "This is the nightmare realm." Du Fenghui looked around and roared in fury. Who is it who took all the temple's rewards? After half a day of bitter fighting, He was left with no thing, a reality he couldn't accept. There's still another temple left, and there's still time. I still have a chance. He gritted his teeth fiercely, climbed up from the grass, brushed off the dirt, and soared away like a bird taking flight. Meanwhile, Su Ming confined his activities to the area around the cave. Nightmare had already scouted the vicinity. There were no powerful beasts here, making it the perfect safe zone for a brief rest. That day, he crouched by the lake, thrusting his crude bamboo spear into the water. As clear ripples scattered, an extremely excited shout came from behind him. Su Ming, senior sister Xuani. He turned around to see Lu Zining and Qin Xuani standing side by side. How did you two end up together? Su Ming tossed his freshly caught fish onto the shore and wiped away the water droplets. I ran into senior sister Lu right after leaving the temple. Qin Xuani said with a bright smile. I never expected to meet you again. So you both entered the temples too. Su Ming nodded, thinking to himself, it seems everyone has gained something. I hope Buffet is doing well too. Su Ming, you're actually fishing here? Lu Zining looked around curiously. This isn't like you. Sigh, the temple challenges were too exhausting. All three of my spirit beasts are nearly collapsed, so I had to rest first, Su Ming said with a bitter smile. Qin Xuani crossed her arms and said self-deprecatingly, I'm useless. I only made it to the third beast before losing. I only got one spirit beast egg and one evolution crystal. People are rarely satisfied, but Su Ming still comforted her. That's quite good, Xuani. Senior sister Lu, which beast did you reach? The water army bear. I did slightly better than junior sister. I got a heaven grade mystical art manual and 2 evolution crystals. What about you, junior brother? Su Ming felt slightly puzzled. Was he the only one with different rewards? I defeated the water army bear, then encountered the ward giant elephant before finally losing, he answered truthfully. I got 2 spirit beast eggs, 3 evolution crystals, and 2 mystical art manuals. He deliberately didn't mention their grades. Wow, compared to you, my rewards are nowhere near as good. Qin Xuani stuck out her tongue, lamenting that there's no harm without comparison. She suddenly remembered something. Su Ming, would you like to try the temple I was in? No thanks, Su Ming shook his head. I've gained enough, and my spirit beasts are all evolving, so they're not in condition for more battles. Can't you see I've already started playing it safe and focusing on development? He smiled and scratched the back of his head. The lake's surface rippled gently, and the cave entrance remained peacefully silent. Su Ming smiled slightly, knowing that with all 3 spirit beasts evolving, he was willing but unable to do more. Then I won't go either. I'll stay here and keep you company, Su Ming. Qin Xuani clasped her hands behind her back, standing gracefully by the lake. Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to reveal all her thoughts. That's not necessary, Xuani. What you need most right now is combat experience. You still lack real battle practice. Su Ming smiled gently, his tone soft yet firm. I can practice with you, can't I? You're always running off to the 100,000 mountains to fight fierce beasts anyway. Qin Xuani spoke matter-of-factly. Su Ming was about to decline again when Lu Zining interrupted. The scenery here is quite nice. I'm not leaving either. I happen to want my 2 spirit beasts to evolve, and the 3 of us can look out for each other. Yes, senior sister Lu is absolutely right. Qin Xuani immediately chimed in. Seeing the 2 girls working in perfect harmony, Su Ming had no choice but to compromise and nod in agreement. As night fell, the lake's surface was bathed in silver moonlight. Su Ming built a campfire, the thick logs crackling and sending sparks flying. Several plump lake fish were skewered on wooden sticks, their fat sizzling on the grill as the aroma of chili and cumin filled the air, making it irresistibly appetizing. Wow, Su Ming, you're amazing. Even your grilled fish is so skillful. Qin Xuani clasped her hands together, her eyes shining like stars. Xuani, you call this amazing? If you spent a few months training in the 100,000 mountains, you'd have learned this long ago. Su Ming chuckled, handing her the grilled fish. Qin Xuani gave him a thumbs up while eating, mumbling with her mouth full. It's really delicious. Su Ming shrugged, completely overwhelmed by such enthusiastic praise. After dinner, the 3 sat side by the lake. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, insects chirped in harmony, creating an atmosphere like a paradise on earth. Xuani, didn't you run into Buffet? Su Ming asked casually. No, I only met senior sister in you. Qin Xuani shook her head, her gaze still lingering on the memory of the grilled fish, as if savoring it. Since Buffet was stronger than her, Su Ming reasoned that he should be able to protect himself, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Time passed quietly, and the Tianqing secret realm was about to close. Su Ming could clearly sense that the evolutionary light spheres surrounding his 3 spirit beasts in the beast space were beginning to loosen, but environmental constraints made it impossible to complete the process in such a short time. Once the countdown ended, they would be forcibly expelled by the realm's power. Gazing at the lake and mountains, Su Ming felt reluctant to leave. Since awakening his beast-taming talent, he had barely rested for nearly 2 years. The first half of this month had been filled with hardships, but the latter half had been surprisingly peaceful. For the first time, He felt the urge to settle down here permanently. We're really leaving soon. I'm so reluctant to go. Qin Shuani stretched lazily. If I could cultivate here for a year, I feel like I could advance directly from commander to transcendent level. These past days, she had been constantly pestering Su Ming for guidance and couldn't have been more satisfied. Su Ming smiled at her, then looked toward Lu Zining. His senior sister had spoken little these past few days, her expression returning to that distant coldness, like a fairy from an icy mountain peak. Senior sister, should we report our gains to the sect after we leave? Su Ming suddenly lowered his voice. If the sect investigated too thoroughly, many of his secrets would be impossible to hide. Lu Zining shook her head gently. No need. Items obtained in secret realms are, in principle, personal property. The sect only requires one thing: absolute loyalty. Betrayal would result in terrifying pursuit. Su Ming's heart tightened, and he couldn't help asking, has anyone ever betrayed the sect before? Su Ming looked at Lu Zining and asked curiously. As Su Ming posed his gentle question, something like a distant memory seemed to flicker in Lu Zining's eyes. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, a senior brother. What about him? Su Ming pressed. He's not dead. He's at another sect now, under their protection. Lu Zining paused, then added, if you check the mission hall, you'll find a sect bounty on his head. Su Ming wisely chose not to probe further clearly. This senior brother meant a great deal to Lu Zining. Suddenly, a fierce pulling force pressed in on Su Ming from all directions. This power enveloped every disciple in the secret realm simultaneously, like invisible giant hands yanking them from the earth. Everyone understood. Time was up. The opportunities granted by the secret realm would always come to an end, and brief prosperity was invariably cruel. In a flash, all Tianqing sect disciples vanished from the Tianqing secret realm, and the realm returned to deathly silence. Outside the Tianqing sect master Lin Tianqing and the elders had already assembled at the cliff's edge, waiting in formation. Before long, figures began materializing amid flashes of teleportation light. Roar! Beast roars echoed through the valley, shaking dust from the trees. The disciples looked radiant, most having achieved breakthroughs in the secret realm. However, there were also the disappointed like eldest senior brother Du Fangue. Of the 3 divine halls, he had only found 2, and obtained just 1 evolution crystal, the smallest hall among all who had entered the halls. This result fell far short of his expectations. Just then, Buffet bounded over to Su Ming's side, shouting, Su Ming, I feel like I'm back in form. I want to challenge you. Su Ming glanced at him and immediately guessed that Buffet must have scored plenty of good items in the divine halls, otherwise he'd never be this cocky. Qin Shuani stepped forward, blocking for Su Ming. Buffet, Su Ming won't fight you. His spirit beasts aren't even with him. How could he compete with you? How is that possible? He's so strong. How could his spirit beasts be killed? Buffet's eyes widened. Even if Su Ming did nothing, ordinary fierce beasts couldn't touch his spirit beasts. No, it's that Su Ming. Qin Shuani started to explain, but Su Ming raised his hand to stop her. It's fine, my spirit beasts are just injured. Su Ming brushed it off casually, then asked Buffet, you entered the divine halls? Yeah, got tons of treasures. This trip was totally worth it. Buffet grinned foolishly while scratching his head. The 3 chatted as they approached the sect master and elders, soon standing properly in formation. Lin Tianqing's gaze swept over them. You've all worked hard. I trust each of you has gained something. The real test will be the Southern Province sect competition in 3 months, but the sect will only send 10 people. You have 1 month to prepare. After that, the inter-sect competition will determine the final 10. This announcement was like a thunderbolt. The Southern Province sect competition wasn't just a stage for honor, but a broader platform with rewards far richer than the Tianqing secret realm, even offering chances to enter the legendary Central Province. After dismissal, Du Fangue glanced at Su Ming from afar before heading glumly toward his quarters. Su Ming was summoned back to the outer courtyard by his master Shirtingi. Master, do you have some instructions for me? He smiled carelessly, knowing this tone worked best with Shirtingi. Shirtingi smiled mysteriously. What do you think? What did you score this time? I notice your cultivation seems to have advanced quite a bit. Teacher, I really didn't get much, just a few eggs and some evolution crystals. Su Ming coughed lightly as he spoke, his gaze wandering as he stared at the creases on his sleeve cuff, never meeting Shirtingi's eyes directly. Shirtingi squinted as she studied him. After a long moment, she chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. Fine, fine. Even if you won't tell me, I can guess. How about a dare to let me try? Su Ming looked up and met her confident gaze, his heart trembling slightly, but he still nodded. Teacher, with your transcendent status in the sect, and having entered the Tianqing secret realm before, I imagine it wouldn't be difficult for you to figure it out. With his permission, Shirtingi nodded with a knowing smile. She first glanced at the fabric on Su Ming's sleeve that had tightened from his clenched fist, then spoke deliberately. Your strength probably reached the water army bear level. As for rewards, besides spirit beasts, you likely received exclusive divine techniques for beast taming. +2 or 3 evolution crystals, am I right? Su Ming couldn't help but cough softly in acknowledgement, then added, "Teacher, you're only wrong about one small detail." "Oh." Shirtingi raised an eyebrow. "Where?" Su Ming took a deep breath, glanced around at the empty stone walls, then lowered his voice. "I didn't just reach the water army bear, I made it to the war elephant." "You surpassed the water army bear?" Shirtingi's eyes widened suddenly, her breathing quickening. Su Ming nodded, gently shaking the storage ring in his hand. "Yes, the rewards were 2 spirit beast eggs and matching divine techniques. My 3 spirit beasts have already consumed evolution crystals and will complete their second evolution soon." Shirtingi gasped, unconsciously clenching her fists within her sleeves. "What's the highest level of your spirit beasts now?" "7th tier lord." Su Ming was referring to Henin's level. As for the heaven-devouring toad, he hadn't let it leap directly to the transcendent tier that would be too conspicuous and invite suspicion. Shirtingi recalled the scene from a month ago when Su Ming was only at the 3rd tier lord level, her surprise growing. "Why did you advance so quickly?" "Teacher, I was already at 4th tier lord when I entered the secret realm," Su Ming explained methodically. "Moreover, I learned the divine technique super growth in the secret realm, which, combined with my already exceptional beast-taming talent, naturally boosted my level." He decided to openly reveal his 9-star talent. In the Tianhua Great World, while 9-star talents were rare, they weren't unheard of, and this alone could earn him more resource allocation. Shirtingi repeated softly, "Super growth? What's that good for?" "The sect has always considered it the most useless heaven-tier divine technique. No one wants to practice it." Su Ming shrugged. "Teacher, the reason you and the sect master haven't discovered this is because it has a hidden effect. It can significantly accelerate spirit beast growth. This function only becomes apparent after complete mastery. I originally wanted to report this to you immediately, but then the Tianqing secret realm opportunity came up, so it was delayed." Shirtingi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter before quickly composing herself. "Such a thing actually exists." Shirtingi rose to her feet and looked at Su Ming. "Su Ming, are you really sure about this?" "Yes, teacher. As long as you get started with super growth, you gain double growth speed, and the effect doubles with each advancement. Among the heavenly tier divine arts, super growth should be one of the easiest to learn. Once mastered, it could be a huge opportunity for many disciples in the sect." Su Ming was still speaking when Shirtingi was already too excited to contain herself. After all, talent is fixed once a person awakens, which also sets the growth rate of their beasts. With a divine art like this, even Shirtinghu was nearing the mythic bottleneck could speed up the growth of her lower-level beasts. "Su Ming, excellent work. I'll report this to the sect master right away and see if I can secure a reward for you." With that, Shirtingi rushed out and flew toward the inner sect where Lin Tianqing resided. Su Ming shrugged. What he lacked most wasn't divine arts, secret techniques, or even beast sit was enhancement points, and a lot of them. "Right? I forgot to ask teacher about that temple in the secret realm." He sighed. It seemed he wouldn't get the chance. When he returned to his courtyard, he found his senior sisters Yang Langan and Lu Zining already seated inside. "Senior sisters? What brings you here?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. Yang Langan glanced at Lu Zining and smiled. "Su Ming, we've been learning super growth, but we feel just shy of getting started. Could you share some insights? Maybe that'll help us break through." Su Ming looked at them awkwardly. He didn't actually know that much, but seeing their expectant faces, he felt it would be even more inappropriate to say nothing. Forcing himself, he talked through some study tips. For some reason, not only did they listen with rapt attention, they seemed even more convinced of Su Ming's genius. A few hours later, Lu Zining stood and gave him a deep bow. "Junior brother, thank you. I can faintly sense that thin membrane now. Senior sister, you're going to overwhelm me. We were just exchanging notes, I didn't really help. It's mainly your own strong comprehension." Su Ming smiled awkwardly. Had spent the entire time on pins and needles, simply rephrasing what the book said. He had basically been bluffing, and he had no idea how Lu Zining grasped that layer of meaning. After seeing the two women off, Su Ming let out a long breath. What he feared most now was people asking him for divine art experience. He barely knew anything himself. Just then, he sensed a ripple from his beast space. Is the evolution about to succeed? He closed his eyes and looked inward. The largest golden orb belonged to Henin. It seemed Henin was still the fastest. A second evolution was truly excited. I wonder what surprise this one will bring me. Su Ming rubbed his hands and waited quietly for Henin's golden orb to crack. Hours passed. During this time, Su Ming never took his focus off the beast space. He had to witness this historic moment. Crack. Just like Henin's previous evolution, the light orb shattered, and a brand new beast companion appeared before Su Ming. As the milky white radiance faded, the ground cracked with fine fissures, like a massive drum struck by a heavy hammer. Su Ming's jaw dropped instinctively, his entire body frozen in place. The colossal creature before him was taller and more robust than the Henin in his memory, resembling a newly forged metal fortress wall. Beast Companion, Earth-splitting Bear Lord. Attribute, Earth. Quality, Supreme. Level, 7th tier, Transcendent Lord. Evolution progress, 5,000 years. Evolution count, second evolution. Divine abilities, second evolution. 1. Metal hardening mastery. 2. Mirror clone mastery. 3. Super growth mastery. Skills. Bearlord's brute force LV6 temporarily increases iron-eating beast strength by 100 times. Bearlord's Titan form LV6 temporarily boosts defense by 300 times while reducing speed by half. Bearlord's Fury LV6 temporarily enhances all attributes by 100 times. Jilly Bloodline passive. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the Fury eruption with reduced negative effects. Blood Rage domain LV6 within the domain. Iron-eating beasts gain 50 times combat power while enemies suffer 50 times attribute reduction with no negative effects. Good heavens! Su Ming stared at that explosive string of data, his throat producing only dry swallowing sounds. A mobile fortress. This was a true mobile fortress. What did 300 times defense mean? It meant that beast companions below the 7th transcendent tier, even at full power, couldn't tear open the slightest gap while Bear Lord was in Titan form. Combined with the Blood Rage domain's 50-fold weakening effect, even facing a commander-level squad Hedon would be like demolishing tofu. He shifted his gaze to the other two light orbs in his beast space. The Phoenix and Holy Dragon were still slumbering, and just imagining their post-second evolution forms sent chills down his spine. At this moment, Henin roared skyward, its four limbs pounding the ground heavily as dust billowed up. The second evolution left it brimming with energy and battle fervor. Su Ming quickly patted its forearm, which was wider than himself. Hold on a bit longer, I'll take you for training soon. The next morning, Su Ming, come with me. Shirtingi pushed through the door and decisively grabbed Su Ming, who was still practicing his cultivation. Teacher, what's this about? Su Ming's hair was disheveled from being dragged, his brow furrowing. Your cultivation progress is fast enough. Time for a break. The sect needs you to make a contribution. Shirtingi's eyes were bright and sharp, making Su Ming shiver. Too familiar, clearly the look of someone up to no good. Teacher, I'd like to cultivate a bit more. Can I not go? Are you going or not? Going. His resistance lasted only half a second before Shirtingi dragged him all the way to the sect's main hall. Inside the hall, the elders and sect master were already seated. Teacher, what's this all about? Su Ming lowered his voice. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Sect master Lin Tianxing's gaze fell upon Su Ming, secretly delighted. Yesterday's speculation had indeed proven true. Su Ming, your discovery of the hidden function within this super growth, divine ability, holds tremendous significance for our sect. Tell me, what reward do you desire? A reward? This is merely a disciple's duty. I require no reward. Su Ming cupped his hands respectfully, his expression calm. Lin Tianxing was stunned, turning to look at Shirting. Hadn't you say he never does anything without clear benefit? Why is he being so modest today? At that moment, Shirtingi whispered a few words in his ear, and Lin Tianxing's face broke into a smile. Su Ming, please step aside for now, Lin Tianxing casually instructed. Yes, sect master, Su Ming replied, retreating to the side while glancing around the great hall with confusion. Within moments, several familiar figures entered through the hall doors. Bu Fei, Bai Ling, Qin Shuani, and 7 other outer disciples arrived one after another, their robes rustling softly in the air. Su Ming wondered silently. The only major event coming up was the selection in a month's time, yet now all the outer disciples had been summoned. What could this be about? Before they had even settled into position, several inner disciples, including Lu Zining and Yang Lungen, also arrived, bringing the total to 19 people, including Su Ming. Lin Tianxing raised his hand to quiet the murmurs. Everyone, gather in the center of the hall. The disciples formed 2 rows, all eyes focused on the elevated platform. Lin Tianxing walked slowly before them, surveying the group before speaking. You're surely wondering why I've suddenly gathered you all here. Last night, I received a formal invitation from the Tonlin sect. The outer disciples may not understand, but the inner disciples should have an idea of what this means, right? Senior brother Du Fengwei immediately bowed. Sect master, are we going to the Tonlin sect for an exchange? Lin Tianxing nodded. 10,000 years ago, the Tianxing sect and Tonlin sect were originally one sect called the Tian sect. Due to ideological differences, it split into today's 2 sects, but sharing the same bloodline. We maintained annual exchange visits. This year, it's our turn to visit their sect. According to tradition, we select 10 new disciples, and 10 inner disciples. You are the chosen ones. After finishing, he scanned the group. Any questions? If so, ask now. We depart this afternoon. Du Fengwei looked behind him and hesitated. Sect master, we only have 19 people here. Su Ming counts as 2. Lin Tianxing laughed heartily. He's both a new disciple and an inner disciple, so the numbers work out. This trip will be led by Dean Shirtingi, and several elders just follow their arrangements. Bai Ling blinked her bright eyes and asked softly, Sect master, what exactly will we be doing during this exchange? Demonstrating our strength. Lin Tianxing's voice rang out powerfully. Both sects hope to draw the other into their camp. I want you to show the Tianqing sect's might, and let the Tonlin sect understand who the true heir of the Tian sect really is. The disciples all thought to themselves, just moments ago he spoke of shared bloodlines, and now he wants us to compete. All right, everyone go pack your belongings. We leave this afternoon. Lin Tianqing waved dismissively. As the crowd began to file out, Lin Tianqing suddenly called, Su Ming, stay behind. Su Ming froze mid-step, feeling a chill run down his spine. After everyone had left, only Lin Tianqing, Shirtingi, and himself remained in the echoing hall. Lin Tianqing dropped his stern demeanor, smiling broadly. All right, Su Ming, stop acting so formal. Your master told me you don't cast the hawk until you see the rabbit. On this trip to the Tonlin sect, how much of your true power do you plan to display? Su Ming tried to remain composed. Master exaggerates serving the sect is simply a disciple's duty. Don't be nervous. Lin Tianqing stepped closer, his tone gentle yet pressing. The Council of Elders speaks highly of your talent, and they strongly recommended you for the Tianqing secret realm. Tell me, how much effort do you plan to put forth? Watching Lin Tianqing's persistent questioning and seeing Shirtingi beside him barely containing her laughter, Su Ming's throat bobbed as he finally gritted his teeth and replied, I'll give it everything I've got and crush the Tonlin sect. Excellent. I trust your word, sect master, but as the saying goes, merit should be rewarded. I happen to have a divine technique. Here, would you be interested in learning it? Su Ming suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with intensity as he asked, Are you referring to the divine god art, sect master? Lin Tianqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, you actually know of it? Did your master tell you? He turned to look at Shirtingi, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Sect master, it wasn't my master who told me. Su Ming quickly waved his hands. I overheard some disciples chatting about it in the inner sect. Lin Tianqing had originally planned to press further, but upon reflection, he had already intended to pass the divine god art to Su Ming anyway, so the source of the information didn't really matter. He asked directly, Well then, do you want to learn it? After he finished speaking, Su Ming didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head in contemplation. When it came to divine techniques, he wasn't lacking. Each of his spirit beasts possessed an average of 2 techniques, and their grades weren't low either. But who would complain about having too many good things? However, given his perfectionist nature, mastering any divine technique to completion would require investing massive amounts of enhancement points, which made him hesitate. Lin Tianqing and Shirtingi exchanged glances, both somewhat bewildered by his prolonged silence. By all logic, such an opportunity should have filled him with ecstatic joy. Though the divine god art wasn't as heaven-defying as mirror divine technique, it was still an exclusive heaven-grade technique of their sect, unavailable even in the scripture pavilion, specifically designed for spell attack type spirit beasts, and virtually unstoppable. Su Ming had no reason to refuse. Su Ming, what are you thinking about? The sect master is asking you a question. Shirtingi gently nudged him. Su Ming took a deep breath and looked up, saying solemnly, I want to learn it, sect master. Good, good, good. Lin Tianqing laughed heartily, relief washing over him as he retrieved a slightly yellowed thin manual from his storage ring. Take this copy of the divine god art first, and study it on the road. Given your speed at comprehending divine techniques, you might achieve mastery by the time you return. Just don't lose it. Su Ming received it with both hands and nodded solemnly. Thank you for bestowing this technique upon me, sect master. Think nothing of it. Lin Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. During the inter-sect exchange, just give it your all and earn our Tianqing sect some face. This disciple will certainly not disappoint you. When the time comes, I'll make sure all those from Tonlin sect end up flat on their backs. Su Ming's tone was resolute. Haha, excellent. After taking leave from the Great Hall, Su Ming flew on his cloud straight back to his small courtyard. His luggage was already stored in his spatial ring, and he had originally planned to take Henin out for some practice today, but now he'd have to substitute Tonlin sect as his whetstone. However, he felt secretly anxious if the Phoenix and Sacred Dragon couldn't complete their evolution in time. Their strength would be significantly weakened. Landing in his courtyard, he found that Bai Ling, Lu Cheng, and Han Chong had already arrived first and were seated in the newly built pavilion, with the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. What are you all doing here? Su Ming asked as he took a seat. Bai Ling stuck out her tongue. Waiting for you. Gathering at the outer sect is too troublesome, and we 3 only know you, so we figured we'd just meet up directly at the inner sect. Su Ming nodded. All right then, let's rest here for a while. I estimate the elders will be ready soon, and will depart shortly. His teacher was currently gathering the accompanying elders. He looked around at everyone and suddenly remembered something, so he spoke up. Do any of you know where Tonlin sect is located? Su Ming glanced at the 3 of them and asked. Bu Fei nodded and replied. The Tonlin sect isn't far from our Tianqing sect, located within the Black Dragon Empire. If we ride mythical-level spirit beasts, we can reach there in about 3 days. There really are quite a few top-tier sects in the southern province, Su Ming sighed. Since arriving in this world, He had been focused entirely on cultivation and hadn't bothered to investigate the distribution of these forces. Bu Fei shook his head and added, sects are divided into 5 ranks: super, top tier, upper, middle, and lower. The Tianqing sect is a super sect, while the Tonlin sect is merely one of the top-tier sects closest to super rank. The main difference is that we possess the Tianqing secret realm, and they don't. In the entire southern province, there are only 6 super sects and no more than 10 top-tier sections. Su Ming remembered something and pressed further. By the way, what do you know about that temple in the Tianqing secret realm? The temple. Bu Fei spread his hands. I've only heard that it was established by the divine realm at the Tianqing sect, and they deposit items there annually. As for what level the divine realm actually represents, I'm not sure either. It's probably a world from a higher plane. Su Ming nodded. As long as he was certain those treasures posed no harm to him, that was enough. As for the divine realm, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Suddenly, Bu Fei raised an eyebrow and said, Su Ming, how's your spirit beast's evolution coming along? Mine just completed 1 evolution. Want to have a sparring match? Su Ming became interested. He remembered that Bu Fei came from a wealthy family, but Bu Fei's spirit beast had never evolved before. Had he finally used evolution crystals? He asked, how many times have you evolved? Just once. I've already undergone 2nd evolution. If you really want to fight, you won't have a chance to win. Su Ming paused, then asked puzzledly. Given your family's circumstances, red crystals for 1st evolution shouldn't be hard to obtain, right? Why did you wait until now? Bu Fei smiled bitterly. Who evolves as quickly as you do? Asked Bai Ling and Qin Shuani. Both women shook their heads simultaneously. Su Ming was secretly puzzled. Were spirit beasts in this world harder to evolve than he had imagined? Upon reflection, his nightmare had already entered the growth stage, but was still stuck at the 1st evolution threshold, while Hanin's 1st evolution was completed by devouring a earth dragon beast's essence, with subsequent evolutions relying on evolution crystals. His journey had been so smooth that he had overlooked these basic facts. Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. Just then, Shurtingi arrived with several elders, riding their respective spirit beasts and appearing in the sky above Boundary Mountain. Seeing this, everyone quickly summoned their own spirit beasts to join them. In a moment, everyone arrived beside Shurtingi and the other elders, riding their respective spirit beasts. Everyone was now present. Shurtingi looked around, confirmed the head count was correct, and spoke. Let's depart. This isn't such a big deal that we need to wait for the sect master and others to see us off. With those words, she took the lead, soaring into the air on her dark blue flying dragon and rushing to the front. The disciples followed closely behind, with the other 3 elders bringing up the rear. The Tianqing sect group shot forward like an arrow toward the Black Dragon Empire in the north. Su Ming still had no flying spirit beast available. Phoenix and Holy Dragon were sleeping in their evolution cocoons, so he could only share a giant wolf with twin wings with Bu Fei. The weight of 2 grown men clearly exceeded this giant wolf's limits. Its wing bones trembled, and its claws even sparked as they cut through the air. Su Ming, come over here, Shurtingi said, glancing at them and judging that at this speed, forget 5 days they wouldn't reach Tonlin sect, even in 10 days. Yes, master. Su Ming leaped through the air and landed on the back of Shurtingi's flying dragon. Last time he had been carried by an elder's hand while flying. Today he could finally sit steadily on the warm scales of the dragon's spine. Shurtingi stood at the front controlling direction, while Su Ming sat cross-legged toward the back, drawing out the Divine God Manual from his waist. With a thought, he directly spent 20,000 enhancement points to achieve beginner level. Unfortunately, the Phoenix and Holy Dragon who could truly perform this divine technique were still in their evolution period. He estimated the 2 spirit beasts would emerge from their cocoons around the time they reached Tonlin sect. Closing the scroll, from reading to mastering took less than a minute. Shurtingi caught sight of this from the corner of her eye and couldn't help asking in a low voice, Su Ming, have you finished learning it? No, teacher. I'm just a bit tired and want to rest for a while. Su Ming casually deflected. Shurtingi sighed inwardly. If someone could truly learn a heaven-grade secret technique in such a short time, then unless this divine technique was tailor-made for him, common sense simply couldn't explain it. Over the next 4 days, the group traveled north from the Holy Light Empire. The journey was smooth and peaceful, successfully crossing into Black Dragon Empire territory. On the evening of the 4th day, the mountain gates of Tonlin sect appeared through the mist at the end of the mountain ranges, and the Tianqing sect group finally reached their destination. At this moment, Su Ming sat cross-legged on Shurtingi's flying dragon, his consciousness immersed in the spirit beast space. Unlike the tension during Hanin's previous evolution, he was unusually calm this time, his gaze fixed firmly on those 2 light spheres. Cracks spread in the same instant, the light shells shattered, and both spirit beasts completed their 2nd evolution. Spirit beast, dark prison, blazing phoenix. Attributes, dark fire. Quality, supreme. Level, Lord 4th tier. Transcendent, 5,000 years. Evolution stage, 2nd evolution. Evolution count, twice. Divine techniques, rune shield proficient, mirror clone proficient, super growth proficient, divine god manual beginner. Skills, dark prison blaze, rebirth nirvana, flame conversion, black phoenix strike, black phoenix domain. Dark prison blaze, LV6, hellfire that can instantly devour enemies. Rebirth nirvana, passive, cannot be upgraded, once per lifetime only, combat power permanently enhanced after nirvana. Flame conversion, LV6, 300 resistance to fire attribute attacks, can absorb and convert 100 for personal use. Black Phoenix Strike LV6. Phoenix soars and dives, carrying world-burning fire to strike targets fiercely. Black Phoenix Domain LV6. Domain type skill. Within this domain, all enemies except fire attribute will suffer 10x burning damage. Beast Companion. Divine Radiance Holy Dragon. Attributes, Light Dragon. Quality, Supreme. Grade, 4th tier, Transcendent Lord. Evolution progress, 5,000 years. Evolution count, second evolution, twice evolved. Divine abilities, Shield Mastery, Mirror Clone Mastery, Super Growth Mastery, Divine Art Beginner. Skills, Divine Dragon Claw, Divine Dragon Force, Holy Light Judgment, Holy Light Shield, Sacred Dragon Bloodline, Aurora Domain. Dragon Claw LV6 Exclusive Dragon-type Beast Skill, Quintuple Strength. True Dragon Force LV6 Exclusive Dragon-type Beast Skill, Quintuple Strength. Holy Light Judgment LV6 Damage dealt heals the user. Dark attribute enemies take 30x damage. Holy Light Shield creates a light attribute barrier that reflects 10x damage. Sacred Dragon Bloodline suppresses all dragon-type creatures. Aurora Domain LV6 Within this domain, the Divine Radiance Holy Dragon's attributes increase 20-fold, and it can rapidly heal itself and allies. Gulp Su Ming swallowed hard, thinking no wonder evolution was so difficult after completing the transformation. Its power had increased dozens of times over. But before he could properly examine his beast companion's stats, a somewhat cold voice rang out beside his ear. Su Ming, we've arrived. Su Ming's eyes snapped open to see Shirtingi standing on her spirit beast's back, turning to urge him forward. The spiritual bird beneath her flapped its wings impatiently, having waited too long, and nearly shook Su Ming off at the mountain's base with its restless movements. Oh yes, teacher. He hurriedly leaped down, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he was captivated by the scenery of Tonlin sect before him. The layout from the mountain gate to the palace halls was remarkably similar to the Tianqing sect he had once seen. Just then, a resonant and warm voice called out, Dean Shirtingi, I never expected you to personally lead the team this year. Following the voice, Su Ming saw an elderly man with white hair and silver beard riding a crane, accompanied by a group of elders and disciples, approaching with a smile. Dean Shin is too kind. Shirtingi nodded slightly, her tone gentle yet maintaining some distance. I've been lazy for many years, but my senior brother insisted I make this trip personally. Though the other party held higher seniority, in terms of talent and strength, she far surpassed him. Su Ming, I heard Tianlin sect is quite similar to Tianqing sect. Even their inner and outer disciple systems are nearly identical. His companion Buffet quietly sidled up to Su Ming, whispering. However, Su Ming's attention was completely captured by a female disciple behind Dean Chen. The young woman had fair skin and a cold demeanor, and he distinctly felt she was familiar, yet couldn't recall where he had seen her. Sensing his gaze, Long Yuanhan frowned slightly, clearly disgusted by such direct staring. Su Ming, don't tell me you're already eyeing Tianlin sect's female disciples the moment we arrive. Before Buffet's joke could fully land, a chill ran down his spine. Turning around, he saw Bai Ling and Qin Shuani standing quietly behind him, their expressions frighteningly cold. Su Ming paid no attention to this, only searching his memory repeatedly, sighing inwardly. The beauties he'd encountered in this lifetime already exceeded those from his previous life combined. Though Long Yuanhan was extremely beautiful, Su Ming simply couldn't remember her. Please, everyone, let's head up the mountain. Dean Shun, who was leading the group, smiled slightly as his gaze swept over the 19 Tianqing sect disciples standing behind Shirtingi, his voice warm and courteous. After you, Dean Shun. Shirtingi replied with a respectful bow. Please, Dean Shi, you first. I insist Dean Shin should go ahead. No, no, no. Dean Shi, you are our guest. Though Tianqing and Tonlin share the same roots, guests should naturally go first. The two deans went back and forth with their polite exchanges, creating a momentary standoff. Su Ming and the other disciples could only shake their heads at this display of courtesy. Finally, seeing that Shirtingi firmly refused to go first, Dean Shin had no choice but to lead his own disciples toward the mountain path. Su Ming, come up. Shirtingi gestured toward her spirit bird and casually called out. Su Ming shook his head. Teacher, my beast companion has undergone its second evolution and can fly now. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand to summon a phoenix bathed in black flames that spread its massive wings and descended into everyone's view. The dark flames rolled and surged, yet carried no heat. Instead, they rippled outward like waves as Su Ming settled onto its back. Gulp Bu Fei swallowed hard, losing any remaining desire to spar with Su Ming. The oppressive aura seeping from his very bones told him this phoenix was not to be trifled with. Shirtingi remained calm. Having seen hundreds of powerful beast companions, she wouldn't easily show surprise. Remember, you now represent the Tianqing sect. Your words and actions must be prudent. Shirtingi reminded them coolly. Yes, Dean sure. The disciples responded in unison, mounting their own beast companions and catching up with Dean Chen's group ahead. The mountain path wound upward, but the scenery made Su Ming feel as if he'd returned to the Tianqing sect. The mountain formations, distances, and the arrangement of peaks were almost identical. The Tonlin sect had clearly put considerable effort into finding terrain that matched so perfectly. The true mountain gate came into view. The three characters, Tonlin sect, were carved with vigorous brushstrokes into a massive stone. This is absolutely ridiculous, Bu Fei muttered under his breath. He'd heard that the Tonlin sect was a copy of the Tianqing sect, but seeing it firsthand, he realized that copy wasn't strong enough. Aside from different members, everything else was like a mirror image. Su Ming guided his phoenix alongside Shirtingi and lowered his voice. Teacher, they don't also have mirror clone techniques, do they? Shirtingi glanced back with a light laugh. What? Are you afraid? Of course not. I'm just curious. Since the Tonlin sect split from our sect, didn't they take some powerful techniques with them? Go ask your senior sister Lu. They fought the Tonlin sect more than one sect know best. After giving these instructions, Shirtingi followed the elders inside with Dean Shen. Fellow disciples from the Tianqing sect, you must be tired from your journey. The sect has prepared accommodations for you. Please follow me, said Lung Yuanhan, who was leading the way. As she left, she glanced at Su Ming, finding him familiar but unable to recall where she'd seen him before. Su Ming took the opportunity to move closer to Lu Zining and whispered, Senior sister, do they really have any powerful techniques? No mirror clones at all. No, Lu Zining shook her head. Mirror clones were the previous sect master's personal technique, not part of the Tianqing sect's orthodox teachings. Among the techniques the Tonlin sect took when they split, the strongest scroll should be called Clear Mind. Clear Mind? What type of technique is that? Mental attacks are said to be legendary techniques among spiritual assaults, though they're extremely difficult to master. If someone does learn them, they're no weaker than your mirror clone technique. Has senior sister never encountered this before? Su Ming turned his head toward Lu Zining, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Zining was momentarily stunned by the question, her expression gradually sinking into memories. After a long pause, she looked up and nodded. I have encountered it. During the last Nanzhou sect competition, I faced a beast tamer who specialized purely in mental power. Once that person unleashed this divine ability, their spiritual force instantly surged several times, even dozens of times stronger, directly destroying their opponent's beast's mental space. The scene was absolutely terrifying. As she spoke, her face still bore traces of the fear from that day. Truly powerful spiritual beast tamers could indeed take on 100 opponents single-handedly. However, Lu Zining added, spiritual attribute divine techniques are the most difficult to cultivate among the three major systems. Did Tonlin sect win? Su Ming carefully inquired. Lu Zining chuckled and shook her head. How could that be possible? Nanzhou has 6 super sections. Besides our Tianqing sect, there are 5 others, each with their own ultimate secret techniques, and each more unfathomable than the last. With these words, she sighed, clearly worried about the upcoming Nanzhou sect competition. Su Ming couldn't help but feel concerned after hearing this. While he was confident in his beast's combat abilities, if he fell behind by a major tier in level, the gap couldn't be bridged through sheer determination alone. As his thoughts wandered, the guide disciple had already led everyone to their accommodations. There are 20 small courtyards ahead. Please choose whichever you prefer. Senior brother, Du Fengwei stepped forward to bow in gratitude, then called for his fellow disciples to select their courtyards freely. With only 19 people on this trip, exactly 1 courtyard would remain empty. Bu Fei and 3 others chose 4 adjacent courtyards. As night approached, the remaining light cast shadows across the quiet courtyards. Shirtingi gathered the elder and 19 disciples to go over important matters. The competition won't begin immediately. You may freely explore Tonlin sect these next few days, treat it as your own sect. Tonlin sect has developed rapidly in recent years, producing many talents. I've heard that among their new generation of disciples, there's a female disciple named Lung Yuanhan who has mastered that clear mind technique. You 10 must be especially careful. Particularly you, Su Ming, you'll very likely face her. Are you confident? All eyes focused on him as Su Ming smiled faintly. Please don't worry, teacher. When it comes to spiritual power, though I only have 1 spiritual attribute beast, it's more than sufficient. He had complete confidence in Nightmare's mental strength. Du Fengwei glanced at him, his tone calm, but carrying a warning. Junior brother, be cautious. Mental attacks are called the strongest offensive techniques that brute bear of yours won't be able to block them. Underestimating your opponent will cost you. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. This junior will certainly be careful. Su Ming bowed in response and said nothing more. Nightmare had already accumulated over 300 souls, multiplying its attack power several times over. Among peers his age, Su Ming truly couldn't imagine how they could possibly match Nightmare's spiritual force. Alright, alright. Su Ming, we know your strength well, but psychic attacks are indeed no trivial matter. You must be cautious above all. Shurtingi quickly intervened to smooth things over. He knew this disciple who had sailed through everything smoothly all too well since awakening his beast-taming abilities. He had never tasted defeat, and inevitably some arrogance had crept into his heart. Yes, master. This disciple will certainly be prudent. Su Ming restrained his sharp edge, his tone respectful. Shurtingi nodded with satisfaction and continued his instructions. I have already observed this generation of inner disciples from the Tonlin sect. While they may not be extraordinarily gifted, they should not be underestimated either. As long as you respond carefully, victory is within our grasp. The Tonlin sect has arranged for you to stay for a week first, and you can observe the cultivation practices of both their inner and outer disciples. The martial competition is scheduled for the 8th day. There are still 20 days until our sect's selection for the Southern Province Sect Grand Competition, so you should rest and recuperate here peacefully. Having said this, he flicked his sleeves and departed. The disciples dispersed accordingly, some conversing in low voices, others returning directly to their quarters to rest. Bu Fei, Bai Ling, and Qin Shuani followed Su Ming back to his small courtyard as usual. Moonlight spilled across the quiet courtyard. Bai Ling was the first to complain. Sigh. There isn't even a pavilion here. If there were a pavilion, we could build a fire and roast meat again. Exactly. Without a pavilion it feels like something's missing, Qin Shuani chimed in. Bu Fei frowned and lectured them. Stop being so picky. We're here to bring glory to the Tianqing sect, not to vacation. We're just talking casually, we're not actually making a fuss, Bai Ling pouted. Right, right, Bu Fei. Won't you even let people complain? Qin Shuani was also indignant. Seeing the three about to quarrel again, Su Ming rubbed his temples. That's enough. You two, stop obsessing over food. Your bellies are about to develop 3 layers of fat. What? Really? Bai Ling and Qin Shuani hurriedly looked down to touch their stomachs, then looked up at Bu Fei with expectant eyes, hoping to hear the words, not fat. Bu Fei naturally wouldn't miss the chance to twist the knife. Su Ming isn't wrong. You should eat less. The two women were half convinced, but finally stopped mentioning roasted meat. After a few moments of silence, Su Ming suggested, how about we go out for a walk? Great. I was just thinking the same thing. The four immediately gathered their personal belongings and stepped out the door. Although Shurtingi had permitted them to move freely within the Tonlin sect, the night was already deep, so they still kept their footsteps extremely light. Following the corridors and turning past several eaves, they first arrived at the outer sect. Since they had been arranged to stay in the inner sect, this was their first time carefully observing the outer sect scenery. Bai Ling gazed at the 3 courtyards of the outer sect and sighed softly. This outer sect is pretty much the same as our sect. If I didn't know we were in the Tonlin sect, I would have thought we were still in the Tianqing sect. Bu Fei also surveyed the familiar layout and sighed. Well, after all, we share the same origins. They probably built it the same as our sect out of sentiment. Bu Fei sighed, considering they were from the same original sect. If the two sects were to merge again, the entire southern province would witness the emergence of a super sect above all other super sections. However, the two sects have refused to submit to each other for thousands of years, making such a grand undertaking impossible to achieve in the short term. In the outer courtyard plaza of Tonlin sect, the moonlight cast a cold glow in the deep night. 4 Tianqing sect disciples Su Ming, Bu Fei, Qin Shuani, and Bai Ling walked while quietly discussing architectural details they hadn't observed carefully during the day. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out from behind them. Fellow senior brothers and sisters from Tianqing sect, are you still touring our Tonlin sect so late at night? The 4 turned around in unison. Ling Yuanhan, whom they had met during the day, stood quietly on the stone steps. She cupped her hands in greeting, her tone peaceful. Greetings, everyone. I am Lung Yuanhan, an outer disciple of Tonlin sect. Su Ming and the others introduced themselves in turn. Hello, I am Su Ming, an inner disciple of Tianqing sect. Outer disciple Bu Fei. Outer disciple Qin Shuani. Outer disciple Bai Ling. After the customary pleasantries, Su Ming explained their purpose. We arrived in haste during the day and didn't have time to properly appreciate the sect's scenery, so we couldn't resist coming out for a walk. No problem at all. Our sect master has said that Tianqing sect disciples are free to move about within our grounds. Lung Yuanhan nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. I'd like to confirm, are you the senior brother Su Ming, who has mastered Tianqing sect's most powerful divine technique, mirror clone? Oh, you actually know of me. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, clearly somewhat surprised. Lung Yuanhan replied earnestly, of course. Our sect master once praised senior brother Su Ming as a genius second only to Master Shirtingi in Tianqing sect. Su Ming waved his hands repeatedly. I don't deserve such praise, me teacher is far stronger. However, I've heard that junior sister Lung has mastered our Tonlin sect's clear mind divine technique, which is truly admirable and respectable. The two exchanged compliments back and forth, nearly exhausting their vocabulary of praise, while the three onlookers buffet and the others listened with flushed faces. When the atmosphere calmed slightly, Lung Yuanhan suggested, would you like me to guide you and provide introductions? That won't be necessary. The layout here is quite similar to our Tianqing sect, so we won't trouble you. Bai Ling replied straightforwardly. Hearing this, Lung Yuanhan said no more and politely took her leave. Just as she turned around, a fleeting shadow suddenly flashed through Su Ming's mind. Junior sister Lung, please wait. He quickly stepped forward 2 paces, his gaze intense. 2 months ago, did you happen to visit the 100,000 mountains within the Holy Light Empire's territory? Lung Yuanhan's steps halted, her brow furrowing slightly. How do you know that? Su Ming didn't answer, but instead retrieved a crescent-shaped jade pendant from his spatial ring and held it up to the moonlight. Is this your jade pendant? The pale silver radiance illuminated the jade pendant, its gentle curves triggering a flood of memories for Lung Yuanhan. That day, while searching for spiritual fruits that could enhance beast-taming mental power, she had ventured deep from the 100,000 mountains within the Black Dragon Empire's borders, crossing the frontier to reach the depths of the Holy Light Empire's mountain range. She had finally found the spiritual fruit, only to unexpectedly encounter an earth dragon. In that life-or-death moment, a young man had intervened to slay the dragon and save her. During her frantic escape, she had lost her jade pendant and never learned her savior's name. The person who saved me that day, was it you? Lung Yuanhan looked up in delighted surprise. I just happened to be passing by. Su Ming smiled as he handed over the jade pendant. Since it truly is yours, I'm returning it to its rightful owner. I examined it. It's just ordinary mixed jade with no particular value. I only kept it as compensation at the time. Thank you. This jade pendant is very important to me. Lung Yuanhan almost snatched the pendant, cupping it carefully in both hands. Su Ming, what's going on here? Bai Ling and Qin Shuani approached from both sides, their gazes fixed on the crescent-shaped jade pendant in Lung Yuanhan's arms, unable to hide their excitement. Before entering the secret realm, I happened to encounter her while training in the 100,000 mountains. I saved her on a whim, and her jade pendant ended up in my possession. Su Ming explained casually, though he didn't mention his original intention to keep the pendant as payment for saving her life. I truly must thank senior brother Su Ming for rescuing me. It's just that when I woke up and didn't see you, I left in a hurry. Lung Yuanhan now realized she had misunderstood Su Ming. During the day, when she noticed him staring at her, she thought he had ulterior motives. It's nothing, just a small favor. I didn't know this jade pendant was so important to you, or I never would have taken it. Taken it? Lung Yuanhan looked up in confusion. I saw the pendant lying on the ground while you were unconscious, so I picked it up for safekeeping. Who knew that when I stepped away briefly, you'd be gone? Su Ming laughed heartily, eager to move past this topic. Lung Yuanhan felt nothing but gratitude towards Su Ming and didn't probe further. She then suggested, under the cover of night, let me show you all around our Tonlin sect as a token of my appreciation. That sounds good, but don't call me senior brother, just call me Su Ming. We're the same age. Lung Yuanhan looked troubled. According to sect hierarchy, inner disciples of the Tianqing sect should indeed be addressed as senior brother. It's fine, just call him Su Ming like we do. Bai Ling waved her hand to smooth things over. All right then. Su Ming, please follow me. I'll show everyone around Tonlin sect. Much appreciated. Su Ming cupped his hands in greeting and followed Lung Yuanhan, with the other 3 close behind. The night sky was cloudless with a full moon hanging high. The 5 of them spent a full 3 to 4 hours touring before finally parting ways. Watching Lung Yuanhan's figure disappear into the distance, Bai Ling couldn't help but poke Su Ming. Su Ming, you definitely intended to keep that jade pendant as payment for saving her, didn't you? Su Ming spun around abruptly, thinking to himself that this girl was getting to know him too well. Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Do I seem like that kind of person? He strode toward their lodgings without a trace of embarrassment. Huh, I knew I was right. Bai Ling rolled her eyes. Su Ming never helped strangers for free. The next morning, Su Ming had just gotten up, his mind focused on finishing their business and leaving early. There was nothing to gain, no enhancement points to earn, nothing new to learn. He couldn't understand why the Tonlin sect's leader was keeping them here so long. Bang bang bang. Urgent knocking echoed at his door, and Su Ming hurried to answer it. When he opened the door, he found Lung Yuanhan standing outside. Miss Lung, what brings you here so early? Su Ming felt slightly puzzled, as such early morning visits were indeed unusual. Su Ming, our Tonlin sect has prepared breakfast, and I've come to invite you all to join us. Breakfast? Lung Yuanhan's reminder made Su Ming realize he had almost forgotten such mundane concepts as breakfast. The Tonlin sect had arranged their hospitality with meticulous care, but But for cultivators who had reached their level, eating had long become an optional habit. That skewer of roasted meat earlier was merely Su Ming indulging a momentary craving. Very well, thank you for your kind consideration, Miss Lung. He smiled and shook his head. However, I usually skip breakfast. Might I be excused? Lung Yuanhan had originally intended to persuade him further, but upon hearing this, she paused momentarily before breaking into a charming smile. If you won't go, then I'll simply have to return and report to my teacher. Very well. Thank you, Miss Long. Over the following days, Su Ming barely set foot outside his small courtyard. The Tonlin sect wouldn't allow visitors to see their truly precious locations, yet insisted on displaying trivial scenery for obligatory tours. Rather than endure such irritation, he simply remained behind closed doors. During this period, Lung Yuanhan occasionally called on him, exchanging only brief pleasantries with Su Ming. However, Su Ming's mind was entirely focused on figuring out how to gain enhancement points within the Tonlin sect, so he remained indifferent toward this young woman who took the initiative to visit. After repeatedly meeting with cold responses, Lung Yuanhan naturally felt quite dejected. More importantly, Su Ming deliberately maintained his distance when the arena matches began. He still wanted to have a real fight with Lung Yuanhan, and if their friendship grew too deep, it would only tie his hands. In the blink of an eye, the 8th day arrived. The morning competition grounds were packed with people, as Tonlin sect disciples surrounded the arena in layers so thick that not even water could leak through. Though the visiting Tianqing sect members numbered only about 20, their presence remained imposing as they stood firm as rocks in the center. A host dressed in blue robes stepped onto the elevated platform and announced loudly, "Fellow senior and junior brothers and sisters of the Tonlin sect, good morning, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the venue erupted in deafening cheers. Is this really necessary? They're acting like they're receiving an imperial edict. Buffet rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Su Ming gestured for him to be quiet. Let them make their noise. If we don't let them show off now, they won't be laughing later. The host continued his loud proclamation. Today marks the visit of talented disciples from our sister sect, the Tianqing secto, our sect, for exchanging insights on beast taming and sparring with our first-generation disciples. Please give your most enthusiastic applause to welcome the elders, senior brothers, and senior sisters of the Tianqing sect. Thunderous applause erupted. Su Ming was forced to stand and acknowledge the crowd. Though he silently complained to himself that the host's skills were terrible, felt embarrassed just listening. Now, let us turn our attention to the sect master of the Tonlin sect and the visiting Dean Shurtingi of the Tianqing sect. As his words fell, the burly man beside Shurtingi rose with her and stepped toward the front of the platform. Dean Shur, please speak first, the Tonlin sect master said with polite courtesy. You're too kind, sect master. I won't say much, please go ahead. Shurtingi waved her hand, clearly uninterested in such occasions. Very well, then I shall take the liberty. The Tonlin sect master stepped forward half a pace, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Today marks a grand occasion for disciples of both sects to exchange insights on beast taming. I hope everyone will remember friendship first, competition second. Through these matches, may we strengthen our bonds and consolidate the friendly relations between our two sects. The sect master's opening remarks went on endlessly. This sect master talks even more than ours does. Buffet yawned, nearly unable to keep his eyes open from all the talking. I won't say much more, I'll leave this to you young folks. With the Tonlin sect master's words, the vast arena fell silent. Then, a slender young woman stepped onto the platform, her black hair dancing in the wind, her gaze cold and clear. Lung Yuanhan, an outer disciple of Tonlin sect. Lung Yuanhan, outer disciple of Tonlin sect, humbly requests guidance from Su Ming of Tianqing sect. Her crisp voice echoed through the stands. The crowd automatically parted, creating a path as Su Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at his senior sister, Shurtingi, above. Seeing her nod, he smiled and strode confidently into the arena. The breeze lifted the corners of his white robes, giving him an air of effortless grace. Miss Lung, you're calling me out by name right from the start. Su Ming teased with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Lung Yuanhan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Su Ming, haven't you been wanting to spar with me? I'm simply granting your wish. How did you know? You've been deliberately ignoring me, hoping I wouldn't dare fight at full strength during the competition, right? Come on. Even though you saved me once, business is business, I won't hold back. Before her words finished, she raised her right arm as spiritual light surged forth, summoning her spirit beast. Su Ming didn't hesitate either. Spiritual patterns emerged as his massive bear-like spirit beast, Henin, materialized instantly, covering half the arena. Henin's even more imposing frame than before drew gasps from the spectators. Lung Yuanhan's pupils contracted slightly. Could a newly admitted beast tamer from Tianqing sect really possess such an enormous spirit beast? My Henin has completed his second evolution and grown considerably larger. Miss Lung, please enlighten me. Su Ming nodded slightly. At the same time, a miniature nightmare beast perched contentedly on his head, letting out soft, pleased sounds. Outside the arena, Tonlin's sect disciples buzzed with discussion. Why did junior sister Lung have to pick him of all people? If that bear lands even one punch on her spirit beast, it'll definitely be seriously injured. Come on, have you forgotten what junior sister specializes in? She's mastered mental techniques, even learned clear mind. That bear won't even get close. Su Ming looked up with a faint smile. Miss Lung, choosing me as your opponent seems rather unwise. You've only just entered the Lord level, haven't you? With such a gap between us, I'd feel bad bullying you. Don't underestimate me. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as Lung Yuanhan brushed away the hair by her ear. I'm no mere decoration. This was exactly what Su Ming wanted to hear. He raised his hand and waved. In the next moment, Henin and his other spirit beasts flickered slightly as 5 identical phantoms suddenly split off, their combined aura spreading like a tide. Mirror clone. Gasps of shock rippled through the stands. I heard this secret technique of Tianqing's sect allows the clones to inherit 100% of the original's power. It's no weaker than top-tier heaven-grade abilities like Clear Mind. And 5 clones, that's definitely not beginner level. This young man is terrifying. Others countered, don't panic. He doesn't specialize in mental techniques. No matter how many clones he has, they can't withstand our junior sister Lung's mental assault. On the platform, Su Ming pointed forward. Henin, attack. Henin let out a deafening roar, his massive claws cracking the ground as he charged toward Lung Yuanhan's spirit beast. Following closely, the heaven-devouring toad flickered and teleported, appearing silently before the opponent's spirit beast. Lung Yuanhan's sleeves billowed as spiritual light condensed at her fingertips. Hibernation baby. Put them to sleep. Use clear mind. Lung Yuanhan showed no signs of panic. A ghostly beast spirit slowly drifted out, and immediately, the massive creatures Henin and the heaven-devouring toad, along with all their clones, began to sway unsteadily. If it weren't for Su Ming's significant level advantage and his experience with 2 evolutions, this single strike would have been enough to send Henin straight into dreamland. Nightmare, show them what a real sleep spell looks like. Su Ming remained calm as he issued commands to the 5 nightmares beside him. The 5 smoke-like black shadows immediately split into mirror images, cold light flashed, and overwhelming psychic waves swept across the battlefield. On the opposite side, Lung Yuanhan's beasts staggered, their eyelids drooping heavily as they fought sleep, and even their clones swayed unsteadily. The spectator stands erupted in chaos. What? That guy's beast is actually psychic type? His mental power is completely crushing Junior Sister Lung. Junior Sister Lung has learned clear mind. Plus with her clones, theoretically, she shouldn't be suppressed so instantly. Discussions arose one after another. On the other side of the viewing platform, the elders of Tonlin's sect all looked tense, with only the sect master managing to maintain his composure. Master Shi's ultimate techniques remain as formidable as ever, he said in a low voice. Shurtingi, the dean of Tianqing's sect, smiled and cupped his hands humbly. Sect master, you're too kind. Su Ming merely has the advantage of level. If they were at the same rank, he might not be able to withstand Miss Yuanhan's psychic assault. Dean Shi is too modest. Even from afar at Tonlin's sect, I've long heard of Su Ming's reputation. The Tonlin sect master sighed softly. To have reached the 7th tier of Lord rank at such a young age, I presume your sect intends for him to participate in the upcoming Southern Province sect competition. Shurtingi was momentarily stunned, then smiled. The competition roster hasn't been finalized yet. After we complete this exchange with your esteemed sect, we'll return to select disciples. Whether Su Ming will participate still depends on his own decision. If he truly comes, Tonlin's sect will be all ears. The sect master laughed heartily. You're always welcome. Shurtingi nodded, then turned his attention back to the arena. On the platform, the battle had become a one-sided crushing. The mirror images of the 5 nightmares covered the entire field, with psychic ripples coming wave after wave, forcing Lung Yuanhan to retreat continuously. The most crucial factor was the level gap. Su Ming was at the 7th tier of Lord rank, while Lung Yuanhan was only at the 1st tier, a difference of 6 entire sublevels, and her psychic attributes were completely countered by her opponent, leaving her with no room to fight back. The Tonlin sect master watched with an increasingly grim expression. This battle represented the sect's most outstanding young talent, yet she was being suppressed by a Tianqing sect disciple to the point where she couldn't even lift her head. The frustration in his heart was indescribable. Su Ming, what's the deal with your beast? How can its psychic power be so strong? Lung Yuanhan was nearly in tears from frustration. Her beasts were like toys in her opponent's hands, utterly helpless, and her only trump card psychic assault was being completely overwhelmed. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and replied coolly. The level difference between us isn't small. Your abilities are indeed strong, but psychic power is exactly what my nightmare excels at most. The corner of his mouth curved slightly upward. When it came to nightmare, Su Ming might worry about its attack methods not being sharp enough, but he never doubted its fortress-like psychic strength. I lost, Su Ming. Lung Yuanhan recalled her spirit beasts and cupped her fists in defeat. On the arena, Su Ming's spirit beasts had maintained a defensive stance throughout the entire match, without even a single scratch on them. Miss Lung, Su Ming apologizes for any offense. Su Ming also recalled his beasts, bowed slightly, and both contestants left the stage. Returning to the Tianqing sect's group, Su Ming noticed his fellow disciples' expressions remained calm, while the opposing Tonlin sect erupted in commotion. Bai Ling, I scored the opening victory, so why aren't any of you excited? He asked in confusion. Bai Ling shrugged. Nothing surprising there. It would be strange if you had lost. Besides, Lung Yuanhan just reached the Lord Realm. If you'd actually lost to her, I'd suspect you through the match. Su Ming was speechless, only able to sigh inwardly. Is this the loneliness of being invincible? On the battle platform, Buffet leaped to the center with a clear voice. Buffet, outer disciple of Tianqing sect. Which senior brother from Tonlin's sect will honor me with guidance? I will, came a rough voice as a burly man strode onto the stage. Yin Shi, outer disciple of Tonlin's sect, specializing in spellcasting spirit beasts. Buffet, specializing in psychic spirit beasts. The two cupped their fists to each other, then simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts. Suddenly, muffled laughter came from below the stage. Su Ming turned to see Qin Shuani covering her mouth, trying to suppress her giggles. What's so funny? Qin Shuani blinked. I thought that guy would go the pure strength route, but he's actually a spellcaster type. The contrast is quite amusing. Bai Ling was also infected by the laughter. Du Feng snorted coldly. Quiet down. You represent Tianqing sect. The two girls instantly became as docile as cats whose tails had been stepped on, standing properly. Su Ming chuckled inwardly. Indeed, only unfamiliar senior brothers and sisters could keep them in line. In the battle circle, Yin Shi's spirit beast lived up to its master's name, with earth attribute spells thundering forth, while Buffet's psychic power transformed into invisible strikes that pierced like needles. Yin Shi had slightly higher cultivation, and if his spirit beast's rock charge landed, Buffet would be severely injured. This perfectly illustrated the importance of balanced development. Qin Shuani frowned with concern. Buffet won't lose, will he? Su Ming reassured her. Psychic attacks are the sharpest. As long as he finds an opening to knock his opponent unconscious, Yin Shi's entire spirit beast formation will collapse. The analysis panel appeared before his eyes through his detection technique, displaying all the data clearly. Sure enough, moments later Yin Shi's spirit beast's mental defenses were torn apart. I yield. Buffet cupped his fists. I yield. Yin Shi smiled bitterly as he left the stage. As Buffet descended from the platform, the Tianqing sect disciples erupted in thunderous cheers, leaving even Su Ming feeling unbalanced. Why hadn't there been such commotion when he won? The subsequent matches continued with disciples taking turns on stage, nearly everyone touching the stone edges of the arena, victories alternating back and forth, cheers rising and falling, until the final battle. An inner disciple of the Tonlin sect stood on the platform, scanning the Tianqing sect members and discovering that everyone had already been challenged. By the way, Dean Shi, the disciple withdrew his gaze and asked with a loud laugh, why did your Tianqing sect only bring 19 people? Below the platform, the Tonlin sect master also detected something unusual and raised his eyebrows slightly. Shi Tingyi smiled without answering, first bowing to everyone present, then explaining. Although Su Ming is a newly admitted inner disciple, our sect master said he alone is worth 2 people. I see. The Tonlin sect master echoed along, his gaze falling on Su Ming. Su Ming is truly a future pillar of your sect. To enter the inner sect at such a young age is remarkable. Shi Tingyi humbly deflected a few words, then smoothly brought up the matter of the two sects' common origin. If we could reunite as one lineage and sweep across the southern province together, it would be a beautiful tale. However, the Tonlin sect master immediately smiled and changed the subject, refusing to discuss it in depth. Shi Tingyi cursed old fox in her heart, but could only engage in small talk on the surface. Soon, she stood up and waved toward below. Su Ming, take the stage and spar with this senior brother from Tonlin sect. Yes, teacher. Su Ming responded clearly without any hesitation. He leaped into the arena. The Tonlin sect disciple across from him cupped his fists in greeting. Greetings, senior brother. I'm Su Ming. Xiang Weikai, specializing in strength-type beast-taming. Please guide me. Xiang Weikai also cupped his hands, not forgetting to show an excited smile. I saw your bear-type spirit beast from below earlier and have been eager to exchange moves. Su Ming's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this finally, a hard-fought battle with real physical combat. Senior brother, please. Then I won't hold back. As his words fell, Su Ming formed hand seals, and both Henin and the heaven-swallowing toad appeared simultaneously. Mirror images suddenly spread out, their massive numbers instantly overwhelming the opponent. Xiang Weikai raised his hand and summoned a towering war elephant, the very type Su Ming had encountered in the temple. Henin's fighting spirit boiled as it swung its fist directly at the giant elephant. The elephant swept with its trunk, stirring up debris with powerful winds. Amid the thunderous roars, the battle arena collapsed layer by layer, dust rising into the sky. As the ground battle intensified, both fighters simultaneously took to the air. Su Ming summoned his phoenix, whose beating wings lifted him into the sky. Xiang Weikai borrowed a commander-level flying spirit beast to ascend as well, continuing to direct the battle. All disciples, fall back. Stewards from both sects busied themselves maintaining order, but with sand and dust blocking the sun, everyone could only determine positions by the roaring sounds, unable to see the scene clearly. In the viewing stands, the Tonlin sect's Strength Academy dean clenched his fists tightly, unable to help but exclaim, "What a magnificent clash of pure force! I haven't fought in years, and my blood is heating up." He suddenly turned and cupped his fists toward Shurtingi. "Dean Shur, how about we also have a match Dean versus Dean?" Shurtingi was slightly stunned upon hearing this. The nearby Tianlin sect master quickly waved his hands and whispered to the Strength Academy dean, "Forget it, old Lu. Even I'm no match for Dean Shurtingi, let alone you. When Dean Shurtingi dominated the Southern Province sect competitions years ago, you were probably still just a commander-level beast-tamer." Upon hearing his sect master's mockery, the dean of the Strength Academy found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Shurtingi was among the most formidable experts in Nanzhou. Once her mirror clones were deployed, the sheer numerical advantage made her nearly impossible to counter unless one's strength could completely overwhelm hers, which he simply couldn't achieve, as his cultivation was inferior to hers. In the arena below, Su Ming and Xiang Weicai's spirit beasts were locked in fierce combat that seemed to shake heaven and earth, with debris scattered everywhere. The Tianlin sect master stood with arms crossed on the elevated platform, laughing heartily. "Such a rare and spectacular battle. They've nearly demolished our sect's entire arena. How exhilarating." He and Shurtingi watched the unfolding battle with great interest. The fight continued well into the late night. Eventually, Su Ming's two spirit beasts collapsed to the dusty ground, their spiritual energy completely depleted. Xiang Weikai frowned, still shaken. "Junior brother Su Ming, how did your beasts grow fiercer as the battle progressed? Several times I thought I had finished them off, only to see that stubborn one rise again." Su Ming recalled his two unconscious spirit beasts and explained softly, "It's a bloodline ability growing stronger through battle. This round I've lost." "You hardly lost," Xiang Weikai shook his head. "You still have 3 spirit beasts you haven't released. The one truly defeated here is me." In truth, Su Ming had wanted to experience the feeling of defeat, so he didn't argue further. Looking around, they saw the arena had been reduced to near ruins. As the Tianlin sect master and Shurtingi approached, both young men clasped their fists in salute. "Su Ming and Xiang Weikai apologize. We lost control and destroyed your sect's arena." The Tianlin sect master waved dismissively with good humor. "No matter. When the younger generation surpasses the old, this elder couldn't be happier." Before the night had fully passed, a celebration feast was arranged on the spot. Flames danced, and aromatic scents filled the air. Lung Yuanhan approached Su Ming with a cup, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Su Ming, are you planning to participate in the Nanzhou sect grand competition?" "Yes, I'll do my best," Su Ming replied modestly, gently touching his cup to hers. "Promise me you'll let me cheer you on when the time comes," Lung Yuanhan said, her cheeks slightly flushed, before running off like a startled deer. Xiang Weikai sidled over with a knowing grin. "Junior brother Su Ming, you've captured our sect's little beauty's heart from the moment you arrived." "Senior brother, please don't tease me." Su Ming smiled wryly. "I simply rescued her one sesh, just grateful." "Do you know junior sister Lung's nickname in the sect? The Ice Mountain Beauty. I've never seen her so enthusiastic toward anyone. You should seize this opportunity." Su Ming felt somewhat embarrassed by the teasing. Yet he knew deep down that his time with Lung Yuanhan would likely be limited. After the sect competition ended, he would need to return to Earth. That was his true home. He had come here solely to grow stronger. He suddenly found himself wondering about Earth's current state. Perhaps once this competition concluded, he really should return for a visit. The next morning, mist swirled as everyone gathered at Tianlin sect's mountain gate. "Junior brother Su Ming, see you at the Nanzhou sect grand competition." Xiang Weikai clasped his fists. "See you at the grand competition." Everyone bid their farewells in turn and set off on their journey home. Throughout the journey, Su Ming felt lighthearted. Looking back at Tianlin sect, he couldn't help but feel that Tianlin sect and Tianqing sect weren't really like two separate sects, but more like two brothers who had quarreled but never made up. Watching the Tianqing sect group depart, an elder beside the Tianlin sect master whispered quietly, "Sect master, once Su Ming and Lu Zining grow stronger, our sect may struggle to find disciples capable of matching them." Upon hearing this, the Tianlin sect master raised an eyebrow and cast a sharp glance sideways, his tone icy cold. "Though the Tianlin sect and Tianqing sect have split, we have never had any conflicts in the 10,000 years since." Elder Qin, put away such thoughts. "Yes, sect master. This subordinate knows his mistake." Elder Qin quickly bowed his head. Meanwhile, the Tianqing sect members on their journey home were clearly in high spirits. Last night's battle had seen them win more than they lost, greatly boosting the sect's morale. Shirtingi walked at the front of the group, glancing back at Su Ming with a growing smile. Su Ming, feeling satisfied now? You completely demolished their arena. Su Ming scratched his head and quickly showed contrition. Teacher, I'm sorry. I couldn't control my spirit beast properly. Well done. What a satisfying demolition. Shirtingi laughed heartily. Last time they came to our sect, they wrecked our arena too. It's only fair to return the favor. Watching Shirtingi laugh so carelessly, Su Ming thought to himself. If the Tonlin sect master saw this scene, he'd probably explode with rage. 5 days later, the group of over 10 people arrived at the Tianqing sect's mountain gate. Everyone has worked hard. Go rest and recover first. The selection trials are approaching, so stay sharp, Shirtingi instructed. Yes, Master Dean. The disciples acknowledged and returned to their respective courtyards. Su Ming also slipped into his quarters, though he had no intention of staying put with only 10 days left until the Southern Province sect competition. Outdoor training would serve him better than secluded cultivation. Under cover of darkness, he quietly scaled the wall and departed again. Meanwhile, Shirtingi went to the sect master's hall to report to her senior brother, Lin Tianqing. Junior sister, how did the battles go? Lin Tianqing asked with anticipation. Not bad. Shirtingi smiled slightly. Su Ming demolished their arena, so we finally got our revenge. She couldn't help but burst into laughter as she spoke. Haha, excellent. Lin Tianqing slapped the table. Old Su's face must be green with anger. The old Su he referred to was the Tonlin sect master. Actually, he praised the demolition job. Lin Tianqing suppressed his laughter and cleared his throat twice. Stop laughing. Look at old Su's composure now, that's what you call having class. As their laughter subsided, Lin Tianqing grew serious. How did Su Ming perform this time? If he participates in the Southern Province sect competition, what are his chances? Shirtingi shook her head. He should be fine, but I still can't fathom his true capabilities. This boy's beast mastery is too powerful. I sometimes wonder if he's been possessed by some expert. They had previously asked the Elder Council to thoroughly examine him, confirming no signs of possession, yet they still couldn't guess his true limits. Lin Tianqing said gravely. Regardless, as long as he remains a Tianqing sect disciple, he's our trump card. But if he dares betray the sect, Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall turned sharp as a blade. Shirtingi sighed softly, and after careful consideration, decided to share the news she'd heard at the Tonlin sect. Senior brother, old Su told me that boy will also participate in this year's Southern Province sect competition. Our disciples might face targeted opposition. Yeah, I know. This was always going to be a fight to the death, nothing more to say about it. When we meet, it's kill or be killed. Lin Tianqing sat upright in the hall, a rare hint of ferocity flickering across his brow. That traitorous disciple had been a shameful scar ever since he became sect master. Junior sister, go fetch Su Ming. I want to see how his divine god technique is progressing, he said, turning his head to give the order. Of course, senior brother. Shirtingi nodded, leaping onto her spirit beast and quickly disappearing into the sky. Moments later, she arrived at the Boundary Mountain outpost, landing in front of Su Ming's courtyard. Su Ming, Su Ming, Su Ming. The courtyard was silent and empty. She pushed open the door directly, only to find a piece of paper stuck in front of the house. At that very moment, Su Ming was already racing toward the 100,000 mountains on his phoenix. Shirtingi glanced down at the note and burst into laughter, pulling it free before riding her spirit beast back to the sect's main hall. Junior sister, where's Su Ming? Seeing her return alone, Lin Tianqing frowned and asked, Su Ming? See for yourself. She tossed the note over to him. Lin Tianqing unfolded the paper to see bold characters written across it. I, Su Ming, am out training for a week. If urgent, you can look for me in the 100,000 mountains, though you probably won't find me. If it's really urgent, there's nothing I can do about it. If it's not urgent, just leave a message, I'll check when I return. Lin Tianqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, setting the note down. This disciple of yours can't sit still for a moment. With only 10 days left, he still runs off to train. Shirtingi nodded with satisfaction. This child works incredibly hard. With good talent and willingness to suffer, his strength doesn't come from nowhere. Lin Tianqing wasn't worried about Su Ming's safety. Very few things could truly threaten his life now. Even the sect master himself was helpless against that spirit beast capable of spatial teleportation, let alone others. What truly made him nervous was that Su Ming still carried the original divine god technique's secret arts. If those were lost, he'd be angry enough to chop the boy down himself. The 100,000 mountains loomed close as Su Ming arrived on his phoenix, cutting through the air. Mountain winds carrying that unique enhancement point scent hit his face. He took a deep breath, secretly locking onto his first old score target for this trip. I've been here so many times and faced dozens of dangers. Now that my strength has greatly increased, it's time to collect on those old debts. He patted the phoenix's neck feathers. Phoenix, fly that way. Nightmare says that guy is over there. Every time he'd fled in embarrassment, he'd had Nightmare memorize the location of his attackers. Now he was heading in that direction to settle accounts. Before long, Su Ming hovered above his target. If Lung Yuanhan were here, she'd recognize it immediately. The very beast that had hunted her last time, the Earth Dragon. Roar! The Earth Dragon looked up and roared furiously, clearly remembering Su Ming too. Earth Dragon, your grandpa Su is back. This time, let me show you what it feels like to be hunted. Su Ming's lips curved upward as he looked down. The phoenix hung high in the clouds while the Earth Dragon, being one of the few dragon species that couldn't fly, could only roar helplessly on the ground. Henin, swallowing sky toad, give them a good lesson for me. Su Ming summoned Henin and the heaven-devouring toad. The moment they appeared, his spirit pets simultaneously activated mirror clone and supergrowth, their bodies rapidly expanding to match the Earth Dragon's massive size. 5 Henin clones plus the original, along with 6 heaven-devouring toads, surrounded the beast in a semicircle from all directions. Their fists and palms thundered down like a relentless storm upon the Earth Dragon. Though this extraordinary-level fierce beast shouldn't have fallen to such a fate under normal circumstances, it couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers. Within moments, its scales were shattered and blood splattered everywhere, leaving it no chance to counterattack. Henin, finish it. Without hesitation, Henin followed the command, grasping the Earth Dragon's thick neck and twisting sharply. With a crisp crack, the massive beast crashed to the ground. Su Ming walked over through the mud, regretting he didn't have his phone to take a photo and show off to Lung Yuanhan. He then converted the Earth Dragon's enormous corpse into surging energy, gaining 700,000 enhancement points on his panel. An extraordinary-level fierce beast was worth hundreds of thousands of points. His heart leaped with joy at the thought of striking it rich. Still unsatisfied, he rode his spirit pets at full speed toward the nearest group of fierce beast brothers. 3 days later, by a mountain stream, a campfire flickered as Su Ming leisurely roasted a tender piece of beef. After 3 days of hunting, he had earned nearly 10 million enhancement points, even advancing both Phoenix and Sacred Dragon's divine arts to proficiency level. At this rate, he could improve his supergrowth mastery within 4 more days. Just as he prepared to continue his journey, a figure floated down the river. Phoenix, fish that person out, and let's take a look. Phoenix dove down, its wingspan creating ripples as it gently brought the person to shore. Only when they landed did Su Ming see it was a beautiful young woman, making him grumble internally. How do I keep finding girls in these 100,000 mountains? Is heaven trying to tell me something? He checked her breathing, still faint but present, and her pulse beat slowly. Su Ming quickly explained, Miss, I'm just trying to save you, don't misunderstand. He then channeled spiritual energy into her. Cultivators naturally had stronger constitutions than ordinary people, and with the spiritual energy infusion, color gradually returned to her pale face. Su Ming had planned to leave, but found himself staying to watch over her. From day to night, he carried the woman from the stream to a nearby cave. Her breathing grew stronger, but she still wouldn't open her eyes. Listening to her faint snoring, he couldn't help muttering, Don't tell me she's actually fallen asleep? As he leaned in to check, the woman's eyes suddenly snapped open, cold as lightning. Holy crap! Su Ming stumbled back several steps, startled by the sudden movement. Who are you? The woman quickly rose, her gaze sharp and threatening. Su Ming could tell at a glance that she had reached the venerable realm with formidable combat power. But if it came to a real fight, she couldn't do much to him. Had kept the heaven-devouring toad outside his beast space precisely so he could teleport away at the first sign of danger. Your savior, that's who I am. Su Ming recalled his heaven-swallowing toad and walked to the center of the cave, sitting cross-legged as his gaze fell upon the woman whose face appeared pale in the firelight. You saved me. The woman lowered her voice, studying the young beast tamer before her who seemed to be only at the lord level. Be all logic. He shouldn't have been able to rescue her in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. What else? If I hadn't pulled you out of that river, you would have drifted away without a trace by now. Su Ming rolled his eyes and muttered casually. You really do look like trouble. The woman fell silent for a moment before finally asking, What's your name? Su Ming paused, then smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Just helping someone out? No reward needed. As for my name, we're just strangers passing. Binnowing, it wouldn't mean anything. After a moment's consideration, she reached into her storage ring and pulled out an ancient book with a deep blue cover, extending it toward him. This mystical arts manual should repay my debt for saving my life. Let's part ways here. Fine by me. Su Ming accepted it, secretly delighted. A free deal, no loss there. The woman summoned her spirit beast, rose into the air, and vanished into the night in an instant. Only then did Su Ming have time to open the manual. Twin formation? What kind of mystical art is this? He muttered under his breath, then chuckled wryly. A mystic grade high tier offensive spell was exactly what he needed least right now. He had the divine god technique for offense and runic shield for defense. Another manual was just a bonus. After some thought, he closed the book. I'll take this back to Earth, consider it a gift for my fellow countrymen. After storing the manual away, he laid down by the campfire and closed his eyes to rest. The flames crackled while night winds howled outside the cave. The next moment, a familiar figure returned to the cave. Nightmare had been keeping watch over the surroundings, and the slightest movement immediately woke Su Ming. He sat up abruptly. Lady, why are you back again? The woman's voice was dejected. My spirit beast is injured and can't fly much farther. This place is actually in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Her heart sank. With her spirit beast in its current condition, how could she dare wander through the depths? This was territory of at least transcendent level fierce beasts. This is indeed the depths, but venerable level fierce beasts are rare here. If you really want to leave, the danger isn't as bad as you think. Su Ming shrugged. Having slain numerous transcendent level fierce beasts these past days, what was left nearby that could threaten him? The woman remained puzzled. How does a lord level beast tamer like you dare linger in this place? By staying alive and well. Su Ming's casual smile only made her more wary. He pointed toward the cave entrance. Just rest over there. Tomorrow I'll escort you out of the 100,000 mountains. With that, he lay back down to sleep. If the woman truly intended harm, he could tell from her earlier behavior that her spirit beast was seriously injured and had limited combat ability. Before lying down, he noticed the woman staring at his sect disciple robes, clearly unable to recall which faction they belonged to for the moment. Morning. Dawnlight streamed through the cave entrance onto Su Ming's face as he slowly opened his eyes. The woman was dozing against the rocks, dark circles under her eyes. Seeing him awake, she suddenly realized, "You're a disciple of the Tianqing sect, aren't you?" The woman had thought all night before finally recognizing these as Tianqing sect disciple robes. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? Su Ming looked at the woman and stood up to extinguish the fire. Sparks scattered everywhere, quickly dimming in the night wind until they disappeared completely. The woman dusted off her clothes and looked up, asking, "So I'm now in the 100,000 mountains within the Holy Light Empire's territory?" "That's right." Su Ming nodded and casually patted the heaven-devouring toad's head. "Come on, I'll escort you out of the 100,000 mountains." He hadn't intended to reveal his identity, but forgot he was still wearing the inner disciple robes of the Tianqing sect. The heaven-devouring toad yawned and stretched its massive body. Su Ming leaped onto its back, while the woman obediently followed on foot behind them. She looked at Su Ming's back and spoke cautiously. "Could you summon your spirit beast? At this pace, we won't make it out by tomorrow." Su Ming turned to look at her with a helpless expression. "I already have." He pointed to the heaven-devouring toad beneath his feet. The woman's face flushed red as she said quietly, My spirit beasts are all injured and can't carry me in flight." Since becoming a beast tamer, she had never walked mountain paths for so long on foot, and her voice was filled with embarrassment. Su Ming sighed and recalled the heaven-devouring toad. Two flashes of light appeared as a phoenix and a holy dragon landed on either side in the mountains. "You follow the phoenix, I'll ride the holy dragon." "Thank you." The woman breathed a sigh of relief and gracefully leaped onto the phoenix's back. Though extremely reluctant, the phoenix could only obey Su Ming's command. Racing through the wind, it wasn't long before they reached the town closest to the 100,000 mountains. Su Ming recalled his spirit beasts and pointed to the crowd at the city gates. "Miss, I still have matters to attend to. I can only escort you this far. I've done my duty." "What's your name?" The woman wanted to ask, but Su Ming had already turned away without looking back, urging his phoenix to soar into the sky. She looked up at that flame-like figure in the distance, lost in thought. Flying high above, Su Ming sighed inwardly. Another day wasted. Only 3 days left to farm enhancement points. 5 days later, Su Ming returned to the Tianqing sect. In the final 3 days, he had barely managed to farm 10 million enhancement points, and his super growth skill had finally reached proficiency level. Remembering the painful days of intensive studying, he rubbed his shoulders. Monster hunting is still more comfortable. Studying is exhausting. Stepping through the mountain gate, he headed straight back to his small courtyard, only to discover that the note he'd left at the door was gone. "Hey, who stole my note? How inconsiderate." He looked around and complained loudly. "Your teacher took it." A familiar voice came from nearby. Su Ming's expression changed instantly, and he immediately put on a bright smile. "Oh, it's you, teacher. You misheard. That's actually very considerate." He slowly turned around, but the moment he saw the scene at his door, he nearly fell backward in shock. "Miss, what are you doing here?" Su Ming pointed at the woman beside his teacher, his voice rising in pitch. Shirtingi frowned. "Su Ming, who are you calling miss?" "This is senior sister Shangwan, who has returned from the Shenxiao sect. She used to be your senior." Su Ming stared blankly at the woman. She smiled slightly. "The disciple I mentioned who saved me, that was him. At the time, his robes looked different from what I used to wear, so I didn't recognize him immediately." Shirtingi laughed. "This boy Su Ming loves wandering into the 100,000 mountains for no reason. This time it worked out well. He rescued you." Su Ming scratched his head and carefully interjected. "Teacher, you just said she is." The woman stepped forward with a gentle smile on her face. Hello, Su Ming. My name is Shangwan Yunyan. According to seniority, you should call me senior sister. Senior sister? Su Ming's lips moved, but before he could say anything more, Shangwan Yunyan had already reached out to ruffle his hair. Su Ming is quite impressive, much stronger than I was back then. Shangwan Yunyan patted Su Ming's head while smiling at Shirtingi. Su Ming felt like 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through his mind at that moment. He quickly dodged to avoid Shangwan Yunyan's outstretched hand, looking at Shirtingi with complete bewilderment. Teacher, where did this senior sister come from? I just saved someone. How did I end up rescuing a senior sister? Faced with her disciple's confusion, Shirtingi raised her hand and spoke in a gentle yet slightly mischievous tone. Yunyan, you tell your junior brother yourself. All right, senior sister, Shangwan Yunyan replied with a bright smile. Wait. Su Ming suddenly snapped back to reality. You just called my teacher senior sister. So shouldn't I be calling you senior aunt? Senior aunt sounds too old. Shangwan Yunyan waved her hand dismissively, her smile radiant. Just call me senior sister. With that, she walked straight to the small pavilion Su Ming had temporarily built, sat down casually, and beckoned. Junior brother, come here. Let's sit and chat. Go on, Su Ming. You must have a belly full of questions, Shirtingi said, patting Su Ming's shoulder. Su Ming followed skeptically but remained standing, waiting for an explanation. Seeing his serious expression, Shangwan Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. Senior sister, your disciple is just as you described, ridiculously talented. It's not that exaggerated, Su Ming said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he waved his hands repeatedly. Shirtingi glared at him. Give you a little sunshine and you shine bright. Shangwan Yunyan continued. Su Ming, your teacher is my senior sister because I was the youngest among the disciples of that generation. Su Ming looked at her in shock. She appeared much younger than Shirtingi. Shirtingi picked up the explanation. Your senior sister participated in the Nanzhou competition 9 years ago. After the tournament, she went to Zhongzhou with the Nanzhou disciples to represent Nanzhou in battle and was eventually accepted as a disciple by the Divine Sky sect. You were lucky to be able to save her. At this, Shangwan Yunyan stuck out her tongue playfully. Su Ming became even more curious. Then how did senior aunt end up falling into the 100,000 mountains? Zhongzhou is thousands of miles away from here. Even a legendary level beast master couldn't slap you all the way back to the Holy Light Empire, right? Of course not. Shangwan Yunyan shook her head, her gaze carrying a hint of confidence. I'm a top-tier sovereign realm cultivator after all. Who could slap me flying that far? Then where did you come from, senior aunt? Su Ming pressed. The two women looked at each other and smiled, simultaneously pointing skyward. From the sky. From the sky? Su Ming looked up. Yes, you'll understand when you reach Zhongzhou, Shangwan Yunyan said mysteriously. Seeing them being secretive, Su Ming simply waved his hand. If you won't tell me, I don't care to hear it anyway. Suddenly, Shangwan Yunyan remembered something important. Oh right. Su Ming, give me back that divine technique manual. Your teacher told me you learned divine techniques very quickly and have already mastered several heaven-grade divine techniques. You probably don't think much of that manual anymore. What? Su Ming's eyes widened. You want back something you already gave away? Besides, I saved you. This is the reward I deserve. Seeing his stubborn stance, Shangwan Yunyan laughed genuinely. Senior sister, this disciple is too interesting. Then her tone shifted. I'm just teasing you. Since I gave it to you, it's yours. Thank you, senior aunt, Su Ming replied with a nod, though his mind was still somewhat muddled. At that moment, Shirtingi stood up, looked at Su Ming, and said, All right, Su Ming, get some rest. You're Shu and I will head out first. After seeing the two of them off, Su Ming returned to his room. He was still a bit dazed about suddenly gaining a Shu out of nowhere. The reversal came too fast for him to process. Still, he didn't overthink it and collapsed into bed. He slept straight through to the next afternoon. If nothing unexpected had happened, he might have kept sleeping. It wasn't anything else. Both beast eggs and his spatial ring had cracked. Although several months had passed since he contracted the Tonlin Ha, he didn't exactly need new beasts right now. Even so, since they were here, he might as well accept it. These were divine-grade beasts, after all, and he really wanted to see what that meant. He took the 2 eggs out of the spatial ring. Flakes of shell began to fall away. 2 tiny hands pushed out from within, 1 from each egg. The cracks spread, and the 2 beasts crawled free. In a flash, they devoured their own shells. Then they turned around, big watery eyes fixed on Su Ming, as if to say they were starving. Su Ming hurriedly took out some spirit milk head stored. It was pure and packed with energy, and he didn't dare let the little ones have too much, worried their small bodies couldn't handle the surge. But these 2 divine-grade beasts seemed insatiable. He poured out a whole jade flask, and they were still opening their mouths for more. Hisso, this is the gap between divine-grade and common beasts. How is anyone supposed to afford raising them? He brought out a second flask. Time passed. Jade flasks littered the floor around his feet. Had originally planned to take some back to Earth for his girlfriend to try, but the 2 little gluttons had emptied everything. You 2 are really burning through resources, he muttered. Su Ming picked them up, and with the help of his probing technique, their stats appeared before his eyes. Beast, Holy War Angel. Attribute, Light. Quality, Divine Grade. Rank, Elite, Tier 1, Commander. Evolution age, 5,000 years. Evolution stage, First Evolution. Evolution count, 3. Divine abilities, none. Skills, Ascension, Dazzling Impact, Stars Grace Recovery, Sacred Verdict, Judgment Light Array, Angelic Bloodline, Eternal Barrier. Ascension LV1. The longer the battle lasts, the Holy War Angel's power grows, up to 100. 01000. Dazzling Impact LV1. Wields a holy sword, plunges downward, unleashing 10 attack power. 01000. Stars Grace Recovery LV1. Restores 30 of its own injuries. 01000. Sacred Verdict LV1. Raises the holy sword to form a massive, invisible blade of chi. 01000. Judgment Light Array LV1. Invincible for 1 minute. Cannot be harmed during that time, and can be bestowed on any creature. 01000. Angelic Bloodline LV1. Deals double damage to Dark Attribute beasts. 01000. Eternal Barrier LV1. Creates a 100-meter radius barrier within which light swords rain down flawlessly for 10 minutes. 01000. Beast, Huangquan Envoy. Attribute, Darkwada. Quality, Divine Grade. Rank, Elite, Tier 1, Commander. Evolution age, 5,000 years. Evolution stage, First Evolution. Evolution count, 3. Divine abilities, none. Skills, Nether Reaping, Nether Chant, Nether Scythe, Waters of the Nether, Road of the Nether, Body of the Ghost God. Nether Reaping LV1. With each kill, the Huangquan Envoy harvests the soul and strengthens its own soul proportionally. 01000. Nether Chant LV1. Its song slays any whose mental power is lower than its own. 01000. Nether Scythe LV1. Swings a massive scythe, tripling its mental power. 01000. Waters of the Nether LV1. Corrodes the enemy's mental power, killing without a trace. 01000. Road of the Nether LV1. A mystical celestial path that doubles the envoy's mental power when traversed. 01000. Body of the Ghost God LV1. Immune to all damage except spells and mental attacks. 01000. Gulp Su Ming stared at the skill descriptions of his 2 spirit beasts, wondering if these were truly the abilities that spirit beasts could possess. Each skill description was more outrageous than the last, but the corresponding growth periods and enhancement points required for skill upgrades were even more mind-numbing. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required a whopping 1,000 points, while his previously raised spirit beasts only needed a mere 10 points. Even more ridiculous was that advancing from elite rank to commander rank required 5,000 years. Even with his current various growth acceleration methods, it would still take 3 to 4 years to bridge this gap. Without relying on secret realms and spiritual lands, by the time these 2 bug-level spirit beasts grew to transcendent rank, he would probably already be a centenarian. Although it wasn't uncommon for cultivators to live for hundreds of years, this pace still felt despairingly slow to Su Ming. If only he had enough spiritual milk, drinking so much spiritual milk just to advance from ordinary to elite rank was simply burning money. I can't afford to raise you too, he wailed internally. What made matters worse was that the core skills of the Underworld Messenger and the Nightmare overlapped. Both needed to harvest souls to enhance mental power, and without coordination, conflicts would inevitably arise. Su Ming sighed and dumped all the remaining hundreds of thousands of enhancement points from his account, barely managing to upgrade both Spirit Beast skills to level 3. For the next level, the system brazenly displayed 500,000 enhancement points, making his heart clench painfully. Just then, Bai Ling walked in from outside the courtyard with light, cheerful steps. Su Ming, what are you doing? Seeing Bai Ling, Su Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. Bai Ling, how can you freely enter and exit Boundary Mountain? You haven't entered the inner sect yet, have you? His tone wasn't rejecting, but rather concerned about the sect rules. According to regulations, outer sect disciples couldn't freely step foot on Boundary Mountain. Senior Sister Lu brought me here. Bai Ling lifted her chin slightly. She's teaching me divine arts and secret techniques. I just finished learning and was heading down the mountain when I passed by your place. Am I not welcome? Su Ming quickly waved his hands. No. I'm just worried you might be punished by the sect rules. He couldn't bear the thought of making the girl cry. Looking at Bai Ling's bright eyes, he suddenly remembered something. Bai Ling, could you help me with something? Bai Ling's head shot up. This was the first time Su Ming had actively asked for her help. Sure, what kind of help? Before long, Bai Ling's spirit beast stood in the sparring arena in Su Ming's backyard, facing the newly hatched angel and underworld messenger. Su Ming, you asked for my help just to have my spirit beast fight them? Right, they just hatched, and I want to test their real combat power. Bai Ling was startled. Fighting right after hatching? What if they get hurt? Su Ming smiled and raised his hand in oath. If you manage to hurt them, I'll treat you to barbecue. Really? Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond. Hearing the word barbecue, Bai Ling's eyes lit up. She had been cultivating frantically recently, pushing her cultivation to commander level 9, yet was still left behind by Su Ming and the others. She naturally didn't want to miss the chance to do something alongside Su Ming. Water spirit, defeat them, but don't hurt them. Theory still young. The Holy War Angel gripped her radiant sword, standing motionless despite the pressure from two higher-tier opponents, her gaze calm, yet revealing an unshakable edge. At Su Ming's command, she shattered the ground beneath her feet and charged against the water spirit in a counterattack. Holy light cut through the air as the cold gleam of her blade sliced past the water spirit's water barrier by mere inches. Water spirit, dodge quickly, didn't hurt her. Su Ming's warning fell almost simultaneously with the sword's flash. The water spirit instantly transformed into elemental form, becoming a spray of clear mist and narrowly evading the holy sword's edge. Had that strike truly connected, even in elemental form, Su Ming still worried his beloved companion might be injured. Su Ming, how is your beast so fast? Bai Ling watched in stunned amazement. She's already elite tier 1, you can't treat her like she's still in the common stage. Huh? What did you feed her? Bai Ling couldn't help but press further. That growth rate is absolutely ridiculous. Spirit milk, all of my precious spirit milk reserves. Su Ming wiped away sweat. The Holy War Angel's combat stance finally put his mind at ease. Then I can't take this lightly. Bai Ling rolled up her sleeves, spiritual light flashing in her palms as she summoned 2 more beasts in an instant. They landed and immediately deployed elemental shields, engaging in fierce combat with the Water Spirit and Holy War Angel. An hour later, all 3 of Bai Ling's beasts lay collapsed, their sweat and spiritual energy completely depleted, while the Holy War Angel's radiance burned even brighter. The underworld messenger's form flickered in and out of existence, its ghostly blue scythe carving spectral trails at the battlefield's edge. Though seemingly without presence, Su Ming knew it had intercepted nearly every one of his opponent's skills before they could land. I give up, I give up. Bai Ling cast one final healing spell that failed to reach its target, then simply sat down on the ground. What's the deal with your beasts? My skills can't even touch them. Hehe, I'm not telling you. Su Ming smiled mysteriously. But to thank Miss Bai Ling for helping me familiarize myself with beast techniques, I'll treat you to the finest roasted meat tonight. Roasted meat. Bai Ling immediately perked up, jumping to her feet and cheering. Hooray! 2 days later, at the Tianqing sect's inner disciple competition arena, spiritual energy surged above the vast martial platform. All inner disciples were seated in order, with crowds of outer disciples filling the viewing stands. Beyond the sect's own members, sect masters and elders from neighboring top-tier and even super-tier sects had all arrived to witness the event. Lin Tianqing appeared last, and as he took his seat at the head table, the Minghan sect's master also arrived in person, accompanied by disciples whose participation had already been confirmed. The Minghan sect's visit served 2 purposes. First, to ease previous tensions with the Tianqing sect as the closest neighbors. If the Tianqing sect chose to act aggressively, the Minghan sect's foundation would struggle to withstand it. Second, to restore faith regarding their disciples' capabilities. Having all the sect masters grace our Tianqing sect with their presence truly brings honor to our humble abode. Lin Tianqing's voice rang out clearly as the masters of 4 top-tier sects and 1 super-tier sect all rose to greet him. Sect Master Lin, you look well. Fellow sect masters, you all look well. It's been many years, and Lin has missed you greatly. Lin Tianqing smiled as he exchanged pleasantries. After the customary courtesies, the sect masters and elders took their seats in order. The 6 sect masters sat from left to right. Jinggang sect, Tonlin sect, Tianqing sect, Ziwei sect, Dikuei sect, and Minghan sect. The super-tier sects Tianqing and Ziwei's masters occupied the center positions, flanked by the other 4 sect masters on either side. Behind them sat dozens of elders, each restraining their aura yet still unable to completely suppress their overwhelming presence. Below them, the Tianqing sect's heaven-ranking disciples were positioned around the battle platform. Though nominally open to all sect disciples, only the heaven-ranking disciples truly had the qualifications to compete for the final 10 positions. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.